The Earth Sovereign, the luminous stone monkey, treads upon the ground with boundless strength, ceaselessly roaring towards the heavens. The night, dreaming beast dashes across 1,000 miles, traversing the shadowy forest illuminated by moonlight, shrouded in mystery. The sky-splitting demon butterfly flutters its wings, fracturing the space across 1,000 miles. The celestial Azure Dragon soars through the 9 heavens, while the black abyssal kitten rests in the eternal sea of oblivion. The silver moon wolf, the golden-backed dragon turtle, the black-armored Xuanwu, the spectral white tiger. This is an era of beast taming, where humanity engages in the profession of beast mastery. An ancient history filled with countless enigmatic creatures and many unknown realms awaits exploration and discovery. Zhou Qi unexpectedly awakens the Beast Master system, only to find that the system malfunctions, binding him to the wrong entity, leaving him inexplicably as a blade bearer. As a blade bearer, Zhou Qi is unwittingly transported to this world by the Beastmaster system. Oh, where's Zhou Qi's little green snake? How did it transform into a chin? Isn't that the white tiger? What happened to that gluttonous little kitten? Could it be that the original purple flame sparrow demon has reverted to its ancestral form? Is the auspicious little white turtle a home? I wish to rent it for a few days. When Zhou Qi ascends to the throne of the Lord of all spirits, the entire world lies prostrate at his feet. Chapter 1. Heaven and Earth. In Siping City, a third-tier city with a population of just over 1 million. Within this modest town resides an exceedingly ordinary little restaurant, intriguingly named Heaven and Earth. A mere few dozen meters away from Heaven and Earth, there exists another dining establishment, Sue's Restaurant. Dingling. The door of Sue's opens, and the wind chime hanging above emits a melodious sound as a black-haired youth of around 18 steps out from the restaurant. He possesses an admirable appearance, with a commendable physique standing at a height of 185 centimeters. Xiao Zhou, heed your uncle's advice. Close the restaurant and pursue another business. You could still sustain a living. Xiao Zhou, originally named Zhou Qi, is indeed the proprietor of Heaven and Earth. The name of this restaurant was recently changed. It was formerly known as Old Zhou's Culinary Chronicles, passed down to Zhou Qi as the 3rd generation. The current owner of the restaurant is Zhou Qi's father. Unfortunately, a month ago, Zhou Qi's entire family was involved in a car accident, leaving him as the sole survivor. Though, one might argue, he is not truly a survivor. His soul is no longer the same as before. Uncle Sue, I understand your concern for me, but this is my ancestral restaurant. I do not wish to relinquish it so easily. Uncle Sue's lips twitched. You changed the name of your ancestral establishment. Heaven and Earth is indeed a fine name, befitting someone educated. It is a pity, however, that your culinary skills still have a considerable distance to traverse compared to your father's. When discussing Zhou Qi's culinary skills, Uncle Sue placed his hand upon his abdomen, his expression reminiscent of haunting memories. He narrowly escaped death and lived to tell the tale. I shall strive diligently. Uncle Sue, rest assured I shall not yield. Uncle Sue bore a look of incredulity. Is that truly what I meant? Can you not comprehend human speech? With a long sigh, he resigned himself, saying, Do as you wish. However, should any matters arise, you may always seek me out. Anything that Uncle can assist with, I shall. Zhou Qi nodded, subsequently returning to his own paradise. The establishment housed 4 square tables and 1 round table. Casting a glance at the vacant tables, Zhou Qi proceeded directly into the kitchen. Zhou Qi inexplicably produced a knife from somewhere. A chef's knife it was, its blade obsidian black, adorned on both sides with dragon engravings, the edge gleaming silver, so luminous it could reflect a face. Zhou Qi caressed the blade, his expression a peculiar blend of affection and disdain. Rebirth, oh rebirth, what am I to do with you? Thereafter, Zhou Qi's gaze upon the chef's knife revealed a cascade of information. Chef's knife, rebirth. Level, awakening. System, beast mastery system, inactive. Blade bearer, Zhou Qi. Innate abilities, evolution, divine chef, instruction, contract. Evolution. Assists spirit beasts in transcending racial barriers, with a 30% probability. The side effects are borne by the blade bearer, and failure results in bodily fissures. Divine chef. Capable of processing any ingredient to elicit its utmost potential. When combined with the evolution ability, can enhance the probability of breaking racial barriers by 20%. Side effects are borne by the blade bearer. Instruction. Can impart skills recorded by the beast mastery system. Repeated practice can enhance skill proficiency. Side effects are borne by the blade bearer, and failure results in bodily fissures. Contract. At each level, One spirit beast may be contracted alongside two pseudo-contracts, lasting up to 1 month, with the contracted spirit beast nurtured by the blade bearer. Indeed, due to an unknown error in the system, Zhou Qi's chef's knife, which he carried with him, successfully bound to the beast mastery system. It is widely acknowledged that those who bind systems are often fated protagonists. However, a knife is an inanimate object and cannot utilize a system. In an attempt to rectify this error, the system inadvertently bound Zhou Qi, who was closest to the knife. Thus, Zhou Qi became a blade bearer, a protagonist proxy officially sanctioned by the system. Riding the coattails of his chef's knife, he arrived in this extraordinary world. A knife is inseparable from its wielder, and the wielder from the knife. As long as the knife exists, the wielder shall endure. Shatter the knife, and the wielder perishes. Zhou Qi named his cherished knife Rebirth, for protagonist must possess a name of merit. He intended to continue managing this restaurant. Paradise encapsulated Zhou Qi's aspirations for the establishment. Regrettably, in his past life, he had never crafted a dish worthy of praise. Perhaps it is the allure of the unattainable that torments the mind. Despite knowing he lacked culinary talent, Zhou Qi steadfastly refused to concede defeat. Even upon entering this remarkable world, his resolve remained unwavering. This world is vast beyond measure, though its true extent remains unknown. The inhabitants take pride in their roles as beast masters, and even individuals like Uncle Sue keep a common pet beast. Due to the presence of pet beasts, certain industries thriving on them flourish, dominating the market. However, Zhou Qi's family did not partake in this trend. In his youth, Zhou Qi had been scarred by a wild spirit beast, leaving him with a lasting shadow. Consequently, his parents had released their pet beast into the wild. Behind Paradise lies a considerable backyard, featuring a lawn, a rockery, a small pond, a gravel path, and a stout, upright pine tree. This was once a haven for pet beasts. The system is inactive, thus I cannot discern its attributes. What a vexation! The greater annoyance is that the innate abilities displayed on my chef's knife should rightfully belong to me. Perhaps, to activate the system, I must contract a spirit beast. After all, it is called the Beast Mastery System. Contemplating this, Zhou Qi seized a common vegetable nearby. He raised the chef's knife, and a series of rhythmic crackling sounds echoed on the cutting board. The glimmer of the blade, in harmony with the sounds of the knife meeting the board, was a pleasing symphony to the ears. In terms of knife skills, Zhou Qi performed admirably. Igniting the flame, he heated the oil, added the vegetables, incorporated cooking wine, sprinkled salt, and stirred. His sequence of techniques was impeccable. The dish of bok choy that emerged was visually appealing, aromatic, and well-formed. Zhou Qi solemnly picked up chopsticks, placing a small piece of bok choy into his mouth. Ugh, why is it so salty? Last time it was sweet, and the time before that it was spicy. The same process, yet yielding such varied flavors. I must admit, I am in awe of myself. Zhou Qi chuckled self-deprecatingly. I suppose I can call this a superpower. Previously, when Zhou Qi had Uncle Sue taste his cooking, the latter nearly required hospitalization due to the spiciness. In the backyard, Zhou Qi gazed at the bok choy he held, letting out a long sigh. I never had such exaggerated outcomes in my past life. Could it be that I underwent some mutation during my transmigration? Just as Zhou Qi was about to discard the bok choy, a voice called from outside. The little white mouse had arrived. Zhou Qi's eyes brightened, placing the bok choy aside as he moved forward. At that moment, rustling sounds emanated from the grass in the backyard. A small green snake, marred by scars, slithered toward the backyard entrance. It raised its body, sniffing at the bok choy before indulging in it, as if it were a delicacy unique to Paradise. Guests may take a seat at their leisure. First, peruse the menu to decide what you wish to eat. Zhou Qi grinned, exuding warmth. The individual before him, clad in a formal suit, stated, "I did not come here to dine." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi's smile vanished instantly. "Excuse me, may I inquire if you are Mr. Zhou Qi?" "Indeed, that is I. If you're not here to dine, what brings you to the restaurant?" "To forge friendships, perhaps." The man in the suit offered an awkward smile. "The situation is as follows, Mr. Zhou Qi. Your parents had purchased a substantial insurance policy, with you as the beneficiary. I'm the manager of Guotai Insurance Company, and I have come specifically to address this matter. Might I first request to see your identification?" Chapter 2. The little green snake is actually my kindred spirit. What is this? A windfall from the heavens. Now I have money for groceries. Please wait a moment. My ID is upstairs. Let me fetch it. Zhou Qi hurried upstairs, creating quite a commotion. before swiftly descending to present his ID to the manager of Guotai. The manager compared the ID with the documents in his briefcase. After confirming its authenticity, he spoke gravely. Your parents have unfortunately passed away. Please accept my condolences. However, the inheritance they left you should suffice to ensure your comfort for the remainder of your life. Curious, Zhou Qi inquired. May I ask how much it is? 30 million for each individual, totaling 60 million Gulong coins. Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback, his breath quickening. Steady now. Money for groceries is secured. The manager offered a slight smile. Then please sign and provide your fingerprints on both contracts. And do remember to include your bank account number. The insurance compensation will be transferred to your card once the process is complete. Your copy of the contract will also be mailed back to you. I'd like to review the contract first. Of course, please do. Zhou Qi meticulously examined the contract, almost reading each word aloud, demonstrating a level of scrutiny that he had not applied even during his previous life as college entrance examination. He readily signed and pressed his fingerprint. The manager gathered his belongings. Since our work here is finished, I shall take my leave. Won't you stay for a meal before you go? No, I have other matters to attend to. Are you truly certain? It happens to be mealtime. Really, it's unnecessary. Goodbye, Mr. Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi watched him depart with a sense of regret, as if bidding farewell to a small white mouse that had scurried away. What a pity. As he walked towards the backyard, Zhou Qi noticed a curled-up, azure-hued creature glimmering with scales at the door. He gasped in surprise. Bamboo leaf green. The little green snake lifted its flat, triangular head, its crimson tongue flickering, and its cold, emerald-like eyes fixated on Zhou Qi. Wait, where did this bamboo leaf green come from? Is it a spirit beast? How did it end up in my backyard? I wonder if it has an owner. Hey, where's my Xinjiang vegetable? Zhou Qi glanced at the plate beside the little green snake, which was impeccably clean, as if licked spotless. It seemed that not a drop of soup remained. What happened to the Xinjiang vegetable? Puzzled, Zhou Qi turned his gaze back to the little green snake. Could it be responsible? He had never heard of a snake having a herbivorous diet. But apart from it, there wasn't even an ant in the vicinity. Surely it couldn't have vaporized. Hey, little green snake, confess. Did you sneakily devour my Xinjiang vegetable? The snake hissed, flicking its tongue twice, raising its body a few inches as if to issue a warning. Zhou Qi couldn't comprehend the language of snakes, but could surmise its meaning. Never mind. I'll just prepare another dish and find out. It only takes 5 minutes to make a plate of Xinjiang vegetables. By the way, do snakes fear heat? A thought flashed through Zhou Qi's mind. Freshly prepared Xinjiang vegetables were placed before the little green snake. It sniffed the dish and immediately lunged forward to eat. Watching it relish the food brought tears to Zhou Qi's eyes. A kindred spirit. Who would have thought there would be someone? No, something that enjoys the food I prepare. It's worth it. This life is worthwhile. For a chef, there is no greater joy than seeing someone savor their dishes heartily. Brother Snake, is it delicious? Would you like me to prepare a serving of egg fried rice to accompany it? Without hesitation, Zhou Qi set about making egg fried rice, placing it before the little green snake. The snake welcomed the offering. Every grain of rice in this meal represents hard work. It seems, Brother Snake, you have truly grasped this meaning. A promising student indeed. As Zhou Qi watched the little green snake, not letting a single grain of rice escape, he chuckled and gently tapped its head. The little snake did not resist. With one gesture leading to another, Zhou Qi began to stroke its smooth, firm green scales. The little snake's body grew plumper, letting out a satisfied burp, coiling up as if enjoying Zhou Qi's gentle caress. A little green snake, a spirit beast. Perhaps I should contract it. It would also activate the system. But how does one go about such a contract? Zhou Qi pulled out the reverse life knife. Sighing once more. The reverse life possesses the ability to contract, and its primary function as a kitchen knife is to cut vegetables. Does that mean I must treat the green snake as a vegetable to chop? I certainly wouldn't want to kill it. Zhou Qi decided to give it a try. As the wielder of the knife, he had the authority to use it and could naturally unleash its innate abilities. It should have been mine all along. Zhou Qi silently intoned a contract, and the reverse life immediately underwent a transformation, emanating a faint white light as a hexagram pattern appeared on the blade. Contract. Zhou Qi swung the knife, slicing through the air towards the coiled little green snake, the hexagram pattern soaring above it. The little snake, enveloped in white light, abruptly awoke. Initially displaying a fierce demeanor, its gaze softened upon realizing its situation, seemingly accepting the current state of affairs. Soon, the hexagram shrank, imprinting itself on the little snake's brow before vanishing entirely. Was that successful? Before long, Zhou Qi felt a faint connection established with the little green snake. He smiled, once again tapping its head with his finger. The little green snake joyfully hissed, nudging Zhou Qi's finger before spiraling up his arm, ultimately coiling around it like an emerald green bracelet. Thoughts of drowsiness entered Zhou Qi's mind from the little green snake. If you're tired, take a nap. Such an adorable spirit beast. I can't fathom why the previous Zhou Qi was ever afraid. It truly baffles me. Beastmaster system activating, please wait. System error. System error, rebooting. System severely damaged. Activation successful. As I suspected, contracting a pet beast activates the system, but this system seems rather unreliable. Host reverse life bound. Talent granted. Wielder, Zhou Qi. Due to special circumstances, the wielder is now granted permission to use the system. Please fulfill your duty of nurturing the spirit beast to repair the system's damage. The system is severely damaged and paralyzed. Please explore independently. A mechanical voice echoed in Zhou Qi's mind, leaving him utterly speechless. Could it not unbind and rebind? Still paralyzed, and the system is broken. What a disappointment. Let me see what kind of functions you truly possess. Character panel? Oh, no. It is the weapon panel that is more appropriate. The information displayed here aligns perfectly with what I saw during the reverse growth. Next is the Executor panel, also known as the Real Character panel. Executor, Zhou Qi. Level 1 Beast Tamer. Beast Space, Level 1 Beast Space, which grows alongside the reverse growth. Talent, assists in the growth of spiritual beasts, bound to a divine chef. With the food produced having a certain growth effect for the spiritual beasts and added healing properties. Is that all? Indeed, I am merely a tool. Zhou Qi, feeling downcast, glanced at the pet panel. This is where the crux lies. Currently, the pet panel only features one pet, a little green snake. Name, Qingling Snake. Attribute, Wood Poison. Race level, High Level Servant. Growth level, Awakening Stage 7. Race skills, Poison Fangs, Proficient. Common skills, Constriction, Mastered. Flourish, Beginner. Harden, Beginner. Energy value, 73. Physical condition, Minor injury. This data is somewhat peculiar. It states that the servant level is the first rank above Awakening. Following it are the ranks of War General, Commander, Lord, Emperor, Ruler, and Totem. Well, let's take a look at the others. Identification, Spiritual Beast Compendium, and Skill Compendium. Identification allows one to explore information about spiritual beasts encountered within a 100-meter radius. The Spiritual Beast Compendium, however, is severely compromised, currently only containing 4 pages cataloging the 4 divine beasts: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. According to the description, any spiritual beast identified will be added to this Spiritual Beast Compendium and display its final matured form. The compendium can also store the essence blood of spiritual beasts. Upon seeing this, Zhou Qi's eyes lit up. Does that mean the 3rd chapter, Azure Dragon Essence Blood, can be divided into 100 portions? Zhou Qi quickly clicked on the Azure Dragon compendium to check. Gazing at the depiction of the ethereal Azure Dragon, Zhou Qi found himself momentarily entranced, whispering to himself. It possesses features of various creatures: horns resembling a deer's, a head akin to a camel's, eyes like a rabbit's, a neck similar to a snake's, a belly like a clam's, scales reminiscent of a fish's, claws resembling an eagle's, ears like a tiger's, and a mouth adorned with whiskers, with pearls beneath its jaw and reverse scales under its throat. This is the true dragon. Among the true dragons exists one known as the Azure Dragon. It is one of the 4 divine beasts, positioned in the east, guarding heaven and earth, enjoying the fruits of the cosmos. Subsequently, Zhou Qi examined the system's description of the Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts, a mythical creature capable of controlling clouds and rain, commanding the aquatic creatures of the world, with 1 drop of Azure Dragon Essence blood currently available for extraction. Indeed, it exists. Furthermore, Zhou Qi found that the other entries also included a drop of original essence blood. A drop of essence blood from a mythical creature is undoubtedly a priceless resource, enough to drive all subdragons and dragon-related spiritual beasts into a frenzy. Such fortune should not be wasted on outsiders. I wonder if the little green snake can endure it? Zhou Qi glanced at the little green snake on his right arm. High-level servant. Let us first divide it into 100 portions. The skill compendium, according to the introduction above, can only record the skills of one's own pets, yet both contracts and pseudo-contracts apply. Zhou Qi disregarded its utility and recorded all the skills of the little green snake. His spirit sword, sudden wealth, the opportunity to utilize his culinary skills, the contract with the little green snake, and the discovery of the essence blood of the 4 divine beasts. All these events imparted a sense of being favored by fortune. Seizing the moment, he decided to engage in a couple of matches, confident that success awaited him. He hung up the closed for business sign, secured the door, and ascended the stairs. Zhou Qi took out his phone and opened the Spiritual Beast Alliance. Watch me dominate. How could I possibly lose? It must be that my teammates are inadequate and dragging me down. Let us go again. As dusk approached, Zhou Qi exclaimed in frustration, "What a terrible game. If I keep playing, I might as well chop off my hands." The experience was utterly lacking. In a fit of anger, he tossed his phone aside, his voice rising. The commotion roused the little green snake, which hissed softly. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Hiss. The little green snake nodded. That's odd. Snakes usually go a long time without needing to eat. Do you have a habit of 3 meals a day? The little green snake nudged its head against Zhou Qi's cheek, prompting him to chuckle. That tickles, stop it. Zhou Qi glanced at his phone and realized it was already 5:30. No wonder. All because of that wretched game. Let us go. I'll make you some spicy frog tonight. His stomach growled in response. From now on, I'll call you Little Qing. Here's the deal. I'll step out for a meal. You stay home for a bit, and I'll prepare something delicious when I return. Little Qing stubbornly refused to leave Zhou Qi's side. So he reluctantly took it along to Uncle Su's restaurant. Uncle Su, the usual. Got it. Braised beef, awful rice, mild spice, and a fried egg, right? Yes. That's right. Sit tight. You'll be up soon. Uncle Su's restaurant was quite popular, especially after the success of his old food blog, which had significantly increased foot traffic. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Zhou Qi finally received his dinner. The mildly spicy aroma tantalized his taste buds, causing him to involuntarily swallow. After eating a few bites, the little green snake nudged closer. Want some? Zhou Qi chuckled as he offered it a piece of beef offal. But to his surprise, Little Qing ate it only to spit it back out, then retreated with an air of disinterest. Is it really that bad? Could it be that the taste buds of spiritual beasts are entirely opposite to those of humans? If that is the case, what does Uncle Su feed his pet? Beast food, perhaps? After finishing his meal, Zhou Qi intended to consult Uncle Su about raising pets, but seeing him busy, he decided against it. Upon returning home, Zhou Qi began preparing Little Qing's dinner. Spicy frog, just as promised. Moreover, given that Little Qing had sustained injuries, his talent not only assisted in the growth of spiritual beasts, but also possessed certain healing properties. Watching Little Qing eat so joyfully filled Zhou Qi with satisfaction. He speculated whether his cooking was exclusively suitable for spiritual beasts. If that were true, then his restaurant would soon be filled with spiritual beasts seated expectantly at the tables. The very image of spiritual beasts awaiting their meal struck Zhou Qi as utterly whimsical. After the meal, Zhou Qi checked on Little Qing's condition. Its current physical condition is satisfactory, indicating that its injuries have nearly healed. Besides its own recovery, the nourishment provided by Zhou Qi has played a significant role. Zhou Qi intends to wait until Shaoqing regains its health and matures to the 10th stage before administering the blood essence of the Azure Dragon. One can only speculate what it might evolve into. It better not be a lizard, for that would be a tremendous disappointment. Feeling somewhat idle in the evening, Zhou Qi picked up his phone and began browsing the news. The headline featured a certain master who had cultivated a new evolutionary form of a spirit beast, alongside reports of foreign diplomats visiting East Dragon and the latest updates on the Beast-Tamer professional assessments, an eclectic mix of content. Zhou Qi took a moment to peruse information related to the beast-taming profession. Although he would soon receive a substantial insurance payout and was not lacking in funds, he was no longer the old Zhou Qi and harbored a certain trepidation towards spirit beasts. Hence, he felt a modicum of interest in becoming a professional beast-tamer. This year's Beast-Tamer professional assessment is scheduled for December 21st, open to all major cities of secondary tier and above, with registration closing at the end of November. It is currently early October. Zhou Qi mused that if Shaoqing the snake successfully evolved, perhaps he could showcase it. After watching the news for a while, he unknowingly clicked on the Spirit Beast Alliance. While he verbally dismissed it as a trivial game, internally, he was determined to prove himself. After all, in both this life and the last, with half a lifetime of being single, he was confident he could win at least one match. Let the battle rage until dawn. The following day, Zhou Qi prepared a bag of fried chicken legs and set off for the Spirit Beast breeding base in Siping City. He sought to validate his thoughts. Most of the spirit beasts owned by the populace of Siping City were procured from this breeding base, which housed a plethora of spirit beast species, each provided with the most suitable living environments: snowfields, plains, forests, and lakes. Mr. Zhou, please follow me. We are headed to the gathering place of the forest wolves, announced a staff member of the breeding base named Wang Yud. Forest wolves are known to be quite fierce and combative spirit beasts, living in packs and wary of strangers. So please do not stray too far from me. Zhou Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Upon expressing his desire to see some impressive spirit beasts, Wang Yud eagerly took him on a tour. By the way, old Wang, what do you typically feed the spirit beasts? Do they eat what you eat? Zhou Qi inquired. Wang Yud chuckled. Mr. Zhou, you jest. That is hardly the case. Breeding spirit beasts involves many intricacies. Generally, insect-type beasts consume leaves. Yet different species may have preferences for various types of foliage. As for carnivorous spirit beasts, some prefer raw meat, while others are indifferent to cooked versus raw. Although most beast tamers may not be well versed in the art of feeding, they do take the time to understand the habits and preferences of their contracted spirit beasts. In essence, breeding is a crucial component of a beast tamer's cultivation process. After absorbing this information, a question arose in Zhou Qi's mind. What category does Zhao Qing belong to? An omnivore, perhaps? At that moment, Zhou Qi curiously asked, do forest wolves prefer their food raw or cooked? Forest wolves are notoriously difficult to tame. They favor the thrill of tearing into their prey, drinking fresh blood, and gnawing on raw meat. We usually release a certain number of live animals into the forest for them to chase and hunt, fostering their wild instincts. Only then can a forest wolf realize its true potential. However, while forest wolves rank among the top in both potential and combat prowess within our breeding base, we generally do not recommend contracting them for novices. Before long, a dozen forest wolves, their bodies cloaked in a dark green hue with grayish patterns, emerged. They measured 2 meters in length and stood over a meter tall, robust in stature, showcasing sharp claws and teeth. Their green eyes fixated on Zhou Qi and his companion as they advanced step by step. Truly, the presence of the wolf pack exuded an unimaginable sense of intimidation. It was astonishing to consider that these were mere pups. By the way, would it be possible for me to feed them some food? Zhou Qi inquired. It is possible, but I doubt they would be inclined to eat, Wang Yud replied confidently. Chapter 4. A fried chicken leg sparks a bloodbath. Wang Yud spoke with unwavering conviction. Zhou Qi, however, was skeptical and tossed a piece of the fried chicken leg into the fray. The golden, warm fried chicken leg emanated its unique aroma. As wolves possess an acute sense of smell, the faint scent immediately captured the attention of all the forest wolves. See, they aren't particularly interested in human food, Wang Yud remarked with a smile. However, no sooner had he spoken than the forest wolves sprang into action, their previously unified gazes shifting to one of wariness, cunning, and competition. One forest wolf lunged toward the fried chicken, soon followed by the others joining the fray. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yud's expression froze in embarrassment. What is wrong with these creatures today? It's just a piece of fried chicken leg. They seem more excited than when encountering a wild deer. Perhaps they are in the mood for a change of taste. Zhou Qi, on the other hand, was contemplating how the culinary creations of his divine chef indeed held an allure for spirit beasts. By the way, old Wang, they should be able to understand human speech, right? With some gestures, they can grasp the general idea. However, they are inherently aloof, bloodthirsty, and even we seldom spend time in their company, Wang Yud replied. Zhou Qi then produced another fried chicken leg, waved it enticingly, and called out, "Come here, children. I have something delicious for you." Wang Yud, aware of the situation, scoffed internally, thinking Zhou Qi was quite the greenhorn, believing himself to be a breeding master. Yet, the sound of slapping faces echoed soon after. Wang Yud felt his understanding of the world being utterly challenged. Were these truly the proud forest wolves? Watching them sit obediently before Zhou Qi, forming a neat line, tongues lolling and drooling, they appeared more like oversized puppies than fierce predators. Was that fried chicken leg truly that delectable? Come, let us see who can howl the loudest. The loudest will get a taste. Zhou Qi urged. Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, what a sight to behold. When had forest wolves ever been this compliant? Could it be that he was in the presence of a hidden breeding master? Old Wang, look, aren't they quite obedient? Zhou Qi grinned. Your perspective is somewhat flawed. There are exceptions to every rule. Wang Yud forced a smile, but internally, he was cursing. Mr. Zhou, would you like to explore other areas? Upon hearing this, the forest wolves bared their teeth at Wang Yud, emitting low growls filled with warning. Keep it up, and we'll tear you apart. Wang Yud could not help but take a couple of steps back. Should they charge, he would truly struggle to fend them off. This is far too serious. Let us lighten the mood. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, the forest wolves immediately reverted to their docile demeanor, behaving like well-trained pets, utterly devoid of temper. After playing for a while, Zhou Qi fed each of the forest wolves a fried chicken leg before bidding them farewell. The wolves, reluctant to part, howled in response. I shall return. Though Zhou Qi could not comprehend their language, he understood the sentiment behind their howls. It seemed that the food he had prepared was truly beloved by the spirit beasts. Upon returning, he mused about revamping his signature dish. Arriving at a serene lake, Zhou Qi recalled the small pond in his backyard and contemplated the possibility of raising a water-type spirit beast in the future. This lake was teeming with various aquatic spirit beasts, such as golden-scaled fish, black-shelled turtles, and iron-clawed shrimp, all possessing considerable potential. By the way, can I feed them here? Wang Yud was taken aback. You're back again. However, the spirit beasts here are not carnivorous, so they might not be interested. Surely it's permissible. Zhou Qi replied, though Wang Yud seemed somewhat reluctant, finding this customer rather peculiar. Did he truly believe he was in possession of a universal remedy? I only have one fried chicken leg left, he thought, contemplating leaving it for the spirit beasts at the breeding facility. Wang Yud smirked wryly. With a splash, The fried chicken leg was tossed into the lake. Zhou Qi clapped his hands, declaring, "All done. Let us head back." "Is that it? Aren't you going to select one?" Wang Yud felt he had incurred a loss, but whether to buy or not was ultimately their choice. Customers are indeed kings. They operated a legitimate breeding facility and would not resort to coercive sales tactics. It was of little concern, after all. Zhou Qi was not the first to engage in such behavior. Even in the past, there had been individuals who had thrown food as a means of feeding. "Well then, Mr. Zhou, this way please." Zhou Qi could clearly sense Wang Yud's mood had darkened. Just a few steps later, the lake suddenly erupted in a frothy turmoil, as if countless spirit beasts were battling beneath the surface. No, it was not merely an illusion. There truly was a fierce struggle occurring. Moments later, the water turned a shade of crimson. What on earth is happening? Wang Yud's heart raced with alarm as he hastily pressed the emergency button. Zhou Qi swallowed hard. Is this a bloodbath triggered by a fried chicken leg? Surely it can't be. It's just a fried chicken leg. Even if it's delicious, there's no need for such a deadly contest. However, he recalled the earlier incident with the forest wolves. Had he not intervened, perhaps this scene would have already unfolded. Perhaps it's best to make a hasty retreat. Zhou Qi thought. "Old Wang, for the sake of my safety, I believe it's prudent for me to take my leave." Wang Yud seized Zhou Qi's arm, insisting, "No, you must stay to bear witness. I've done nothing wrong. Otherwise, I might lose my livelihood." Zhou Qi sighed internally. "Very well, I cannot let someone else take the fall." Such compassion. At that moment, a turtle crawled up from the lake's edge, its shell a pristine white and as large as a fist. With its bright, green eyes, it scanned the surroundings before making its way toward Zhou Qi. "Is this the culprit? Old Wang, what kind of spirit beast is this with the white shell?" "A white-shelled turtle?" Wang Yud's expression turned anxious. "No, it's a black-shelled turtle, but a mutated one." "A mutation? That could be a promising find. However, it depends on the type of mutation. This black-shelled turtle has been ostracized by its peers due to its shell, and it grows slowly, remaining small and struggling to survive. It hasn't even awakened the racial skill of the black-shelled turtle clan. Hardly anyone chooses it." Once the white turtle reached Zhou Qi's side, it ceased its movements, prompting Zhou Qi to wonder at its intent. Shortly thereafter, a piercing eagle cry echoed, and a massive silver eagle descended from the sky. Wang Yud's demeanor shifted upon recognizing the figure on the eagle's back. He hurried forward, bowing respectfully. "Master Pang, what brings you here? What is happening?" Wang Yud stammered. "I'm not sure. The spirit beasts in the lake have inexplicably gone into a frenzy." Master Pang swiftly summoned a small 2-meter golden carp, instructing it to enter the lake and restore calm. In no time, the chaos subsided. "Truly impressive. Your dragon carp must be at the battle general level by now." "Enough flattery. Now, explain precisely what transpired." Wang Yud recounted the events from the beginning, including Zhou Qi's involvement as a witness. "Fried chicken leg? You mean to say that shortly after it fell into the lake, the upheaval began?" Master Pang's face was laced with confusion. What kind of fried chicken leg possesses such power? Is there some ingredient that drives spirit beasts into a frenzy? As his gaze turned disapprovingly toward Zhou Qi, the lake churned once more, and a colossal golden dragon carp emerged, clenching half a fried chicken leg in its mouth. Water splashed around it, and the golden scales of the dragon carp shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, its presence mesmerizing. "Wait a moment. Is that fried chicken leg in its mouth?" Chapter 5. The Clever White Turtle, a Teaching Attempt. Why must it be a fried chicken leg? Wang Yud was baffled, utterly stupefied by the spectacle. Zhou Qi, however, thought to himself, "Just as I suspected. This is a disaster." Master Pang appeared exasperated. "I specifically instructed you to quell the dispute. Yet you've drawn attention to yourself by seizing food so ostentatiously." Through a contract, Master Pang inquired about the dragon carp's motivations, only to receive the response, "It's delicious. Incredibly delicious. Is a mere fried chicken leg truly that delectable? Furthermore, since when do carp consume meat?" The dragon carp raised its head and swallowed the fried chicken leg whole before swimming to the shore. Master Pang asked a series of questions, after which the dragon carp elaborated. It turned out that the fried chicken leg contained a unique energy that could aid spirit beasts in their growth, particularly for those at the awakening level, where the effects were even more pronounced. Additionally, it emitted an irresistibly alluring aroma. The dragon carp stated that it was merely curious and wished to sample it. Master Pang's expression darkened further as he asked, "Is it really that good?" "Absolutely. I want more." Master Pang's lips twitched in irritation as he disregarded the dragon carp's demands and promptly returned it to the beast-taming space. Clearing his throat, he turned to Zhou Qi, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Where did that fried chicken leg come from?" Zhou Qi replied, "I made it just this morning. I am a chef specializing in dishes for spirit beasts, and I run a restaurant called Heaven on Earth on Beiping Street. You're welcome to visit anytime." "A chef? specializing in dishes for spirit beasts. Master Pang raised an eyebrow, nodding thoughtfully as he leaped onto the eagle's back. Consider this a warning. Should you carelessly discard food again, you will face severe penalties. With a gust of wind, the great eagle took flight. Wang Yud exhaled in relief. It's finally over. Mr. Zhou, you nearly got me killed. I had no idea the fried chicken leg was so powerful, Zhou Qi said, avoiding Wang Yud's gaze and offering a nervous chuckle. All right, let us be on our way. Wang Yud turned around to find the white turtle by Zhou Qi's feet. Almost forgetting its presence, he intended to lift the turtle, yet it gripped Zhou Qi's pant leg tightly. How curious, he mused. Having never seen it behave in such a manner, Zhou Qi was equally taken aback. He bent down to catch the turtle, which promptly released its hold. Gazing into the turtle's eyes, which sparkled with intelligence, Zhou Qi felt a stirring in his heart. Since this little creature seems reluctant to part with me, then old Wang, I shall purchase it. This will certainly help boost your performance. Very well, let us conduct a final examination to assess its growth and overall potential, and subsequently evaluate its price, he added. Wang Yud felt a surge of joy. At last, his efforts were not in vain. Although the turtle was a mutation, its overall potential was deemed low, its combat power insufficient, and it had only reached the 4th tier of awakening. Thus, the breeding facility offered a price of 20,000. Zhou Qi readily accepted, paid the sum, and took the turtle home. The mutated black-shelled turtle lacked an awakened racial skill, indicating that it had awakened other abilities, albeit unmanifested. This did not imply a total absence of skills. It merely suggested that its abilities might fall into the auxiliary category. Their inability to detect this did not mean Zhou Qi would be similarly hindered. He conducted an appraisal on the spot, his heart swelling with delight. Name: Black-shelled turtle, mutation. Attribute: water. Species level: high-ranking servant. Growth level: 4th awakening. Racial skill: fortune and misfortune, proficient. Common skills: impact, novice. Hardening, novice. Energy value: 48. Traits: non-combatant, highly intelligent. What a remarkable skill of fortune and misfortune it had mutated. It was no wonder it had survived thus far. And why it had crawled ashore amidst the throng of spirit beasts to be by Zhou Qi's side. This was truly a turtle that could perceive auspiciousness. The white turtle had long been associated with auspicious omens, and indeed, Zhou Qi had struck it rich this time. He felt elated at his stroke of luck. Upon returning home, he released Xiao Qing from the beast space. Xiao Qing, meet your new companion. This is Xiao Gui. I trust you two will get along splendidly. Hiss. Zhou Qi placed the white turtle in a small pond, while allowing Xiao Qing to frolic on the grass behind. As for himself, he began preparing their meal. What should they have for lunch? Never mind, something simple, fried rice would suffice. They were unlikely to be picky eaters. After cooking, Zhou Qi served the fried rice in 2 iron bowls placed beside the pond. Compared to Xiao Gui, Xiao Qing devoured its meal with great speed, and soon set its sights on the turtle's bowl. Xiao Gui deftly dodged, prompting Xiao Qing to pounce gleefully. Oh, weak turtle, how can you compare to me? In terms of combat prowess, Xiao Gui was indeed inferior to Xiao Qing, yet it possessed a remarkable intelligence, though only at the awakening level. Its wisdom rivaled that of low-ranking servants. It quietly crawled towards the kitchen. Zhou Qi suddenly felt something nibbling at him. Looking down, he discovered it was Xiao Gui. What is this? You're not eating, and instead coming to bother me while I wash the pots? Xiao Gui then made its way outside, and Zhou Qi followed to find Xiao Qing munching on the contents of Xiao Gui's bowl, causing him to smile wryly. You little rascal. How clever of you to report back. Haha. Zhou Qi admonished Xiao Qing sternly, depriving it of dinner, unyielding to its sulking. Every household has its rules. Favoritism shall not be tolerated. Henceforth, Xiao Qing harbored a grudge against Xiao Gui, yet dared not provoke it lightly. I shall remember this debt of a meal. Zhou Qi forged a pseudo-contract with the white turtle, recording its skills. The skill of fortune and misfortune was of intermediate level, simple in execution, yielding either good or bad fortune, and significantly more straightforward than the foresight associated with temporal skills. However, this simplicity also meant fewer limitations. Presently, it was at the proficient level, with further tiers above it, including mastery, perfection, and transcending into the Tao. Should fortune and misfortune be elevated to the level of transcendence, perfection, or even the Tao, one could only wonder what extraordinary phenomena would ensue. It was likely that even without other sources of income, setting up a stall with the little turtle to assess fortune and misfortune would attract a steady stream of customers. Such a skill would prove invaluable during adventures. Zhou Qi retrieved the reverse blade, directing it towards the white turtle. The turtle blinked, displaying no hint of fear. Typically, spirit beasts would become wary upon seeing a human wield a weapon, even if they did not attack first. What a commendable skill. Teaching, fortune, and misfortune. Zhou Qi silently chanted, swinging the reverse blade, a beam of light striking the white turtle. The turtle sensed the change within itself, its bead-like eyes sparkling with light. It merely felt that the blade bore both good and ill fortune, but it had not anticipated the enhancement of its racial skill. Its choice had indeed proven wise. More. Continue, it urged. The training came with a success rate and potential side effects, prompting Zhou Qi to proceed with caution. Observing the turtle's demeanor, he was confident in the success of the teaching. He paused briefly to sense his own changes. His skin felt slightly taut, but no other issues arose. Then let us continue. More. More. After 3 successive attempts, Zhou Qi felt a significant loss of moisture, experiencing an unusual dryness akin to cracking. Alarmed, he halted immediately. As an intermediate skill, 4 attempts were not the limit, yet any further attempts, more than 2, would surely result in bodily harm. Drinking water would not remedy this condition. He assessed his status and found a deficiency in energy, necessitating replenishment. It was no wonder the side effects of teaching were borne by the wielder of the blade. Life energy. Where would a mere kitchen knife procure such vitality? Yet, it stood to reason that replenishment through typical food would be slow. Zhou Qi pondered briefly before heading out. His destination, the Star King Apothecary, a nationally recognized chain pharmacy, accredited by the Beastmaster Alliance. Chapter 6. The medicine must not cease. At the apothecary, he encountered a charming young lady with a lovely countenance. Her delicate features, oval face, and phoenix-like eyes were quite pleasing to the eye. Zhou Qi mused. Are all individuals in this world so strikingly beautiful, such as myself? Hello, how may I assist you? She inquired. Do you have any supplements to replenish life energy? I've been rather drained lately. The young lady paused, her cherry lips slightly parted, her gaze scrutinizing Zhou Qi with curiosity. What kind of look was that? Surely she does not think. Beautiful lady, please do not misunderstand. I may not have expressed myself clearly. Just take a look at my hands, and it will be evident. The young lady smiled warmly. Oh, you have quite a sweet tongue, little brother. My name is Guyu. As she spoke, she scrutinized Zhou Qi's parched palm, her expression shifting dramatically. Subsequently, approaching the shelf, Guyu retrieved a vial of medicine, her demeanor turning grave as she instructed. Take a sip and see. Zhou Qi, ever earnest, complied, and instantly, a sensation akin to a long-awaited rain in a drought or an oasis in a desert blossomed within him, filling him with euphoric lightness. As if he were about to ascend to the heavens. The name Moon Spirit Dew sounded quite appealing. Guyu, with a serious tone, inquired. How has your body come to such a state, so desiccated it seems on the brink of cracking? This is the first time I have encountered such a condition. Sister Guyu, that is a matter I prefer to keep private. Everyone has their little secrets, Zhou Qi replied with a smile. By the way, how much for this Moon Spirit Dew? He realized that such a question might be somewhat inappropriate given their casual acquaintance. Guyu sighed softly. This is a second-tier supplement. Mild in nature, priced at 10,000 per bottle. Given your condition, you would likely need half a bottle to fully recover. 10,000 for half a bottle? This suggests I may be on a continuous regimen. With the substantial insurance payment yet to arrive, and considering the inheritance from his parents, he had barely over $1 million. For an ordinary person, that sum seemed considerable. However, for a beastmaster, even raising a slightly talented pet would require more. Furthermore, as with all medicines, excessive consumption could lead to resistance. It was likely he would soon require 3rd-tier and 4th-tier supplements, with prices escalating exponentially. Clearly, the establishment of a specialized pet food store was imminent. Renting the auspicious white turtle was also a viable option. Naturally, if he desired a permanent solution, it would be best to find a pet capable of producing high-quality supplements independently. After all, cultivating any pet was still cultivation. Such a pet could not only supply him with supplements, but also allow him to sell the surplus, achieving a dual benefit. By the way, Sister Guyu, how many bottles of this Moon Spirit Dew do you have left? Including this one, only 10 bottles remain. I will take them all. All of them. What on earth do you need so many supplements for? Curiosity stirred within Guyu. However, she refrained from pressing further as Zhou Qi completed his payment and departed. An intriguing individual indeed. Upon returning home and replenishing his energy, Zhou Qi resumed his lessons with the white turtle. After another 4 sessions, the turtle's fortune-telling skill had reached the proficient level. After 8 sessions, it attained mastery. He considered that the little green snake possessed a flourishing mid-tier skill that could accelerate plant growth, which also had a notable effect on spiritual flora. It was a commendable skill, and perhaps he could train the little green snake towards the path of a gardener. Pondering further, he allocated additional points to the little green snake's skill while simultaneously consuming medicine, experiencing both pain and joy. Through experimentation, he discovered that progressing from entry-level to proficient required 2-point allocations, while from proficient to mastery demanded 8. This indicated an exponential increase by a factor of 4. As for the success rate, He had yet to encounter failure in teaching mid-tier skills. Perhaps such failures would only emerge at higher tiers. Little Green, use Flourish. The little green snake emitted a faint azure glow, which coalesced into a radiant circle, rippling outward like gentle waves. In mere moments, the weeds in the backyard visibly surged in growth, reaching up to Zhou Qi's calves. As the azure glow dissipated, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, and the little green snake slithered to Zhou Qi's feet and then along his arm. Hiss! The little green snake seemed to be seeking praise, and Zhou Qi affectionately tapped its head, expressing satisfaction. Well done. These grasses have grown a bit too tall. Go ahead and clear them away. After placing it back on the ground, he stepped away, leaving the little green snake momentarily stunned. The Beastmaster no longer cares for me. The little green snake's skill could be utilized to cultivate a vegetable garden for self-sufficiency. However, glancing at the limited space of the backyard, Zhou Qi sighed. Ultimately, it's a bit too small. He wondered whether spatial equipment existed in this world. Not being part of the Beastmaster community, he found it challenging to seek information. It was likely that even ordinary Beastmasters would be unaware of spatial equipment. Never mind, let's focus on opening the shop first. The garden can wait. Contemplating this, Zhou Qi stepped outside and set up a signboard that read, Specialized Pet Store, Satisfaction Guaranteed. The sign on the door was also flipped to indicate that the establishment was open for business. All done. Zhou Qi clapped his hands, grinning. I wonder when the first customer will arrive. Having never opened a shop in his previous life, he felt a sense of fulfillment in realizing this dream in this lifetime. I should ask the little turtle to divine my fortune. He ventured to the backyard, where the weeds had been cleared by the little green snake, which was now resting on a rock by the pond. The white turtle basked in the sunlight by the pond, enjoying a leisurely day. Zhou Qi cradled the white turtle in his hands. Little turtle, could you tell me if I will have any customers today? You seek my counsel for such matters? My clientele must be vast indeed. Zhou Qi detected a hint of disdain in its gaze. Quit dawdling, hurry up. No work means no meals here. Otherwise, you'll be the one weeding next time. The white turtle hesitated. On second thought, perhaps I will pass. Physical labor is not suited for me. The white turtle activated its fortune-telling skill, which had broad applications, but was not infallible. The outcome could range widely, and often, what was fortunate one moment could turn ominous the next. This skill lacked any premonitory signs, explaining why those at breeding bases struggled to predict outcomes. Fortunate. The white turtle transmitted a thought, and a smile instantly illuminated Zhou Qi's face. Tonight, you shall have an extra treat. The little green snake, observing this, expressed envy. I too desire such a skill. An extra meal skill. Although not absolute, Zhou Qi found great joy in this news. In the afternoon, an elderly man accompanied by a young girl arrived at Beiping Street. Grandfather, is there really a breeding master here? I think you are deceiving me. The girl, clad in a red dress with a single ponytail, pouted, clearly displeased. The elder, with graying hair and a flowing beard, was Master Pang, who had met Zhou Qi once before. The girl in red was his granddaughter, Pang Honghua. I never claimed there was a master here. Master Pang chuckled as he stroked his beard. I merely suggested there might be someone here who can address your little pet's issues. Since you are here, let us step inside. Previously, he had heard from his dragon carp that Zhou Qi's food not only promoted pet growth, but was also exceedingly delicious. Thus, he believed this might be a rare and exceptional talent in beast mastery. Pang Honghua's little pet was suffering from a lack of appetite and lethargy, and Master Pang immediately thought of Zhou Qi. Thus, they arrived at this celestial realm of Beiping Street. Upon entering the establishment, Pang Honghua called out loudly, "Is anyone here? Time to commence service." In the back courtyard, Zhou Qi's ears perked up instantly. Could it be that someone has truly arrived? Little Turtle certainly possesses remarkable abilities. Upon reaching the front hall and seeing the visitor, Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback, for it was none other than Master Pang. Could it be that he has come to settle accounts with me after the autumn harvest? Master Pang smiled and said, "Young friend, we meet again." Master Pang, what brings you here? Are you here to dine? Zhou Qi inquired. For dining, please exit and turn left to Sue's eatery. Pang Honghua interjected. What nonsense is this? My grandfather says you can assist my little Gui in regaining its vitality? What is going on? I have a feeling you are not here for a meal, but rather to stir trouble. Little Turtle wouldn't be deceiving me, would he? Master Pang explained. It is as follows. Honghua's companion beast has recently been disinterested in food and appears rather lethargic. I thought that your culinary creations, being rather unique, might prove beneficial. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi's eyes brightened as he stroked his chin. First, let me see little Gui. Master Pang exchanged a knowing glance with Pang Honghua, who obediently complied. In a flash of light, a large spider materialized within the establishment. The spider bore red spots on its back and possessed 8 legs covered in black fur. Long and resilient. Is this little Gui? What kind of woman chooses a spider as a companion beast? Even Zhou Qi, a grown man, felt a chill as he beheld the spider, which stood over a meter tall, swaying before him. However, he could indeed see that its eyes appeared somewhat listless. Zhou Qi assessed the creature. Name: Queen Spider. Attribute: Earth Spirit. Racial level: High Commander. Growth level: Awakening Stage 10. Racial skills: Silk Spinning, Mastery. Common skills: Spider Stinger, Mastery. Spirit Shock, Proficient. Sleep Powder, Proficient. Earthquake, Proficient. Flying Rock, Mastery. Energy value: 96. Physical condition: Excess energy, unable to digest. Could it be that it has overeaten? Chapter 7. Advancing while eating. Zhou Qi gazed at the assessment results of the queen spider, his expression peculiar. Excess energy, unable to digest. What sort of peculiar beast master would yield such a result? I wonder if it would fare well in a battle. However, if that were the case, my first transaction would slip away. Master-level individuals are clearly affluent. It would be a shame not to seize the opportunity. I understand the reason now. Yet I shall refrain from stating it. What does this queen spider normally consume? Please provide me with a portion, and I shall prepare a meal to alleviate its discomfort. It would be best to include materials for its advancement. Master Pang's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he replied, Hongyue, give it to him. Grandfather. The advancement materials were painstakingly collected by my parents, and there is only one set in total. Moreover, to increase the success rate, they are all high-tier resources. No worries. If it proves ineffective, your grandfather will compensate you. Pang Hongyue reluctantly nodded in agreement, and then her bracelet suddenly shimmered, causing a pile of materials to appear on the table. Unfortunately, the system's identification function can only assess spirit beasts. Ah, this flawed system. Please have a seat for a while. My preparations may take some time. I'm curious to see what tricks you will employ. Zhou Qi, unfazed, entered the kitchen. This heap of materials included spiritual ingredients, spirit beast meat, and even spiritual ore. A surge of battle spirit arose within Zhou Qi. This would be his first time handling extraordinary materials. However, among the reverse birth talents, there exists a skill called Divine Chef, which allows him to process any materials. This was his source of confidence. Let us commence. Zhou Qi firmly gripped the reverse birth talent, focusing intently. He chopped the spiritual ingredients, pulverized the spiritual ore, and diced the spirit beast meat, placing everything into the pressure cooker to steam. Throughout this process, Zhou Qi's mental energy rapidly dwindled. After a brief while, he felt a sense of fatigue creeping over him. The Divine Chef talent was indeed remarkable, yet Zhou Qi had previously only handled ordinary materials, which hardly consumed any of his mental energy. However, now that he was dealing with extraordinary materials, the limitations became evident. If he were to recklessly attempt to process high-tier ingredients, it would likely lead to an instantaneous depletion of his mental energy, resulting in mental collapse. It seems I must exercise caution in the future. Let me take a sip of medicine to replenish myself. Half an hour later, a pot of spirit meat soup was ready. Zhou Qi ladled 2 bowls for his own companion beast, aptly dubbing it poison testing. Subsequently, he carried out a large bowl. Initially, the queen spider showed no interest in any food, but as the aroma wafted from the bowl, its listlessness vanished, replaced by a frenzied gleam in its eyes. Pang Hongyue stared wide-eyed as she watched the queen spider devour Zhou Qi's creation. What in the world? Wasn't it said that it had no appetite? The thoughts conveyed to Pang Hongyue from the queen spider expressed but one meaning. It was delicious. Master Pang stroked his beard, nodding in agreement. After finishing a bowl, Pang Hongyue exclaimed, Little Gue says it wants more. Is there any left? Zhou Qi chuckled, returning to the kitchen and pouring the remainder into a basin, bringing it out. Please enjoy. The queen spider was unreserved, its aura rapidly strengthening, soon reaching the threshold of awakening. The previously excessive energy, owing to its growth, was now transforming into usable energy. As it continued to eat, the queen spider began to glow. Has it broken through? Pang Hongyue gasped in astonishment, for this was her first time witnessing a breakthrough at the dining table. The queen spider, as a high commander, had no issue advancing to that level, a talent bestowed by its race. However, the higher the racial level, the slower the growth rate. Each threshold represents a small hurdle for spirit beasts, requiring substantial foundation and ample resources to facilitate rapid breakthroughs. This is also why spirit beasts are eager to contract with beast masters. The unique talents of beast masters and the diverse resources they collect can greatly accelerate their growth. The reason for the queen spider's previous lethargy and lack of appetite stemmed from excessive energy saturation, outpacing its growth. Upon reaching the threshold for the next realm, the focus must shift to honing the skills of the companion beast, with energy being supplemented appropriately. The true demand for abundant resources arises as they approach their breakthrough. Pang Hongyue felt a twinge of guilt, realizing the situation's true nature. Master, thank you. Just call me Zhou Qi. I am only a few years older than you." Upon witnessing the queen spider finish its meal, Zhou Qi smiled and said, "Now that the issue has been resolved, and it has even leveled up, we should discuss the fees. The consultation fee is 100,000 plus 2 types of Tier 3 resources, specifically from the water and wood elements." Master Pang was momentarily taken aback. The combination of 100,000 and 2 types of third-tier resources amounted to a total value exceeding 200,000. Had he mistakenly ventured into the wrong place today? Pang Hongyue was similarly astonished. She had initially presumed that the individual before them was merely a friend of her grandfather. However, upon witnessing the exorbitant fees being charged, she couldn't help but ponder whether this person might not be an adversary instead. Yet, what did it matter? As long as her little darling benefited from this transaction, she was content. At that moment, Pang Hongyue was preoccupied with thoughts of how to boast about this to her classmates at school. Was the price too steep? Zhou Qi, noticing their altered expressions, chuckled. "Of course, since you are my first customers, I've decided to offer a 50 discount. The consultation fee is merely 50,000. However, the resources must not be lacking." Master Pang sighed and dutifully paid the fee. Zhou Qi felt a sense of satisfaction, and so did Pang Hongyue. But only Master Pang was left feeling disheartened. Did they truly think his money was blown in by the wind? Please take your time. And if you have any potential clients, do send them my way. I also offer evolution services. Speaking of evolution, Master Pang thought of his dragon carp. The dragon carp is among the few spirit beasts in existence that can undergo evolution. They possess the bloodline of dragons, and should the resources be sufficient, there exists a possibility for them to evolve into true dragonkind. The lowest tier of the true dragon lineage is the monarch, with many being of emperor rank, and some even reaching the level of sovereign. However, even with ample resources, the chance for a dragon carp to evolve into a dragon remains exceedingly slim. Thus, Master Pang scoffed at Zhou Qi's words. The talent to assist spirit beasts in their growth is already a rarity. As for the talent for evolution, it has been scarcely seen throughout history. The little green snake and the little white turtle had significantly increased in their growth after consuming a bowl of soup. The little green snake had now reached the 8th tier, while the little white turtle had attained the 6th tier. Little green, little turtle, it appears that your opportunity for evolution draws near. Zhou Qi had made up his mind. He decided that once they both reached the 10th tier of awakening, he would allow them to undergo evolution. Mythical resources were something Zhou Qi understood he could not currently manage. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble that could transform a bicycle into a luxury car, a thatched cottage into a villa. In the following days, there were no transactions. Zhou Qi busied himself with enhancing his skills while purchasing spiritual materials to prepare nourishing meals to expedite the growth of his spirit beasts. Under the immense power of wealth, in just 7 short days, both the little green snake and the little white turtle had grown to the 10th tier of awakening. The countdown to evolution had begun. Chapter 8. The final evolution, near emperor rank. Little green, little turtle. Zhou Qi gazed at the pair, a turtle and a snake, with a grave expression. If a miraculous opportunity were to present itself before you, allowing you to undergo a transformation and ascend to a higher realm, but at the cost of your lives, would you be willing? Silence ensued, and it seemed they tacitly accepted his proposition. The little green snake and the little white turtle exchanged glances, feeling a sense of helplessness. You've already made the decision for us. What more is there to say? The little green snake hissed at the little white turtle. Let us consult the fates. See what they foretell. The little white turtle earnestly performed a divination and replied, mixed fortunes. What secretive matters are you two whispering about? Is there something that I, as your beast master, should not hear? Zhou Qi inquired. He then extracted 2 droplets of blood from the system, one golden, the other black golden. They radiated a brilliance akin to the world's most exquisite treasures, hovering delicately in the palm of Zhou Qi's hand. At the moment of their appearance, the little green snake and the little white turtle found their focus solely on these 2 droplets of blood. Each droplet contained an unimaginable will, almost as if it were alive. They could sense that this was the pinnacle, the most sacred essence of their respective bloodlines. Both bowed their heads in reverence and submission. The blood glowed, manifesting the images of the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise. A roar shattered the clouds above. In that instant, the entirety of Siping City, and even spirit beasts in more distant locales, felt the awe of these mythical beings. Even if it were merely a droplet of blood, even if it was only an ethereal manifestation, they all lowered their heads in deference. As for the dragon and tortoise bloodlines, their reactions were nearly frenzied. The fragrant essence of the blood wafted through the air, and even Zhou Qi could not resist its allure. How delightful! It makes me wish to partake in it myself. Truly, you 2 little ones have struck a fortunate deal. I hope you can endure and earn the recognition of the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise. Zhou Qi fed the golden blood to the little green snake and the black golden blood to the little white turtle. The essence of the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise began to reject the original blood within the little green snake and the little white turtle. As the mythical power permeated every corner of their bodies, muscles, hearts, bones, and even souls, rejection, purging, and nourishment, this process felt akin to a complete rebirth. Both the little green snake and the little white turtle experienced unimaginable agony, the pain transmitted through their bond, deeply resonating with Zhou Qi's soul. In addition to the divine beast blood, Zhou Qi had prepared a nourishing soup for them, which they had consumed beforehand. Moreover, there was the talent of rebirth that he had never utilized until now, which was imperative at this moment. He grasped the essence of rebirth in one hand and held the restorative potion in the other. Waves of evolution light descended upon them, striking their bodies as if imparting a truth. Typically, evolution would not be so arduous. However, the magnitude of the evolutionary leap for the little green snake and the little white turtle was monumental, compounded by the fact that the opportunity for evolution stemmed from the blood of mythical creatures. Upon reaching the mythical realm, they would become entirely different species compared to their previous state. Even a single droplet of their blood was alive, imbued with its own will. The refining and transformation of their bodies brought forth the agony of rebirth. If they could endure, the next challenge would be the struggle for will and soul. Should they fail to conquer or gain the acknowledgement of the divine beast's will within the blood, their fate would be sealed. Zhou Qi believed that victory would be improbable, yet there remained a flicker of hope for acknowledgement. As the refining of the divine blood gradually concluded, before their cries could crescendo, Zhou Qi swiftly transported them into the beast master space. The little green snake elongated, nearing 10 meters in length, its scales shed, revealing new dragon scales, while 4 limbs sprouted beneath, each adorned with 4 claws. The little white turtle also underwent a remarkable transformation, its body expanding significantly, with a shell surpassing the size of an ordinary grinding disc by more than tenfold, though its color remained unchanged. Zhou Qi sensed that their metamorphosis had reached completion. What remained was the quest for recognition of the will embedded within the divine blood. He thus brought them back into the external world. The backyard instantly became exceedingly crowded. Zhou Qi began to examine their current information. Name, Imu Qingjiao. Attribute, Woodwater Dragon. Race level, Near Emperor. Growth level, Intermediate Servant. Race skills, Dragon Might, Novice. Rainfall, Novice. Reverse Scale, Novice. Water Control, Novice. Dragon Breath, Novice. Essence of Emu, Novice. Common skills, Wrapping, Perfect. Lushness, Perfect. Hardening, Proficient. Rapid Healing, Beginner. Scaling, Beginner. Plant Control, Beginner. Energy Value, 4680. Description, Inherited from the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, commanding the power of Wood Element, a talent so rare in the world. Name, Bagua Xiangui. Attribute, Water Spirit. Race level, Sub-Imperial. Growth level, High-Class Servant. Racial skills, Telekinesis, Beginner. Water Control, Beginner. Efficient Sleep, Beginner. Xianming Cold Air, Beginner. Xuanwu Armor, Beginner. Bagua Calculation, Beginner. Common skills, Impact, Beginner. Hardening, Perfect. Dissuasion, Beginner. High-Speed Movement, Beginner. Water Cannon, Beginner. Wave Treading, Beginner. Sealing, Beginner. Energy Value, 5630. Description, Inherited from the bloodline of the Xuanwu, possessing the ability to calculate, the sage of all turtle kin. These statistics are finally commendable. The remaining question is whether they can endure. Should victory arise, the path ahead would be smooth. Failure, however, would lead to utter demise. Zhou Qi glanced at his reverse life, uncertain if the light of evolution could bestow assistance upon them. Observing the remaining broth, Zhou Qi pried open their mouths and fed them all, considering it a desperate remedy. Subsequently, he bestowed upon each 2 rays of evolution light. With all supplements now exhausted, Zhou Qi found himself powerless to offer further aid. What remained was trust and patience. My clingy little green snake, my clever little white turtle, it is now up to you. Leaning against them, Zhou Qi gazed at the azure sky, with clouds drifting lazily. And before he knew it, he drifted into slumber. In his quest to assist his pet's evolution, Zhou Qi had nearly exhausted both his spirit and body. When he finally opened his eyes, the sun had dipped below the horizon. Checking the time, he realized it was already the following day. At that moment, 2 massive heads unexpectedly loomed over him, startling Zhou Qi. Following that, he was overwhelmed with joy. You've made it. Roar, roar. Little turtle. Your green bean-like eyes have transformed into bronze bells, And you, little green, a creature of the dragon's lineage, have grown so handsome and agile. However, you both seem rather large. My little courtyard can scarcely accommodate you. The Azure Dragon and Xuanwu exchanged glances, immediately retorting. Not cramped, not cramped, not at all. Truly. As they spoke, they shifted, causing the Xuanwu's shell to scrape against the Azure Dragon's body, producing a jarring sound. Stop, don't move, Zhou Qi admonished, rubbing his ears. He recalled that the Azure Dragon possessed a scaling skill. A true dragon can be both grand and diminutive. When large, it can summon clouds and mist. When small, it can conceal itself. Little green, employ your scaling skill and see how small you can become. The Azure Dragon nodded, its entire form emanating a soft glow. In the blink of an eye, its previously colossal body shrank significantly. Not much use. It appears the proficiency of the skill is still too low. It must be enhanced. After checking both creatures' skills, Zhou Qi recorded them, then taught the Azure Dragon the scaling and rapid healing skills, while imparting the efficient sleep skill to the Azure Dragon. The remaining skills had little compatibility. The Xuanwu possessed a versatile telekinesis skill, yet such a skill could only be effectively wielded by creatures endowed with formidable mental talent. Even if taught to the Azure Dragon, it would yield mediocre results. Zhou Qi understood that the two had distinct roles, thus, there was no need to excessively pile on skills. The Azure Dragon served as both gardener and warrior, while the Xuanwu functioned as both diviner and warrior. Each had their own profession. Chapter 9. Superclass skills. Upon the successful evolution of Little Green and Little Turtle, their formidable power resonated back to Zhou Qi's reverse life. The reverse life ascended from awakening to the servant level, concurrently elevating Zhou Qi's beast mastery space to a second-tier level. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qi formalized the contract for Little Turtle. In addition to the elevation of his beast mastery space, Zhou Qi also experienced significant enhancements in both spiritual power and physical constitution. This was quite a delightful surprise. However, all honor and disgrace hinged upon a mere kitchen knife, leaving Zhou Qi at a loss for words. The promotion of reverse life stemmed not only from the feedback of his pet's powers, but also through regular usage. The more it was utilized over time, the higher its growth potential, accumulating enough to achieve advancement without any bottlenecks. What bottleneck could a kitchen knife possibly have, right? Just use it. Zhou Qi began to examine the skills of Little Green and Little Turtle one by one. Among them, Little Green possessed 3 superclass skills: plant control, essence of wood, and reverse scale. Zhou Qi attempted to instruct them, but after 2 consecutive failures, he chose to abandon the effort. Perhaps his own level was insufficient, resulting in a low success rate for teaching. The plant control skill allowed for absolute dominion over plants within a certain radius, accelerating their growth or reverting them to seedling state. In my domain, I dictate all. Quite domineering indeed. The essence of wood was even more wondrous, imbued with a rich essence of life, proving effective for plants, spirit beasts, and humans alike. It could heal physical and spiritual wounds and replenish energy. Even when encountering beings of a higher level than its racial tier, it still exhibited certain effects. The drawback was that, at his current skill proficiency, he could only condense 3 drops in a day. The essence of wood could be classified as a 6th-tier life resource. Even a single drop could be diluted into 30 bottles of top-tier 3rd-grade supplements. It was nothing short of a self-sufficient supplement production machine. Zhou Qi beamed with joy, for he would no longer need to purchase supplements. Self-sufficient, more than enough. There would even be surplus to sell. Lastly, the reverse scale, inherited from the Azure Dragon, was a rare amplification skill. Even at the beginner level of proficiency, once activated, it could triple speed, strength, physical prowess, and skill potency across the board. The higher the proficiency, the more terrifying the enhancement. Of course, there was a time limit. At the beginner level, it lasted 3 minutes. Zhou Qi also attempted to teach high-level skills like Rainfall, Dragon Breath, and Dragon Might, achieving a 60 success rate. This was a result of his enhanced capabilities. Previously, he likely would not have succeeded even half the time. Little Turtle also possessed 3 superclass skills. The Bagua calculation, derived from the principles of fortune and misfortune, could calculate all matters. However, deduction is not foresight. It could only provide vague insights, though it was considerably more detailed than mere fortune-telling. All things were encompassed within the Bagua calculation, undeniably deserving of its superclass title. The other 2 skills, Xuanwu Armor and Shimming Cold Air, were inherited from the blood of the Xuanwu, one providing formidable defense and the other capable of freezing all, even the soul. Zhou Qi instructed Little Green to condense 3 drops of essence of wood, dilute them, bottle them, and then began mechanizing the skill enhancement process. The first skill was undoubtedly scaling. This is an advanced skill, capable of both expansion and contraction, and is of utmost necessity for the 2 of them. Otherwise, Zhou Qi can only confine them to the beast mastery space, away from the light of day for an extended period. I shall enhance, achieving a success rate of 60%. Zhou Qi, relying on the diluted supplements, toiled until midnight before concluding his efforts. At this juncture, their scaling abilities had reached a remarkable level of proficiency. Initially, he aspired to achieve the realms of return to truth and even ascendance in one go. However, the latter two realms appeared somewhat peculiar. After maxing out at the proficiency level, he encountered 3 consecutive failures. It seemed the reverse growth level was too low. Zhou Qi promptly shifted the blame onto the reverse growth. Nevertheless, achieving proficiency was already sufficient, as both of them could shrink to a size reminiscent of their former selves. Alas, their strength would also be suppressed upon shrinking, leaving them with scarcely half of their combat capabilities. With little essence of the emu remaining, Zhou Qi, feeling gratified yet mentally and physically drained, returned upstairs to rest. As soon as he lay down, slumber overtook him. Xiao Qing and the little turtle remained by Zhou Qi's side, initiating their service of companionship during sleep. The following day, Zhou Qi resumed his business as usual. But few customers graced his establishment. Even when someone did appear, upon learning that it was food for beast companions, they departed immediately. In moments of boredom, Zhou Qi would enhance Xiao Qing and the little turtle, adding points to whichever they preferred. One day passed without incident, then another, and yet another. Zhou Qi felt he was on the verge of idleness. That so-called Master Pang and his granddaughter were truly unreliable. They had promised to introduce clientele. Alas, the hearts of men have changed, and the world is in decline. Ding! A sound emanated from his phone, signaling an incoming message. Who could be sending me a message? Zhou Qi glanced at the screen. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. May I ask whom you are looking for? Is this Mr. Zhou? I am Manager Wu from Guotai Insurance Company, the one who visited your home last time. Have you received the insurance compensation? Zhou Qi replied with a smile. Manager Wu. The funds have already been deposited. Very well. The contract will be mailed to your residence within a day. Please remember to check for it. Wishing you a pleasant day. Mr. Zhou. A broad smile spread across Zhou Qi's face, nearly distorting his features. Finally, the funds have arrived. At last, I can consider myself wealthy. It is time to indulge. Zhou Qi, flanked by Xiao Qing and the little turtle, strode down the street, turning heads wherever he went. His destination this time was the Illustrated Guide specialty store. Functional illustrated guides not only provide basic information about spirit beasts, but also facilitate the scanning and identification of resources. They are an indispensable tool for any beastmaster. The decor of the Illustrated Guide store was notably simple, predominantly in black and white, offering a visually pleasing atmosphere. How may I assist you today? A young and attractive female attendant approached with a gentle smile, displaying commendable professionalism. Please show me the latest model of the Illustrated Guide. Certainly. The attendant promptly retrieved a model from the glass display case, resembling a smartphone. This is the latest model, named ARC, integrating both Illustrated Guide functions and smartphone capabilities. Can it play Spirit Beast Alliance? No. Can it run Counter-Strike? No. Can it facilitate online payments? No. Then what use do I have for it? The attendant hesitated. The primary function remains that of an illustrated guide. The smartphone features currently only include calling and messaging. Additional functionalities may be integrated in the future for enhanced convenience. Zhou Qi replied nonchalantly, we shall discuss that later. The attendant's lips twitched in frustration, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Zhou Qi added, please recommend a guide with the most comprehensive information and the richest content. In that case, I recommend this one, the Dakian Illustrated Guide. It is currently the most information-rich guide for Beastmasters, featuring real-time updates and never becoming outdated. How much does it cost? 8 million. Zhou Qi's expression shifted. Then he chuckled. Dear lady, let's negotiate a discount, shall we? Chapter 10. Xiao Qing's first battle within a single day, spending 7.99 million felt like a dagger to Zhou Qi's heart. The money had barely warmed in his hands. Xiao Qing, little turtle, work diligently and remember to earn back the funds. Why should we? It's not being spent on us. Beastmaster, this is unfair. We protest. Zhou Qi chuckled. Protests are futile. Let's head home. After resolving his lunch, the afternoon saw the reopening of Tianshang Renjian, with an additional note on the signboard, high-quality life potions for sale. An hour later, a delivery arrived. Zhou Qi initially thought it was a customer. But upon realizing it was merely a delivery, disappointment washed over him. This will not do. While it said that good wine needs no bush, without proper recommendations. Foot traffic is insufficient, and business cannot thrive. It appears I cannot rely on others. I must take the initiative. That's right, to the Beast Battle Arena. A brilliant idea struck Zhou Qi as he thought of a prime location. However, he first needed to make a trip to the printing shop. The Beast Battle Arena in Siping City is of average scale, yet the foot traffic is quite substantial. Youngsters passionate about battle abound. Their fervor and spirited determination evident as they sweat and revel in their youth. Go, silk bug, spin your silk. Dodge it, unicorn bug. Use charge. To utilize the battle arena, one must queue, and Zhou Qi waited a full 30 minutes. Following that, he found himself waiting for an opponent for an inordinate amount of time, with no one accepting his challenge. Zhou Qi's expression darkened. What is wrong with this arena? A must for a negative review. Since Zhou Qi had registered at the servant level, his opponents would only be of that caliber. A beastmaster at the servant level, if well trained, might already be a professional beastmaster. Most professional beastmasters are engaged in external missions, while the elite might have entered Beastmaster University. Consequently, such beastmasters are a rare sight in the small city of Siping. Yangping, how long do you plan to stay in Siping City upon your return? The question came from the vice director of the battle arena, Mr. He. Just for a short while. The exploration team's tasks are quite demanding. Yangping sighed deeply. Indeed, it is demanding, yet the rewards are substantial, are they not? Vice Director He chuckled. Yangping smiled without responding. With servant-level battles and no one to accept, perhaps you could mentor the younger generation of Siping City. It would be a contribution to your hometown. Old He, you truly know how to delegate. Very well. I have nothing else to do. At long last, someone accepted the challenge. Yangping, 28 years old, a bit old, huh? Zhou Qi murmured as he gazed at the figures on the battle screen. Yangping arrived at the battlefield and, upon seeing his opponent, couldn't help but think, so young. A prodigy, it seems. Which of you will step forward? Zhou Qi inquired, glancing at his two guardians. The little turtle turned away, indicating a lack of interest in combat. However, the young Qing, possessing the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, was brimming with fighting spirit. Then it shall be you, Zhou Qi decided. Qing felt a surge of excitement. It was time for a long-awaited battle. Before encountering Zhou Qi, Qing had fought frequently for survival, often bearing wounds. Although life had become more comfortable since arriving at Zhou Qi's home, the fire of its warrior spirit had not diminished. Even though Zhou Qi had assigned it the role of a gardener, at its core, Qing remained a combat-oriented gardener. For this battle, Zhou Qi instructed Qing not to enlarge its form. Yangping regarded the diminutive Qing with a sense of confusion. A four-legged serpent? No, wait, could it be a true dragon? This is impossible. How could such a prodigy exist in Siping City? The lineage of true dragons is at least of the royal class, and acquiring a dragon offspring is an arduous task. As Zhou Qi noticed the lack of movement from his opponent, he spoke up. What about your beast? You aren't going to forfeit, are you? Yangping composed himself and summoned his beast, the forest wolf. The howl of the wolf echoed as it appeared, fixating its gaze on the opponent with palpable vigilance. An old friend, Zhou Qi grinned broadly. He utilized his Pokédex to investigate his adversary's details. Name, Forest Wolf, Attribute, Wood Race Level, Intermediate General Growth Level, High Servant Energy Value, 2204 Low, and behold, a Wood type. My dear Forest Wolf, I must say, you are having quite an unfortunate day, Zhou Qi chuckled. Shall we commence? Yangping nodded solemnly, then commanded, Forest Wolf, use Thorn Spike. Zhou Qi refrained from intervening in Qing's battle. At this level, guidance was unnecessary. Qing's body radiated azure light, followed by a fierce, albeit adorable, roar. Suddenly, the thorns aimed at Qing retracted in surprise. Both the forest wolf and Yangping were left bewildered. What just happened? Skills shouldn't retract once unleashed. This defies the laws of nature. Qing leaped towards the forest wolf, its body hardened, and unleashed the reverse scale, tripling its overall prowess. Dodge, forest wolf. Yangping felt an ominous aura envelop him and swiftly warned his partner. This instinct, honed through wilderness adventures, proved remarkably accurate. The diminutive creature before him was incredibly strong. It was unequivocally not a mere servant-level beast. Could it truly be a dragon type? The forest wolf attempted to flee from Qing's assault, yet Qing suddenly roared, its once cute vocalization transforming into a thunderous bellow. A wave of oppressive power descended upon the forest wolf's psyche, leaving it momentarily paralyzed. Dragon Might. Yangping instantly recognized the skill. It truly was a dragon-type beast. Yangping murmured, as the forest wolf found itself immobilized under the influence of dragon might. Qing approached and struck the forest wolf's abdomen with its tail, with the hardened reverse scale and dragonic form. The forest wolf let out a mournful cry as it was sent flying, crashing against the barrier. A massive wound marred its abdomen, blood and flesh in disarray. Yangping immediately conceded, rushing forward to assess his beast's condition as the barrier dissipated. Upon seeing the injury, Zhou Qi remarked, Qing, you are quite ruthless. Qing retorted, that was a standard attack. It's not my fault. Your choice of opponent was simply too weak. Zhou Qi was taken aback. Who did you learn to deflect blame from so quickly? He retrieved a vial of diluted ethereal wood essence from his beast space and approached Yangping. Is your forest wolf all right? No need to worry. Here, give this to it. Thank you, Yangping replied, administering a dose to the forest wolf. Azure light enveloped it. and its wounds began to heal rapidly. Even its spirit revived. What kind of restorative potion is this? He exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Qi smiled. Ethereal wood essence. A top-tier potion of the 3rd level. It swiftly mends physical and mental injuries for both humans and beasts. This must be exorbitantly priced. What is your asking price? Yang Ping inquired. No need for payment. Consider it a gift. If you require more, feel free to come to me for purchases. Yang Ping was momentarily taken aback. How had this turned into a sales pitch? Zhou Qi continued. Do not give up. The future of your beast is filled with potential. With the right approach, I believe you can grow even stronger. A piece of paper materialized in Zhou Qi's hand, rolled into a hollow tube, and slipped into Yang Ping's chest. Then, with a pat on Yang Ping's shoulder, Zhou Qi departed with an air of nonchalance, his final smile imbued with profound meaning. Yang Ping stood there, momentarily dazed. Why do I find these last words so perplexing? The right approach? To grow stronger? As he unfurled the paper, he saw the grand title, Heaven and Earth. The content resembled the ubiquitous small advertisements. Specialized in beast care, satisfaction guaranteed. Bring your own spiritual materials. High-quality life potions ensure your and your beast's peace of mind and spirit. New beast custody service. Pay as you go, allowing your beast to ride the express train. Evolutionary light breaks through racial barriers. Your beast deserves the best. Siping City, Beiping Street 256. Heaven and Earth welcomes your visit. After reading, Yang Ping felt utterly disheveled by the whirlwind of confusion. What was he even doing here? Chapter 11. Custodianship of the Azure Silkworm. Zhou Qi initially intended to seamlessly utilize the battle to eliminate the printed advertisements. However, he was disappointed to discover the combat arena's standards were exceedingly low, with scarcely any servant-level battles. His disappointment was palpable. He wondered if it was still possible to find an awaken-level beast. Oh well, every customer counts, Zhou Qi mused. Believing that Yang Ping, being slightly older, would not escape easily. Yang Ping, glancing at the advertisement, forced a wry smile as the vice director approached. Observing the forest wolf in excellent condition, he chuckled. It seems your opponent was not a worthy match for you. Yang Ping replied with a bitter smile. It's more accurate to say I was not a worthy match for him. He returned the forest wolf to his beast space, realizing that there were always greater talents beyond his own. Old he, I shall take my leave. As Yang Ping departed, the vice director scratched his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face. What does that mean? Why has he suddenly become so eloquent? At the Siping City Advanced Beast-Taming Academy, an inter-school beast competition was held at the beginning of each semester. In the finals, a queen spider dominated the arena, capturing the attention of all students and faculty, the applause resonating like thunder. Its master is a mere 16-year-old girl clad in red. She is none other than Pang Hongyue. In the small tertiary city of Siping, cultivating a low-tier servant beast at such a young age is a rarity not seen in decades, marking her as a prodigy. While not the only one at the academy to possess a servant-level beast, all others are her seniors in age. Yet, in the end, it is she who emerges victorious. Her queen spider is a high-ranking leader-tier beast, specially procured by Master Pang at her request. Such a pedigree is unparalleled among the students of the entire school. After all, she is fortunate to have a master-level grandfather. Red Moon, how did your queen spider suddenly level up? Wasn't it said that it would take at least several months? My silkworm stands no chance against yours now. Pang Hongyue replied. Zhou Qi, your silkworm was never my match to begin with. In these past 2 years, when have you ever defeated me? Once my little bug evolves, it will be a different story. You make evolution sound too simplistic. Pang Hongyue scoffed, suddenly recalling her own beast's leveling process, which indeed seemed rather straightforward. However, I recall your family is quite affluent. Perhaps you could explore the Tianshang Renjian on Beiping Street. Given the Zhuge family's lineage and wealth, acquiring beasts of the battle general or even leader tier should pose no issue. Yet, Zhou Qi, being rather obstinate, insisted on relying solely on his own efforts and clandestinely contracted a low-tier silkworm from the beast world, exposing himself to ridicule. The sole heir of the prestigious Zhuge family having as his first beast a silkworm was indeed a source of mockery. Silkworms have a short lifespan, lasting merely 3 years. Zhou Qi expended a considerable amount of resources to elevate it to the 10th awakening tier, subsequently training its silk spinning skills. The silkworm is an evolving beast, however. Its evolution is contingent upon the proficiency of its silk spinning abilities. To evolve into a leader tier race, it must achieve at least a perfect proficiency level. Although it is close to perfection, it still falls short. Skill training does not progress like growth levels. It can only be enhanced through diligent practice. Tianshang Renjian. Zhou Qi took Pang Hongyue's words to heart. Could the sudden elevation of the queen spider be related to this? The following day, Zhou Qi sought out the establishment known as Tianshang Renjian, a specialty shop for beasts. selling high-quality life potions. The glass windows were plastered with several small advertisements, all bearing similar content. It appeared somewhat dubious. Zhou Qing's doubts lingered, yet having arrived, he decided to take a look inside. Is anyone here? In the backyard. Zhou Qi heard the voice and promptly greeted him with a broad smile. Welcome. Are you here for a meal or to purchase potions? Zhou Qing's lips twitched. Indeed. It seemed rather untrustworthy. Actually, I wish to inquire about methods to assist my beast in evolving. Evolving? Zhou Qi's eyes lit up. This was a significant business opportunity. He feigned deep contemplation. The charges would not be small, and the materials for evolution would need to be provided by the client. The shop would not offer a thin profit. Is it truly feasible? Zhou Qi was taken aback. He had merely asked out of curiosity. He summoned his beast. The silkworm. What do you think of my little bug? It resembles a green caterpillar. Do you wish for it to transform into a butterfly? However, its growth limit has not yet been reached. I believe it would be best to prepare for evolution once it enters the low-tier servant stage. Thus, the evolved butterfly beast should prove stronger. I share your thoughts, but the race potential of the silkworm is somewhat limited, making its advancement considerably more challenging than that of other beasts. Perfect timing. Zhou Qi smiled slightly. Rest assured, we offer a one-click entrustment service. You merely need to lift a finger, pay a fee, and everything will be taken care of by our shop. Zhou Qi remained skeptical. He felt that those who boast tend to be hard to trust. Zhou Qi continued. What level do you wish your silkworm to attain? Low-tier servant. With the highest proficiency in silk spinning skills. In that case, I recommend you purchase a 5-day entrustment package, allowing your silkworm to stay in our shop for 5 days. After that, we'll return to you a brand new silkworm. Is that true? So my silkworm will be entrusted to you. By the way, what is your name? My surname is Zhou. I am Zhou Qi. Boss Zhou, you must take good care of my silkworm. Zhou Qi nodded. The evolution fee combined with the skill training fee totaled 1 million, but with a discount, he would charge 80,000. Remember to bring the money next time. Zhou Qi initially thought the customer, being a student, would not have much money and planned to accommodate him. Wow, that is really expensive. Peng Hongyue was not lying. Fortunately, I still have over 3 million in pocket money. No need, I'll pay right now. A rich second generation. Zhou Qi's smile grew wider. He favored such customers. All right, silkworm, let us commence your special training. On the table, the 30-centimeter-long silkworm trembled at Zhou Qi's beaming face. Zhou Qi took it to the backyard. Xiao Qing, Xiao Gui. This is our first beast customer. You must take good care of it. Xiao Qing and Xiao Gui cast a glance at the silkworm, causing its spirit to quake. Though they appeared diminutive, they emanated an overwhelming aura, instilling fear in the silkworm. Upon turning its head, the silkworm saw Zhou Qi brandishing a knife towards it, causing it to curl up in terror. Is he going to slaughter me? Beastmaster, what kind of place have you sent me to? Pseudo-contract. Identification. Registration. A series of operations confirmed that the silkworm met the conditions for training. The blade struck its body. The silkworm felt no pain but instead found Zhou Qi much more approachable upon opening its eyes, as though he were its beast master. Level up. In just one instance, the silkworm's silk spinning proficiency reached perfection. Zhou Qi was quite surprised. It seemed the creature's skill proficiency was not low. He then continued teaching for 16 more sessions. Rays of light struck the silkworm, which felt its skill proficiency steadily increasing. What an extraordinary training method. No, it should be said that the knife itself is a remarkable one. Zhou Qi took a sip of a wood-based potion and said, Xiao Qing, take good care of it. Teach it to fight and reinforce its skills. Xiao Qing responded with a roar, leave it to me. The silkworm trembled once more. In a mere 3 days, under Zhou Qi's skill training and Xiao Qing's rigorous regimen, the silkworm underwent a transformation. Name, silkworm. Attribute, insect. Racial level, low-tier servant. Growth level, low-tier servant. Race skill, silk spitting, return to essence. Energy value, 1260. During this instructional session, Zhou Qi discovered that low-tier racial skills could be enhanced beyond the return to essence level. Although this revelation was delightful, it seemed that time was of the essence, and he would have to wait until his own realm improved to experiment further. Once the silk spitting skill transcended to return to essence, the energy value of the caterpillar surged dramatically. It was likely that this particular green silkworm possessed the highest energy value ever recorded. With the aid of Zhou Qi's exceptional talent for growth, the caterpillar had reached its pinnacle, poised to undergo metamorphosis. Chapter 12. The Prospective Monarch, Mushu and Phoenix Butterfly. With only 2 days remaining, Zhou Qi refrained from further enhancing the caterpillar. The cost of achieving a skill proficiency that surpassed 800,000 at the initial stage of return to essence was substantial. Initially, it was merely an experiment, but now it could be deemed a pleasant surprise. Nevertheless, even without additional enhancements, the training of the little green caterpillar continued unabated. Each day, it was required to produce a copious amount of silk. Presently, its silk had undergone a transformation. The silk of the transformation stage gradually became transparent, while the silk of return to essence returned to its original hue of green. Although unremarkable in appearance, it possessed the remarkable trait of being impervious to fire and water. When subjected to energy attacks, it radiated a soft glow and exhibited exceptional resilience, rivaling that of steel wire. Even if captured tightly, the little green caterpillar would find it quite challenging to extricate itself, unless it reverted to its original form or employed its reverse scale. On the internet, high-quality silkworm silk had a flourishing market. Zhou Qi stored the silk produced by the caterpillar over the past 2 days and listed it for sale online. As the 5-day mark arrived, Zhou Qi arrived punctually, and the pseudo-contract was dissolved by Zhou Qi. Upon seeing the caterpillar, which had more than doubled in size, Zhou Qi expressed his astonishment. It's now a servant level, even larger than the average servant-level green silkworm. How did you manage this, Boss Zhou? Perhaps our little shop offers superior nourishment. Through my unique training and the caterpillar's diligence, its silk-spitting skill has undergone a metamorphosis, and it is now ready to evolve at any moment, Zhou Qi replied with a smile. If you have the materials for evolution prepared but lack confidence, I can recommend our shop's evolution package, which guarantees value for money. Zhou Qi hesitated momentarily, but upon observing the current state of the caterpillar, he steeled himself and said, I trust that Boss Zhou will not disappoint me. He produced 5 materials. Zhou Qi consulted his illustrated guide, identifying them as the feathers of a monarch-level phoenix-tail butterfly, phoenix bloodstone, wind crystal jade, balsam flower, and evergreen leaf. With so many materials related to the phoenix, are you planning for your caterpillar to evolve into a phoenix butterfly? Zhou Qi nodded, affirming, that is indeed the case, but the evolutionary forms of phoenix butterflies are exceedingly rare, and I have been unable to acquire their evolution methods. I can only collect relevant materials as best as I can. These materials range from levels 4 to 5, and I should be capable of handling them now. Zhou Qi pondered for a moment, then declared, leave it to me. Although I cannot guarantee what it will evolve into with these materials, I am confident in the evolution process. Then I shall once again entrust this to you, Boss Zhou. Certainly, the evolution package is priced at 3 million. Zhou Qi inhaled sharply. With the racial level reaching commander level or higher, 3 million is not excessive, is it? I recall that commander level offspring are at least nearing 1 million. Zhou Qi nodded. Boss Zhou, please wait a moment. Zhou Qi surmised that funds might be insufficient. Shortly after, Zhou Qi returned and promptly made the payment. Zhou Qi felt satisfied. He had just been contemplating the caterpillar's evolution. He resolved to enhance the evolution process by incorporating the silkworm silk and ethereal wood essence, ensuring that this evolution reached at least the mid-commander level for it to be deemed successful. Indeed, racial evolution was the most lucrative business. Completing a single transaction could afford one a 6-month respite. After Zhou Qi departed, Zhou Qi once again established a pseudo-contract with the caterpillar, as the feedback power from racial evolution could assist in its reverse growth. Every opportunity counted, and none should be overlooked. Subsequently, Zhou Qi began processing the materials. He felt uncertain about handling the level 6 materials and thus decided to feed them to the caterpillar separately at the end, using silkworm silk as the base. He crafted a broth by finely chopping the phoenix bloodstone, wind crystal stone, and the feathers of the phoenix tail butterfly. Finally, he garnished the dish with balsam flower and evergreen leaf, completing a phoenix blood noodle dish. Here you go, caterpillar. Eat up and prepare for your evolution. The caterpillar nodded in understanding. The dish, imbued with Zhou Qi's divine chef enhancement, was a culinary delight for the pet beasts. The caterpillar devoured every last morsel. Soon after, its body began to emit a radiant glow, a sign of impending evolution. The little green caterpillar concentrated 3 drops of ethereal wood essence and launched them into the caterpillar's mouth. The ethereal wood essence acted as the final catalyst. The brilliance surrounding the caterpillar intensified as it tilted its head skyward and began to spit silk. The silk cascaded like rain, enveloping it and ultimately forming a green chrysalis. The light of evolution. Zhou Qi swiftly unleashed 2 waves of energy and took a hearty gulp of diluted ethereal wood potion. This is all I can do. The rest is up to you. He cast a glance at the enormous green chrysalis before commencing his augmentation work for the little green caterpillar and little turtle. Excluding the super tier skills, many skills needed to reach the transformation stage, which would take nearly a month at the very least. Zhou Qi was unhurried. He would proceed at a measured pace. The following day, as dawn broke with the sun's first rays painting the sky in hues of red, the massive green chrysalis in the backyard suddenly emitted a crisp cracking sound. The little turtle, endowed with formidable mental strength, was the first to notice the situation and promptly alerted the little green caterpillar and Zhou Qi, dressed in loose shorts and a black tank top. Zhou Qi hurriedly leapt out of bed and dashed downstairs. The moment of pet evolution was not to be missed. The over a meter-tall green chrysalis exhibited tiny fissures at its apex, with faint sounds emanating from within. As time elapsed, the sounds from inside the chrysalis grew increasingly pronounced. Thump, thump, thump. It resonated like the beating of a drum. Zhou Qi inwardly cheered. Caterpillar, give it your all. Do not let my expectations down. The sounds from within the chrysalis began to diminish, and the atmosphere turned increasingly somber. Was the chrysalis formed from return to essence level silk too resilient? Zhou Qi began to feel a pang of worry. Suddenly, a faint green light emanated from the cracked chrysalis, and the presence of the creature within began to rise steadily. Roar. According to the little green caterpillar, that was the luster of rapid self-healing. And Zhou Qi realized that it was not surprising for it to awaken such a healing skill, given the presence of ethereal wood essence as an evolutionary material. However, this was likely its final struggle. A resounding cry of the phoenix erupted as the chrysalis shattered explosively. Amidst a flurry of falling leaves, a butterfly-like pet beast, towering over 3 meters, flapped its wings in the air. Its body resembled that of a phoenix-tail butterfly, with vibrant wings predominantly adorned with green leaf patterns. Zhou Qi smiled and promptly checked its details. Name, Mushuan Phoenix Butterfly. Attributes, Wood and Wind. Race rank, Quasi-King. Growth level, Intermediate Servant. Race skills, Insect Silk, Return to Truth. Flying Leaf Whirlwind, Beginner. Common skills, Phoenix Wings Soaring, Beginner. Control Thread, Beginner. Rapid Healing, Beginner. One Leaf Hiding the Eye, Beginner. Gale, Beginner. Intimidation, Beginner. Windblade, Beginner. Energy Value, 3032. To think it is a Quasi-King. Zhou Qi was pleasantly surprised, feeling the feedback from the evolution. His reverse grade had already reached the level of a high-ranking servant, and he himself had also experienced an elevation. At this moment, Xiao Qing and Xiao Gui soared into the air, flying to the side of the Mushuan Phoenix Butterfly, roaring a few times in congratulations. Observing the creature's towering 3-meter form, it could easily occupy nearly a third of the courtyard space if it were grounded. Zhou Qi frowned slightly, swinging his hand to unleash a blade of light that cleaved into the Mushuan Phoenix Butterfly. Teaching, scaling. Then came the points allocation, allocating, until reaching perfection. Insect. Shrink to the smallest size. The Mushuan Phoenix Butterfly nodded, reducing itself to a size comparable to Xiao Gui. Scaling had become a skill Zhou Qi graciously bestowed. Subsequently, he sent the previously captured photos of the insect cocoon, the emerging chrysalis, and the evolved form to Zhou Qi. Chapter 13. Why does a professional beast tamer still have written tests? Just wait for me. I will be there shortly. Observing Zhou Qing's final message, Zhou Qi's expression turned peculiar. He felt something was amiss. Am I overthinking this? After freshening up and changing clothes, Zhou Qi stepped out with a mobile phone in hand. Half an hour later, upon returning with a grin, he noticed a figure pacing back and forth at the entrance. The rhythm of their footsteps revealed their anxious state. Boss Zhou, you finally returned. Zhuge, you arrived so early. I only just stepped out for breakfast. Zhou Qi replied while opening the door. Have you eaten breakfast? Zhou Qi wore a face full of grievance. Boss Zhou, please spare me the small talk. I am eager to see my insect. Why the rush? Why not just call out? My place isn't large. Insect would surely hear you. Just let it come out to see you. Right. With a click, the door swung open. Zhou Qi stared at the open door. Did he still need to shout? Before heading to the backyard, Zhou Qi severed the pseudo-contract with the insect. Upon Zhou Qing's arrival, his eyes darted around like a machine gun. Where's my insect? Such a large butterfly. Zhou Qi rolled his eyes and gestured towards Xiao Qing and the others. Isn't that it? Why has it shrunk so drastically? This was Zhou Qing's immediate reaction upon seeing the mini Mushuan Phoenix Butterfly. Upon spotting its former master, the insect joyfully flew over and perched on Zhou Qing's shoulder. Feeling the familiar sensation from the contract, Zhou Qi finally confirmed the insect's identity. Your insect has awakened the scaling skill. It can freely grow larger and smaller. Zhou Qing's eyes lit up. Make it bigger. Meh. In a soft white glow, the Mushuan Phoenix Butterfly revealed its true form, its wings fluttering as wind swept leaves away. Identical to the images. Boss Zhou, thank you immensely. Gratitude is indeed in order, Zhou Qi replied nonchalantly. After all, this outcome exceeded my expectations. Your insect is now a quasi-king race with an intermediate servant growth level. It has not only awakened the intimidation skill, but also possesses advanced skills. Others like rapid healing and control thread are quite beneficial as well. You may explore them at your leisure. Your insect has become so formidable. Meh. All thanks to the training by the great Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi beamed with happiness. Boss Zhou. No, brother Zhou. The insect claims all credit belongs to you. Of course. Zhou Qi's tail perked up in delight. Now that your insect is so impressive, we might as well attempt to participate in the Professional Beast Tamer Qualification Assessment this year. Who knows, we may just pass. The Professional Beast Tamer Qualification Assessment, Zhuge, we might even become rivals. Zhou Qi said with a smile. Zhuge Qing was momentarily taken aback. Brother Zhou, you are not a professional beast tamer. Zhuge Qing's voice rang out loudly, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. The bewildered expression in his eyes seemed to say, unbelievable. Young man, your expression is quite off. I am merely 18 this year. Is it strange not to be a professional? Indeed, Brother Zhou. Your ability to cultivate such an outstanding quasi-king race so swiftly must mean your own beast is even more extraordinary. Zhuge Qing noticed the two mini beasts lazily basking in the sun by the pond. Are those your beasts? They look adorable. That posture clearly indicates they are of a high caliber. Enough with the flattery. Zhuge Qing, realizing his intent had been uncovered, scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. Well, business is business. The insect's achievement as a quasi-king is indeed its own fortune. Thank you, Brother Zhou. The Professional Beast Tamer Qualification Assessment is approaching. I must hurry to register and then find time to practice some exam papers. Brother Zhou, I shall take my leave for now. Once I become a professional beast tamer, I will come to visit you. After Zhuge Qing departed, Zhou Qi stood in a daze. Wait, why is there a written test for the beast tamer assessment? Why was I not informed? 5 years of simulated training, 3 years of college entrance examinations. Zhou Qi recalled the fear that once governed him. Initially brimming with confidence for the beast tamer assessment, his enthusiasm plummeted to frigid depths. Surely, it cannot be an issue to not pass the written test for the Professional Beast Tamer Qualification Assessment. Although Zhou Qi was reluctant about the written exam, he remained keen on becoming a professional beast tamer. After much contemplation, he ultimately registered online. He then received the following information: assessment location, QH City, Beast Tamer Alliance Hall. Assessment date, December 21st. With more than a month and a half until the Professional Beast Tamer Qualification Assessment, he thought not to worry about the written test for now. He would simply practice a few papers to get by. However, practical combat skills are vital throughout every beast tamer's career. It was acceptable to fail the written test. But one's beast's combat prowess must be formidable. Though skill training continued daily, Zhou Qi had never participated in actual combat or true wilderness battles. Gazing at the azure sky outside the courtyard, the world seemed vast and inviting. Perhaps it was time to seek an opportunity to venture out. The following afternoon, Yang Ping, a beast tamer who had once clashed in the battle arena, came knocking. Zhou Qi was somewhat surprised. Did his small advertisement actually work? Old Yang, is that you? Here to purchase life potions? Upon hearing this address, Yang Ping's face twitched. Why did it sound so awkward? I am merely 28. Is that not acceptable? Moreover, have we reached such a level in our relationship? Yang Ping harbored a multitude of grievances within, yet ultimately refrained from expressing them. When one is in need of assistance, they must lower themselves in stature. It seems I should inquire about the price of the potions. If the cost is reasonable, I would like to purchase several vials. Just as Zhou Qi was about to acquiesce, the little turtle suddenly conveyed through the contract that aligning with the other party would be advantageous. The gossiping turtle had spoken, prompting Zhou Qi to smile and say, given our camaraderie, even a 50% discount would pose no issue. By the way, old Yang, are you planning to venture out soon? How do you know? Yang Ping responded, somewhat taken aback. Purchasing restorative potions, is it not a preparation for an outing? I happen to have been considering a journey for training. Why not bring me along? You are aware of my capabilities. I would never hinder you, would I? Yang Ping silently rolled his eyes, recalling that the last time, he had faced off against my weakest beast. Yang Ping's thoughts raced. Are you implying that if I refuse, you will not sell to me? Fear not. Should anything go awry, I shall bear the consequences myself. Should you agree, I can offer you 2 vials of life potions free of charge, while the remaining 8 can be sold to you for a total of 400,000. 400,000. ISNT the original price 100,000 per vial? Zhou Qi replied. Is 100,000 truly exorbitant? This is a top-tier potion of the 3rd rank, capable of healing both physical and mental wounds. It is unique in the market, with no other equivalent available. With a long sigh, Yang Ping relented. Very well. Then you may join us. Let it be known beforehand that I am the captain of the Qinggu exploration team, and our destination is the Yanyang mountain range. Outdoor exploration is not a trivial matter. You must adhere to my commands. Should you act recklessly, do not blame me for expelling you from the team. Zhou Qi grinned broadly. Understood, Captain Yang. Chapter 14. Joining the expedition, the Crimson Flame Tiger King. The Yanyang mountain range is situated not far from Xiping City, serving as the nearest large habitat for wild spirit beasts. The outskirts of the mountain range enjoy a temperate climate throughout the seasons, while the temperature gradually increases deeper within. Due to the presence of a fire vein underground, locals immediately think of this area when seeking fire-related resources. Zhou Qi donned a mountaineering outfit, leaning on a trekking pole, while his backpack was stowed in the spirit beast space. As for Xiao Qing and the little turtle, they remained perched on his shoulders. Having watched a certain animated series, they unanimously believed that truly formidable spirit beasts preferred not to enter the spirit beast space. Zhou Qi acquiesced to their wishes. If they choose not to enter, so be it. The spirit beast space offers them negligible growth, far less than a meal prepared by him. Tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Zhou Qi currently utilized the spirit beast space as a vast storage area, filled with bottles, jars, pots, and even ingredients. Upon seeing Zhou Qi's attire, Yang Ping mistakenly assumed he was off on a leisurely trip, leaving him speechless. The expedition comprised 7 individuals, all members of the Qiangu exploration team except for Zhou Qi. It was at this moment that Zhou Qi noticed Yang Ping's strongest spirit beast was a high-level warrior. Among the remaining 5, 4 also possessed warrior-level spirit beasts, while the last, a newcomer to the team named Chun Ming, only had a high-level servant. Zhou Qi felt a sense of kinship with him. However, Zhou Qi believed that his Xiao Qing and the little turtle could easily outmatch his spirit beast, thus feeling a blend of camaraderie and the loneliness of being unmatched in their tier. Our objective is to locate yin-yang crystals and crimson flame flowers, which necessitates venturing 30 miles into the yin-yang mountain range. That area is the territory of commanding level spirit beasts. Along the way, everyone must follow orders and refrain from wandering off. As he spoke, Yang Ping cast a glance at Zhou Qi, who momentarily froze. Why are you looking at me? Am I that sort of person? Zhou Qi checked his notes. Both items were classified as level 4 resources, with yin-yang crystals priced at around 110,000 each, while crimson flame flowers were even pricier, nearing 150,000 per bloom. The primary reason being that they are not rare resources. Some uncommon level 3 resources could fetch tens of thousands. Little turtle, guide me towards the path of greatest bounty. The little turtle raised its claw and pointed left. Meanwhile, Yang Ping was about to head right. Old Yang, what is it? I believe you are taking the wrong path. Would you trust me? Yang Ping's forehead throbbed with veins. From the outset, he had opposed me. It was a mistake to bring him along. My little turtle claims that if we go left, we may encounter greater rewards. The others looked curiously at the little white turtle, whose small, bean-like eyes appeared drowsy. Zhou Qi continued, my little turtle possesses a remarkable skill that can predict fortune. Even if you do not believe me, surely you would trust a spirit beast. The skills of spirit beasts are diverse, with the potential for all manner of abilities to awaken. Therefore, this time, you would do well to heed my advice. Yang Ping felt a surge of anger. Not only was he contradicting him, but he seemed to be usurping authority. The others were swayed. The purpose of the exploration team was not merely for leisure. Primarily, they sought resources and wealth. If there was an alternate route that promised greater rewards, Yang Ping, I shall endure. It is not that I do not believe you, but the habitats of wild spirit beasts are not to be trifled with, unless you can substantiate your claims. The others concurred with Yang Ping's sentiments. Zhou Qi pondered for a moment and said, in that case, allow me to guess which of your spirit beasts is the strongest. A person named Chun Su chuckled. Very well, but the captain must be excluded. The others agreed as well. Little turtle, please commence your performance. The little turtle surveyed the crowd with its small eyes, then closed them, promptly raising its claw to point at Chun Su. Chun Su's expression turned peculiar, and the others mirrored his confusion. What is it? Is something amiss? Yang Ping remarked. It is not incorrect, but among the team, both Chun Su and Zhao Cheng possess medium-level warrior spirit beasts, and they are evenly matched during practice. At this moment, Zhao Cheng added, in a life-and-death battle, I am not a match for Brother Su. That settles it. Zhou Qi chuckled. Thus, Zhou Qi successfully usurped authority and gained the right to lead. For them, the periphery posed little danger. Any spirit beasts they encountered were swiftly driven away. Leading the way, after traversing several miles, they discovered 4 or 5 examples of level 2 and 3 resources. As they proceeded, the sighting of spirit beasts dwindled. Yang Ping and his companions, seasoned and vigilant, began to brace themselves. This scenario could be attributed to either of 2 situations. Either the spiritual energy was thin and resources were scarce, leading spirit beasts to avoid this area, or it was the territory of powerful spirit beasts, where lesser ones dared not roam. The thinning spiritual energy was perceptible to Yang Ping and his team. The meager spoils along the journey were indicative of the reality. Yang Ping's mind raced, uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong. As they passed through a thicket, a wave of scorching air suddenly enveloped them. Before them lay a vast expanse of exposed solar crystals, interspersed with a scattering of crimson flame flowers, which preliminary estimations suggested numbered in the dozens. A collective breath was held among the group. Yangping quickly regained his composure, realizing that such a considerable resource could not possibly be unclaimed. Not far behind the solar crystals, a cave loomed ominously, undoubtedly the abode of its owner. The question lingered, was the owner present? Everyone, pay attention. Quickly gather the solar crystals and crimson flame flowers. This must be the territory of a formidable spirit beast. Should we sense any danger, we must evacuate immediately, he commanded. Understood, Captain. The members of the expedition displayed a demeanor of strict compliance. Zhou Qi also stepped forward to collect several solar crystals and crimson flame flowers. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby cave, reverberating through the air like a clap of thunder. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Yangping decisively exclaimed, "Everyone, retreat." Simultaneously, a similar roar echoed from a distance, seemingly in response to the initial sound. The power of the voice suggested immense strength. "You unreliable little turtle," Zhou Qi protested, his indignation evident. "Moving this way promises the greatest rewards, no doubt about it." The turtle retorted, "You dare to speak back? I'll dock your food for a day." Xiaoqing jeered, delighting in the turtle's predicament. Having not ventured far, they encountered numerous spirit beasts. At this juncture, Yangping and his companions had no time to chastise Zhou Qi for the route he had taken. Each of them summoned their own summoned beasts, focusing their efforts in a unified direction to launch an assault. Fire, thorns of the abyss, gale, earthquake. They unleashed their skills with abandon, causing the ground to tremble and clouds of dust to rise. With Yangping's advanced battle beast leading the charge, their chances of breaking free from the encirclement appeared promising. Xiaoqing and the turtle merely provided support, targeting only the spirit beasts that approached Zhou Qi. Just as they seemed on the verge of escape, the earlier roar resounded once more, this time laden with an air of authority. The aura of intimidation was palpable. Save for Zhou Qi, the faces of all others fell in alarm. This was the hallmark of a king-level spirit beast, radiating a mastery of intimidation. Zhou Qi assessed the situation, sensing the weight of the threat. Under the influence of this intimidation, all summoned beasts halted their actions, even those attacking them. The path cleared as a towering figure, over 2 yards in height, approached with grace, its back ablaze with crimson flames. Its arrival sent a wave of heat surging through the vicinity, compelling the other spirit beasts to bow their heads, as if paying homage to their monarch. Yangping, taken aback, exclaimed, "The crimson flame tiger? How could this be?" Chen Su bore a similar look of disbelief. Recalling that the crimson flame tiger was a high-ranking commander-level spirit beast, how could it possess the intimidating presence of a king? Curiosity piqued. Zhou Qi sought to ascertain the creature's details. Name, Crimson Flame Tiger King, attribute, fire, race level, Quasi-King growth level, Quasi-King energy value. 225,400. This does not appear to be the time for leisurely contemplation. Zhou Qi urged. Little turtle, quickly assess our fortunes. Chapter 15. The dragon's might emerges, the cave gives birth. Roars echoed from the cave, saturated with anguish. The Crimson Flame Tiger King's eyes reflected anxiety and concern, exhibiting a remarkably human quality. It let out a low growl, its commanding gaze sweeping over the group before it turned and sprinted toward the cave. Zhou Qi, puzzled, wondered what was happening. Suddenly, the turtle conveyed a message. Follow it? Is there a chance for fortune? Zhou Qi was taken aback. Was the turtle truly suggesting they pursue such a perilous path? Wait, did you not say that this direction promised the greatest benefits? Are these solar crystals and crimson flame flowers merely appetizers? Is the true treasure within the cave? The Crimson Flame Tiger had transcended its former status, evolving into the Crimson Flame Tiger King, a quasi-king level entity, awakening the power of intimidation. Surely, the turtle wouldn't lead him astray. Otherwise, who would he turn to for enhancements in the future? Seeing the Crimson Flame Tiger King depart, Yangping exhaled in relief. Despite not fully understanding the situation, he sensed an opportunity. Everyone, let us break free from the encirclement with all our might. Crimson Flame Warwolf, unleash your flames. The others followed Yangping closely, pushing through the barrage of attacks to escape the trap. At that moment, none noticed that Zhou Qi had fallen behind. After they had fled a considerable distance, Chen Su finally remarked, "Captain, Zhou Qi hasn't kept up. He may be caught in the encirclement." Yangping sighed. After all, they had never coordinated effectively before. Life and death are predestined. I've made my intentions clear to him. Use your life potions to heal yourselves and your beasts. And those capable of riding should mount up and leave swiftly. Understood, Captain. The group prepared to comply, but Chen Su, noticing Yangping glancing back, questioned, "Captain? Chen Su, you take them ahead. Wait for me at the old spot." "Captain, you after all, they are my responsibility, and he is a genius. It would be a pity for him to perish here." Without the Crimson Flame Tiger present, I may have a chance to bring him along. Chen Su sighed deeply. Captain, remember to return safely. If things become untenable, Yang Ping smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I am not so foolish. I merely intend to do what must be done. With Yang Ping's promise, Chen Su led the others toward the outskirts of the Solar Mountain Range, while he retraced his steps. The remaining spirit beasts fixated their gaze on Zhou Qi, eyeing him like a piece of meat. Zhou Qi smirked. What are you all staring at? Stay away from me. Your heavy scent is suffocating. Before long, a figure leaped into view. It was none other than Yang Ping. Zhou Qi, taken aback, asked, Why have you returned? Come on. I'll lead you out. Why would I want to leave? I've just managed to stay behind. Zhou Qi's expression turned scornful. I never expected you to be so cunning, realizing that the true treasures lie within the cave. Do you wish to share in the spoils? Yang Ping chuckled in disbelief. What are you talking about? Even if treasures lie within, do you think you could snatch them from the Crimson Flame Tiger? Quickly, now is the time to leave. Zhou Qi regarded Yang Ping with a calm gaze before striding toward the cave, knowing that the cave harbors a tiger, yet approaching its den. Stay close to me. Zhou Qi ignored Yang Ping, standing with arms crossed, casually instructing, Xiaoqing, clear the path. The Xiaoqing on his left shoulder soared into the air, unleashing an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The air thickened, crackling with energy as if something was violently rubbing against it. Subsequently, the pressure surged skyward, tearing through the clouds above. Yang Ping swallowed hard, stunned by the sheer might of the dragon's aura. He turned to glance at his battle wolf, who lowered its head, tucked its tail, and emitted a whimpering sound. Under such a formidable dragon's might, all creatures trembled in fear, and the oppressive aura spread in all directions. After a considerable time, the Crimson Flame battle wolf finally regained its composure, yet its gaze remained unusually vigilant. Yang Ping had no choice but to retract it into the beast-taming space, and then followed closely behind Zhou Qi. Not a single spirit beast in the vicinity dared to impede Zhou Qi's advance. To confront this dragon's might head-on, one would at least need to be an advanced warrior. Unfortunately, only a few dared to make a stand. Zhou Qi, even if your pet's dragon might is formidable, it surely cannot contend with that Crimson Flame Tiger. I am aware of this, yet my little turtle assures me that this venture is fraught with no peril. I trust its judgment. Yang Ping rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. Even if there are opportunities ahead, you are gambling with your life. What a madman. Yang Ping muttered under his breath, yet he did not leave. At this moment, he felt that staying by Zhou Qi's side was the safest option. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, the Crimson Flame Tiger King sensed the dragon's might outside and immediately let out a roar as a warning. Zhou Qi strode directly inside, eager to uncover the mysteries within. The cave was not as dark as he had envisioned. A brilliant red glow illuminated the space, emanating from fiery red crystals. Amidst a pile of blazing sun crystals lay a massive Crimson Flame Tiger, appearing somewhat frail. In front of it stood a more robust Crimson Flame Tiger, the one he had seen outside. The Crimson Flame Tiger King was acutely aware of the dragon's might. Roar. One male and one female? It seems they are in the throes of childbirth. Zhou Qi discreetly appraised the situation, and as he had suspected, they were indeed giving birth. But it was a difficult labor, lacking sufficient energy, leaving the mother in a weakened state, her life hanging by a thread. In human terms, if a doctor were present, they might ask the male tiger whether to prioritize the mother or the offspring. Both were of the quasi-king species, and their offspring should not exceed this rank. However, the true Crimson Flame Tiger King was of a lower kingly tier. They were originally Crimson Flame Tigers who had gained a blessing to evolve further, but had not achieved a true leap in life, remaining stuck at the quasi-king level. However, their offspring was likely to be a legitimate Crimson Flame Tiger King, a lower king. The mother tiger was unable to provide the energy required for childbirth, resulting in a depletion of her vitality and a difficult delivery. No wonder my little turtle said it would be a perilous yet safe journey. Should I assist the mother tiger in her delivery, I would undoubtedly become their family's savior, securing their friendship with ease and potentially gaining the treasures hidden within this cave. Truly, the 8 trigrams turtle is remarkably accurate. After pondering this, a smile appeared on Zhou Qi's face as he spoke. Crimson Flame Tiger King, do not be angered. I can assist your mate in her delivery. The Crimson Flame Tiger King was not easily swayed by humans, its mouth gathering intense flames. Little Qing, ethereal wood essence. A jade-green light coalesced, releasing an enchanting fragrance that immediately filled the air. Although it was but a single drop, the surging life energy within was palpable to all present. The mother tiger, upon catching the scent, opened her eyes, regaining some awareness. Crimson Flame Tiger King, what do you think? This drop of ethereal wood essence can restore your mate's spirit and provide a vast amount of life force, sufficient to aid her in delivering the offspring. The Crimson Flame Tiger King's eyes flickered, caught in hesitation. At that moment, the mother tiger let out a low growl, prompting the king to make a decision. After a low growl, he nodded in agreement. Zhou Qi grinned widely, guiding the ethereal wood essence toward the mother tiger's mouth. After consuming it, the mother tiger radiated a faint green glow. Moments later, her spirit was fully restored, and her stamina, depleted from childbirth, was replenished. Roar. The delivery continued. Chapter 16, Astonishing Gains. With ample energy at her disposal, the mother tiger successfully gave birth. To further endear himself to this family, Zhou Qi provided an additional drop of ethereal wood essence to aid her postpartum recovery. Watching the mother tiger tenderly lick her newly born cub, one could see the love in her gaze, as if she were performing a rite of blessing, welcoming her offspring into the world. The Crimson Flame Tiger King let out a thunderous roar, conveying this joyous news to the outside world. Outside the cave, a chorus of howls erupted in celebration of the new birth. Witnessing this scene, a weight finally lifted from Yang Ping's heart, and he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Surely, all is well now. He glanced at Zhou Qi, a wave of admiration swelling within him. Initially, he had thought Zhou Qi merely an ordinary genius, but it seemed he had nearly reached the pinnacle of the nation's elite. The dragon's might, interfering with the very fabric of reality, was at least of a perfect level. With such a dragon's might possessed by a pet, its rank could only be high. Kingly status was the minimum. To have a king-level cub at such a young age was rare indeed within the entire nation. And coupled with such mastery of dragon's might, it was truly unparalleled. After all, the elevation of skills is no simple feat. It becomes increasingly challenging with every ascent. How has he accomplished this? Yang Ping pondered in confusion. Could it be that he has formidable backing? At this moment, Zhou Qi smiled and said, Crimson Flame Tiger King, congratulations on the birth of your precious offspring. Here is a gift from my little nephew. Zhou Qi presented a few vials of diluted life potions as a congratulatory gift, simultaneously elevating his own status. Yang Ping watched in stunned silence, astonished that Zhou Qi would call the Crimson Flame Tiger King a brother. Surely, the king would not accept such a gesture. Yet, to his astonishment, the Crimson Flame Tiger King accepted the gift. Yang Ping felt a burning embarrassment flush across his cheeks. How utterly disrespectful of this tiger brother. But then again, what am I but an insignificant nobody? At that moment, the mother tiger let out a couple of low growls, prompting the Crimson Flame Tiger King to hesitate as he glanced at the still blind cub before nodding in agreement. Roar. Follow me. Understanding the Crimson Flame Tiger King's intent, Zhou Qi proceeded deeper into the cave. Yang Ping had intended to follow, but the mother tiger let out a stern warning, causing him to halt immediately. Old Yang, wait for me here. Do not wander, lest you be devoured whole. Get lost. Yang Ping retorted with a laugh. Zhou Qi chuckled, leading little Qing and the little turtle onward. As they continued their descent, the air grew increasingly hot, and the path grew steeper. Even Zhou Qi, with his current physical prowess, found it somewhat unbearable. However, he was not foolish enough to endure this heat alone. Little Qing, control the water and dispel the heat. Under little Qing's guidance, a stream of water enveloped Zhou Qi, flowing continuously without hindering his movement. The Crimson Flame Tiger King merely cast a casual glance back and chose to ignore it. After what felt like an eternity of walking, the Crimson Flame Tiger King finally came to a halt, and Zhou Qi at last understood the nature of the place he had entered. Beneath the sun of the flames, the heart of the earth's fiery veins. This was a world of fire, with rivers of lava flowing gently, occasionally bubbling with scorching flames. A myriad of black stone pillars, totaling 108, are scattered throughout the area. Each pillar is crowned with a flame of a deep crimson hue, varying in size from large to small. Core flame. Originating from the depths of the earth, it possesses an extraordinarily high temperature and is classified as a renewable level 5 resource. Besides the core flame, the most abundant resource here is the solar crystal, blooming in clusters like flowers across the landscape. Some of these solar crystals emit a liquid-like radiance, reminiscent of jade. Solar jade, commonly found in hot regions, it has a gentle warmth that can alter one's constitution with prolonged wear, classified as a level 5 resource. As Zhou Qi wandered around, he suddenly stumbled upon a small puddle, its milky white substance thick and exuding a faint, exotic fragrance. Millennial earth milk. Found deep within the earth, it accelerates the growth of spirit beasts and is classified as a level 6 resource. In addition to these, there are fire attribute crystals and gems equivalent to the solar crystals. This place is indeed a treasure trove of fire resources, all of which are renewable. Zhou Qi felt a pang of desire, yet he quickly restrained himself. After all, this was someone else's territory. He must not overstep. Judging by the demeanor of the Crimson Flame Tiger King, it was clear that he was permitted to take some as a form of reward. The memory of the earlier exchange between the Tiger King and the Tiger Queen brought a smile to Zhou Qi's face. Another bout of bronchitis. Brother Tiger King, since you are so gracious, I shall begin my collection now. Little Turtle, you may assist. The little turtle, possessing the mental prowess of a transformation level, found the task quite effortless. They gathered 32 core flames, 45 pieces of solar jade, and 108 drops of millennial earth milk. As for the level 4 fire resources, they collected a considerable amount. The Crimson Flame Tiger King was not at all perturbed by the level 4 resources, considering them a mere trifle. However, level 5 resources grow at a much slower pace compared to levels 3 and 4, and even with their longevity, they cannot be utilized indefinitely. This harvest was already quite bountiful, perhaps exceeding Zhou Qi's entire fortune. Brother Tiger, thank you. The reward is rather generous. However, I dislike being in debt to others, so I shall repay this favor to the little tiger nephew, he said with a chuckle. The Crimson Flame Tiger King led Zhou Qi and his companions away. Upon encountering Yang Ping, Zhou Qi greeted him with a smile. Old Yang, sorry to have kept you waiting. I intend to stay here for a few more days. You may return first. Yang Ping rolled his eyes in exasperation. You should have said so earlier. Let me escort you out. With the Crimson Flame Tiger King as his ally, Zhou Qi navigated the region with ease, unimpeded by any beasts. Old Yang, although your return today seems somewhat unnecessary, Yang Ping's expression darkened. Nevertheless, you are quite a decent fellow. I am glad to have you as a friend, so consider this my token of gratitude. Zhou Qi produced 100 or so level 3 and 4 fire resources to present to Yang Ping. This is too much. Yang Ping protested. Not at all. To each according to their needs. Accept it, as it will greatly benefit the growth of your Crimson Flame Werewolf. After some contemplation, Yang Ping relented. All right, I will graciously accept. After bidding farewell to Yang Ping, Zhou Qi returned to the Tiger King's den. Approaching the Tiger Queen, he received no objections, allowing him to poke a finger at the little tiger nestled against her. The adorable little tiger twitched its ears, exuding a delightful cuteness. Zhou Qi smiled and stepped aside, suddenly producing pots and pans. The Tiger Queen watched curiously as he skillfully processed the core flames, solar jade, and millennial earth milk with a chef's knife, adding milk, sugar, and a rare essence of ethereal wood, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Her tiger eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was the first time she had witnessed someone transform such heavenly treasures into food. Was this a talent? Such a peculiar gift. Would such food not result in food poisoning? Yet, it smelled so enticing, so irresistible. The little tiger, catching a whiff of the milk aroma, lifted its little head, eyes closed, sniffing around dreamily. Zhou's homemade fragrant spirit beast milk tea. Zhou Qi chuckled as he approached the little tiger with a plate of his creation, ready to set it down, only to be halted by the Tiger Queen's paw. Let me sample it first, she insisted. As a loving mother, she was understandably cautious. Zhou Qi allowed her to take a lick, and her eyes instantly lit up, wide with astonishment. My goodness, how delicious it is. Moreover, it is packed with energy, possessing a strange power that seems to facilitate my final transformation. Unbeknownst to her, she licked several more times. Zhou Qi watched in bemusement as the plate grew emptier, his expression a mix of surprise and amusement. Your sampling duty is rather earnest. It resembles more of a food heist. The Tiger Queen, noticing the empty plate, looked up and growled softly. Where did it all go? More, please. The little tiger whined, seemingly in a fit of tantrum. The Tiger Queen cast a glance and raised her paw to assert dominance. Zhou Qi couldn't help but laugh, likening her to a monkey trapped under a mountain. The intense gaze from the Tiger Queen exerted significant pressure on Zhou Qi. He could only mutter to himself, Little tiger, it's not that I refuse to feed you, but your mother seems to have forgotten you in her pursuit of deliciousness. A vivid tableau of maternal affection unfolded before him. Chapter 17, Caring for the Tiger Cub. As the last remnants of the milk tea vanished, the Tiger Queen finally ceased, recalling her own hungry cub, and generously offered the final small bowl to it. The little tiger, upon receiving food, erupted with joy, its pink tongue licking eagerly in delight. This spirit beast milk tea could significantly accelerate the growth of spirit beasts, with a gentle medicinal effect far superior to the singular millennial earth milk. The Tiger Queen felt considerable benefits after consuming it, not to mention the newly born little tiger. However, due to the special preparation from Zhou Qi's chef talent, even if the little tiger could not fully digest it, the resulting energy would subtly accumulate within its body, hastening its growth and assisting it in quickly transitioning from infancy to maturity. The growth phase of spirit beasts is exceedingly protracted, without external aid. It could take decades, or even centuries. After finishing the milk tea, the little tiger, with milk stains on its whiskers and a faint glow emanating from its body, soon fell into a deep slumber. By the time it awoke, it would likely have opened its eyes. Over the next 2 days, Zhou Qi enticed many high-ranking warriors and even commanding level spirit beasts to spar with Little Qing and the Little Turtle, enhancing their combat prowess. Spirit beasts, typically proud creatures, found themselves swayed by the delicious food. The result was a mutually beneficial arrangement. During this period, the little tiger grew remarkably fast, changing noticeably within mere hours, and had now reached the height of Zhou Qi's calf. However, it was rather plump. Every time Zhou Qi began to cook, it would eagerly appear, drooling and waiting expectantly, resembling an insatiable glutton. Perhaps due to the allure of the food, the little tiger seemed to favor Zhou Qi more than its own parents. In essence, where there is milk, there is affection. Brother tiger, I apologize for the disturbance these past few days. Today, I plan to take my leave, Zhou Qi remarked, observing the little tiger beneath the tiger queen's paw, whining in a mix of amusement and exasperation. The sight of those tear-filled eyes was truly heart-wrenching. It could bring sorrow to the listener and tears to the beholder. After Zhou Qi walked away, the tiger mother finally released the little tiger, who hurried back to the cave to fetch a bowl, eager to pursue him immediately. The tiger father and mother exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. What an unfilial son. Just as Zhou Qi was about to exit the Yanyang mountain range, the ground suddenly trembled, and the crimson flame tiger king dashed forward. Leaping right in front of him, Zhou Qi was momentarily stunned, observing the tiger king with the little tiger clutched in its jaws, while the little one stubbornly clung to a stone bowl. This bizarre scene, was it some sort of guardianship? Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it childcare. The little tiger greeted Zhou Qi with a garbled sound, its eyes shimmering with curiosity. Zhou Qi felt a wave of annoyance. The little tiger seemed like a mischievous brat. It probably considered itself a free meal ticket, taking advantage of the situation. Brother Tiger King, are you asking me to help you look after your son? Zhou Qi inquired. The crimson flame tiger king nodded, opening its mouth to gently release the little one onto the ground. The little tiger scampered to Zhou Qi's feet, affectionately nuzzling against him. Hello, Zhou Qi's mom. I've come to find you. Its pristine white fangs glimmered in the sunlight. Zhou Qi buried his face in his hands. With a low growl, the Tiger King cast a lingering glance at the little tiger before turning back to retreat. As Zhou Qi continued his journey, the little tiger eagerly followed, bobbing its head. Upon returning to Siping City, it drew curious glances from the passers-by. Finally home, Zhou Qi murmured, and the little tiger looked up, puzzled but aware that this was likely Zhou Qi's residence. Well, from now on, this will be my stronghold and cafeteria in the human city. Back in familiar territory, Xiao Qing and the little turtle basked in the sun on the rocks by the backyard pond. The little tiger frolicked about joyfully. Zhou Qi knelt down before it, ruffling its fur. This is my home, and you must adhere to my rules here. First, I shall name you. Given your rotundity, you shall be called Fat Tiger. The little tiger let out a couple of discontented whines, its eyes brimming with defiance. But defiance was futile. In my house, I hold the final say. If you refuse to obey, there will be no food for you. Upon hearing the word food, the little tiger promptly straightened up. Very well. Moving on to the second rule. In my home, if you do not work, you shall not eat. What? The little tiger tilted its head, bewildered. It seemed all punishments revolved around food. This is too severe. Let us establish these two rules for now, with the possibility of adding more later. That was enough for the time being. Yet Fat Tiger continued to emit sounds of protest. I promise to be obedient. Good. Now go sweep the floor, and then wipe the table. Sweep the floor? Wipe the table? What are those? Fat Tiger's head tilted in confusion. As it had only ever known the concept of eating, everything else was of little consequence. Zhou Qi rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Is this little one truly a glutton? Xiao Qing, come teach Fat Tiger how to clean. Why is it always me? Isn't there a white turtle? The little turtle remained unfazed. Observing the three pets, Zhou Qi sighed softly. It seemed his home was about to become quite lively. To prevent Fat Tiger from growing too rapidly and becoming enormous, Zhou Qi forged a pseudo-contract with it and taught it the skill of resizing, initially enhancing it to perfection, with further adjustments to follow later. Thus, Fat Tiger transformed into a small, adorable kitten. In addition to the adorable creature brigade, Zhou Qi pondered, we have enough players for Mahjong, but we still need one more for a match. With 2 of the 4 spirit beast bloodlines already utilized, Fat Tiger could be considered a substitute for the White Tiger, leaving just one avian creature to find. Perhaps a good opportunity would present itself in the future. A few days later, Yang Ping arrived at Tianshang Renjian and was taken aback upon seeing the crimson little kitten beside Zhou Qi. Doesn't it resemble that one from the Yanyang mountain range? Zhou Qi chuckled. Indeed, it's that little rascal. Its parents found it too mischievous and entrusted it to me. That's a low-tier monarch. You are quite fortunate. Zhou Qi laughed wryly. Fortunate? This is merely a glutton. Perhaps I should just give it to you to raise. Would you part with it? Yang Ping seemed intrigued. What is there to miss? This little glutton is utterly useless aside from its appetite. Whoever wishes to keep it may do so. Upon hearing this, Fat Tiger's eyes filled with tears, and it glared at Yang Ping, baring its teeth. The meaning was clear. Dare to touch me, and I shall bite you. Yang Ping observed Fat Tiger and sighed. Perhaps it's better if I pass. I don't have that kind of fortune. Fat Tiger breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, at least you are wise. Those who obstruct my food path shall face dire consequences, unless they are Zhou Qi's mother. Yang Ping had come primarily to see if Zhou Qi had returned and to express his gratitude. Their idle chatter was brief before he departed, stating that he had accepted an exploration mission to the northern snow city. After Yang Ping's departure, Tianshang Renjian fell into a profound tranquility with no visitors. Zhou Qi spent his days leveling up, cooking, selling items online, and indulging in video games, a true homebody existence. As for the Beast-Master profession assessment, Zhou Qi had devised a clever plan. He assigned the written examination tasks to the little turtle, which possessed remarkable intelligence and aptitude. Thus, the little turtle became the busiest of all in the household. Zhou Qi had procured a plethora of Beast-Master-related books and numerous practice papers, hoping it would emerge as a Beast-Master scholar. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing took on the role of the little turtle's supervisor, relishing in the sight of it toiling away. Be kind to others. Time slipped by quietly, and the day of the Beast-Master profession assessment approached. Chapter 18, The Battle of Fat Tiger. In QH City, Zhou Qi arrived 2 days early to familiarize himself with the surroundings, accompanied by Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi had now become Zhou Qi's little brother. Despite already possessing a level 2 Beast-Master space and the ability to contract another pet, however, he was quite satisfied with the evolved Mushu and Phoenix butterfly and planned to focus on training it until he became a professional Beast-Master, at which point he would contract a second creature. Brother Zhou, it hasn't been long since we last met, yet you have acquired another pet. It's rather adorable. Where did it come from? I found it in the Yanyang mountain range. Do you believe me? Zhou Qi chuckled. At present, Zhou Qi was adorned with numerous companions, leaving him almost no room. The Azure Dragon on his left, the black tortoise on his right, and a little milk tiger cradled in his arms. Zhou Qi appeared somewhat skeptical. If you don't wish to share, that's fine. However, why do you have them all out? I've never seen anyone like you. The big shots prefer not to stay in the Beast-Master space. I'm quite helpless in that regard. Zhou Qi's shoulder bore a butterfly, his own pet, named Chong Chong. The two made their way to the largest pet battle arena in QH City, which was notably more vibrant than that of Siping City. Utilizing the arena of the battle hall, the entry fee is set at a uniform national rate of 200. However, there exists a wager combat mode, wherein the victor receives free admission while the vanquished bears the entire cost. Although Zhou Qi possesses considerable wealth, who would willingly pay when a free option is available? The same applies to Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi's little turtle has already ascended to the ranks of a low-tier battle general, demonstrating an astonishing rate of growth. While little Qing is nearing the limits of the servant tier, its skills, energy, and development are impeccable. With just a bit of time and effort, it will seamlessly transition into the battle general tier. Fat Tiger has also reached the 8th stage of awakening, and with Zhou Qi's assistance, most of its skills have achieved a level of perfection. Name: Crimson Flame Tiger King. Attribute: Fire. Species rank: Low-tier monarch. Growth level: 8th stage of awakening. Species skills: Flame, perfect. Tiger Roar, perfect. Common skills: Deter, proficient. Fire Puppet, perfect. Scaling, transcendent. High-speed healing, proficient. Fire Leaving Daylight, entry. Fire Meteor, proficient. Fire Pod, perfect. Supervision, proficient. Energy value: 958. Such energy surpasses that of most low-tier servants. Hence, Fat Tiger will serve as the main combatant in this battle. Fat Tiger's opponent is the Icefield Snow Wolf, a low-tier commander species with a growth level of low-tier servant and an energy value of 1239. On the surface, the Icefield Snow Wolf possesses greater energy. However, fire counters ice, and coupled with the disparity in skill proficiency, the Icefield Snow Wolf stands no chance against Fat Tiger. When Fat Tiger enters the arena, the Icefield Snow Wolf gazes down with disdain. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding tiger roar echoes, and Fat Tiger's form suddenly enlarges, towering over the Icefield Snow Wolf by several centimeters. Crimson flames erupt from its head, extending all the way to its tail, radiating intense heat that engulfs the entire arena. A flicker of fear glimmers in the Icefield Snow Wolf's eyes, as the roar carries an air of intimidation. Such skills are typically awakened only by species of monarch rank, denoting a kingly essence. Go, Fat Tiger! Roar! Fat Tiger, in exuberance and synchrony with Zhou Qi, lets out a couple of roars before lunging towards the Icefield Snow Wolf. Although merely 2 months old, this young tiger has grown rapidly, yet retains a childlike simplicity charging headlong into battle without a hint of strategy. Frostwind. The ice-field snow wolf exhales a blast of icy wind, attempting to freeze Fat Tiger. Instantly, the flames enveloping Fat Tiger blaze higher, transforming its entire body into a fiery tiger. Tiger Roar. At Zhou Qi's command, this sound wave attack strikes directly at the brain. The ice-field snow wolf, affected by the roar, whimpers in pain. Firepot. Zhou Qi is puzzled as to why Fat Tiger has awakened such an unusual skill. Nevertheless, the Firepot, which boasts both offensive and defensive capabilities, proves to be a valuable skill. Roar. A massive flaming frying pan materializes above the ice-field snow wolf and descends with great force. Quick dodge. The Beastmaster of the ice-field snow wolf shouts urgently, but despite the command, the wolf remains incapacitated by the aftereffects of the tiger roar, its ears ringing and unable to comprehend its master's voice. Consequently, the fiery frying pan strikes it soundly. The ice-field snow wolf collapses onto the ground in a rather comical manner. The Beastmaster, recognizing the situation, promptly concedes. Your creature is formidable, alas. My ice-field snow wolf is countered by its flames. Otherwise, the outcome may have been uncertain. Even without the counter, you would still be unable to prevail. The ice-field snow wolf's Beastmaster is left bewildered. The disparity lies not in the creatures, but in their masters. Zhou Qi chuckles softly and departs, with Fat Tiger shrinking down to follow closely behind. Naturally, this battle is but one of many. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Qi finds another opponent. This time, it is a Earth-type rock sheep, a mid-tier servant with an energy value nearing 1600. The rock sheep possesses remarkable agility, matching Fat Tiger in speed, and employs long-range attacks with flying rocks, forcing Fat Tiger to respond with fireballs rather than engaging in close combat. Given the energy disparity, Fat Tiger is at a disadvantage in a war of attrition. Tiger Roar. The opposing Beastmaster furrows his brow, but appears experienced enough to issue a countermeasure. Rock Sheep. Seal your ears with stone and continue launching flying rocks. Through the bond of their contract, even without hearing, the Rock Sheep can receive commands telepathically. Humph. Zhou Qi snorts coldly. Fat Tiger, increase your energy output and retaliate with the fire pot. The stones are sent flying back, causing the Rock Sheep to evade. Fat Tiger closes in, engaging in a series of exchanges. Yet, the opponent's body seems as if constructed from solid rock. Fat Tiger's sharp claws inflict little damage. Rock Armor? A high-level skill, quite impressive. I shall take note of it for now. It seems I must find an opportunity today to enhance Fat Tiger's hardening ability, lest it remain in such a passive position. Utilize Deter. With proficient Deter, its power is formidable, causing the opponent to cower in fear and significantly reducing its strength. Supervision and Fire Pot. Under the effect of supervision, the Rock Sheep's movements appear to slow down dramatically, rendering everything crystal clear. This mode is colloquially referred to as whack-a-mole. Every strike is precise. Already weakened by Deter, the Rock Sheep is caught off guard as Fat Tiger leaps, delivering a powerful fire pot strike that leaves it dazed and reeling. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive heavy strikes leave the Rock Sheep severely injured, prompting its Beastmaster to immediately concede. In the servant tier, unless the energy disparity is excessively vast, overcoming a stronger opponent through special skills and high proficiency is not insurmountable. However, as one ascends to Commander and Monarch tiers, battling beyond 1S rank becomes significantly more challenging, especially at the Monarch level and above. Tales of victories against higher ranks are virtually non-existent. After the match, Zhou Qi administers a few doses of life potions to replenish Fat Tiger's energy. At that moment, Zhou Qi approaches. Brother Zhou, how did the battles go? Not too shabby. If you found it lacking in challenge, would you like to register for the Lingyun Cup? It is said that many who intend to participate in the professional assessments are signing up as well. The prestige is quite high. The Lingyun Cup? Let us go and take a look. Zhou Qi promptly leads Zhou Qi to the registration area, where he has already signed up. The Lingyun Cup competition begins at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, comprising both elimination rounds and formal matches. In the elimination rounds, only 1 creature may be summoned, while in the formal matches, 2 may participate in rotation. This is a small competition held within the Qinghai Battle Hall, and as it only involves Beastmasters of servant rank or above, there are not many participants, merely 32 in total. Not every individual's pet can engage in battles beyond their rank. Such encounters, if mishandled, may result in significant injuries to one's beloved companion, rendering the endeavor futile. The champion of the Lingyun Cup shall be bestowed with rewards, 100,000 ancient dragon coins, and a Tier 3 resource, the passion fruit. At noon, they first indulged in a meal. Among them, the chubby tiger was the most eager, already whimpering impatiently. Mom, hurry and prepare the meal. Zhou Qi managed to settle his own lunch, while also preparing a portion for several pets. By the time he finished, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Chubby Tiger. If you fail to qualify for the official match, your dinner will be halved. Zhou Qi proclaimed decisively, startling Chubby Tiger, who immediately vowed to give his utmost effort. In the elimination rounds, Chubby Tiger showcased remarkable prowess, launching a frenzied offensive and successfully clinching victory. Zhou Qi also advanced smoothly. Next came the official competition. In the third group of the Lingyun Cup's formal matches, Zhou Qi faced Chengyu. As the referee's voice rang out, both competitors entered the arena, and the protective energy shield activated. In the Beastmaster battles, the Beastmasters are also participants in the fray, not mere spectators watching the duel of their companions. Pets are partners, intimate comrades in arms. The two can even engage in combined forms of combat. However, merging is no trivial feat. It hinges on the Beastmaster's own physical prowess. If they cannot withstand the energy of their pet, recklessly merging will only endanger themselves. Zhou Qi continued to employ Chubby Tiger, while Chengyu summoned the Thunder Leopard. Upon seeing the opposing pet, Zhou Qi's brow furrowed. The Thunder Leopard was far rarer than the Crimson Flame Tiger. Arcane sparks of electricity flickered around the Thunder Leopard. Its gaze fierce, exuding an intimidating presence. Its emergence elicited gasps from the onlookers. Zhou Qi assessed its data. Name, Thunder Leopard. Attribute, Lightning. Race level, Semi-King. Growth level, Intermediate Servant. Energy value, 1740. This is quite a formidable opponent. Chubby Tiger seemed to sense the looming danger, roaring repeatedly. The lightning attribute is seldom encountered. Its speed surpasses that of the wind, and its destructive power exceeds that of fire. Chubby Tiger found itself at a distinct disadvantage, particularly with an energy value that lagged behind by nearly half. The only advantage lay in the proficiency of its skills. The Thunder Leopard dashed forward, nearly transforming into a streak of light, and even with Chubby Tiger's exceptional vision, it struggled to keep track. With a swift movement, the Thunder Leopard's sharp claws tore into Chubby Tiger's flesh, eliciting a low growl of pain. Even as flames surged around Chubby Tiger, the Thunder Leopard remained undaunted. Under the onslaught of lightning energy, it charged forward. Unable to gauge the opponent's position, Chubby Tiger found itself at a severe disadvantage in this match. Chubby Tiger, engulf the arena in flames. Zhou Qi commanded, knowing that even at the cost of energy, he must restrict the opponent's movements. The immense flames, radiating scorching heat, were not something any beast could easily withstand. Lightning armor, Chengyu calmly declared, as azure arcs of lightning crackled, repelling the surrounding flames. Chubby Tiger's flames were of perfect quality. If sustained, the Thunder Leopard's lightning armor would falter. As the sea of fire dissipated, Zhou Qi issued another command. Intimidation, Tiger Roar. The sound reverberated throughout the arena, affecting the Thunder Leopard, albeit slightly. Fire puppets. Two fiery effigies of tigers charged toward the Thunder Leopard. The Thunder Leopard aimed to shatter them, but Chengyu instructed, jump to evade and unleash lightning slash with all your might. The Thunder Leopard spun in midair, its tail resembling a long sword, enveloped in lightning. Unleash solar flare, Zhou Qi commanded. The super tier skill was not easily executed, lacking sufficient energy. It could only be deemed a half-finished product. Although the Thunder Leopard's lightning slash was a high-tier skill, its destructive capability was formidable. Failing to counter with full strength could result in Chubby Tiger being cleaved in two. The clash of the lightning slash against the half-super tier skill ignited a powerful gust of wind. Flames and lightning arcs scattered in all directions. Had Chubby Tiger not been energy depleted, it might have countered the attack, but now, the lightning slash sliced through the fiery sphere. With a mournful cry, Chubby Tiger collapsed against the energy shield, a deep gash bleeding profusely. In the first round, Chengyu emerged victorious, prompting the referee to ask Zhou Qi to summon his second pet. Zhou Qi glanced at Chubby Tiger with concern, immediately administering a full bottle of life potion. Chubby Tiger shrank down, transforming into a small cub, which Zhou Qi cradled in his arms. It whimpered, I did my best, don't reduce my food, Mom. You little glutton. Zhou Qi chuckled helplessly, before his expression turned fierce. Though battles are blind and injuries are inevitable, he was still incensed. My pets are only allowed to be bullied by me. Xiao Qing, go avenge Chubby Tiger. The small Qing on Zhou Qi's left shoulder soared into the arena, its form expanding from 20 centimeters to over a meter. The semblance of a flood dragon began to manifest, with horns sprouting from its forehead, whiskers flowing, and four claws beneath its belly. It could even soar through the air. Was this truly a dragon-type pet? The spectators erupted in astonishment, the atmosphere igniting with excitement. Even the referee cast sideways glances. True dragon-type pets were exceedingly rare, and each one immensely powerful. Observing the unmistakable true dragon form, it was evident that its racial level was not low. The Thunder Leopard growled incessantly, as Xiao Qing's mere presence exerted unimaginable pressure upon it. Are you ready? I shall commence my attack. Cheng Yu's expression turned grave, and the thunder leopard readied itself for battle. Dragon's might. Zhou Qi mentally commanded, allowing it to unleash its perfect level dragon's might. The roar of the dragon echoed thunderously, visibly shaking the air. The thunder leopard was greatly intimidated by this display of power. Its intimidation was at the proficient level, 2 tiers below the perfect level. Furthermore, dragon's might was exclusive to dragons, and high-level dragon's might was truly terrifying. Had the thunder leopard's growth level surpassed that of Zhou Qi, it might have been able to withstand it, but it would have needed to be at least an intermediate warrior to do so. Under the oppressive dragon's might, the thunder leopard found itself devoid of combat spirit. Cheng Yu furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent in a mere competition. His thunder leopard could hold its own against pets of semi-warrior level due to its attribute advantage. But the rival's flood dragon utterly overwhelmed it in both growth and skills. Gazing at the frightened thunder leopard, Cheng Yu conceded, "I surrender." Zhou Qi had expected Cheng Yu to summon a second pet, but was taken aback by the immediate withdrawal. "My second pet is already at the warrior level. There is no need to engage in a battle of servant levels." Zhou Qi smiled. "I am completely unperturbed by that." Cheng Yu regarded Zhou Qi with a deep glance, ultimately deciding against further contention. After all, the professional Beastmaster assessment was just 2 days away, and there was no need for such confrontation. By that time, we shall determine our standings. Meanwhile, hushed discussions ensue. Cheng Yu, I'm mused. Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't he the son of Qing Tianqi? It is rumored that his grandfather, father, and mother are all top-tier masters. Goodness, a second-generation master, with such a background and resources. It is no wonder he possesses a thunder leopard as a cherished beast. I can only surmise that his primary companion must be even more formidable. Perhaps, another replied. But who exactly is this Zhou Qi? I haven't heard much about him. Does anyone know? Zhou Qi chuckled lightly, stepping aside to rest as he prepared for the third round of combat. He felt that his previous battle with Fat Tiger had sufficed, planning to leave the subsequent encounters to Zhou Qi. In the third round, progressing from 8 to 4 competitors, he achieved an effortless victory. The fourth round, narrowing down from 4 to 2, culminated in another easy win. The finals pitted Zhou Qi against Zhou Qi. The insect, previously trained by Zhou Qi, could be considered her apprentice. It was well aware of her prowess and thus harbored little fighting spirit, leading to its swift defeat. Without a doubt, Zhou Qi claimed the championship of the Lingyun Cup. Moreover, news of his possession of a dragon-type beast spread, along with whispers of his intent to participate in this year's professional assessment. The fervor surrounding the Beast Tamer's professional examination surged once more. Chapter 20, Beast Testing. December 21st. In QH City, at the Beast Tamer Alliance Hall. The Alliance Hall primarily serves as a venue for professional-level assessments and various alliance affairs. I wonder if I will succeed this time. Zhou Qi muttered incessantly, causing Zhou Qi a headache. Zhou Qi, are you a monk or something? You talk too much. Zhou Qi could no longer endure it. Your insect is of a quasi-king's lineage. There won't be many beasts surpassing it. The assessment doesn't limit the number of passers. As long as one performs excellently, one can succeed. What are you worried about? But the insect's skill training is far too low. Most skills are merely at the basic level, with only a few being proficient. Then return and train diligently. Come back next year. After all, you're only 16. Zhou Qi retorted, no way. Since we're here, we must give our all and strive to pass this time. Zhou Qi, exasperated, shot him a glance and ceased to engage further. In a spacious area of the Alliance Hall, a sea of people gathered. Silence. A resounding voice echoed, imbued with authority that inspired reverence. From a short distance away, a dozen personnel clad in red and white uniforms approached, accompanied by 4 machines. This assessment is divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, allowing individuals to freely select their group without affecting their scores. The assessment comprises 4 rounds, testing both written knowledge and combat prowess, culminating in a final trial. After grouping, participants may select any one of their beasts for testing. The results will yield 16 seed players, who, after completing the written test, can proceed directly to the final trial. The remainder must undergo combat testing, with staff members evaluating each group regardless of the outcomes. Only the top 84 will advance to the final trial, with scores derived from the total of the first 3 rounds. Is everything clear? Understood. Then choose your groups. You have only 10 minutes. If you fail to choose, it will be deemed as withdrawal from this assessment. The crowd began to stir in a flurry of activity. Zhou Qi opted for Group A, and Zhou Qi did likewise. The testing commenced. First candidate, name, age, testing beast. Yin Sheng, age 19, beast, ice-armored beast. As the beast tamer summoned the creature, a towering figure of ice, over 2 meters tall, materialized before the crowd, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The ice-armored beast ascended the testing platform, and a radiant light illuminated as the circle moved up and down. Zhou Qi discreetly assessed the opponent's data, adding it to the system's Spirit Beast Codex. Name: Ice-Armored Beast. Attribute: Ice. Species level: Intermediate Commander. Growth level: High-Level Servant. Energy value: 1795. Next, Zhao Rui, age 17, Beast, Iron-Eating Beast. Iron-Eating Beast, Intermediate Servant. Energy value: 1356. Forest Wolf, High-Level Servant. Energy value: 1467. Qing Tongue Lion, High-Level Servant. Energy value: 2302. Each registrant receives a candidate number, crucial for the upcoming assessments. Zhou Qi was positioned in the middle, requiring a while before it was his turn. Earth Flame Dragon, Quasi-Warrior, Energy value: 6769. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was the first low-level king beast of Group A, drawing considerable attention. How can there be such a disparity between beasts? It's over 5 times mine. How can one compete with that? That one seems to be called Luo He, from the Luo family in Qinghai, the foremost family in QH City. Silence. Next candidate. Zhou Qi was equally astonished upon hearing the 6769 energy value. A quasi-warrior, yet another low-level king. It seemed several skills had reached mastery level or above. However, that was the extent of it. Apart from the Earth Flame Dragon, only 1 or 2 other quasi-king species emerged, sparking discussions among the onlookers. Yet none exceeded the limit of 5,000. An energy value of 5,000 already equated to the starting point for low-level warriors, apart from species kings. Only high-tier beasts with skills honed to perfection could attain such heights. In the blink of an eye, only one person remained ahead of Zhou Qi. Gao Bin, age 18. Beast, Thunderflame Sprite. Upon Zhou Qi's assessment, it was confirmed to be an elemental-type intermediate king, exceedingly rare. Name: Thunderflame Sprite. Attribute: Thunder and Fire. Species level: Intermediate King. Growth level: Quasi-Warrior. Energy value: 7632. My goodness, an intermediate king beast has appeared. Who is this Gao Bin? Gao Bin wore a smug expression, convinced that he could rank highly in this national professional assessment. Make way. Once I finish, don't expect to leave before the examiner treats you to a meal. Gao Bin trembled with indignation, casting a look back at Zhou Qi. What? Do you wish to confront me in front of the examiner? Noticing the examiner's warning glare, Gao Bin yielded the path. So arrogant. I am curious to see what beast you can present. Zhou Qi remained unfazed, dismissing anything under 10,000 energy as unworthy of his attention. Achieving an energy value exceeding 10,000 in the servant stage was virtually impossible, unless one, like Zhou Qi, elevated all skills to mastery. Yet, who would squander time in the servant stage? It was already quite rare for beasts to reach proficiency during this period. Observing Zhou Qi's dismissive demeanor, Gao Bin's frustration simmered. Had it not been for his desire to make a striking impression, he would have succeeded in last year's professional assessment. Name: Age: Beast. The examiner cast a glance at Zhou Qi, his brow slightly furrowing. You have 3 pets with you. Which one shall we use for the test? Little Qing leaped onto the testing platform of its own accord. Zhou Qi grinned, introducing himself. Zhou Qi, age 18, pet beast, the Imu Qingjiao. Imu Qingjiao. The examiner had never heard of such a creature before. A newly evolved variant, perhaps the only one of its kind in existence. As soon as the words left his mouth, Group A erupted like a bomb had been dropped among them. A newly evolved type? Unique. Brother, that's impressive. How did you acquire it? Silence. The examiner interjected, and the crowd awaited the results with bated breath. When the information appeared on the large screen, an eerie stillness enveloped the room, so quiet that even the sound of a falling pin could be distinctly heard. Many stood with their mouths agape, unable to close them. Name: Imu Qingjiao. Attribute: Woodwater Dragon. Species rank: Near Emperor. Growth level: Near Commander. Energy value: 14,280. The data left the examiner and several staff members exchanging bewildered glances, speechless in their astonishment. Not only because of its species rank, but also due to its remarkable energy value. A servant-level creature? 14,280? Many mid-tier commanders did not possess such exaggerated statistics. Unless a low-tier king-level beast were to appear in this vocational assessment, this energy value would undoubtedly be the highest in the nation. Gao Bin and Luo He, who had previously ranked high, fell into silence. They were all near commanders, yet the disparity was already so vast. At this stage, a breakthrough to commander level could happen at any moment, leading to significant transformation. The more substantial the foundation, the greater the metamorphosis. They could only imagine how much wider the gap would grow as time passed. Moreover, a near emperor ranked pet beast was not something even elite masters could possess. It was a rare treasure. How did he come by it? Who exactly is Zhou Qi? Chapter 21. The Stunned Zhou Qi. Every year has its prodigies. But this year's is even more extraordinary. Gaobin's face turned an ashen hue with rage. The examination continued, and the next contestant was Zhou Qi. The newly unveiled Mu Sun Feng die also drew a considerable crowd's attention. However, its energy value was a mere 3,860, lacking the deep-rooted prowess of its contemporaries with near-commander-ranked creatures. After the test, Zhou Qi did not leave, but chose to remain and observe. He even ventured to watch other groups. Truly, Zhou Qi was a paragon of excellence. Humble and composed, despite his formidable strength, he remained vigilant and observant of his competitors. In contrast, Zhou Qi rolled his eyes silently, thinking, "What are you all talking about? I can't comprehend a word." Regardless, Zhou Qi had undoubtedly become the focal point of this vocational assessment, overshadowing even those with commander-level beasts. In the afternoon, the written test took place across 4 locations, with each group assigned to a different site. Zhou Qi placed Little Turtle on the desk and let it indicate the answers to the multiple-choice questions. The invigilator could only marvel at the audacity. Is it common for a pet beast to take the test on behalf of its master? However, with a near-emperor beast, such liberties are undoubtedly permissible, a future top-tier master, indeed. If he were to fail this vocational assessment, it would certainly be rumored to be a scandal. Moreover, the vocational assessment in QH City hoped that Zhou Qi would elevate their standings. If he were to emerge as the national champion, the Beast Tamer examination in QH City could dominate the trending charts for an entire week. Historically, the first place in Beast Tamer assessments had rotated among the 4 cities, never landing in their region. Surely, it was time for a change. As Little Turtle pointed to an option, Zhou Qi dutifully marked it, placing complete trust in its judgment. Confident it would outperform his own instincts. As for the fill-in-the-blank and essay questions, Little Turtle declared it would write them, proceeding without a second thought. Of course, he had reviewed the questions beforehand. Unfortunately, although he knew the names of the spirit beasts mentioned, their appearances and attributes remained a mystery to him. Dr. Turtle, I'm counting on you. If I fail, there'll be no more desserts in the future. Dr. Turtle raised a paw, assuring him, "Fear not, esteemed Beastmaster. Leave it to me." Despite being a turtle, Little Turtle's speed in answering was anything but sluggish, and Zhou Qi was among the first 10 to finish the exam. The invigilator, seeing Zhou Qi submit his paper, smiled and inquired, "How did you fare?" Zhou Qi pointed to the little turtle on his shoulder and asked for its opinion. Little Turtle raised a paw in reassurance. The invigilator hesitated, pondering whether this was an act of despair. Should he discreetly alter the answers? After reviewing Zhou Qi's questionnaire, the invigilator noted it was not particularly distinctive but adhered to standard expectations. He sighed in relief, glad he wouldn't have to betray his conscience. Once Zhou Qi concluded his assessment, the two departed together. Results would be sent to their mobile phones and also published on the official website. Due to machine grading, the results would be finalized within an hour after the examination ended. Zhou Qi scored 85, just above the average threshold, a relief, indeed, as he did not embarrass himself. Furthermore, there was an additional notification. Congratulations to contestant Zhou Qi. After unanimous selection by several examiners, you will be one of the 16 seed contestants, directly participating in the final trial 7 days hence. Please assemble at the Beast Tamers Hall on that day. Zhou Qi's lips curled into a smile, as this outcome had been anticipated. Soon, Zhou Qi approached him. He was not a seed contestant, so he would participate in the 3rd round of combat assessments the day after tomorrow. However, given the capabilities of his insect companion, there was little doubt he would qualify for the final trial. "Zhuge, I'm going out for a barbecue later. Would you like to join?" "I'm not in the mood. It's just an additional round. With your insect-s qualifications, entering the final trial is a certainty. But my insect is only of medium servant rank. I'd better find a place to train." "Actually, you could train while watching us eat." Zhou Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you a demon? And have you even consulted your insect's opinion? It seems quite eager to go." Zhou Qi turned to ask his insect, which nodded in affirmation. "Zhou Qi's food is the tastiest." "All right then." Zhou Qi chuckled inwardly. If Zhou Qi hadn't joined, who would cook for him? Alas, only his pets could enjoy the meals he prepared. Truly a tragic situation. Zhou Qi rented a venue near the seaside, which provided various barbecue tools, including nighttime equipment. As the moon rose and the sound of waves echoed, the business was sparse due to the winter season. "Little Qi and Little Turtle, why don't you go play in the sea for a while?" Little Qi and Little Turtle transformed back to their original forms, soaring toward the shore and diving into the water, splashing waves several meters high. The dragon frolicked in the water, while the tortoise treaded the surf. Observing this scene, Zhou Qi suddenly realized that, at their core, they were merely children. It is estimated that from birth until now, it has barely been 2 years. As for Fat Tiger, it has been less than 2 months. Accompanied by a group of pet creatures, Zhou Qi's maternal title is indeed well-deserved. Fat Tiger sits beside Zhou Qi, its two eyes seemingly eager to be utilized separately. One eye is fixed on the joyful play of little Qing and the others, filled with envy, while the other is intently watching the food in Zhou Qi's hand, drooling and longing. Zhou Qi can only smile wryly at this gluttonous little creature, pondering whether it will awaken a gluttony skill once it reaches the servant level. However, since Fat Tiger is of the fire attribute, it does not pair well with water. After some contemplation, Zhou Qi decided to teach it a wave-walking skill and enhance its proficiency. Fat Tiger, go play. I assure you, the first portion of food will be reserved for you. Fat Tiger let out a delighted whimper, expressing its appreciation for Zhou Qi's kindness. It grew larger, bounding towards them with a roar, and leaped directly onto the back of the little turtle, using its tiger claws to splash the water and roar excitedly. Insects also flew over, dancing around them. The shimmering powder sparkled under the moonlight, creating a scene that was nothing short of poetic and breathtaking. By the way, Zhuge Xiaodi, I entrust the food to you. Leave the pets to me. Why? Zhuge Qing questioned, puzzled. With my food present, do you think they will consume yours? After all, to them, my food is the pinnacle of delicacies, nearly irresistible, and only they can partake in it. Humans cannot eat it? Zhou Qi smiled mysteriously. You may give it a try. This is my talent. I can process any material, and besides being delicious, it also promotes their growth. Zhuge Qing's jaw dropped in astonishment. Such an extraordinary beast-taming talent exists? No wonder your pets grow so rapidly, Zhou Ge. It also explains why you run a restaurant dedicated to preparing food for pets. Although it's peculiar, I can't help but envy you for such a gift. My talent feels somewhat lacking. What is it? Sharing, dividing my physical strength, mental energy, and vitality with my contracted pets, which feels somewhat trivial. How can it be trivial? This is clearly a late bloomer type of talent. Once you become a master and enhance your physique, whether in battle or the wild, you will gain an undeniable advantage. This talent that aids pets in combat is indeed rare. If utilized well, fighting beyond your level will not be an issue. Zhuge Qing contemplated this deeply and nodded. I will strive to improve. Zhou Qi's culinary skills are nothing short of extraordinary. Watching him deftly crush crystal stones into powder, chop spirit herbs as if they were mere vegetables, and even transform insect silk into noodles, left Zhuge Qing dumbfounded. Are these crystal materials so fragile? Those insect silks are spun by insects, and they can actually be eaten? Zhuge Qing had never encountered such things before. This talent is truly abnormal. Chapter 22, The Ascendant Master Pang. Dinner is served. A few pets eagerly flew back, lining up in front of Zhou Qi, awaiting their meal. Witnessing this scene, Zhuge Qing couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Qi's prowess in taming beasts. Is it true that to master a beast, one must first master its appetite? I cannot learn this. I cannot learn this. The first portion is for little Fat Tiger, as a reward for its hard work. Woo-woo. I'm first. Fat Tiger immediately began to feast voraciously, savoring every bite. Zhou Qi chuckled. After all, Fat Tiger is the youngest, and it deserves some pampering. The second portion is for Dr. Turtle, as a reward for its diligent examination. Humph. As the Beastmaster Doctor, I shall not be outdone. Little Qing's eyes glimmered with jealousy. Fat Tiger was acceptable since it had grown up before her eyes, but being outshined by that old turtle is quite a disgrace. Following was Little Qing, and then the insect. Although they ranked lower in order, both displayed expressions of utter bliss as they devoured their food. The culinary creations of Master Beast Tamer Zhou Qi are exquisite, never to tire of. Zhuge Qing, unable to suppress his own saliva, wondered if it was truly that delicious. Zhou Qi smiled. You may have a taste, but not too much. Otherwise, I fear you will ascend right there. Brother Zhou, I am not easily frightened. Zhuge Qing steeled his resolve, cautiously picking up a strand of insect silk noodles and taking a small bite. Yuck, why is it so bitter? I have never encountered anything so bitter. Insect, so this is the flavor of your silk. Zhuge Qing's face contorted in disbelief, just from one taste. His expression turned as sour as a bitter melon. Little Qing shouted at Insect. Your beast tamer is quite foolish. Insect covered its face, feeling embarrassed. I told you. This is my talent. Only pets can consume it. If humans eat it, they will only experience a random taste from the sudden onset of sour, sweet, bitter, or salty flavors. This is the ultimate flavor, absolutely not something ordinary people can handle. If swallowed, you would likely end up in the hospital for a stomach wash. Zhuge Qing's complexion took a long time to recover, and upon seeing Zhou Qi enjoying his own roasted food bite by bite, he suddenly realized. Now I understand why you insisted on bringing me along. Zhou Qi laughed heartily. This can also be considered a reward. My food can promote the growth of insect. Regardless, you have benefited. Perhaps it will level up shortly. Mimi. Insect chimed in agreement with Zhou Qi's words, suddenly flapping its wings vigorously and soaring into the air. its body expanding, and countless powders sprinkled down. A tempest arose, crashing against the waves with a continuous roar. Zhou Qi was taken aback. Could it be that I was right? Zhou Qi, too, astonished, momentarily forgot the lingering bitterness in his mouth, his eyes filled with joy. It really has broken through. Insect. You are incredible. No, Zhou Ge, you are incredible. Zhou Qi chuckled softly. I merely made an observation. There is no need to flatter me so. Upon checking insect's information, its energy value had risen from 3860 to 4230, no longer the weakest among the Quasi-King pets. What a pity it came a bit late. Otherwise, you would have had the chance to become a seed contestant directly. No worries, as long as it breaks through, that is enough. Little Qing and the others rejoiced for insect. I wonder if Hongyue has come this time. Peng Hongyue. I remember she is a rather proud girl, Zhou Qi remarked. It was she who suggested I come to you, Zhou Ge. Is that so? I thought you saw my little advertisement. I recall her pet is the queen spider, a high-level commanding species, with a growth level comparable to your insect. If she arrives, there may be an opportunity, but it all depends on luck. While Zhou Qi discussed Peng Hongyue, she too was taken aback by his endeavors. At this moment, she was conversing with her grandfather. Grandfather, do you remember the place you took me to last time, the Heavenly Paradise? The owner, Zhou Qi, is also participating in the professional beast tamer assessment. Is that so? Master Peng's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unfazed by external matters. Do you know what his pet beast is? It is the emu Jiaolong, a novel dragon-type creature that he has cultivated and evolved himself, and it is of Quasi-Emperor caliber. Quasi-Emperor. The professional assessment circles in QH City have been abuzz with excitement. Moreover, do you know the energy value of his pet beast? A staggering 14,280. Goodness gracious, that is utterly outrageous. I estimate that even my own pet would not reach such a high energy value, even when it attains the rank of a mid-level battle general, unless I significantly enhance its skill proficiency. Hey, Grandpa, are you listening? Are you still there? Never mind. Peng Hongyue abruptly hung up the phone. And after sharing the news with others, her heart finally found some tranquility. Master Peng, on the other hand, remained in a daze for several minutes before regaining his composure. He reflected on his own dragon carp, which had reached its maximum potential. Although it belonged to a low-level battle general species, its combat prowess was nearly the weakest. Its only advantage lay in its higher probability of evolution compared to other species. It seemed that the hope for dragon carp's evolution truly rested upon him. Master Peng promptly contacted the breeding base in Xiping City to obtain Zhou Qi's phone number, and then he set off for QH City that very night. The following morning, Zhou Qi received a call from an unfamiliar number, which he dismissed twice, only for it to ring again for a third time. Seeing the caller's relentless persistence, Zhou Qi finally answered the phone. Is this Zhou Qi? I am Master Peng. Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback. Master Peng? What could he want? Upon recognizing a familiar voice, Zhou Qi's demeanor softened considerably. Master Peng, what brings you to me? I am currently not in Xiping City. I know, the professional beast tamer assessment in QH City. You have become quite the celebrity. I am reaching out to discuss a significant business deal. Let's meet to talk. A major deal? Zhou Qi's interest was piqued. Sure, let us meet at the Juxing Cafe on Qinghe Road at 8:30. This cafe was conveniently located just 20 meters from the hotel where Zhou Qi was staying. When Zhou Qi arrived at the Juxing Cafe, Master Peng was already there. Zhou Qi, it has been too long. Master Peng greeted him with a broad smile. You still look as spirited as ever. After their mutual pleasantries, Master Peng dove straight into the matter at hand. I recall that you offer evolution services. Is that correct? Master Peng's recollection was impressive. Was he perhaps looking to commission me for an evolution? Haha, you are indeed astute, my young friend Zhou Qi. Master Peng's flattery was well received by Zhou Qi. I have 6 pieces of 6th-tier sea dragon scales, 6 6th-tier Qingtian Peng feathers, 3 5th-tier water spirit jade, 5 5th-tier ethereal stones, along with 10 million in cash. What do you think? Zhou Qi cast a serious glance at Master Peng and replied, what level of evolution are you seeking? Master Peng was momentarily taken aback. The evolution of dragon carp primarily depended on the materials used. Although he had been preparing for years, most of his materials were of water and wind types, primarily of 6th and 5th tiers. He did not seek to achieve an emperor level. He would be content with anything above mid-level lord. Zhou Qi stroked his chin in contemplation. Let me first assess the condition of your dragon carp. As long as the materials are sufficient, I can guarantee a successful evolution. Master Peng was taking a gamble, wagering that Zhou Qi possessed a unique talent, having witnessed his growth talent. If the Emu Qingtian Jiao was indeed a product of his own evolution, he surely harbored an evolution talent as well. Such a talent was exceedingly rare. At a secluded seaside location, Master Peng released his dragon carp. It was quite substantial, undoubtedly plump. Zhou Qi began to assess the condition of the dragon carp. Name, dragon carp. Attribute, water. Racial level, low-level battle general. Growth level, low-level battle general. Racial skills, transformation, proficient. Leap, perfect. Standard skills, slap, proficient. Water bubble, perfect. Water gun, proficient. Glare, perfect. Energy value, 6, 548. Chapter 23, The Evolution of the Dragon Carp. This data, these skill proficiencies, unless there were evolution resources of 7th tier or above. Achieving even a low-level lord would be improbable. Typically, evolution materials are composed primarily of higher-tier resources, supplemented by lower-tier ones. Given Master Pang's generous offer, it was likely that he had prepared several 6th-tier resources for the Dragon Carp's evolution. 6th tier corresponds to Emperor level. If the proficiency of racial skills was sufficiently high, there remained a certain probability of evolving into an Emperor. However, due to the difficulty in enhancing skill proficiency, most evolutions leaned towards compatibility with lower tiers, rarely achieving even parity. No wonder the old man sought me out. Regardless, considering the resources and monetary compensation, I shall endure a bit of hardship. Zhou Qi reminisced that had he allowed Xiao Qing and Xiao Gui's racial skills to reach the realm of perfection prior to their evolution, they might have even aspired to high-level emperors. After all, that was the essence of mythical creatures. Even a single drop of their blood was more precious than a plethora of 7th or 8th tier resources. Perhaps Xiao Qing and Xiao Gui still harbored immense potential yet to be unleashed. Once I complete this task for Master Pang, I shall dedicate time daily, aside from my usual training, to unleash a few rays of evolutionary light and see if I can achieve autonomous evolution. Contemplating these thoughts, Zhou Qi spoke. Show me the evolution resources you have prepared. Master Pang hesitated for just a moment before presenting the materials. Since he had decided to place everything in Zhou Qi's hands, he could harbor no further reservations. The evolution materials included 2 pieces of sea dragon scales, a single feather from the ascending heaven Peng, and a piece of Song Hai Hua. Song Hai Hua, born in the depths of the ocean, embodies the essence of the sea. Flowing with the currents and difficult to capture, is a top-tier 6th grade material. Goodness, this alone is likely comparable to all the other materials combined. Quite generous, with everything. It is probably nearing 100 million. Very well, I will keep the materials and the dragon carp for now. You can come back to retrieve it after some time. How long? Master Pang inquired. If it cannot successfully evolve before the final trial, it shall be postponed until later. During that time, you can take it back to nurture. After a brief pause, Zhou Qi added, generally speaking, it should not pose a problem, considering you have witnessed my services before. All right then. I shall accompany you to your residence, and afterwards, we can release the dragon carp. By the way, do you have a place for the dragon carp to stay? Zhou Qi's expression soured. If he was so concerned, why not take it back and raise it himself? Ultimately, Master Pang's dragon carp was settled in a bathtub, looking utterly disenchanted as it rolled its eyes in blue bubbles. Xiao Qing, Xiao Gui, and the plump tiger observed from the side, making it so the dragon carp could only avoid their gaze. Zhou Qi went downstairs to purchase a moderately sized aquarium, filled with aquatic plants, sand, pebbles, and 2 small goldfish. Then he brandished a kitchen knife as he returned to the bathroom. The dragon carp opened its eyes upon Zhou Qi's return and was immediately startled. Is he going to kill the fish? As a gleam of the knife flashed over it, the dragon carp suddenly felt a peculiar connection with Zhou Qi, something subtle. Then, another flash of the knife ensued. Dragon carp, it seems I have acquired an additional skill, the ability to scale down. How wondrous. Am I merely lost in reverie? I shall strike and strike again. Fat tiger, cease your antics. I shall attend to you later. Little green, little turtle, please concoct some life potions. Once the scaling ability of dragon carp reaches perfection, I feel utterly drained, as if even the 3rd tier life potions are of little use now. The efficacy of tier 3 potions is diminishing. Little turtle, remember to craft 4th tier potions in the future. With telekinesis at its disposal, little turtle is an invaluable aid. Struggling to keep my eyelids open, I weakly instruct, dragon carp, employ your scaling ability and reduce yourself to the size of a goldfish. Achieving perfection in scaling is a mere formality. As for the next stage, we shall discuss it later. Little turtle, relocate dragon carp to the fish tank. After giving these orders, I succumb to slumber on the boat, while little turtle uses telekinesis to cover me with a blanket. Subsequently, fat tiger burrows into the blankets, and little green and little turtle settle beside me. Dragon carp, peering through the fish tank, cannot help but feel a tinge of envy at the sight. The 2 little goldfish, noticing the newcomer, swim over to forge a connection, but dragon carp, unresponsive, evades them, ultimately turning the encounter into a game of hide-and-seek that lasts the entire night. Those 2 clingy little sprites are exhausting for the fish. As a golden ray of dawn filters through the curtain's crevice, it illuminates the fish tank and brightens the room. Fat Tiger, feeling peckish, paws at my face, urging me to rise and prepare breakfast. I swat away Fat Tiger's paw, letting out a soft groan as I turn over to continue my slumber. Enraged, Fat Tiger resembles a child fervently trying to rouse its parents. It leaps to the other side and delivers 2 more resounding slaps, followed by poking my head, tousling my hair into a disheveled mess. With no other choice, I groggily rise, retrieve pots and pans, and set about preparing breakfast. Once completed, I descend to enjoy my meal. Due to the impending task of enhancing Dragon Carp, I refrain from venturing out, yet I send a photograph to Master Pang. Master Pang, upon observing the 3 goldfish swimming in the tank, is utterly bemused, unable to comprehend that such a large dragon carp once resided within. I inform him that Dragon Carp found the bathtub too cramped and suddenly awakened its scaling ability. Master Pang remains skeptical. Is potential truly forced into existence? As the 5th day draws to a close, the night settles in. Dragon Carp's transformation and agility have both reached the initial stage of returning to its true essence. It feels an unprecedented surge of power, its bloodlines stirring as if poised to leap over the dragon gate and undergo metamorphosis. Thank you, esteemed Zhou Qi. The moment has arrived. Dragon Carp, let us venture to the seaside, for the opportunity for evolution has come. With Dragon Carp's evolution, I might ascend to the rank of a Tier 3 Beastmaster. The night breeze is bitterly cold, whipping against the skin, yet my robust physique renders me unfazed. Go forth. Dragon Carp. Upon entering the sea, Dragon Carp resumes its original form, now nearly 3 meters in length, exuding an extraordinary grace and even exhibiting signs of transformation. Its body radiating a faint glow. It leaps and dances amidst the waves, brimming with excitement. At the horizon, a crescent moon hangs high, casting its cool light upon the dark ocean. As the moon rises, evolution commences. I produce the materials prepared by Master Pang, having long since received my payment. To expect service without compensation would be sheer folly. A brilliant flash of the blade ignites, shimmering with the brilliance of a master chef under its command. Crystalline feathers and scales, as well as gaseous luminescence, can all be manipulated. It can even alter forms to some extent, transforming them into suitable ingredients for culinary creations. If we are to do this, let us strive for perfection. Little Green, provide a drop of your essence. Fear not, there will be a share for you as well. Woo-woo. Fat Tiger interjects. What about me, Mama Zhou Qi? You are excused. The water and wind elements do not suit you. Fat Tiger pouts, displaying a discontented expression. Little Green, begrudgingly, releases a drop of essence, and I speculate that within Little Green's blood, a hint of divinity may linger, potentially wielding remarkable effects and playing a pivotal role. After I complete this pot of evolutionary broth, I feel utterly exhausted, requiring 2 bottles of 4th-tier potions to alleviate my fatigue. Evolution is far more taxing than skill enhancement. It strains the body, mind, and spirit. If it weren't for my nearing ascent to Tier 3 Beastmaster, I doubt I could endure. Perhaps once I reach Tier 3, handling 6th-tier materials will become significantly easier. As I ponder this, I open the pressure cooker. At the instant it is unveiled, a kaleidoscope of colors radiates forth, and an enticing aroma wafts through the air, stirring the souls of the beasts. I serve bowls to Little Green and Little Turtle. So this is the food enriched with one's own essence. It smells divine. Little Turtle remains composed, while Fat Tiger's saliva cascades like a waterfall. I chuckle softly, distributing the remaining portion to Dragon Carp, urging it to indulge. Dragon Carp. From now on, leap from the surface of the sea as high as you can, continually employing your transformation skill. Believe in yourself. A king is not your ultimate goal. You must trust in your imperial potential. In critical moments, I shall provide support. Goo. I understand, esteemed Zhou Qi. I aspire to become an imperial dragon. With a resounding splash, the radiance enveloping Dragon Carp intensifies, more dazzling than the crescent moon above. Its eyes are filled with determination and resolve. A thunderous roar echoes through the skies as the first dragon's cry resonates. I unleash 3 beams of evolutionary light, striking Dragon Carp, which is now fully enveloped in brilliance. Chapter 24. The Lowly Emperor, Water Wind Dragon. At this moment, above the sea, a chorus of dragon roars reverberates. The sounds rise and fall, resonating powerfully. The air trembles violently, and fierce winds sweep in all directions. The thunderous dragon roars carry an overwhelming intimidation, heard by many in QH City. Goodness, that dragon roar must be coming from the sea. Could it be that the dragon clan from the ocean has arrived? Many speculate about the origins of the colossal dragon, gazing towards the sea. Some even rush to see for themselves. Master Pang leans out of the window, peering towards the shoreline, where he can vaguely discern a glowing presence in a massive dragon form. How envious I am. If only my Dragon Carp could evolve into such a dragon. The sound alone indicates that this dragon clan is extraordinary, its lineage undoubtedly elevated. At the seaside, Dragon Carp's evolution is not as protracted as that of the worms. Everything unfolds seamlessly, awaiting only the completion of its transformation. After approximately half an hour, the radiance dissipates. As the brilliance fades from the sky, Dragon Carp's evolved form reveals itself. The few onlookers who have gathered along the road are left awestruck upon witnessing the majestic dragon. This is a true Eastern dragon, embodying the features of a serpent-s body, crocodile-s head, lizard-s legs, eagle-s claws, snake-s tail, and deer-s antlers. Adorned with fish scales, its form is remarkably agile, resembling a flawless creation of the heavens. It measured approximately 15 to 16 meters in length. Adorned with delicate azure scales that shimmered under the moonlight, more radiant than sapphires. Its deep teal mane and whiskers danced gracefully in the wind. Those who beheld it quickly seized their phones, capturing the moment in a frenzy of photographs. Fortunately, the night mode was available, although not flawless. It accentuated the enigmatic beauty of the true dragon amidst the nocturnal ambience. Soon, a flurry of posts erupted on social media, flooding various groups with the message: a mysterious true dragon has been spotted by the seaside in QH City, with photographic evidence. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Qi felt an exhilarating surge of dragon blood coursing through her veins. With a mighty roar, she ascended into the sky, her form expanding to rival that of the dragon koi. As Zhou Qi soared, a veil of mist began to gather, and two true dragons frolicked among the clouds, weaving playfully through the ethereal shroud. Though still merely a flood dragon, her physique was now indistinguishable from that of a true dragon. Only the complete assimilation of the Azure Dragon's essence was required for her to undergo another metamorphosis. This indicated that Zhou Qi possessed far greater potential than the dragon koi. If she were to accumulate more foundational strength at this moment, perhaps dominion over her peers would be within reach. Simultaneously, feedback from the dragon koi's evolution had been received. A luminous aura enveloped it as its level ascended. Zhou Qi similarly sensed enhancements in his physical prowess and mental acuity. At long last, he attained a third-level beast mastery space. Zhou Qi began to examine the data following the dragon koi's evolution. Name: Water Con Wind Dragon. Attribute: Water Wind Dragon. Species level: Low Emperor. Growth level: High Warrior. Species skills: Dragon Might, Novice. Dragon Breath, Novice. Dragon Roar, Novice. General skills: Summon Wind and Rain, Novice. Scale: Transcendence, Tsunami, Novice. Hurricane, Novice. Rapid Healing, Novice. True Dragon Form, Novice. Dimensional Windblade, Novice. Watercon Freeze, Novice. Energy value: 90130. The True Dragon Form is indeed an admirable skill, and the Watercon Freeze can also be incorporated. Zhou Qi eagerly recorded the skills he favored, though he refrained from teaching those of a higher echelon. As for the others, he would assess the situation before deciding whether to impart them to Zhou Qi and her companions. At long last, the process concluded. Zhou Qi engaged in a pseudo-contract, subsequently sending the captured images to Master Pang. Old Pang, come quickly to welcome your companion. After dispatching the message, Master Pang was momentarily taken aback before responding. What? This is the true dragon from the seaside, isn't it? You mean to say it is my dragon koi? Don't leave, wait for me. In a short while, Master Pang rushed over in a flurry. Where's my dragon, my dragon? His exclamation startled Zhou Qi, prompting him to wonder if Master Pang had lost his senses. A diminutive water con wind dragon fluttered before Master Pang, who was now on the verge of tears. After 10 years, I have finally awaited this moment. Zhou Qi rolled his eyes, thinking it was merely the evolution of a pet beast. He understood that acquiring a high-rank offspring was a formidable challenge. The adults would only willingly follow if they chose to do so. Otherwise, they would rather perish than submit. Thus, he had no choice but to place his hopes on the evolution process. After a decade of nurturing the dragon koi, he was finally reaping the rewards. Wiping a tear, he grasped Zhou Qi's hands, exclaiming, "Brother Zhou, I cannot thank you enough." Zhou Qi replied, "No need for thanks," though he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth at the display of such fervor. "By the way, Brother Zhou, how is the evolution of the little koi progressing? It seems to hold a respectable rank. It's doing reasonably well. It's merely a low emperor." "A low emperor, indeed. I suspected as much." "What?" Master Pang's voice soared above 120 decibels. "An emperor-level species. How is that possible? Little koi, is this true?" The Watercon wind dragon nodded, its aura soaring as it took to the skies, showcasing its true form with exuberant roars, proclaiming its imperial might to the world. Zhou Qi remarked, "Old Pang, how could you doubt me? I am an expert in beast cultivation. Well then, I must prepare for the final trial of the professional beast master assessment tomorrow. You may take the little koi home. I am feeling a bit fatigued." so I shall return first. Master Pang smiled, saying, no problem, the professional beast master assessment should pose no challenge for you. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance for your imminent victory. After acknowledging him with a nod, Zhou Qi departed. Master Pang gazed at the true dragon in the sky, a fervent flame igniting in his eyes, filled with passion reminiscent of his youth. Little Koi, I shall ensure you evolve into a worthy emperor dragon. Roar. For now, take me for a few laps in the sky. Training will commence tomorrow. The little Koi trembled, nearly causing a mishap in midair. Beastmaster, you have changed. The following day, at the entrance of the Beastmaster Academy, 100 individuals gathered in succession. Zhou Qi and Zhou Qi spotted Pang Hongyue approaching them. Master Pang, Zhou Qi, good morning. Good morning. They exchanged pleasantries while onlookers occasionally cast glances in their direction. It was unavoidable. With the nation's top contender in their midst, it would be difficult not to attract attention. Zhou Qi surveyed the surroundings, noticing Chengyu, Luo He, and Gao Bin encircled by a throng of admirers. Chengyu was the top of Group B, with a tested beast, the medium-ranked king-level Songfeng Thunder Eagle, boasting an energy value of 8,167, surpassing Gao Bin's Thunderflame sprite by a margin, making him the second in the current professional assessment in QH City. Had it not been for Zhou Qi, Chengyu might have become the first in the past 5 years in QH City to possess a pet beast with energy exceeding 8,000. Chengyu noticed Zhou Qi's gaze and offered a slight smile, to which Zhou Qi returned a courteous nod. At that moment, Pang Hongyue said, Zhou Qi, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Has your bug successfully evolved? Let me see it. Zhou Qi smirked, gesturing to his shoulder. It's right here. Now known as the Wood Sun Phoenix Butterfly, but it's a quasi-king. Pang Hongyue's mouth fell agape in surprise. A quasi-king. What level has it reached? Does it stand a chance in this professional assessment? Hee, my bug is now a high-level servant with an energy value exceeding 4,000. Passing should not be difficult. And there's a glimmer of hope for excellence. Zhou Qi exhibited a hint of pride before casually flattering Zhou Qi. Of course, compared to brother Zhou, I still fall short. Zhou Qi chuckled. Hongyue, what about you? Pang Hongyue's demeanor turned slightly somber, although she had reached the final round. Her little darling had a brief period of advancement and lacked sufficient foundation, leaving her uncertain of its prospects, relying solely on luck. However, Zhou Qi, how did your bug progress so swiftly? It seems you have an advantage. All thanks to brother Zhou's assistance, Zhou Qi replied succinctly. Zhou Qi pondered briefly. Having just completed a significant transaction with old Pang, he considered extending a helping hand in his favor. At that moment, the chief examiners of the 4 groups emerged from the Beastmaster Academy. Now, we shall commence roll call. Upon hearing your examination number, please respond. Number 1234. Present. Number 1345. Present. Zhou Qi's number was 1564. After completing the registration, everyone boarded the exclusive aircraft of the Beastmaster Academy, destined for an overseas island. Chapter 25. The Trial of 1,000 begins. High above the clouds, aboard the private jet, Zhou Qi gazed out the window, watching countless wisps of clouds retreat into the distance. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the abundance of clouds was the only thought occupying Zhou Qi's mind at that moment. He stifled a yawn. Just as the chief examiner of Group A began to speak, the destination of our journey is called Miluo Island, one of the islands designated by the Alliance for Trials and Assessments. This trial does not only include candidates from QH City. We will also be joined by individuals from 9 other cities. A trial of 1,000. Someone exclaimed in awe. Others seized the opportunity to inquire further, esteemed examiner. Which cities will be represented alongside us? The chief examiner of Group A replied, from one of the 4 capitals, the ancient city of Dingen, as well as the illustrious Gu Mingjing, Huangshan, and the treasures of the Glag Copper and Baoshan. A collective gasp echoed through the cabin. 3 first-tier cities. Along with an ancient capital, how fierce must the competition be? Another chief examiner added, the trial will span 3 days, during which you must collect the designated resources. While combat among candidates is permitted, inflicting severe injuries on one another is strictly forbidden, as is the killing of spirit beasts during battles. Zhou Qi, curious, inquired, how will the scoring and rankings be determined? Is it based on the resources collected? Will the resources obtained belong to the individual? Or must they be submitted at the end? The chief examiner of Group A smiled. Rankings will be based on the value of the resources collected. Besides the locations provided during the tasks, all other resources must be discovered, contested, and seized by yourselves. Will we be competing against each other? Does that mean it will devolve into a chaotic free-for-all? Not quite. Engaging in combat with others will only be for the sake of battle, without the intent to seize resources. If you are indifferent to your performance in the assessment, you may allow others to take from you. Miluo Island is home to many commander-level and even quasi-king and king-level spirit beasts. Candidates can either join forces or venture alone into their territories to gather resources. Another round of gasps filled the cabin. For those among the candidates who were already top-tier warriors, the prospect of raiding the territories of commander-level spirit beasts was indeed perilous. Forming groups of more than 10 would be essential. How intriguing, Zhou Qi mused with a smirk. As for the resources obtained, those who pass the trial may choose 3 items, while those who do not may select 1. Thus, the extent of your rewards will depend entirely on your own efforts. The primary examiners elaborated on the general situation of the trial, including key points to note. Shortly after, the chief examiner of Group A announced, "Now, everyone, please retrieve the backpacks from the storage compartments above your seats. Each contains a parachute, 1 per person." An unsettling feeling surged in many hearts. When we reach the airspace above Miluo Island, you will each jump out. This will be your first challenge. It will test your ability to control the timing of your descent, as well as your luck and individual skills. One candidate protested, "Examiner, that's unfair. Some people's spirit beasts can fly. I have stated that this will equally test luck and ability. If they possess flying spirit beasts, it is merely a reflection of their fortune and skills. Those who are dissatisfied may opt to participate in the professional assessment at a later date." The chief examiner's tone grew increasingly frigid, and those who harbored discontent swallowed their words, opting for silence. Engaging the alliance in discussions about rules was akin to an egg challenging a rock, a futile endeavor. Zhou Qi turned to Pang Hongyue and Zhuge Qing, saying, "Wait for my command. I will guide you down." Pang Hongyue, slightly excited, whispered, "Master Zhou, are you planning to have the Imu Qingjiao take us down?" The little green dragon on his left shoulder rolled its eyes and grumbled softly, as if, "Not even beast masters have ridden me. Such a shameful thought." Zhou Qi chuckled, soaring with the wind, relishing the freedom and ease of morning swims in the North Sea and evening strolls in the Kangwu, dining on morning dew and feasting on clouds. Zhuge Qing, uncertain, asked, "Brother Zhou, are you certain we won't fall to our deaths? How could an ordinary person possibly fly? If Master Zhou says it will work, then it will," Pang Hongyue asserted, clearly smitten with Zhou Qi. The rear of the cabin opened, and a rush of cold air flooded in. Gazing into the white expanse beyond, some felt a pang of trepidation. "It's about time. Let's begin," Chengyu remarked with a calm smile, turning to Zhou Qi. "Brother Zhou, I shall go first." In just a few strides, he approached the cabin's edge, unencumbered by any belongings, facing the vast sky with unwavering composure before leaping into the abyss. With a piercing cry, the sound of an eagle echoed through the air, and the onlookers beheld him land gracefully atop a blue thunder eagle crackling with arcs of electricity. Soaring towards a location on Miluo Island, Gao Bin and Luo he followed suit, their spirit beasts, the Thunder Flame Sprite and the Earth Flame Dragon, possessing the ability to fly, rendering the trial trivial in their eyes. At this moment, every candidate's phone vibrated or chimed. Zhou Qi glanced at his device. The tasks had been dispatched to their phones. "Let us go, Zhuge little brother, Hongyue, jump with me." Zhou Qi embraced the plump tiger, took a bold leap forward, and Zhuge Qing and Pang Hongyue followed closely behind. However, unlike Zhou Qi's excitement, the expressions on their faces were tinged with a sense of resignation. Yet, the reality differed from their expectations. As they exited the cabin and began to plummet, they suddenly felt an immense force lifting them, as if enveloped in a transparent energy shield that carried them through the air. "How marvelous, Master Zhou!" Pang Hongyue exclaimed, astonished and exhilarated. "Brother Zhou, how did you manage that? Was it your doing?" Zhuge Qing inquired curiously. "Don't ask too many questions. Just focus on the direction of your task location. I'll guide you there." Others, including the examiners, were taken aback. "Flying midair? Is this a skill of some spirit beast?" The chief examiner of Group B speculated. "Such a skill should be rare. Perhaps it involves gravitational or telekinetic abilities. Truly, he is the most promising candidate this year. Beyond that, Imu Qingjiao. His other spirit beasts are quite remarkable." The chief examiner of Group A wore a broad smile, while the other examiners eagerly anticipated Zhou Qi's performance. Whether the QH City Beastmaster Academy would dominate the trending charts for a week hinged on his success. Zhuge Qing and Pang Hongyue landed on an open field in the southeast, intending to form a team to assist one another. In truth, it was primarily Zhuge Qing who wished to lend a hand to Pang Hongyue, as they had been classmates for many years and maintained a cordial rivalry. As for Zhou Qi, he had 2 tasks: to locate the third-grade thunderstones in the southwest region of Jilei Mountain, and to seize the malicious thought flowers guarded by the forest wolves in the northwest dark forest. Upon arriving at Jilei Mountain, Zhou Qi observed the towering peak, perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, with golden lightning occasionally illuminating the murky skies. Shortly after his arrival, he witnessed a formidable bolt of lightning strike the ground. The ground did not erupt, but rather emitted a crackling sound. Zhou Qi raised his gaze towards the towering Mount Jile, feeling somewhat bewildered. How was he to search such a vast mountain? Surely, not every stone could be a third-tier thunderstone. At a base on Miluo Island, examiners and their accompanying personnel gathered. QH City was the first to arrive, but it wasn't long before others from different cities followed suit. Above the plaza at the base, screens were projected, displaying the images of all the candidates participating in this assessment. The mechanical eye of Heaven Beast was truly formidable. It could separate and combine, deploying countless small probing eyes to achieve comprehensive surveillance. It was said that QH City had produced an exceptional candidate named Zhou Qi, a potential champion. But who could he be? Candidate Zhou Qi, examination number 1564. A mechanized voice echoed across the plaza, and then one of the screens emitted a green light. Many examiners turned their attention towards it. Even the chief examiner from the ancient capital showed keen interest. Chapter 26. Mission, Farewell to the Forest Wolves. There he stood. Zhou Qi, a young man of decent appearance, reminiscent of my youth. Huh, old who? Spare us your boasting. With that crooked melon you call a face. How can you even compare? The lad is merely 18 and already possesses a near-imperial dragon beast. Are you in any position to compete? Wait, isn't this Mount Jile? He has been assigned this task. I am curious to see how he intends to accomplish it. I recall that this task has gone unfulfilled for 10 years. An examiner from Chengming City chuckled. Mount Jile is the domain of the Thunder Rock Beast, a high-ranking sovereign species. It is lethargic and delights in thunder and lightning, having already gathered all the thunderstones into its lair. Moreover, it has reached the lower sovereign level. Snatching thunderstones from it is nearly impossible for any candidate. If disturbed, its temper can be quite formidable. The faces of the examiners from QH City displayed evident concern. It was clear that this task was indeed daunting. Where has Zhou Qi gone? Is he considering giving up? The task at Mount Jile was of extreme difficulty, hence the task details were exceedingly thorough. Zhou Qi had not examined them closely before, having merely glanced at the location before arriving. However, after further scrutiny, he decided to first undertake the mission involving the forest wolves. The evil thought flower, a rare third-tier resource from the Darkwood Forest, was guarded by hundreds of forest wolves. Yet, the forest wolves were merely mid-tier warriors. Even at their peak, they would not match up to Zhou Qi. And against a dragon soaring through the skies, does sheer quantity even matter? Can a wolf truly ascend to the heavens? The Darkwood Forest, with its towering and lush trees, cast an overall dim atmosphere upon entry. Old wolves, I've come to play. Zhou Qi chuckled as he stepped into the realm of the Darkwood Forest, with Fat Tiger nestled in his arms, its curious eyes scanning the surroundings while it whimpered softly. Zhou Qi had no specific plan for dealing with the forest wolves. Nature abides by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. Since Zhou Qi and his companions were the stronger party, there was no need for caution. They could charge right in. The forest wolves, highly sensitive to unfamiliar scents, soon detected their presence. A particularly large forest wolf, towering above the others with a scar over its left eye, howled towards the sky, issuing a command to seek out the intruders. Nearby, thousands of forest wolves sprang into action, racing through the dim forest like a multitude of phantoms. The display was considerable, yet the noise was minimal. Roar! Zhou Qi alerted them that the forest wolves were nearby. Zhou Qi chuckled, "Little turtle, ascend." He soared into the air, gliding slowly. A woo! Several forest wolves reported Zhou Qi's whereabouts, and soon hundreds, then thousands, appeared beneath him. The sight of countless glowing green eyes was indeed somewhat eerie. The leader of the forest wolves emerged, gazing up at Zhou Qi in the sky. Zhou Qi initially thought he was in the clear, only to find numerous green lights illuminating the ground below, as thorny vines rapidly sprouted, piercing the sturdy trunks. Damn! The wolves are truly taking to the skies. Seeing the forest wolves charging towards him along the thorny path from all directions, Zhou Qi felt a twinge of surprise. He had indeed underestimated them. Covering his forehead, he shook his head and sighed. If a confrontation is necessary to confront reality, then so be it. Zhou Qi, it's your turn. Zhou Qi, brimming with excitement, suddenly expanded to a length of over 10 meters, revealing a robust dragon form. Roar! Combination technique, Dragon's Roar and Dragon's Might. The roar of the dragon echoed throughout the Darkwood Forest, an overwhelming wave of dragon might cascading down. Crack! 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 The tree trunks surrounding Zhou Qi began to crack, and the thorny vines snapped apart with a resounding clatter. Zhou Qi was propelled several meters away by the sheer force of this combination technique. Zhou Qi, be careful. Roar! Still getting the hang of it. Let me practice a bit more. Zhou Qi interrupted the advancing charge of the forest wolves in the air and under the dragon might. The wolves below the warrior level lost their fighting capabilities. Some even lay prostrate, burying their heads in the ground and trembling. A woo! at the leader's command. The weaker wolves retreated, leaving only those of warrior rank and above to follow. Zhou Qi paid them no mind and began earnestly searching for the evil thought flowers. The flowers were scarce, and each one was surrounded by a considerable number of forest wolves, primarily due to the fragrant aroma they emitted, which promoted the growth of the wolves. Woo-woo. Fat Tiger suddenly pointed below and called out, following the direction of its paw. Zhou Qi spotted a striking purple flower swaying in the grass beneath an ancient tree. The flower had 5 petals, all purple, with a pink center. That's it. Zhou Qi ruffled Fat Tiger's head, showering it with praise. Well done, Fat Tiger. I'll make you something delicious later. The prospect of food made Fat Tiger exclaim joyfully. Noticing Zhou Qi's intentions, the leader of the forest wolves suddenly howled, and the surrounding wolves formed a tight circle around the evil thought flower, creating a barrier that was impenetrable. The wolves bared their teeth, revealing silvery claws, their low growls thick with warning. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Zhou Qi stroked his chin and said, Xiaoqing, show them what you're made of, but do not harm the flower. Roar. The massive dragon head roared down at the forest wolves below. Xiaoqing unleashed its full power. The intimidation of its fully matured form causing even the mid-tier warrior-level wolves to quail. Their energy levels hovered around 10,000, yet the leader had somehow surpassed its species limitations, reaching high-tier warrior status, boasting an energy level exceeding Xiaoqing by a couple of thousand. This left Zhou Qi momentarily astonished. Although rare, the growth levels could indeed transcend the boundaries of species. However, such breakthroughs could not compare to the evolution of one's race. The forest wolf leader was currently striving to ascend to the rank of a clan king, yet Zhou Qi believed that success would not come easily. Primarily, it lacked a beast tamer like him. Roar. The little Azure Dragon swept its tail, sending a dozen forest wolves soaring through the air, their whimpers filling the atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, some nearby wolves lunged at the little dragon with their sharp claws, while others attempted to bite. True dragon body, Zhou Qi exclaimed. In an instant, the little Azure Dragon radiated brilliance, its physical resilience surging to a defense level akin to that of a high-ranking warrior. Renowned for its formidable physique, the true dragon had few equals in strength among its peers. Such physical prowess was beyond the capabilities of the forest wolves to breach. Thud, thud, thud. Some wolves crashed to the ground, while others collided with trees. Witnessing this scene, the forest wolf leader's eyes glinted with fury as it took to the battlefield itself. Yet, it proved futile. No matter its status as leader, it could not harm the little Azure Dragon. The repeated failures to inflict damage heightened the leader's wariness. The little Azure Dragon, excited by its evasive maneuvers, yearned for a fierce battle to completely subdue it. The area surrounding the malevolent thought flower had been cleared, and Zhou Qi flew toward it. The forest wolf leader growled incessantly, and just as Zhou Qi crouched to pluck the flower, it suddenly launched an attack. The little Azure Dragon, infuriated, could not believe it would disregard its protection of its beast master. Its tail struck like a whip, hitting the forest wolf leader with blinding speed. The immense force slammed into the leader, causing it to howl in pain. With the obstruction removed, Zhou Qi successfully gathered the flower. Is my mother so intent on acquiring this flower because it's delicious? The chubby tiger, with a glint in its eyes, approached to sniff, slightly parting its jaws in an attempt to taste a petal while Zhou Qi was distracted. However, it was thwarted by the little turtle, which used its telekinesis to seal the tiger's mouth shut. The chubby tiger, vexed, struggled momentarily, casting a mournful glance at the little turtle. Why are you targeting me? Brother turtle? I'll share some with you. The little turtle shot it a disdainful look, pretending to ignore it. Observing the forest wolf's fervent protection of the malevolent thought flower, Zhou Qi, out of curiosity, checked its data and understood the significance of the flower to the wolves. Although it was a task, he felt reluctant to be too ruthless. With a slight sigh, he commanded, Little Azure, use plant control to regenerate the malevolent thought flower. This is quite laborious, grumbled the little Azure Dragon, yet it activated its plant control to bring about regeneration. The power of plant control was formidable, but the higher the plant's rank, the more challenging it became to manipulate. The little Azure Dragon expended a significant portion of its energy to regenerate the malevolent thought flower, restoring it to a bud-like form. Zhou Qi then took out a vial of 4th-tier Emu potion, dripping several drops for it to absorb the life force within. The malevolent thought flower immediately blossomed, emanating a faint purple glow, accompanied by a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. At that moment, Zhou Qi and his companions, under the watchful eyes of the forest wolves, floated away. Chapter 27. All creatures depend on food for survival. With the malevolent thought flower secured, only 3 thunderstones remained. Zhou Qi need not worry about the route. So he revisited the task regarding the Thunder Rock beast, which was known for its slumberous affinity for lightning and possessed the ability to store electrical energy. Having already collected most of the thunder stones into its lair, being a high-ranking leader species, the possibility of forcibly seizing it was not out of reach given the little Azure Dragon's strength. However, the crux lay in locating the Thunder Rock Beast's lair, which was notoriously difficult to find, typically nestled within the mountainous depths. Should he send the little Azure Dragon to excavate the mountain? No, that would be too demeaning. He continued browsing, and upon seeing that the Thunder Rock Beast favored the thunder bamboo of Jile Mountain, his eyes brightened. This is my specialty. Little turtle, head north to Jile Mountain and search for bamboo. Roar. The little turtle responded promptly, turning to the north. Upon arrival, however, Zhou Qi was taken aback to find the area ravaged, with bamboo stalks reduced to mere stumps. Each bore signs of having been snapped or bitten. Undoubtedly, the culprit was the Thunder Rock Beast. Yet, this was excessive. Even if it loved to eat, there was no need to consume everything at once. This bamboo grove was not small. Moreover, bamboo has a lengthy growth cycle, if left to its own devices. The Thunder Rock Beast might find itself without thunder bamboo for years to come. Thunder bamboo, a first-tier resource, mutated from ordinary bamboo that absorbed the electrical energy prevalent in stormy locales over the years. Mature thunder bamboo also constituted a high-tier resource, capable of being crafted into lightning-based treasures. These materials are quite promising. Zhou Qi collected a stalk into his beast space, contemplating the potential of cultivating a bamboo grove in the future. However, for now, completing the task was paramount. His gaze fell upon the little Azure Dragon, who wore a disgruntled expression, clearly displeased at the prospect of more labor. Why not just strike at the source directly? Once more, the little Azure Dragon unleashed its superlative plant control skill, prompting the thunder bamboo within a 50-meter radius to regenerate under its influence. The sight of new growth emerging from the old was mesmerizing, no matter how many times one witnessed it. Truly, it was a splendid gardener. Zhou Qi nodded in satisfaction. In mere moments, the nearby thunder bamboo had regenerated, albeit not as robust or tall as before, now reaching about 10 meters in height. He gathered 3 stalks of thunder bamboo, along with some peculiar flowers and grasses growing at their roots, as well as a few stones. Although these materials had not transformed into extraordinary materials, they possessed a hint of electrical properties. The next step was to locate the Thunder Rock Beast. Unfortunately, the task did not specify the location of the Thunder Rock Beast. The entirety of Jile Mountain was its domain, and its lair could be anywhere within the mountain, most likely deep within its bowels, as it possessed the ability to burrow. Zhou Qi could have sent the little turtle to investigate inch by inch. But considering its hard work, he decided against it. He believed that the food he prepared would be unparalleled, as long as the Thunder Rock Beast caught a whiff. It would surely come forth obediently. He could already envision that scene. A creature capable of devouring an entire bamboo grove would undoubtedly be a glutton, akin to the chubby tiger. For the sake of food, it would go to any lengths. In the base square, the chief examiners of QH City were closely monitoring Zhou Qi's situation. The number of those concerned about him had dwindled since the beginning. Each examiner had their own focus, and their initial curiosity about Zhou Qi had waned. Old Xia, do you think Zhou Qi will succeed? The question was posed by the examiner from Group B, surnamed Lung, to Old Xia, the examiner of Group A. I'm not certain. It depends on the circumstances. Perhaps unforeseen events may transpire. The examiners, of course, would not fixate on a single individual for an extended period. Such an endeavor would yield little significance. If they were particularly concerned, a mere glance now and then would suffice. Some matters reveal their conclusions with just a glimpse of their beginnings. At the foot of Jile Mountain, Zhou Qi set up a modest barbecue stall, the aroma of grilled delicacies wafting richly through the air, permeating every corner of the mountain. The rotund tiger sat motionless in front of the stall, drooling as if an endless stream of saliva flowed from its mouth. It was a mystery how its body could produce such an abundance of drool. The scent of grilled bamboo intensified as Zhou Qi chopped peculiar flowers and herbs into bits, crafting sauces to glaze the bamboo: original, spicy, human-flavored, seafood-infused, barbecued meat essence, and chicken-infused. In his leisure, Zhou Qi had prepared an array of sauces, storing them for future culinary endeavors. For all living beings, sustenance reigns supreme. Hence, Zhou Qi deemed his culinary talent, particularly as a divine chef, to be his most formidable gift among all his abilities, with the tacit assumption that his reverse growth ability was his own. After a while of grilling, Zhou Qi felt the urge to relieve himself. Casting a glance at the rotund tiger, he issued a stern warning. "Fat tiger, I am stepping away for a moment. Should I return to find anything amiss, your dinner will be forfeit. Consider your options wisely." The tiger's expression became solemn as it nodded earnestly, raising a paw in acknowledgement. Promptness was key. Zhou Qi's mistrust lay not in the tiger itself, but rather in its resolve against the temptations of gourmet delights. To mitigate any risk, he added, the bamboo isn't ready yet. It requires another 5 minutes to achieve its optimal flavor. The tiger's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Such expressions could not escape Zhou Qi's keen observation. Surely, a brief bathroom break would not take 5 minutes. Feeling reassured, he found a tree to contribute his modest strength towards its growth. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing and Xiao Gui patrolled the vicinity, seeking traces of the Lei Yin beast, prepared to report to Zhou Qi at the first sign of discovery. Shortly after Zhou Qi departed from the barbecue stall, the earth ahead stirred, and a humanoid figure composed of rock emerged. Standing over a meter tall, it was entirely devoid of hair, save for a tuft of grass atop its head. Exuding an air of foolishness, the rotund tiger was the first to notice, gazing at it with curiosity. Their eyes met in an oddly silent moment. The rock figure then turned its gaze towards the barbecue stall, sniffing the air, and suddenly became animated with excitement. Sensing the peculiar situation, the tiger immediately blocked its path. What are you up to? It smells delicious. I want to eat. The tiger frowned. I haven't had any yet. How can it be your turn? No way. It's not ready yet. My Beastmaster said it needs another 5 minutes to reach peak deliciousness. How delicious can it be? The food prepared by my Beastmaster is unparalleled, a celestial delicacy. The tiger's tail swished with pride. Then I'll wait. Thus, a peculiar pair, a tiger and a rock figure, fixed their gazes intently upon the grilled bamboo, an odd yet delightful duo united by their shared passion for gourmet cuisine. Upon Zhou Qi's return, he was taken aback. He pulled out his phone to verify his findings. Was that not the Lei Yin beast? How curious that it appeared during his brief absence. Was this what they meant by effortless fortune? He immediately summoned Xiao Qing and the others to return. Scrutinizing the Lei Yin beast. I don't recall it having grass on its head. Could it have mutated? Or perhaps it slumbered too long and became disoriented. And what of this duo? Were they to form a drool-soaked partnership? What are you staring at? Can I eat now? Zhou Qi chuckled. Yes, you may eat. The tiger watched as Zhou Qi offered a skewer of grilled bamboo to the Lei Yin beast, which devoured it with evident delight. The tiger tilted its head. But there are still 2 minutes left. No, it must have the most delectable bamboo. Chapter 28. The True Master, Xiao Gui. The tiger wept profusely. Tears as large as beans spilling from its eyes and splattering onto the ground. Zhou Qi found it amusing. Was it truly such a tragedy to have consumed just a few pieces of grilled bamboo? Moments before, as the tiger anxiously awaited the 5-minute mark, it watched the Lei Yin beast feast with growing impatience. When the time finally arrived, the last piece of bamboo had vanished into the Lei Yin beast's mouth, prompting the tiger's tears to flow uncontrollably, and they had continued until now. Zhou Qi mused, is this tiger made of water? The portion of barbecue was already limited, and the Lei Yin beast was a gluttonous creature. It was no surprise that nothing remained. Likely, the same fate would befall the tiger. Very well, I shall prepare more. You little glutton. Zhou Qi chuckled softly, then turned to the Lei Yin beast. How was it? Tasty? The Lei Yin beast nodded emphatically. It was exquisite. If you desire more, you must trade with this stone. Zhou Qi showed it the screen of his phone, and the Lei Yin beast nodded in understanding before turning and burrowing into the earth to depart. How agreeable it was to converse with, contrary to the rumors. With the task at Jile Mountain complete, Zhou Qi decided not to linger further. However, aside from the Lei Yin beast, he had not returned empty-handed. The creature possessed several useful skills, such as summoning lightning and creating sinkholes, which he deemed quite advantageous and duly recorded. Accompanied by his 3 pet beasts, he soared through open terrains. In the air, Xiao Qing sensed numerous powerful beast auras and implored Zhou Qi to allow it to engage in battle. His trio of pet beasts, Xiao Qing, the warrior, Xiao Gui, the schemer, and Fat Tiger, the glutton, each displayed their distinct personalities. Well, trials must embody their essence. Should we encounter suitable opponents, I wouldn't mind letting them hone their skills. Zhou Qi pondered, as an astonishing battle unfolded not far ahead. Before him lay a lake. Its waters remarkably clear, dotted with pale blue lotus flowers and seed pods. At this moment, the waves surged as a massive crocodile, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, faced off against a giant bear on the shore. Beside the bear stood a boy of about 16. All present on the island were undoubtedly examinees. Could this lake be tied to his task? Or was there some resource hidden here? Zhou Qi curiously investigated, discovering the presence of pure water lotus, a Tier 3 resource capable of purifying polluted waters. The lotus seeds were particularly beneficial for water-type pet beasts, facilitating their growth. Indeed, a most valuable find. Gather some lotus seeds. In the future, I can cultivate a vast expanse of lotus flowers for admiration. Zhou Qi, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Xiao Qing, Xiao Gui, let us go take a look. Upon noticing the figures approaching from the skies, both the youth and his companions gazed upward. The ancient crocodile, with eyes full of vigilance, opened its mouth and let out a roar, warning them to keep their distance. Zhou Qi assessed their information. Name: ancient crocodile, attribute, water, racial rank, low king, growth rank, near commander, energy value, 46, 530. Description: possesses an extremely strong territorial instinct and is quite ferocious. Indeed, it appeared menacing, and then there was another creature. Name: Earth Bear, attribute, earth, racial rank, high king, growth rank, low warrior, energy value, 42, 330. The Earth Bear, Zhou Qi mused inwardly before checking its skills and was pleasantly surprised to find it had a gravitational ability, prompting him to record it immediately. This was indeed a valuable skill. Logically, the Xuanwu should possess both water and earth attributes. Perhaps it would require another evolution. However, this Earth Bear had been raised well, achieving nearly half of Xiao Gui's energy value as a low warrior. Zhou Qi regarded the Earth Bear and its companion with admiration. A high king, indeed. This beast master youth must hail from a major city. The clumsy bear twitched its ears, but alas, if only it were smaller, it might appear quite adorable. Friend, are you aiming to collect pure water lotus? Do not approach, it is perilous. A voice cautioned, as the individual believed that what he found challenging to obtain, few on this island could achieve. Zhou Qi chuckled, standing proudly in the air, cradling the chubby tiger, with Xiao Gui holding the line and Xiao Qing preparing for action. Roar! Xiao Qing, filled with excitement, began to enlarge, its long whiskers fluttering, the azure scales shimmering, and the grayish mane growing wild. In no time, the robust form of the dragon emerged before all. With a powerful roar, the combined technique was unleashed. The surrounding space began to tremble violently, and the once tranquil lake's surface swelled with tumultuous waves once more. Both the ancient crocodile and the earth bear remained on high alert, interfering with physics, such formidable power, such high skill proficiency. The youth was astounded, murmuring softly, could this pet be the Imu Qingjiao, the top rank in this vocational assessment, with unparalleled potential? The youth took out his illustrated guide to scan, his heart racing with astonishment. A near warrior with an energy value of 14, 280? My earth bear was barely nearing 10,000 in its prime. No wonder it was a near emperor, and the dragon's might it had just displayed was indeed remarkable. At least at a perfect level or higher. A monster, a prodigy. How had such proficiency been attained? Suddenly, the energy value on the youth's guide fluctuated and tripled instantly. Was this a skill? The youth stared in disbelief at Xiao Qing soaring above, watching as it dove down with a true dragon's tail swipe. The ancient crocodile countered with its own tail. Bang! The ancient crocodile overestimated itself while underestimating Xiao Qing in its reverse scale state. Its colossal body was sent flying, flipping through the air before crashing into the lake, creating waves several meters high. Xiao Qing plunged into the water, engaging in fierce combat. The lake churned vigorously, akin to boiling water, and soon the surface turned crimson, followed by a figure leaping from the depths. It was none other than the ancient crocodile. Its hardened scales bore numerous wounds, flesh torn away in large patches. As the youth observed the ancient crocodile's grim state, and then glanced at the Azure Dragon, he swallowed hard. Zhou Qi waved his hand, and Xiao Qing immediately shrank back to its diminutive form, fluttering to Zhou Qi's side. He smiled, I am Zhou Qi, from QH City. Oh, I hail from the ancient capital, my name is Gu Ming. This is my pet, Earth Bear. The Earth Bear roared a greeting. And these are Xiao Qing, Xiao Gui, and Chubby Tiger. Don't just stand there, show some courtesy. Xiao Qing and the others returned the greeting. Zhou Qi then flew into the lake, plucking a pure water lotus and a seed pod before returning to chat a bit more with Gu Ming. How is the ancient capital? Are there many opportunities for development? If I were to open a pet food shop there, do you think it would attract business? Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback by the question. To be honest, I'm not quite sure. All right, let me ask another. Your Earth Bear is quite impressive. Are you the top contender from this year's ancient capital? Not entirely certain. So lacking in confidence? At this moment, the ancient crocodile had regained consciousness, though not severely injured. It cast a fearful glance at the Xiao Qing perched on Zhou Qi's shoulder, clearly apprehensive and unwilling to provoke further, retreating into the lake. Zhou Qi observed the ancient crocodile and, with a slight smirk, remarked, if you're in a hurry, I shan't keep you. I shall take my leave. After Zhou Qi ascended, Gu Ming suddenly recalled that he had not collected the pure water lotus. Delaying time? Such deep strategy, not allowing anyone to gain an advantage. Gu Ming muttered under his breath, but given the ancient crocodile's injuries, the task of collecting the lotus had become significantly easier. After spending over half an hour, Gu Ming finally succeeded in obtaining a pure water lotus before departing the area. On the first day, Zhou Qi returned with abundant gains and encountered numerous spiritual beasts. For weaker foes, he sent Chubby Tiger to battle, while the stronger ones faced Xiaoqing. Chubby Tiger had awakened to 10 segments, drawing ever closer to the servant level. However, apart from using telekinesis to assist Zhou Qi in flight, Xiao Gui had yet to engage in combat. Zhou Qi pondered that, given Xiao Gui's strength, it should be assigned a commanding level beast at the very least. He possessed some resources at levels 2 and 3, yet they paled in comparison to those of a higher tier. On the second day, Zhou Qi specifically sought out territories inhabited by powerful pets. However, even in these areas, high-level resources were not guaranteed. Some might only be tier 3. The mid-tier commander, the Qinghua Lion, with an energy value of 77,354, was just sufficient to challenge Xiao Gui. Xiao Gui, go forth and let me witness your prowess in battle. Xiaoqing widened its eyes, unwilling to miss a single moment. As Xiao Gui's greatest rival, Xiaoqing remained keenly interested. Zhou Qi watched as Xiao Gui simultaneously suppressed the Qinghua Lion with telekinesis and unleashed the chilling aura of Xianming. The penetrating freeze, capable of immobilizing the soul, encased everything it touched in ice. The Qinghua Lion was dispatched in an instant, without the slightest resistance. Zhou Qi was left dumbfounded. Had I chosen an opponent too weak, or was Xiao Gui simply too formidable? This was a genuine powerhouse. Chapter 29, The Delayed Battle of the Azure Dragon. Xiao Gui quickly thought out, if it truly freezes to death, who knows if I will be disqualified from the assessment. Chubby Tiger, cradled in Zhou Qi's arms, squirmed and raised its paw. Let me handle it. It darted to the side of the Azure Moon Lion, unleashing a torrent of flames. Alas, the little turtle's profound coldness was no trifling matter. Derived from the divine beast Xuanwu. Given the stature and strength of Fat Tiger, true thawing would likely only occur after the Azure Moon Lion succumbed to the frost. Observing the ineffectiveness of its flames, the little creature tilted its head, curiously inspecting the icy mass. As that bone-chilling cold gradually emanated, it approached out of curiosity and extended its tongue to taste. Hiss! Fat Tiger suddenly shivered, its entire body trembling as a frigid sensation pierced its mind. With a look of trepidation in its eyes, it took several steps back before hastily retreating to Zhou Qi's side. Zhou Qi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle softly. The profound cold, emitted by the little turtle, could naturally be controlled and extracted by it. A sphere of black gas floated above the turtle's head, and bereft of the profound cold, it was merely an ordinary block of ice. Zhou Qi nudged Fat Tiger, instructing it to melt the ice block. Fat Tiger, half convinced, was elated to see the ice truly melting, bouncing with excitement. Little Qing shook her head, thinking of her naive little brother. The thawed Azure Moon Lion lay sprawled on the ground, gasping heavily, looking utterly terrified. Azure Moon Lion, you have witnessed the disparity in our strengths. Thus, what treasures lie within your territory? Will you willingly surrender them, or shall we freeze you again and fetch them ourselves? The Azure Moon Lion gazed at Zhou Qi's smile. Perceiving him as a demon, it shook its head, then nodded in compliance. Subsequently, it hurried off, only to return shortly, clutching a deep blue, oval stone in its mouth. Moonstone, capable of absorbing the essence of the moon and radiating lunar waves, inducing mutations in the surrounding flora and fauna, a tier 4 resource. What a splendid treasure. I shall reluctantly accept it. The Azure Moon Lion bore an expression akin to a harbinger of doom. There are always a few days each year that are particularly unlucky. Zhou Qi laughed heartily, unable to resist patting the lion's head before taking his leave, unleashing a beam of evolutionary light as he departed. The Azure Moon Lion felt a difference within itself. What kind of divine artifact was that human wielding? After being struck by it, I feel an insatiable urge to procreate. How exhilarating. I believe I will be able to give birth to a clutch of exceptionally gifted offspring this time. That towering peak must harbor wondrous treasures. Little turtle, little Qing, to that mountain we go. Woo-woo, and me, Zhou Qi's mama, you always forget about me. Zhou Qi chuckled as he ruffled Fat Tiger's head, and together with his companions, they soared toward the lofty peak that pierced the clouds. Upon witnessing this scene, Examiner Xia furrowed his brow. The nearby cold examiner could not help but remark, Zhou Qi truly dares to venture anywhere. Tianzhu Mountain, the territory of the king-class silver-winged sky eagle. Should he reach there, even monitoring may prove impossible. The majesty of a king is not to be insulted. Examiner Xia's expression grew serious, adding, however, powerful spirit beasts have agreements with the Alliance not to harm examinees. As long as he does not stir trouble, he should be fine. Not stirring trouble, let us hope. The cold examiner chuckled lightly. Not long after Zhou Qi entered the territory of Tianzhu Mountain, a cacophony of bird calls and eagle screeches erupted from all directions. Shadows of various sizes ascended into the sky, their wings unfurling, the sound of flapping resembling a fierce wind swirling around Zhou Qi's ears. Realizing he was surrounded, he felt somewhat bewildered. What is happening? Is this a forbidden area on the island? How dare you prevent my entry? No place on this earth shall remain untouched by Zhou Qi. Little Qing, little turtle, to battle. Roar. Seeing the gravity of the situation, they both revealed their true forms. Even enlarging to 10 times their usual size, a 100-meter-long Azure Dragon and a 20-meter-wide white-backed turtle. Fat Tiger, seeing this, was filled with fervor, struggling to join the fray. Don't be silly, you can't fly. Stay put. The full-level dragon's roar and intimidation erupted, causing one spirit beast after another to plummet from the sky. Unable to withstand the pressure, the once formidable giant eagles now appeared as mere ants before Little Qing and Little Turtle. Caw! A powerful silver giant eagle screeched, prompting the weaker spirit beasts to retreat from the battlefield. This battle was not one to be won by sheer numbers. If they could not even withstand the intimidation, how could they hope to fight? Caw! Another screech rang out, and the surrounding spirit beasts began their assault. Zhou Qi quickly assessed the attackers, primarily consisting of Azure Eagles, Qingfeng Hawks, and Flame Sparrows, all ranging from low to mid-tier leaders. As for the previously vocal silver giant eagle, it did not engage in battle, its cold eagle gaze observing quietly, as if orchestrating the entire affair. Name: Silver-winged sky eagle, non-pureblood. Attribute: Golden Wind. Race level: mid-tier king. Growth level: mid-tier leader. Energy value: 206770. Description: offspring of a non-pureblood silver-winged sky eagle. Its diluted bloodline has lowered its race level by 1 tier, yet it retains extraordinary potential. Not good. Zhou Qi muttered to himself. The aerial battle was fierce, feathers and blood falling like rain. Little Turtle felt little pressure, but Little Qing was wounded. Even in its true dragon form, it sustained injuries. While high proficiency in skills is advantageous, it does not confer invincibility. One's realm and energy reserves are equally crucial. Confronted with a dozen opponents 2 to 3 times stronger than itself, Little Qing, who had yet to step into the realm of a warrior, was inevitably struggling. Zhou Qi furrowed his brow slightly. Little Turtle, assist Little Qing. Little Turtle remained indifferent, yet Little Qing was stimulated. Such injuries were a trivial matter for it. Blessed with rapid self-healing. Roar. Do not underestimate me. I am capable. Little Qing's form expanded to several meters in size, unleashing a powerful dragon's roar and intimidation that reverberated, scattering the clouds and creating a vacuum. Roar. Roar. The echoes of its rage were akin to flames igniting the heavens. At that moment, its entire body began to radiate light, growing larger, with sharper claws, sturdier horns, and longer whiskers. It evolved, advancing in the midst of battle. I had no idea Little Qing possessed such a talent. Could it be that I have hindered a battle dragon? Zhou Qi cast a deep glance at Little Turtle, realizing that it had already anticipated this. This Bagua turtle, secretly plotting mischief, is utterly detestable. In a moment, Little Qing's evolution concluded. A dragon's roar shattered the surrounding illumination, scattering into countless luminous particles in the air. Zhou Qi began to examine its information. The energy value has remarkably surged 5-fold, reaching 80-240. Should the reverse scale be unleashed, it would triple once more, bestowing upon us the formidable power of a monarch-level commander. With Little Qing's advancement complete, she re-enters the fray. The Dragon-Turtle combination now possesses no vulnerabilities. Although the Azure Eagles maintain a semblance of superiority through sheer numbers, it is evident that each of them bears wounds, while Little Qing and the turtle remain unscathed. At this rate, defeat is merely a matter of time. Caw! At this moment, the voice of the silver-winged sky eagle resonates once more. Chapter 30. The monarch emerges, exerting pressure far and wide. Upon hearing the call, the Azure Eagles and the Qingfeng Eagle halt their assault, pausing momentarily. They gaze at the silver-winged sky eagle, which emanates an aura of intimidation, causing them to retreat from the encirclement as if startled. It appears our leader is quite irate. With Little Qing's upgrade, the unease in Zhou Qing's heart dissipates entirely. Is 200,000 energy points formidable? Indeed, it is impressive. Yet, alas, no matter how powerful you may be, it pales in comparison to Little Qing's tripled enhancement across all attributes. Zhou Qi rubbed his tiger-headed companion, waiting in anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. The chubby tiger shook its head in discontent. Stop rubbing me. You're making me foolish. The silver-winged sky eagle, with wings spread nearly 20 meters wide, is no smaller than Little Qing at this moment. The turtle has ceased its shrinking, reverting to its normal form. Caw! You all, attack together. The silver-winged sky eagle stands proudly, exuding an air of indifference toward any potential assault. Possessing a golden affinity, its silver feathers are not only sharp, but remarkably resilient. leaving little room for weaknesses. The surrounding Azure Eagles cheer enthusiastically. Our leader is magnificent. The turtle rolled its eyes, seemingly aware of the opponent's impending fate, sighed, and returned to perch on Zhou Qi's right shoulder. Caw, do you look down upon me? The silver-winged sky eagle flapped its wings, summoning a tempest that whipped through the air like blades, causing Zhou Qi discomfort. The turtle raised its paw, conjuring a telekinetic barrier to shield against the wind. Such a considerate turtle. The emerald golden dragon eyes locked with the silver-white eagle eyes, a fierce spark seemingly igniting between them. Caw, come forth. Roar, ready for a fight. No longer concealing its reverse scale, Little Qing unleashed her full potential, enveloped in a crimson radiance that exuded an aura of imminent danger. The silver-winged sky eagle appeared momentarily dazed, and in that instant, Little Qing's tail struck down upon it like a whip. The silver-winged sky eagle attempted to deflect the blow with its silver wings. However, the might of a true dragon is insurmountable. The dragon tail, imbued with colossal strength, met the eagle with an overwhelming force, and as soon as contact was made, it became evident that resistance was futile. Caw, how is this possible? It should be me who is stronger. The eagle's wings were forced apart as the dragon tail swept across its sturdy chest, leaving a crimson gash. Its entire form plummeted toward the ground like a meteor, a mournful cry echoing through the heavens. Atop the summit of Tianzhu Mountain, a colossal ancient tree, approximately 30 meters in diameter, pierced the sky like a sword. Within this ancient tree lay a vast nest, constructed from spiritual herbs and branches. Residing within the nest was a gigantic silver eagle. As the mournful cries of the silver-winged sky eagle resounded, the silver giant eagle opened one eye, its terrifying gaze instilling fear and commanding submission from any ordinary spirit beasts that dared to meet its stare. The silver giant eagle stood an impressive 50 meters tall, its wings spanning over 300 meters, producing a sound akin to cracking thunder as it flapped its wings. The intimidation power was a skill that only a monarch could awaken, and only spirit beasts that reached the monarch level could truly manifest this power. Although Little Qing and the turtle's maximum intimidation was formidable, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of the silver giant eagle. Even if the proficiency of the giant eagle's intimidation was not as high, entering the monarch level would bring about cataclysmic changes. All skills would experience exponential growth, which has led to the absence of any instances of ascending beyond 1's level above the monarch tier, challenging a monarch-level beast with a commander level 1. Even the weakest monarch has never been known to have been defeated. Even the offspring of totem-level beasts possess energy values around 500,000 at the quasi-monarch level. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. Should a totem be nurtured with utmost dedication, it could become quite formidable, yet never reach 1,000,000. Therefore, the consensus that a monarch must not be insulted has become universally accepted. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Tianzhu Mountain, at this moment, all avian creatures bowed their heads, their eyes filled with submission. Undoubtedly, that entity is the ruler of this realm. The silver-winged sky eagle ascended from below, displaying a hint of trepidation, resembling a child fearful of its parent. Merely the omnipresent intimidation was enough for Zhou Qi to feel the weight of pressure, face to face. It would undoubtedly be a monarch-level spirit beast. Given the demeanor of the silver-winged sky eagle, it could not possibly be its progenitor, having defeated the young one. Now the elder emerges, a classic trope of fantasy. Must it be so tragic? How do those protagonists manage such feats? Is it still possible to retreat at this juncture? Little Qing returned to Zhou Qi's side, vigilantly guarding him. What should we do, little turtle? Zhou Qi called out for help through their bond. The turtle replied, in favorable circumstances, rely on me. In adverse conditions, lean on Little Qing, but in dire straits. It is up to you, Beastmaster. Me? What a jest. I possess no combat prowess. I am merely a Beastmaster. Suddenly, inspiration struck Zhou Qi, and at that moment, the sky darkened, as if some terrifying behemoth had descended. A vast expanse of sunlight was obscured, as though a chunk of the world had been carved away. Immediately following, an 8th-level storm raged, cascading from above. All creatures were thrown into disarray, regaining their footing only once the winds calmed. Zhou Qi looked up to behold an enormous entity, its single wing tenfold the size of Little Qing, with wings spread wide enough to eclipse the sun. The silver giant eagle hovered above them, its cold gaze surveying the assembly. Its appearance mirrored that of the previous silver-winged sky eagle, albeit a magnified version. Zhou Qi swallowed hard, meticulously assessing the situation. Indeed, it was a pure-blood silver-winged sky eagle, a high-ranking monarch species at the intermediate monarch growth level, boasting an energy value of an astounding 385 million. Caw. The monarch sky eagle inquired, what is the situation? Caw. The young sky eagle protested, This human has intruded upon our Tianzhu mountain. The monarch sky eagle retorted. You were defeated? The young eagle stammered, weakly chirping. That was my oversight. The monarch sky eagle shot at a fierce glare, silencing the young one. Subsequently, the monarch sky eagle cast its gaze upon Zhou Qi and his companions. In those fleeting seconds, Zhou Qi felt as though time had stretched into eternity. Truly, the majesty of a king is formidable, exuding an extraordinary pressure. However, this is the domain of the Alliance's assessment, and it is likely that they have forged an agreement with the powerful beings inhabiting the island. Zhou Qi composed himself and addressed the King Eagle with a smile. Esteemed King Eagle, greetings. I am an assessment candidate from the Human Beastmaster Alliance, and here is my examination certificate. With that, Zhou Qi presented his admission ticket and continued. I have come to seek treasures atop Tianzhu Mountain. Might I inquire if this is permissible? Not receiving a response, Zhou Qi felt a chill in his heart. If denied, he would take his leave. There was no need to press on. Even if he escaped unscathed, what if he were left half destroyed? Although the vitality of little greens with elemental transformation is unparalleled, it cannot resurrect the dead. The King Eagle remained silent, yet a throng of commanding level eagles, including the Azure Wind Eagle and the Flame Sparrow, obstructed Zhou Qi's path. With the king silent, leaving was out of the question. Finally, the King Eagle spoke. Human Beastmaster, your familiar is formidable. A low-tier warrior can defeat my commanding level offspring. What species and rank is this? Zhou Qi, perplexed by the complexity of the inquiry, thankfully had Little Turtle, fluent in beast language, to translate. Mediocre, merely a quasi-imperial species. The King Eagle's silver pupils narrowed. Generally, quasi-kings and quasi-emperors possess a significant potential to evolve to the next tier, yet remain stuck at their current level due to various reasons. Such spirit beasts can even autonomously evolve and enhance their species. The disparity between high-tier kings and them is vast. For a high-tier king to ascend to a low-tier emperor may require exorbitantly rare resources, if not impossible. Though capable of surpassing species limitations, further advancements become increasingly challenging due to these restrictions. In truth, the classification of spirit beasts is primarily divided into low, medium, and high tiers. Quasi-kings and quasi-emperors represent their latent potential. Chapter 31. Brother Eagle, how grand. Quasi-emperor. The surrounding commanders gasped, particularly the young eagle, who was utterly astonished. They had thought it was an emperor. A low-tier warrior of a quasi-emperor could match his own medium-tier commanding-level eagle? This was absurd. If the adversary were of a higher species, it would be more palatable. All this indicated that the opponent possessed an extraordinary foundation, sufficient to allow them to transcend a significant realm and a minor realm to defeat him. The King Eagle understood the implications behind Zhou Qi's words. He, Zhou Qi, was truly a master beast tamer. Ah, it seems you are quite formidable. The esteemed lord flatters me. The remarkable growth of Little Green and the others is entirely due to my efforts, Zhou Qi replied with unreserved cheerfulness. Little Green and Little Turtle rolled their eyes, yet found themselves unable to contest his claim. Indeed, all the nurturing was bestowed by Zhou Qi. The more Zhou Qi extolled his own merits, the more secure his life would be. Powerful spirit beasts above the king level often have no qualms about entrusting their offspring to exceptionally talented beast tamers who significantly aid their growth. This is the survival strategy between modern spirit beasts and beast tamers. However, this also hinges on whether these powerful beings are willing to associate with humans. Even today, there are many regions in the world that remain forbidden to humans, where intruders face the wrath of spirit beasts. Actually, esteemed King Eagle, I run a pet food shop. The food I prepare is a culinary delight beyond compare for you. It is my gift. Consuming my food accelerates the growth of your beasts. In fact, my beasts are all still under 2 years old, and this little chubby tiger is yet to reach 2 months of age. You see how well I have raised them. It is all my doing. The 3 pets collectively rolled their eyes, unable to refute. Furthermore, I possess another talent. I can assist in the evolution of spirit beasts. Of course, evolution cannot occur in a vacuum. Both external resources and internal potential are required. With that, Zhou Qi refrained from elaborating further, believing his talents were enticing enough. Indeed, in dire circumstances, I must take the reins. If the relationship is nurtured well, adversity can transform into opportunity. Human, prepare a dish. If your claims are true, benefits shall await you. You may provide the materials. Anything will suffice, Zhou Qi replied with a smile. However, resources that align with one's attributes will greatly enhance growth. Follow me. Except for the young eagle, the other flying spirit beasts dispersed. Zhou Qi followed the silver-winged eagle father and son to the summit of Tianzhu Mountain. Achievement unlocked. Reaching the summit of Tianzhu Mountain. I told you, there is no place in this world that Zhou Qi cannot tread. Zhou Qi reveled in his triumph. At the peak, above the clouds, stood a colossal ancient tree, reminiscent of a cedar, yet of immense size. Heavenly golden spirit cedar, nourished by the golden spiritual vein. It bears no flowers or fruits, containing vast amounts of golden energy, capable of altering its environment. Exceptionally hard, classified as a 6th-tier spirit tree. What a treasure! Zhou Qi's eyes sparkled. He must have one for his own in the future. It would surely enhance his prestige. In addition to the spirit cedar, the mountaintop was adorned with diverse golden-hued flora, all of which were resources of tier 3 and above. Nestled within the cedar was a vast nest, presumably the abode of the silver-winged eagle. Human, feel free to take whatever you wish. Zhou Qi nodded, temporarily resisting the urge to disturb the cedar. Instead, gathering some spirit herbs and flowers, as well as a few pieces of golden crystalline stones, all resources of tier 3 and 4. Then, he produced his complete set of cooking tools. As a chef, he naturally kept his tools close at hand. The large and small eagles watched in astonishment as Zhou Qi prepared the ingredients. They sensed the unmatched quality of the kitchen knife, capable of reducing the hard crystals to powder, a remarkable trait indeed. These resources were merely supplementary. The main ingredient was the silk of the wood phoenix butterfly, an excellent material for making noodles. After several minutes, a serving of mixed noodles was ready. Zhou Qi grinned. Who wishes to taste? The king eagle instructed the young eagle to sample the dish, though the latter hesitated. Are you joking? Food made by humans is edible? Eating noodles was not particularly convenient for an eagle, but little turtle manipulated its telekinesis, sending a strand of noodle floating to the young eagle's beak, awaiting its opening. It smells delightful, a tad enticing. Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly take a bite. As the noodle entered its mouth, slurp, in the young eagle's wide eyes. The entire strand was swallowed. Wow! The young eagle flapped its wings twice, brimming with excitement. It had never tasted anything so delectable before. Truly a culinary masterpiece beyond compare. Not only is it delectable, but it also harbors a formidable and pure golden energy that can be absorbed directly. Upon absorption, it felt its stagnation at the mid-level commander stage stirring with potential. How marvelous! The rotund tiger, unable to contain itself, drooled, its stomach rumbling twice, before turning back and gazing at Zhou Qi with its big, watery eyes, exuding a pitiable charm. Zhou Qi could only smile wryly, utterly exasperated. He scooped a plate for the pudgy tiger, urging it to eat aside. This is exquisite. Just as this human claimed, it can enhance growth. The king eagle's eyes sparkled as it scrutinized Zhou Qi deeply. With such innate talent, this human's future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. Human Beastmaster, your gift is remarkable. Shall we strike a deal? What kind of deal? I shall allow my offspring to accompany you for a time, during which you will assist its growth to royal level, facilitating its bloodline transition. In return, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Once successful, you may let it return on its own, and I shall present you with another token of gratitude. Another child-rearing arrangement? It seems I must consider establishing a beast-rearing institution. Zhou Qi pondered, curious about this grand gift. A level 7 resource. Zhou Qi gasped in astonishment. A level 7 resource corresponds to the emperor and ruler levels, while level 8 is suitable for rulers and totems, and level 9 pertains to top-tier totems. As for mythic resources, they are classified separately. Zhou Qi's heart soared with joy. Nurturing beasts not only benefits the offspring, but also himself. Utilizing another's resources while receiving additional rewards is a profitable venture. Brother Eagle, I accept this deal. Rest assured, I shall cultivate the young eagle to surpass its predecessors. After finishing the worm noodles, the little eagle savored the lingering flavors, akin to a melody that echoes for 3 days. If it were to accompany this human, it could indulge in such delicacies daily. This prospect seemed quite appealing. The little eagle's resistance towards Zhou Qi began to dissolve, replaced by an eager anticipation for future culinary delights. Dad, you're amazing. You found me a chef who can cook so well. Upon receiving the level 7 resource, Zhou Qi felt his palms tremble slightly. This is indeed a high-grade resource. Heavenly Gold Source Stone, born alongside the Heavenly Gold Cypress, nurtured by a golden spiritual vein. One is produced every century, promoting the growth of gold attribute spirit beasts. A level 7 resource, exceedingly precious. In addition to this Heavenly Gold Source Stone, the King Eagle promised that it could freely take anything from the Heavenly Pillar Mountain, as long as it did not deplete the resources. You can't catch a wolf without first letting go of the cub. Zhou Qi exclaimed, Brother Eagle, how generous. Chapter 32, the little eagle joins the team. However, the King Eagle's ability to offer a level 7 resource as a reward implies it possesses a considerable reserve. Otherwise, who would be willing to part with such treasures? Zhou Qi began to extensively gather resources on Heavenly Pillar Mountain, leaving the other avian spirit beasts feeling both fond and resentful towards him. After all, Zhou Qi would trade some of the snacks he prepared after his harvests. Though they resented having their hard-earned resources pilfered, under the king's decree, they dared not voice their anger. Yet, Zhou Qi was not foolish enough to provoke their ire. Fostering good relations between humans and beasts is immensely beneficial. The encounters with the Crimson Flame Tiger King and now this experience had proven to be greatly advantageous. Thus, he offered them irresistible food as compensation to alleviate their grievances. Zhou Qi succeeded remarkably in this regard, having spent over a day on Heavenly Pillar Mountain. Today marked the final day of assessments, and he needed to head to the base on the island to tally his gains. Before departing, Zhou Qi returned to the summit of Heavenly Pillar Mountain to bid farewell to the King Eagle. Brother Eagle, our trial assessment concludes today. Thank you for your generous hospitality. The King Eagle, having enjoyed several meals prepared by Zhou Qi, was quite satisfied. The food made from level 3 and 4 resources, after Zhou Qi's adept handling, proved somewhat beneficial even to it. It was noteworthy that it had developed some resistance to these meals. This only bolstered its confidence in Zhou Qi's future potential. It believed that its offspring would soon reach the royal level under Zhou Qi's guidance. They had agreed on a 1-year time frame, should success be achieved within that period. Another heavenly gold source stone would be awarded to Zhou Qi as a reward. Zhou Qi was determined to succeed. Very well, I entrust my son's training to you. The King Eagle nodded. Leave it to me. Zhou Qi promised with a smile. Then his gaze drifted to the heavenly gold cypress. Brother Eagle, may I take a few branches back with me? The King Eagle replied. If you can break them, feel free. Zhou Qi's heart leapt with joy. Was he underestimating my abilities? With the cypress towering high, Zhou Qi deliberately chose the thinnest branch. You three. Whoever manages to break a few segments from me will receive an extra week's worth of meals. Zhou Qi made a grand promise. And the pudgy tiger was the first to respond, having no resistance to food. With determination, the pudgy tiger unleashed its flames. However, the cypress merely shimmered with a faint golden glow, sustaining no damage. When it resorted to clawing and biting, it nearly broke its teeth. Defeated, it returned to Zhou Qi with a sorrowful expression, realizing the extra meal reward was out of reach. Seeing this, the King Eagle interjected. The heavenly gold cypress is a level 6 spirit tree, renowned for its hardness. Only those of royal level and above can forcibly break it. Royal level? Zhou Qi pondered. Perhaps the heavenly gold cypress could be treated as an ingredient, utilizing my divine chef talent for processing. Now, dealing with a level 6 resource would no longer be as daunting as before. Holding the reverse life, Zhou Qi activated his divine chef talent, and with a swift stroke, a slender branch of the heavenly gold cypress snapped cleanly. The King Eagle, witnessing this, was taken aback, wondering if it was the knife's peculiar quality or Zhou Qi's own exceptional nature, or perhaps a combination of both. It seemed that forging a bond was indeed a wise choice. After cutting 3 branches, Zhou Qi decided to hold back. He wasn't certain he could cultivate them successfully, and there was no need to take more. If he were to sever the cypress to shambles, the King Eagle might very well turn hostile on the spot. All right, Brother Eagle, I shall take my leave now. Call. The King Eagle screeched, its voice resonating throughout Heavenly Pillar Mountain, prompting the avian spirit beasts to take flight. Thousands of birds soared, their chorus ringing in unison, a truly magnificent spectacle. Zhou Qi couldn't help but admire the King Eagle's grandeur. Such a grand farewell ceremony, even if not entirely for him, still left him feeling quite satisfied. It was a moment to boast about. Silver-winged eagle, I shall henceforth call you Little Eagle. Zhou Qi did not regard the silver-winged eagle as a mere mount. Instead, he flew alongside it, heading north towards the island. The base was situated in a forest to the north of Milu Island, and they needed to arrive before sunset. During this period, the inhabitants scattered across the island were hurrying towards the base, with only those in close proximity remaining calm. I wonder how Zhuge and Peng Hongyue are faring. Alas, this trial has confiscated all communication devices. Otherwise, I could have gone to meet them. Zhou Qi glanced at the small eagle beside him. Despite its majestic appearance, its size was far too grand, unable to fit within an entire building of his. Thus, he paused, retrieving the reverse contract to present it to the creature. The small eagle, recalling the moment it witnessed him severing the celestial golden cypress with a single stroke, shuddered in apprehension. Chirp, are you going to strike me? Zhou Qi smiled reassuringly. Be good and do not resist, I mean you no harm. The more radiant his smile, the more unnerving it appeared to the small eagle. Please, do not look at me like that, it frightens me. He swung his blade, and the glow of the pseudo-contract enveloped the small eagle. Yet, perhaps due to its internal reluctance, the attempt ultimately failed. This was Zhou Qi's first encounter with such a predicament. However, it was understandable. Even a pseudo-contract required mutual consent. And moreover, the small eagle's growth level surpassed Zhou Qi's beast-taming rank. The small eagle examined itself and noticed no changes. It's fine. This is a pseudo-contract. A form of agreement that can be termed a temporary contract with a time limit. This will facilitate my training of you. After all, your father has paid a considerable price. Upon grasping this, the small eagle nodded, this time offering no resistance, and Zhou Qi successfully established the pseudo-contract. Zhou Qi mounted the small eagle's back and patted it affectionately. The eagle felt a subtle connection with Zhou Qi and could not help but let out a long, resounding cry. All right, let us commence the first step of your training. I will teach you a scaling skill. My home is too small to accommodate your true form. So every beast I train must learn to scale down. Teaching, scaling. Along the way, Zhou Qi continuously allocated points to the skill, experiencing several failures. Until he reached the initial transformation stage. The backlash from high-level skill allocation was quite formidable. Achieving this within a single day was already his limit. Zhou Qi lay on its back for quite some time to recuperate. Fortunately, having attained the rank of a level 3 Beast Master, his endurance had significantly increased. The rest could be approached gradually. Zhou Qi instructed, Small Eagle, scaled down to the minimum. Before him appeared a mini silver-winged celestial eagle, standing just over 20 centimeters tall. Chirp. This is amazing. Beastmaster, is this your innate talent? With the contract established, Zhou Qi could now understand its words. In a way, yes. Chirp. Now I understand why your beasts are so formidable compared to others of the same level. Hee, little eagle, this is a secret. It must not be spoken of to anyone, do you understand? The small eagle nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, it could not help but commend its father for securing such a powerful and talented human beastmaster. If it could remain by Zhou Qi's side, surpassing its father in the future would surely be effortless. Perhaps it wouldn't take long at all. The small eagle began to envision a future where it would meet its father and even triumph over him. Just then, the small turtle suddenly spoke up. Zhou Qi below. Your friends are engaged in battle. Friends? Could it be Zhuge and Pang Hongyue? He looked down, noting that his complexion appeared somewhat pale and fatigued. Indeed, it was the two of them, facing an opponent who seemed formidable, exuding an aura of sinister energy. Zhou Qi began to assess the creature before them. Name, Qingming Spirit. Attribute, Undead. Race level, Near Monarch. Growth level, Low-tier Battle General. Race skills, Spirit Devouring Mist. Common skills, Mental Shock, Intimidation, Qingming Flash, Soul Snatch, Confusion. Energy value, 15, 379. Chapter 33, Assemble. Undead Beasts, how intriguing. This was Zhou Qi's first encounter with an undead attribute, and he was instantly captivated. The small turtle rolled its eyes. You don't read, so how would you know? Undead creatures, due to their attributes, are typically birthed in specific terrains, where they often consume life force, rendering them quite perilous. Hence, most individuals would not deliberately seek to contract with them. Zhou Qi certainly had no such intentions. His thoughts turned to the possibility that should he ever wish to contract an undead beast, it would undoubtedly be in humanoid form. Dressing a skeletal figure in attire would serve dual purposes, as a companion and a means to instill fear, both practical and entertaining, a win-win scenario. Zhuge, Pang Hongyue. Long time no see. Upon hearing his voice, both looked up, their faces lighting up with joy upon spotting Zhou Qi descending from the sky. Brother Zhou, Master Zhou, they exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's name, the opposing figure frowned slightly before smiling and stating, So you are Zhou Qi. I have heard that your beast possesses the highest race level in this year's professional assessment. Pray tell, which one is it? His gaze swept over Zhou Qi, astonished to see 4 beasts surrounding him. Could he already be a level 4 beast master? Zhou Qi cast a dismissive glance at him, yawning. Who are you? Do you think you are worthy to speak with me? Zhou Qi's tone was incredibly arrogant. Zhuge Qing interjected. His name is Yuan Feng, a candidate from the ancient capital. Yuan Feng's expression was as cold as ice. Zhou Qi, do not become too complacent. Even if your beast's race level is high, what of it? A servant is but a servant. Ascending beyond your station is no simple feat. I advise you not to provoke me. Zhou Qi chuckled softly. That line should be directed at me, don't you think? If you wish to play, then let us play. Observing Zhou Qi's nonchalant demeanor and glancing at Zhuge Qing and the others, Yuan Feng's expression shifted, and ultimately, he gritted his teeth and chose not to press the issue. You are quite something. Yuan Feng spat, turning to leave. Zhou Qi, with a mere thought, commanded the small eagle to swiftly intercept Yuan Feng's path. What do you intend to do? I have changed my mind. I believe I must have a proper play with you. It adds a touch of humanity. The small eagle unleashed its intimidation, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon Yuan Feng. His face turned ashen, clearly distressed. The mastery of intimidation at the intermediate monarch level was not to be underestimated. The Qingming spirit hovering near Yuan Feng trembled in fear, unwilling to advance. Useless. Yuan Feng muttered under his breath, cursing. How could Zhou Qi possess such a formidable beast? The disparity between the Qingming spirit and that little bird was stark. As he endured immense pressure, his legs began to buckle, and he gritted his teeth. What must I do for you to let me go? Zhou Qi flashed a bright smile. Now you're getting it. I am no villain. Apologize to my two friends and leave behind a resource. And this matter will be forgotten. What do you say? Rest assured, I won't force you. Yu Wenfeng felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Yet recognizing the formidable power of his adversary, he chose to harbor this grievance silently. Very well, I apologize. He bowed his head before Zhu Qi and Peng Hongyue, uttering, I am truly sorry. This secondary resource shall serve as my compensation. Zhou Qi cast a penetrating glance at him. Although Yu Wenfeng had adhered to the truth, it was evident that he bore resentment. A person capable of enduring such humiliation is not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, Zhou Qi permitted him to depart unscathed, knowing that should retribution arise in the future, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Once Yu Wenfeng had left, Zhou Qi inquired, Now, please explain what transpired. Peng Hongyue hurriedly responded, We unexpectedly acquired a 4th-level resource, which Yu Wenfeng happened to witness. Consequently, he coerced us into surrendering it. While combat among candidates is not prohibited, one must avoid inflicting severe injuries or causing death. Although outright theft is forbidden, the rules state that if one party consents, it is not considered a violation. Zhou Qi sighed. Ah, the allure of wealth can be quite compelling. Come, let us proceed. The base is not far, and I shall escort you. Little Turtle guided the three of them gracefully through the air, seemingly at ease. A 4th-level resource, you are quite fortunate. Even territories belonging to commander-level spirit beasts do not guarantee such treasures. Zhu Qi hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Zhou, I presume you are quite interested in securing first place. If necessary, I could relinquish that 4th-level resource to you. Zhou Qi was taken aback, a smile creeping onto his face as he asked, And what of you? Do you not aspire for a commendable result? As long as we pass the assessment, we are content. Moreover, you have assisted us greatly, and this shall serve as our token of gratitude. A 4th-level resource would not be lacking for us outside. Zhou Qi suddenly erupted into laughter. You truly are adorably naive. Do you think I require your assistance? Though a 4th-level resource may not be of great consequence, it is something I have toiled for and shall cherish. As for me, first place is undoubtedly mine. Master Zhou, what splendid treasure have you acquired? Peng Hongyue inquired curiously. Her heart relieved. Just as Zhou Qi had articulated, one typically would not easily part with what they have painstakingly earned. That is a secret. You shall discover it in due time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the vista surrounding Miluo Island was a tapestry of azure waters, perhaps accounting for the splendid hues of the evening sky. As Zhou Qi and his companions soared through the air, they were treated to a breathtaking spectacle. The cerulean sea and crimson sunset melded harmoniously, erupting into a myriad of resplendent colors. It was indescribable, an indelible image etched in their memories. Akin to a contest between water and fire, a collision of ocean and sky, grand yet extraordinary. How beautiful! I had no idea the ocean concealed such vistas. Peng Hongyue's youthful heart fluttered with imagination. Hey, wake up! We've arrived. Zhou Qi unhesitatingly shattered her reverie, drawing her back to reality. Enraged, Peng Hongyue retorted, Master Zhou, such behavior will surely lead to a solitary life. Zhu Qi chuckled heartily at her reaction. And you, Zhu Qi, do not laugh. Peng Hongyue glared at her. A wrathful woman is not to be trifled with, Zhou Qi lamented as he ruffled the head of the plump tiger, awakening it from its culinary dreams. Woo, is it time to eat? All you think about is food. You little rascal are the one destined for solitude. How can that possibly be me? Plump tiger, I'm not even 2 months old, and you're discussing this with me? Upon reaching the airspace above the base, the group descended, neither too early nor too late. Regardless of whether they arrived first or last, Zhou Qi had already secured his place as the top performer. It is prudent to remain low-key. Let these exceptional moments be claimed by others. They approached the area designated for the QH City Assessment Team. Upon spotting Zhou Qi, Examiner Xia greeted him with a smile. Welcome back. I trust your harvest was substantial? Moderate, I suppose. If only I could acquire a stronger pet for free, perhaps the rewards would be even greater. Moderate? Your tone suggests otherwise. Are you perhaps aiming for first place? Galbin emerged with a mocking expression. Whether I claim first or not is of no concern to you. Are you suggesting a wager? A wager it is, then. I am not afraid of you. Galbin's face radiated confidence, armed with 3 4th-level resources. He believed he could not possibly lose. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Qi surmised, You do not think I wish to compete with you, do you? That would be utterly mundane. Rather, let us contend for who can secure first place, nationwide. Mind you, not merely Qinghai. Galbin's expression faltered, becoming increasingly glum. Nationwide first? Are you not dreaming in broad daylight? The crowd, drawn by the commotion, turned their attention to the duo. Zhou Qi flashed a grin, revealing his pearly whites. What? Are you afraid? Humph, a tie would suffice. What shall we wager then? Chapter 34. The reward for nationwide first place. Observers from other cities watched with amusement as Zhou Qi and his companions engaged in this audacious challenge. A candidate from a secondary city daring to bet on a nationwide title. Surely this was a jest or an attempt to garner attention. Let me ponder. The stakes cannot be trivial, yet they should not be excessive either. Zhou Qi mused, the corners of his mouth curling upward. 3 million will do. This sum was neither too little nor too much. The onlookers nearly choked on their laughter. 3 million is not a small amount. Even esteemed figures would not be so reckless. Are you certain you are not merely seeking attention? Examiner Xia and his colleagues could not help but gasp in astonishment. While a nearby examiner quipped, are young people today truly this affluent? Do not conflate them with us. A young person interjected. Gaobin regarded Zhou Qi in disbelief. Unable to restrain himself, have you lost your mind? He had anticipated a few thousand, at most tens of thousands, as the wager. 3 million was the entirety of his wealth. Could it be that you have investigated my finances beforehand? Gaobin's expression was one of skepticism. How could it be such a coincidence? Is that a substantial amount? Zhou Qi's question left those around him speechless. You cannot flaunt your arrogance in such a manner. And what if it results in a tie? Gaobin queried. In that case, it shall indeed be a tie. However, if you wish for us to determine a winner, I would not object. Humph. At most, it will be a contest of 3 or 4 level resources. If we are truly vying for national first, then it is certainly worth this wager. To compete one-on-one with you? Only a fool would stake such a grand amount. Zhou Qi chuckled. Examiner Xia, will you be my witness for this wager? Since you are so keen, I shall gladly serve as your witness. Examiner Xia replied with a smile. Intrigued to see what Zhou Qi would garner from Tian's Hushan. Once all personnel had gathered, a master surnamed Su from the Miluo Island base announced the list of those who had successfully passed the vocational assessment. Among the 1,000 participants in this Miluo Island trial, 328 had excelled, completing the tasks we set forth with remarkable proficiency. The successful candidates included Wang Yang, Su Qing, and Zhu Hong. We shall now commence the registration of resources. Those who did not pass may select 1 resource to take home, while those who succeeded may choose 3. The rankings for resource acquisition will be published nationwide, with the top 10 receiving rewards from the Alliance. Of course, if you prefer to keep your achievements private and are indifferent to rankings or Alliance rewards, that is entirely acceptable. However, it is important to note that only resources found on the island may be registered. Anything taken from outside does not count. Zhou Qi sighed, recognizing the cleverness of this strategy. Most present were unconcerned about such trivial resources. A few 3rd or 4th tier resources held little significance compared to the cultivation of their beasts, which was a matter of far greater importance. Someone inquired, Master Su, might you enlighten us regarding the rewards from the Alliance? Master Su stroked his grayish-white beard and chuckled. I can only disclose the reward for the first place. You may choose any resource. 10 3rd-tier resources, 5 4th-tier resources, 3 5th-tier resources, along with 10 million in beast cultivation funds, a piece of top-tier spatial equipment, a juvenile king-tier beast, and a year's supply of specialized beast food crafted by a master nourisher, plus qualification to enter the Alliance-controlled secret realms. A collective gasp arose among the crowd at the mention of these rewards. Their cumulative worth exceeded 50 million. The qualification for the secret realms was particularly coveted, a prize for which many prominent families would fiercely compete. Zhou Qi was equally astonished. For a mere vocational assessment, the Alliance was willing to invest so heavily? It was noteworthy that the highest-ranking participants were only at the general warrior level, and such assessments occurred annually. If the rewards for higher-tier events and activities were even more precious, perhaps extracting benefits from the Alliance was indeed a prudent endeavor, Zhou Qi mused. The title of National First in Vocational Beast Mastery was bestowed upon only 1 individual each year, marking them as the most illustrious figure among the younger generation of Gulong Kingdom. To expedite the process, several staff members conducted resource registrations in batches. However, many were aware that the competition for the top 10 positions was primarily a contest among the elite offspring of influential families. Their beasts were of superior lineage, formidable in strength, well cultivated, and bolstered by family support. Some even utilized their own resources to trade with the powerful beasts here to enhance their ranking. Upon hearing some rumors, Zhou Qi pondered whether to bring forth the branch of the celestial golden cypress. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Truly, these prodigies of the ancient capital had managed to acquire a 5th-tier resource. How remarkable! Under normal circumstances, seizing 5th-tier resources from the spirit beast territories was virtually impossible. It seemed that these rumors held some merit. Trading resources offered the potential for recovery even in failure. and success would yield substantial rewards. It appeared that prominent families were well prepared, having gathered intelligence and corresponding resources. With this in mind, Zhou Qi resolved that there was no longer a need to conceal the celestial golden source stone. He decided to make a significant impact in this vocational assessment. Achieving national first place with a 7th-tier resource would likely cement his legacy in the history of vocational beast mastery. In truth, aside from the influential families, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to compete with their science. The beasts contracted by the children of prominent families were often already at a level that could only be aspired to by others throughout their lives. The essence of a beast master lay in their beasts. As long as the beasts were powerful and well-cultivated, accolades, status, and wealth would naturally follow. Guming, please present your resources. 1 3rd-tier pure water lotus, 1 4th-tier earth morgan, and 1 6th-tier earth king stone. The appraiser had scarcely finished speaking when the crowd erupted in excitement. My heavens, with those resources, I wager he will certainly secure a place in the top 10. I would even argue he might be in the top 3. Guming, wasn't he the young man from the ancient capital we encountered last time? Zhou Qi murmured to himself, acknowledging the prowess of one who possessed a high-level king beast. It appeared that, aside from the silver-winged skyhawk, there were other king beasts on Miluo Island. He inquired of the little hawk, who replied, there are a total of 3 king beasts on Miluo Island. But our silver-winged skyhawk is the strongest. Zhu Qi approached. Brother Zhou, do you need my assistance? No need. Zhou Qi raised his hand to halt his continued offer. Soon, it was Zhu Qi and Pang Hongyue's turn. Having passed the vocational assessment, they both felt considerably lighter, presenting their respective gains. Shortly thereafter, it was Zhou Qi's turn. The remaining individuals watched intently, eager to see what he would produce. Upon seeing Zhou Qi, the staff recalled that he was among those who had entered the King Beast territory and was associated with the Miluo Island's strongest, the silver-winged skyhawk. Having spent over a day there, he must have garnered substantial rewards. Name, candidate number, and your acquisitions? Zhou Qi, candidate number 1564. I have obtained 1 thunderstone and 1 malevolent flower. Both are rather ordinary, it seems. He will likely disappoint. Many whispered among themselves. Zhou Qi continued. And then there is the celestial golden source stone. Celestial golden source stone? What is that resource? I have never heard of it. Can someone enlighten us? Those unfamiliar were left in confusion, while those in the know were left agape in astonishment. The staff, taken aback, asked, did you truly acquire the celestial golden source stone? Show us. Zhou Qi smiled and produced a fist-sized stone radiating a soft golden glow. Its exterior appeared unremarkable, but within lay an immense reservoir of gold energy. Upon witnessing the celestial golden source stone, the staff broke into smiles, exclaiming, indeed, you have it. This is the most precious 7th-tier resource on Miluo Island. No need for further explanation. The mere mention of a 7th-tier resource suffices to clarify everything. The onlookers gasped in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. A 7th-tier resource? How could this be? It defies logic. Is this truly what you obtained from the silver-winged skyhawk? The staff inquired with uncertainty. I am not foolish. If I possessed a 7th-tier resource, do you think I would present it? The staff at the Miluo Island base were well aware of the resources available, and Zhou Qi had indeed entered the Tianzhu Mountain. The staff diligently recorded the information, recognizing that the title of first in this vocational assessment was almost certainly his. Next, the staff resumed their duties, their expressions returning to normal. At this moment, Guming approached Zhou Qi to offer his congratulations, subsequently adding, Zhou Qi, you are indeed extraordinary. I am from Class 3, Guming. Haha, just kidding. You are impressive as well, with level 6 resources. Securing a spot in the top 10 is a certainty, and the top 3 is within reach, depending on luck. Guming then suggested, by the way, let's exchange contact information. If you ever find yourself in the ancient capital, feel free to reach out to me. I would be delighted to show you around. Zhou Qi's interest was piqued. Were there intriguing places in the ancient capital? Intriguing places? I believe the ancient battlefield would be particularly captivating for you. Our ancient capital derives its name from that very site. Unfortunately, it is not yet the right time for it to open. Otherwise, with your qualifications, obtaining a spot would be quite feasible. Zhou Qi pondered for a few moments. All right, I will find you when I have the time. Besides Guming, Xingyu also came over to exchange contact information with Zhou Qi. Xingyu had performed admirably and was a potential quality client, so Zhou Qi readily agreed. Afterwards, Zhou Qi proactively sought out Gao Bin, who, with a scowl on his face, provided his contact details, stating that he would not back out once the official results were announced. This significantly altered Zhou Qi's perception of him. Though he hailed from a prominent family, he was merely a bit proud and not as unpleasant as he seemed. Once all the staff had completed their recordings, the candidates on the island, along with the chief examiner, boarded their original chartered flight back to their respective cities. The list of results would be published on the Alliance's official website, which would take 2 days. Upon returning to QH City, it was already past 8 o'clock. Zhou Qi returned to his hotel, played a ranked match, which frustrated him to the point of throwing his phone aside, and then hurried off to bed. The following day, accompanied by Zhu Qi, who had invited Pang Hongyue, they all visited a real estate consulting firm, commonly known as a brokerage. Zhou Qi thought to himself that he would soon be the top in the nation, and staying in a hotel felt beneath him. After all, he ought to have a residence in QH City. Moreover, purchasing a property was no trivial matter for Zhou Qi. He had over 70 million in cash alone, and with additional resources, his total assets exceeded several hundred million. Zhu Qi was naturally thrilled for Zhou Qi, while Pang Hongyue was filled with envy. As expected of Master Zhou Qi, so generous. If you want to buy, then buy. Zhou Qi envisioned a future where he could own a house in every city across the nation. It would be splendid. Greetings, may I ask how I should address you? And how may I assist you? Spoke an elite woman dressed impeccably, exuding a polished and capable demeanor. Zhou Qi replied directly, my surname is Zhou, and I wish to purchase a house. Something larger with a spacious courtyard, a bit off the beaten path, is acceptable. May I inquire about your expected price range? Between 5 million and 20 million. Very well, I will promptly search for properties that meet your criteria. Please take a moment to relax and enjoy some water. Oh, my name is Wang Qian. Thank you, Qianjia. I hope for a swift process. Certainly, Mr. Zhou. As Zhou Qi and his companions settled onto the sofa, they were promptly served several glasses of lemonade. Pang Hongyue remarked, Master Zhou, your extravagance is astounding. You're ready to spend 20 million right off the bat. I reckon that would buy several hundred square meters of villa in a first-tier city. Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback. Could real estate prices in a second-tier city be so affordable? I am not well versed in this. Does anyone know the current housing prices in various regions? Zhu Qi responded, to my knowledge, third-tier cities generally range from 2,000 to 4,000 per square meter, while second-tier cities fall between 5,000 and 10,000. First-tier cities, however, are pricier, ranging from 8,000 to 30,000. Zhou Qi reflected for a moment and realized that this was not his previous life. In this land of vastness with a sparse population, resources more precious than land were plentiful. It seemed he had overlooked this detail. Zhou Qi sighed lightly. Shall we play a match to pass the time? Sure. Zhu Qi and Pang Hongyue immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing and the others quietly adorned Zhou Qi, their eyes occasionally glancing at his phone screen. After half an hour, Wang Qian approached, waiting patiently as they played their game. After winning 2 consecutive matches, Zhou Qi was in high spirits, for some reason. His luck was particularly good that day. Perhaps it was merely a matter of timing in his previous matches. Indeed, he mused. After refreshing himself with a glass of water, Zhou Qi inquired, Qianjia, how did you fare? According to your specifications, I have found 10 properties that may interest you. You can review their brief descriptions, and should any catch your eye, I will take you to visit them. What do you think? Zhou Qi nodded, allowing Zhu Qi and the others to assist in the evaluation. Brother Zhou, how about this one? It's in the city center, over 600 square meters, with a villa, lawn, and swimming pool, all included. I think mine is better. Pang Hongyue chimed in. This is a true mansion. Only such a place is worthy of Master Zhou. Oh dear. Hongyue, I feel as though I might be overly flattered. Just call me Brother Zhou or Zhou Gu. The title of Master feels premature for me. All right, Zhou Gu. But I'm not exaggerating. Your nurturing skills are absolutely of a top-tier master's caliber. You're just too modest. That is indeed the truth. Zhu Qi concurred. Zhou Qi chuckled helplessly, ultimately deciding against their suggestions and opting for a property located in both the city center and the suburbs. It cost just over 6 million, yet spanned over 1,000 square meters. The serene environment boasted a pond half an acre in size, filled with lotus blossoms, reminiscent of his childhood home. After inspecting the property, Zhou Qi promptly resolved to sign the contract and make full payment once the brokerage handled the necessary paperwork. Consequently, the following day, the deal was finalized. Zhou Qi was quite satisfied with Wang Qian's efficiency, making the payment on the spot and completing the transaction. To celebrate his new residence, Zhu Qi and Pang Hongyue generously presented him with lavish gifts worth several tens of thousands. Zhou Qi, in turn, showcased his culinary skills by hosting a grand banquet. The 6 pets and 3 people feasted until midnight before dispersing. The pets had all experienced growth, with Fat Tiger notably advancing to the servant level. The next morning, Zhou Qi checked the official website of the Beastmaster Alliance, where all the successful professional Beastmasters had been listed, along with the rankings of the professional assessments. Zhou Qi was pleased to find himself at the top of the leaderboard, with the second place held by someone named Jiang Wangyue and the third by Gu Ming. He glanced over the names in the top 10, making a mental note, but did not delve further. Suddenly, an amusing idea struck him. He opened his phone and added Gu Ming, Cheng Yu, Gao Bin, and Zhou Qi to a chat group named Heaven on Earth. The first message in the group was a screenshot of the rankings Zhou Qi had taken, with Gao Bin's name appearing last. The others sent their congratulations. Except for Gao Bin, who responded, "What does this mean?" Chapter 36, The Legend of the Celestial Star. Zhou Qi, Gu Ming, who is Jiang Wangwei? How could you let him get ahead of you? That's rather disappointing. After a moment, Gu Ming emerged, beads of cold sweat on his brow. Gu Ming, the top genius in Kyoto. How could I ever compare? I have heard he traded for 2 types of 6th-level resources from the King's spirit beast. I simply cannot compete. Cheng Yu, you all boast so shamelessly. Do you have no sense of shame? Zhou Qi flashed a toothy grin, and Gu Ming immediately followed suit. Cheng Yu, what is the significance of the name Celestial World? Zhu Qi chimed in. Zhou Gu's family runs a pet breeding shop called Celestial World. Zhou Qi, haha, do be sure to refer customers to us. You'll receive a 10% discount. The others laughed derisively. Then Gu Ming added, I've heard that this year's professional Beastmaster assessment is particularly unique. Some resources are personally funded by a legendary Beastmaster, especially the qualifications for the final secret realm. The rest were taken aback. Gu Ming, the specifics elude me, but I suspect that legendary Beastmaster will soon take action. Even in casual conversation, one can glean insider information. Indeed, having friends is advantageous. The Alliance's official website states that the badge for professional Beastmasters can be collected at the corresponding city's Beastmaster Hall, or can be sent via mail if one fills out the relevant information, though shipping is not included. Zhou Qi wasn't in a rush to collect it. Instead, he organized his resources and began devising a training plan. The majority of what he possessed were fire, gold, and wind-type resources, suitable only for Fat Tiger and Little Eagle. He prepared food corresponding to their attributes, as it would be most beneficial for them. Alas, the water and wood-type resources were manageable, but the dragon and psychic types were quite precious. He wondered if there was a way to acquire them without cost. Suddenly, Zhou Qi's eyes brightened. Indeed, the professional Beastmaster assessment offers rewards. He recalled something and began searching online for resources related to dragon and psychic types. If he were unable to articulate his needs later and the Alliance tried to pass off inferior goods, he would have no choice but to accept it. As for Fat Tiger, Zhou Qi had checked its information after it reached the servant level. There were no significant changes. He thought that if he wanted it to inherit the bloodline of the white tiger, enhancing its gold attributes would increase the chances. Thus, he purchased nearly 10 million worth of water and wood-type resources, preparing corresponding food for each of his beasts. Fat Tiger cared little for attributes. It simply wanted food. Little Qing, however, faced the most arduous task. Zhou Qi ensured to leave roots for the cultivatable resources, allowing for sustainable use. Almost every day, Little Qing was exhausted. Little Qing, I'm so tired. When will this end? 3 days later, Zhou Qi received a call from Old Xia, asking him to visit the Beastmaster Hall. At the hall, upon seeing Old Xia, Zhou Qi smiled. Old Xia, what brings me here? Are the resources ready? This won't do. I need to be meticulous in my selection. Old Xia frowned. This kid was completely unfazed. He cleared his throat and said, on one hand, I need you to choose the type of resources, and on the other, someone wishes to meet you to present you with your professional Beastmaster badge. Someone wants to see me? Zhou Qi pondered. Could it be a legendary Beastmaster? How did you know? Old Xia was taken aback. Zhou Qi grinned. I heard it from Gu Ming. He mentioned that a legendary figure is behind this year's professional Beastmaster assessment. It appears he wasn't deceiving me after all. Then let us proceed. That esteemed individual has been waiting for you for some time. Old Xia paused, then curiously asked, Aren't you going to retrieve these little ones back to the Beastmaster space? They prefer to stay outside. Zhou Qi smiled. The newly arrived Little Eagle, having encountered obstacles, took refuge atop Zhou Qi's head. Suit yourself. Old Xia chuckled helplessly, then led Zhou Qi into a spacious and bright reception room. The room was large and luxuriously appointed, with a precious patterned carpet, a grand crystal chandelier overhead, and high-end furniture throughout. Upon entering, Zhou Qi noticed a person standing by the window directly opposite the door, dressed simply yet possessing an upright stature. Hands clasped behind his back, his aura as unfathomable as an ocean. Sunlight streamed in like golden rays, intertwining light and shadow, enhancing the figure's imposing presence. The legend of the celestial star, Zhou Qi, has arrived. Old Xia spoke respectfully, then closed the door behind him, taking his place outside. This atmosphere is quite impressive. The celestial star legend turned, revealing a middle-aged visage, a square face exuding an air of authority. How could he appear so much younger than Old Xia? Zhou Qi had always assumed legends were typically characterized by gray or white beards. You are Zhou Qi? Zhou Qi nodded. It is an honor to meet you. Celestial Star Legend. The Celestial Star Legend smiled slightly. I have seen your trial video. Your aerial performance was quite remarkable. The skill of minor telekinesis is hardly noteworthy. May I inquire how you obtained the Celestial Gold Source Stone from the Silver-Winged Eagle? Zhou Qi was taken aback and did not respond immediately. I'm merely curious. Though the Silver-Winged Eagle does not harbor disdain for humans, it is not particularly fond of them either. Anyone attempting to approach Tianzhu Mountain would be beset by a swarm of commanding tier flying spirit beasts. If I recall correctly, the Silver-Winged Eagle has a descendant, likely also of commanding tier. With your beastess strength, could you possibly contend with a commanding tier Silver-Winged Eagle? Zhou Qi was momentarily stunned, then poked the little eagle perched atop his head, chuckling. I'm talking about you. Don't sleep. The little eagle flapped its wings and took to the air, its silver feathers shimmering brilliantly. The Celestial Star Legend focused intently. This is the Silver-Winged Eagle? You actually tamed it? It seems your strength exceeds my expectations. Indeed. You truly deserve your title. The Celestial Star Legend appeared quite pleased. Zhou Qi, you are quite intriguing. Your future is boundless. Decades ago, I too was the top contender in the professional Beast Master assessment. In my time, we did not have the luxury of the tricks you possess today, nor any protective measures. We emerged from trials of blood and fire. Over the years, the Alliance has been rather overprotective of your generation. The world outside is vast. Experiencing hardship early on can be beneficial. Zhou Qi was puzzled, but it seemed to convey that the outside world was perilous, advising him not to overestimate himself. Thank you for your guidance, Celestial Star Legend. I will keep it in mind. The Legend of Tianqing stated, very well. I shall refrain from further idle chatter and delve directly into the matter at hand. This is your professional beast tamer badge. Be sure to keep it well. Zhou Qi received the ancient bronze badge, adorned with a single star, and affixed it to his chest. In addition to this, there lies the issue of the qualification for the secret realm, which I shall provide. However, it is somewhat peculiar. This secret realm was discovered by me and is situated beyond the human territories. I will ensure your safety along the journey, so there is no cause for concern. Yet the realm itself is fraught with peril. I require a specific resource from within, but entry is restricted to creatures of the king level and below, whereas beast tamers may only access spaces of the 4th level and below. Should you decline, it is of no consequence. I can offer you an alternative opportunity in another secret realm. Is it truly dangerous? Zhou Qi pondered. When a legendary figure claims it to be perilous, it must indeed hold some truth. However, lacking even king-level spirit beasts, what threats could possibly exist? The crux of the matter lies in whether the benefits are substantial enough. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qi inquired, Legend of Tianqing, could you elaborate on the specific dangers? And what are the rewards? I tend to be rather practical. Haha. Chapter 37. The Origins of the Secret Realm and the Mutated Demon Sparrow. The Legend of Tianqing was not at all surprised. If one expects labor without remuneration, that would be most unreasonable. He offered a slight smile. The dangers, in essence, encompass a myriad of spirit beasts, including numerous battle general and commander levels. Just how many? Should you agree to enter, the answer shall reveal itself. Are there truly no beings above the king level within? I can assure you that there are none. Why? Because that is the rule governing the secret realm. Seeing Zhou Qi's bewildered expression, Tianqing Legend chuckled. This brings us to the formation of secret realms. They are typically established by beings of dominator level or higher, who possess the ability to initially commune with the heavens and earth, thus merging their power to carve out a space. Such spaces are referred to as secret realms. They vary in size and at the point of their establishment. The creator can set rules, such as limiting the number of entrants at a time or imposing an upper limit on the levels of creatures present within. Zhou Qi nodded, absorbing this newfound knowledge. However, the creation of a secret realm is not a trivial matter. It depletes one's essence and is arduous to restore, which is why such endeavors generally occur when the time of great tribulation approaches. The Legend of Tianqing continued. Now, let us discuss the benefits. For I believe this to be your primary concern. Given the difficulty of traversing from the periphery to the core of this secret realm, should you succeed, I shall grant you ownership of it. Typically, the management of secret realms is within the purview of the discoverer, should they choose to open it to the Alliance. A certain quota for planning and modifications can be allocated. I am the discoverer of this realm, yet I find myself at an impasse. Should you succeed, it shall be yours. Zhou Qi's eyes gleamed with excitement. That sounds splendid. I am in need of a vast expanse of land for spiritual cultivation. It appears I have no choice but to pursue this. The resources within this secret realm are exceedingly abundant, comparable to those found in top-tier realms. It is said to house 3 spiritual veins, water, wood, and earth, each of which enhances various spiritual plants, yielding a wealth of mid-level resources, and even some of the 7th level. Enough already, I am beginning to salivate. Zhou Qi exclaimed. Zhou Qi, Zhou Gui, do not think I neglect you. Your fortunes lie ahead. He paused, considering. If there are indeed many mid to low-level resources, does that not imply a staggering number of commander-level beings? Hundreds? Thousands? It seems there truly is an abundance. Regardless of the quantity, Zhou Qi's determination to claim this secret realm remained unshaken. I shall go all in. Legend of Tianqing, I have grasped the essence of the situation. But are there others involved? I shall reach out to them, but I expect few will accept the offer. After all, there are several top talents who have perished in this secret realm, and if they were to flourish, becoming top-tier masters would be a mere formality. Zhou Qi gasped. Nonetheless, it matters not. They are merely top-tier masters, and who among us does not start from the same vantage point? He secretly hoped there would be none. To spare him the competition. In favorable circumstances, I have Zhou Gui. In adversity, I have Zhou Qi. In dire straits, I rely on myself. It appears I must once again showcase my extraordinary abilities. When do you plan to depart? Tianqing Legend inquired. It depends on you. Ideally, within 6 months. I understand now. Then let it be 3 months hence. How shall I contact you? The Legend of Tianqing provided Zhou Qi with a business card. This is my disciple. You may call him at the appointed time, and he will come to escort you. Zhou Qi nodded in acknowledgement. 3 months then, let the new talent competition begin. Tianqing Legend smiled, and at that moment, a mysterious spirit beast, shimmering like starlight, appeared by his side. Before Zhou Qi could examine the creature's details, both Tianqing Legend and the enigmatic spirit beast vanished in an instant. Zhou Qi stood in stunned silence, marveling at their swiftness. Did they fear my appraisal? Upon exiting, Lao Xia greeted him with a smile. How did it go? Quite well, as it turns out. No need for further inquiry. They've already departed. By the way, Lao Xia, what is this new talent competition? Lao Xia stood like a wooden post for several seconds, astonished. You do not even know about the new talent competition? If I knew, why would I ask you? If you choose not to share, then so be it. With a sigh, Lao Xia explained. The new talent competition occurs 3 months after the professional assessment, with participants being beast tamers from both the previous and current cohorts. It serves as a means to evaluate one's strength and compare it to that of the previous cohort of beast tamers. Participants from the previous cohort are merely invited. Whether they choose to attend is entirely up to them. But what truly matters is the nature of the rewards. Lao Xia rolled his eyes. You are rather direct, aren't you? The rewards can vary. In the worst-case scenario, one might receive a 5th-level resource along with other assorted items, while in the best case, a 6th-level resource may be awarded. Even the smallest morsel is still meat. Zhou Qi declared. Then I shall enter. Lao Xia nearly succumbed to high blood pressure. 5th-level resources and 6th-level resources. You're treating them like mere scraps? Have you encountered 7th-level resources, and now regard anything below as insignificant? He scoffed. I advise you not to harbor overly lofty expectations. The beast tamers from the previous cohort will likely possess king-level or higher commander-level pets. That is somewhat formidable. But we still have 3 months left. Zhou Qi retorted. Once the Alliance's resources are at hand, after this round of training, my growth level will surely ascend rapidly. Lao Xia was left speechless, while Zhou Qi contemplated. If I cannot achieve a decisive victory in the new talent competition, then I shall have no need to pursue the secret realm. By the way, Lao Xia, should we not discuss the matter of resources? Zhou Qi said, casting a sidelong glance at Lao Xia, who sensed an ominous aura rising within him. Fear not, they are merely trifles. 3rd-level resources include clear heart grass, heart thought flower, and illusionary spirit flower. 4th-level resources encompass dragon breath grass, dragon language flower, and harmonizing flower. 5th-level resources consist of dragon blood fruit, divine thought fruit, and dragon soul flower. As old Xia listened to each remark, his expression darkened with every word, revealing his utter discontent. Did he truly believe the Alliance was his family's enterprise? All of these were rare attribute spirit plants, and he could only imagine the disdain they would attract when reported. With a sigh, old Xia resigned himself to the situation. At the very least, he had done a service for QH City, and even the most arduous demands had to be met. These included a staggering 10 million in pet cultivation funds, spatial equipment, pet offspring, and beast nourishment. When could all of this be prepared? Aside from the resources, everything else was already in place, and as for the pet offspring, they had already arrived. However, there was a problem with this particular pet. Old Xia nodded, referring to the purple flame demon sparrow, a quasi-imperial breed, servile in nature. Wasn't he that rather impressive? It was among the most elite of pets. If that were the case, the Alliance wouldn't dare present it. This purple flame demon sparrow was mutated. Its purple flames possessed a terrifying soul-devouring characteristic. The devouring fire could consume its own vitality at any moment and might even spread, affecting the outside world. According to experts within the Alliance, should it form a contract with a human, it could potentially drain the life force of the Beastmaster as well. At present, that offspring had fallen from the serval stage to the awakened stage, a consequence of the Alliance's resources. Zhou Qi inquired, does the devouring fire only consume its own vitality? Not quite, Old Xia replied. The purple flame inherently possesses the ability to absorb energy and life force, hence its designation as a demon sparrow. However, the normal purple flame demon sparrow's flame is controllable, whereas the soul-devouring flame is uncontrollable, almost as if it possesses its own consciousness, ravenously consuming when hungry. Of course, its power far surpasses that of the purple flame. Is there no way to resolve this? Zhou Qi asked. Alliance experts have speculated that if it could evolve, perhaps the soul-devouring fire would transform into something complete. However, evolution is no simple feat. Once evolved, it might even become a quasi-dominant or dominant species. Evolution. Chapter 38. All I cherish, I shall devote my all. The purple flame demon sparrow. The blood of the vermilion bird. What a remarkable coincidence. If evolution could solve this issue, it would be a mere trifle for me. Zhou Qi felt a surge of confidence, as numerous classic cases lay before him. Little Qing, little turtle, bug, and dragon carp. Moreover, Little Qing, a dragon-shaped self-propelling 6th-level life resource generator, lacked nothing in terms of life resources. What should he call Little Turtle and the plump tiger? As Zhou Qi regained his focus, Old Xia had already called out to him twice. Old Xia, let us go and observe the purple flame demon sparrow. Old Xia, somewhat perplexed, asked, do you wish to have it? Let us take a look first. Old Xia nodded, refraining from further comment, and led Zhou Qi to a sealed room. Vibrant reds, greens, yellows, and blues adorned the walls, a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet all of it was mere illusion, painted on the walls and floor. There were no floral scents, no fragrant grasses, and the blue sky appeared so constricted. A bird, cloaked in purple-black flames, stood solitary in this false world, half a meter tall. It exuded an aura that seemed utterly out of place, as if it held no desire for life or future. To put it bluntly, its heart was ashen. Zhou Qi felt a pang in his chest, akin to being stabbed. How could the heir to the 4 divine beasts be in such a state? He felt compelled to offer it a complete world. Zhou Qi, if you're dissatisfied, I can negotiate with the Alliance. Given your talent, no need, I want it as it is. I find it quite appealing. Nothing could suit me better. Old Xia was taken aback. Was this still the same little fellow who only sought to exploit Alliance resources? He could discern that Zhou Qi genuinely desired to nurture it. Since you have made your decision, so be it. Thank you, Old Xia. I'll stay here with it for a while. Please prepare the other items for me. All right. I understand. Zhou Qi approached the purple flame demon sparrow, which gazed at him with a calm demeanor, its eyes betraying no emotion. It was as tranquil as a still pond. Hello, I am Zhou Qi. From this moment forth, I shall be your beast master. Upon hearing the term beast master, a flicker of change appeared in the purple flame demon sparrow's eyes, confusion. It seemed to wonder why anyone would choose it. Was it perhaps a fool? Zhou Qi chuckled. Do I seem like a fool to you? I am no fool. To others, you may be a hot potato, but to me, you are a priceless treasure. Being mutated is not a misfortune. Zhou Qi lifted Little Turtle. Look at its shell, it's white. It was born of the black armored turtle clan and faced scorn from its kin due to its mutation. Yet, upon encountering me, do you sense its aura? Quite formidable. I assent it. Even you of the same rank would find it hard to rival. Little Turtle rolled its eyes. Why use me as an example? And then there's it. Once a little green snake, now evolved into a noble dragon, possessing an exceedingly rare wood affinity. It is destined to be an exceptional gardener. And that's not even its limit. It can advance further. Little Qing interjected, I don't want to be a gardener. I want to be a true dragon that battles the heavens and the earth. And this little plump tiger nearly perished during birth. Yet look at it now. It's so fat it's almost a pig. Plump tiger protested, I am not a pig. Let us not even mention it. Little Eagle looked on expectantly, but was directly overlooked, feeling a pang of sadness. The little ones gathered around the purple flame demon sparrow, curiously observing their future companion. Based on my observations, it should be female, Little Eagle remarked. Finally, we'll have companions of a different gender. I wonder if it can handle a fight? Little Turtle commented, not bad. It's just like me, all ablaze. Plump Tiger exclaimed. The purple flame demon sparrow noticed their lack of fear and began to shy away from them. Zhou Qi said, Little one, you are kind. Follow me, and you shall have a brighter future. The purple flame demon sparrow finally spoke. I prefer to be alone. What? Afraid of harming me? I can help you control yourself. Allow you to evolve and master that consuming flame. I can already envision how powerful you will become after evolution. You will be my first pet. No matter how beautiful a false painting may be, it is still merely an illusion. Let us venture outside. Whatever trouble you stir, I shall bear the burden. You need not concern yourself with others' opinions. Simply be yourself, and that shall suffice. The purple-flamed demon sparrow felt a tumult of emotions. This was the first individual who genuinely wished to accept it. It had been deemed ominous by its parents, feared by other beings, and scorned by many human beast masters. Zhou Qi appeared to be the first ray of light in its life, truly entering its heart. "Why are you so kind to me?" the purple-flamed demon sparrow asked, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. "All I cherish. I shall devote my all. Follow me, and I shall lead you to the pinnacle, to behold the beauty of the world." A soft peck followed. "I am willing." Zhou Qi smiled, his heart brimming with joy. "I shall bestow upon you a name, Nanli." Beside them, Xiao Qing was in tears. "Master Beast Tamer, may I change my name?" No, that is not permissible." Due to the absence of a contract position, Zhou Qi had no choice but to establish a temporary bond, akin to that with the little eagle. He cradled Nanli, while the plump tiger was compelled to walk alongside under the guise of a weight loss regime. The plump tiger was on the verge of tears. Before long, old Xiao approached, presenting Zhou Qi with a spatial ring. Within lies 100 cubic meters, valued at 5 million. All other rewards have been placed inside. As for the resources, provide me with an address, and I shall send them to you once I have secured them. No problem, Zhou Qi responded with a smile. Then, old Xiao, I shall take my leave. Yes, take good care of it, old Xiao replied. Zhou Qi nodded and exited the Beast Tamer's pavilion, soaring homeward. It was only after flying a considerable distance that he realized he had forgotten the plump tiger. Swiftly descending, he retrieved the pitiful creature and brought it back to his opulent abode. The plump tiger was now genuinely upset, and it took 2 meals to placate its anger. "Nanli, this shall henceforth be one of our homes. Xiao Qing, little turtle, please accompany Nanli and help it acclimate. I shall prepare dinner." Zhou Qi's culinary creations possessed a transformative power that even Nanli could not resist. While dining, it seemed to forget all its sorrows, wholly immersed in the experience. "Do you feel it, Nanli? This is one of my talents, the divine chef, capable of fostering the growth of our beloved beasts. Beyond this, I also possess talents in evolution and teaching. The evolution aspect you shall witness in due course, but the teaching talent will soon become apparent." After they finished their meal, Zhou Qi promptly began to instruct Nanli in the skill of scaling, while simultaneously reviewing its fundamental attributes. Name: Purple Flame Demon Sparrow, Mutation. Attribute: Fire. Racial level: Pseudo-Emperor. Growth level: Awakening Stage 9, formerly a high-ranking servant. Racial skills: Fire Control, Proficient. Soul Devour, Mastered. Spirit Bestowal, Novice. Common skills: Intimidation, Proficient. Fire Feather, Novice. Rapid Healing, Novice. Purple Flame Galaxy, Novice. Purple Fire Flowing Light, Novice. Meteor Fire Rain, Novice. Raging Fire Burning Heaven, Novice. Energy Value: 2023, originally 5456. Physical Condition: Vitality severely depleted, extremely weak. Description: The mutated Purple Flame Demon Sparrow possesses a terrifying Soul Devour talent. If not controlled, it will ultimately consume itself and cease to exist. Chapter 39, Nanli's Talent. In addition to Soul Devour, there exists Spirit Bestowal. One talent that consumes life and another that bestows it, such diametrically opposed abilities manifesting within a single creature. Zhou Qi realized he had underestimated it. Should it successfully evolve, Dominion would undoubtedly be its fate. Zhou Qi's mind began to devise a plan. The forthcoming days would be dedicated to nurturing Nanli, enriching its foundation prior to evolution. Daily doses of Evolution Light, accompanied by 2 vials of 4th-tier Emu Elixir, as well as Fire-type resources, would be administered. In a mere 3 days, Nanli had returned to the status of a high-ranking servant. In addition, Zhou Qi tirelessly allocated points to enhance its skills in Fire Control, Soul Devour, and Spirit Bestowal. Nanli felt as though it had undergone a metamorphosis, an unprecedented experience. Strengthening while merely standing. How remarkable. However, being a beast tamer seemed arduous. On the 4th day, Zhou Qi witnessed for the first time the eruption of the Soul Devour flame. The purple-black flames surged violently, seeking to engulf all surrounding life in a conflagration reminiscent of a wildfire. The grass beneath Nanli's feet was the first to suffer, vibrant green swiftly wilting to a desolate yellow. At that moment, with a cry, Nanli forcefully suppressed the Soul Devour flames. Filled with indomitable spirit and unprecedented vigor, it strove against the inferno. Although Nanli could not fully control the Soul Devour flames, as they were birthed from its essence, it managed to suppress their spread through sheer will. The flames, initially consuming Nanli's vitality, began to rage uncontrollably in response to its resistance. Nanli's life force dwindled, and Zhou Qi felt his own vitality flowing into Nanli through their temporary bond. This sensation bore semblance to a side effect, yet Zhou Qi remained unfazed. The life energy within him far surpassed that of his peers, akin to that of a fifth-tier beast tamer. Zhou Qi, Emu Essence. Zhou Qi had already prepared, swiftly condensing a drop and delivering it to Nan Li's mouth. The sixth-tier life resource, Emu Essence, possessed immense life energy, more than sufficient to suppress the soul-devour flames. The flames consumed a significant portion of the life energy contained within the Emu Essence, gradually calming down and falling into a slumber. The parched grassland, under Zhou Qi's care, returned to its former glory. See, Nan Li, I did not deceive you. The soul devourer poses no threat to me. I am more familiar with the sensation of being drained of life energy than you are. You experience eruptions periodically, while I feel as though I am being sapped daily. Nan Li chirped twice, and Zhou Qi sensed its heart finally settling. 2 more days passed, and the resources from the professional rewards arrived in their entirety. Zhou Qi meticulously incorporated them into Zhao Qing and Little Turtle's daily sustenance. All the beloved beasts steadily advanced in their growth. Though who would progress the most depended on Zhou Qi's affections. Love it, and it shall receive more attention. Zhu Qi and Pang Honyue had returned to Siping City, claiming they were preoccupied with preparing for the university's independent admission examinations. If successful, they would be college students by September. In the world of the past, knowledge was paramount. Here, the prowess and talent of beast tamers held sway. There had been individuals who, before reaching the age of 10, passed the beast tamer occupational assessment with flying colors, subsequently gaining admission to renowned universities. Zhou Qi found himself reminiscing about his past university days, a time of unrestrained youth, skipping classes, engaging in all-night gaming sessions, and devouring popular novels until dawn. Lost in thought, a subtle smile graced Zhou Qi's lips. Zhao Qing, do you think the beast tamers are foolish? Little Turtle remained silent, secretly reporting through their bond. Zhou Qi chuckled, maintaining his composure. Zhao Qing, cultivate those spiritual plants. If dinner isn't prepared properly, it will be cancelled. Why is this happening? Where did the trouble arise? Little Turtle quietly closed its eyes, adopting an expression of indifference. The plump tiger roamed restlessly, chasing butterflies with a silly enthusiasm. The little eagle preened its silvery feathers, puffing out its chest in self-admiration. As for Nan Li, it quietly remained by Zhou Qi's side, resembling a serene young lady. The days passed in tranquil harmony. Zhuge's younger brother once mentioned that those who perform exceptionally well in professional competitions often attract the attention of universities. Yet, more than 2 weeks had elapsed, and no one had reached out to him. Could it be that Zhuge's younger brother had deceived him? He certainly lacked the audacity to do so. Zhou Qi scoffed, surmising that several universities were likely embroiled in internal debates over which one should make the approach. After all, being the best carries its own weight. As for the universities, he had long outgrown that stage of life. However, should they genuinely extend an invitation, he would not be averse to visiting. A smile crept upon Zhou Qi's lips. Even if he lacked personal ambition, it would be beneficial for his cherished beasts to gain some experience and learn on their own. Having invested so much in their upbringing, it was time for them to embark on their own journeys of growth. Especially the little turtle, Zhou Qi thought, casting a glance at the sunbathing creature, which had recently become somewhat lethargic. The little turtle, sensing an impending shift, trembled, its eyes fluttering open to survey its surroundings. Who is plotting against me? No. I must consult the fates. 2 days later, a familiar figure arrived, Master Pang. Observing his beaming countenance, Zhou Qi mused that he must have been boasting about his achievements to his old friends. He had promised that once Zhou Qi passed the assessment, he would treat him to a grand feast. What a cunning trickster! Master Pang exclaimed with a smile. Congratulations, brother Zhou. First in the nation, just as I predicted. Zhou Qi's demeanor soured, coolly retorting, what is there to congratulate? Don't you think it's a bit late for that? There is not a shred of sincerity in your words. Master Pang paused, sighed, and replied, what can I say? I've been busy. Busy boasting, I presume. Zhou Qi interjected. Master Pang, feeling somewhat awkward, urged, don't take offense, brother Zhou. Come, let me treat you to a grand meal. Zhou Qi called out, Zhao Qing. Pang Hu, Xiaoying, Little Turtle, Nan Li, let us feast today. Pang Hu howled excitedly, gnawing at his own tail. Zhou Qi's face darkened. Pang Hu, have you really reached such a state of hunger? Or have you awakened some peculiar attribute? Brother Zhou, your beasts have multiplied, with 5 now. You must be approaching the 5th level of beast taming. This was already the minimum standard for a master, and the speed was astonishing. What were they thinking? It's not like they were on a rocket. The 2 newcomers had yet to be contracted. Level 3 was still within reason, though even that was unusual. Rising 2 levels in just a few months was almost inconceivable. Master Pang suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, when I first met you, Hongyu was quite similar, and now. However, she too had become a level 2 beast tamer. It was high time to prepare her for a second beast. I wonder if Brother Zhou has any suggestions? We can discuss it on the way. That works. Master Pang summoned his dragon carp, and a resounding dragon's roar filled the air, causing a tremor. Why does your dragon carp seem to have gained weight? Master Pang chuckled. I've had a few more social engagements recently. Once I begin training it, things will improve. By the way, I've given it a new name, Yufeng. Yufeng remembered Zhou Qi's rule. At his home, it must shrink in size. Upon doing so, it first bellowed a greetings, Master Zhou, before soaring over to Xiaoqing, attempting to engage her, yet she remained aloof, ignoring it entirely. Don't think that just because you have a nice name, you can get close to me. With such combat strength, you're a disgrace to the Imperial Dragon. As the group set off, Zhou Qi held Nan Li in the passenger seat while the others were relegated to the back. Pang, who felt dejected, lamenting, that seat was mine. Zhou Qi, you only heed the laughter of the new while ignoring the tears of the old. I'm not happy. Xiaoqing consoled. Pang, who? This is the nature of beast tamers. You're still too inexperienced. Once upon a time. Wait. Had I never been treated in such a manner by a beast tamer? In an instant, Xiaoqing found herself filled with envy and resentment. The little turtle quipped. Two fools. Xiaoqing laughed, triggering a wave of outrage, resulting in a collective assault from Xiaoqing, the little turtle, and Pang Hu. Zhou Qi turned to glance back, gently stroking Nan Li's head, and remarked, at least Nan Li is obedient. They've all gone astray. Upon hearing this, the beasts immediately ceased their squabbling. The little turtle, Xiaoqing, Pang Hu, and Xiaoqing exclaimed in unison, gone astray? Is it our fault? Isn't that your responsibility as a beast tamer? Chapter 40. Evolution Techniques. Pang Hu is ready to unleash his power. At the Changpu Grand Hotel, in a private dining room, dishes were delivered with the swiftness of a flowing river, plates exiting as pristine as if licked clean. Naturally, Zhou Qi and Master Pang lacked such prowess. The true stars were the beasts, transforming their sorrow into an insatiable appetite. Should they unleash their hunger, it would indeed be a sight to behold. Especially Pang Hu, who resembled an insatiable abyss. Zhou Qi surveyed the scene and discovered that Pang Hu had awakened a skill named appetite, enabling him to consume voraciously, storing energy within himself for future use. He marveled at this peculiarity. It suited Pang Hu's nature perfectly, as he had been preoccupied with eating since birth, making the awakening of such a skill entirely reasonable. While the ability to consume boundlessly was impressive, it did not come without drawbacks, namely, an unquenchable hunger that could only be assuaged by true delicacies. Zhou Qi pondered the implications. If he were to disappear one day, would Pang Hu consume the entire continent? After all, he was no longer a mere cub. It was time to consider a career path for him, much like Xiaoqing. Given his love for food, becoming a chef might be an excellent choice. Oblivious to the fate that awaited him, Pang Hu was bewildered, wondering why he felt increasingly famished. The other companions gazed in astonishment. Pang Hu, have you finally decided not to be a tiger? By the way, old Pang, you mentioned wanting to find a second beast for Hongyu. Her first is of a high commander level. Surely, the second cannot be inferior. Master Pang replied. That's a valid point, but hybrid beast cubs are exceedingly rare. If Yufeng were to evolve to the emperor level with my status, applying for a royal level cub from the alliance wouldn't be too challenging. He paused before adding, what do you think about contracting a dragon carp? Zhou Qi instantly grasped Master Pang's intention. He wanted his granddaughter to follow in his footsteps, banking on evolution. Master Pang chuckled. Well, you're here, which is why I dare to consider it. Zhou Qi rolled his eyes in exasperation. This is your family matter. I want to interfere, but the price is non-negotiable. Moreover, you must be aware that for a considerable time, Hongyu's combat power will be beneath her peers. While a high commander isn't too shabby, quantity can sometimes be equally significant. I understand. I'm merely contemplating it. However, I must consult Hongyu first. She is quite a headstrong child. Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, she was resolute, having chosen a spider as her first beast. Should the 5 poisons be gathered in the future, she would likely attain true fame. After a moment, Master Pang inquired, shall we take our leave? Zhou Qi turned to glance at the still battling fat tiger, a smile escaping his lips. With the awakening of this skill, its combat prowess truly knows no rival. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, Zhou Qi asked with a smile that danced between jest and sincerity. Master Pang, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, replied, not at all. A meal is still within my means. Very well, I shan't tease you further. I fear I might induce a heart attack, he continued. Let us call it a day. Zhou Qi approached and hoisted Fat Tiger, who, dazed, looked up at him, swallowing the food in his mouth before emitting a couple of whines. We're leaving already? I'm still hungry. Once we depart, you'll find no satisfaction in eating again. When we return home, I shall prepare a feast for you. Fat Tiger's eyes sparkled with hunger as he nodded eagerly. For delectable food, I can be patient. Fat Tiger was the last to be still munching. prompting Master Pang to cast several curious glances in its direction. What manner of creature is this? Its appetite is insatiable. Even a true dragon cannot compare. Should Zhou Qi bring it along again, I shall never treat again. Let others bear the cost. At the time of settling the bill, the staggering amount of 235 million made his head spin. Had he not caught his breath, he might have fainted. It's not even high-end ingredients. How could it devour over 200 million? I suspect 150 million was consumed solely by that little tiger. I've been swindled. Master Pang sighed deeply within. Yet, if given a choice, he would not harbor regrets, for at over 60 years of age, with his strongest beast being a low-tier monarch and his beast space reaching level 6 with potential exhausted, further advancements seemed bleak. However, Zhou Qi sparked a glimmer of hope in him. A low-tier Emperor Dragon Beast is not inferior to the typical mid-tier Emperor. Almost overnight, he became the envy of his peers. As they parted ways, Master Pang earnestly expressed to Zhou Qi, "Thank you sincerely for your assistance with Yufeng." Zhou Qi chuckled. "Payment for services rendered. It's my profession. Farewell, old Pang. I hope by our next meeting, Yufeng has made notable progress. My little Qing shall assess its growth." Roar. Mini Yufeng let out a couple of roars, reassuring Zhou Qi, "Fear not. I shall not bring shame upon you." Upon returning home, Zhou Qi fulfilled his promise by preparing a meal for Fat Tiger. With excited roars, Fat Tiger devoured the food. At last, I feel like I am eating. Previously, I couldn't fathom why I was perpetually hungry, growing hungrier with each bite. Could that old man have drugged me? Zhou Qi's mother's cooking was indeed delectable, never tiresome. Nevertheless, to satiate Fat Tiger's appetite, Zhou Qi exerted himself to the utmost, exhausting himself before finally satisfying Fat Tiger. Perhaps this was also related to its recent awakening of a skill. Zhou Qi curiously checked Fat Tiger's information and was taken aback. Name: Crimson Flame Tiger King, in mutation. Attribute: Fire. Race level: Low-tier Monarch. Growth level: Mid-level Servant. Race skills: Flame, Transformation, Tiger Roar, Transformation. Common skills: Intimidation, Perfect, Fire Puppet, Transformation, Scaling, Transformation, Rapid Healing, Perfect, Fire Leaving Solar Day, Entry, Fire Meteor, Perfect, Hot Pot, Perfect, Supervision, Perfect. Evolution skill: Appetite, Entry. Energy value: 4,021, 10,234. Description: Spontaneously awakened evolution skill Appetite, with rare and unique talent. Appetite can evolve into devour the heavens and earth, capable of consuming high-level resources, with a degree of independent evolution and boundless potential. With the system affirming such, Zhou Qi would truly regard Fat Tiger with newfound respect. Initially believing Fat Tiger to be the weakest of his pets in terms of aptitude, its awakening of an evolution skill vaulted it to second place, surpassed only by the newly acquired Nanli. Little Qing, little turtle, you must strive harder. You were the earliest to awaken, yet it appears you shall soon fall behind. Do you not sense someone pursuing you, their footsteps drawing ever closer? Fear not. As long as I grow rapidly enough, they shall not catch me, declared Little Qing. Let things unfold naturally, pondered Little Turtle. The fierce dragon and the languid turtle, an exquisite match. A little eagle perched before Zhou Qi, incessantly chirping, and me, Zhou Qi. Don't forget me, my father has already paid. Zhou Qi chuckled, rest assured, it is my duty to provide for my pets. Nurturing them is my expertise. Little eagle. Trust me, but there remains ample time this year, so take it slow, there's no rush. Indeed, the treatment of non-favored pets was markedly inferior. Little eagle felt a deep sense of frustration. In the following days, life was exceedingly tranquil. Zhou Qi dedicated his days to cooking, enhancing, and bestowing the light of evolution until exhaustion set in, only to recover with a fourth-tier Imu potion. Oh, there were indeed changes. Due to Fat Tiger's situation, Zhou Qi began assigning daily tasks to Fat Tiger. The carefree creature, born into a life of ease, finally grasped the hardships of existence. Fat Tiger, today's task is to peel 100 potatoes. If you fail to complete it, there shall be no dinner. Fat Tiger lamented. So this is how Zhou Qi's mother struggles. Cooking is no easy feat. But why must I, at such a tender age, endure hardships that are not meant for my years? Cursed potatoes, so difficult to peel. Devour them all, devour them all. Chapter 41, Nanli Evolves, Ascending Beyond Myth. The date for the rookie competition had been confirmed, March 9th. Upon receiving the notification, Zhou Qi registered and continued nurturing his beasts. As for who else would participate, he was oblivious and indifferent. After all, he had already reserved the first place. Time flew by like a fleeting steed, and soon it was March 3rd. Today was auspicious for evolution. The protagonist of this day was none other than Nanli. Over the past 3 months, it had erupted 10 times, each instance more intense than the last. The devouring spirit fire grew stronger with Nan Li's elevation in rank. The most recent occurrence was 2 days prior, when Nan Li, having just achieved the rank of high-level war general, was suddenly engulfed in purple-black flames. The devouring spirit fire was exceedingly fierce, requiring merely a drop of pure emu essence to satiate its hunger. The next eruption would undoubtedly be even more violent. Thus, Zhou Qi could no longer afford to wait. After 3 months of meticulous cultivation, Nan Li had become exceedingly powerful. Name: Purple Flame Demon Sparrow, Mutation. Attribute: Fire. Race level: Quasi-Emperor. Growth level: High-level War General. Race skills: Fire Control, Return to Origin, Devouring Spirit, Transformation, Spirit Infusion, Transformation. Ordinary skills: Dissuasion, Transcendence. Fire Feather, Transcendence. High-Speed Healing, Transcendence. Purple Flame Star River, Novice. Purple Fire Flowing Light, Transcendence. Meteor Fire Rain, Transcendence. Raging Fire Burns the Heavens, Novice. Energy Value: 178976. All skills, except for the super tier abilities, have been fully maxed out. Regrettably, only the Fire Control skill has reached the true state. An energy level approaching 180,000 is utterly astonishing. At this juncture, the low-tier fire resources in Zhou Qi's possession hold little value for his evolution. Thus, this evolution primarily hinges on the augmentation from his innate culinary talent and the essence of the vermilion bird. On an expansive grassy field, only Zhou Qi and Nan Li faced each other. Xiao Qing, the little turtle, fat tiger, and the young hawk observed from a distance. Young hawk, what is Zhou Qi planning to do? Xiao Qing, is it a joy beyond your imagination? Young hawk, is there anything that brings beasts more joy than the food he prepares? Fat tiger, is it delicious? Little turtle, fool. Nan Li, are you ready? Chirp. Zhou Qi retrieved the essence of the vermilion bird from the system's catalog. The blood was a vivid crimson, akin to a ruby, shimmering with a radiant glow, reminiscent of a starry river, boundlessly resplendent. The moment it appeared, avian creatures within 100 miles erupted in fervor. The young hawk's eyes glowed red, driven purely by instinct. If I can consume that drop of blood, I shall ascend to a higher realm. With a cry, it revealed its true form, flapping its wings and stirring a tempest. Xiao Qing and the little turtle acted in unison, firmly restraining the young hawk. Fat Tiger drooled uncontrollably, his insatiable hunger for evolution igniting an unprecedented fervor, leaving him unable to control himself. The little turtle rolled its eyes, expending a portion of its mental energy to forcefully suppress Fat Tiger. Zhou Qi remained indifferent, silently watching Nan Li. This is the essence of a mythical creature, the vermilion bird, and perhaps you possess a trace of its bloodline within you. It is perfectly suited to you. You need not hold back, consume it, and stride toward a higher level. Nan Li's willpower surpassed human comprehension. While the young hawk could not control itself, it managed to restrain its urges. Nodding, Nan Li relinquished control and opened its mouth, swallowing the treasure-like essence of the vermilion bird. In an instant, violet-black flames erupted fiercely, transforming the surrounding 3 zhang into an inferno. Zhou Qi retreated, observing from a distance. He had laid an unprecedented foundation for Nan Li, and although Nan Li bore flaws, its innate talents were undoubtedly exceptional. Zhou Qi sought to fully awaken its latent potential with the most compatible mythical vermilion bird essence, facilitating its metamorphosis and inheritance of the vermilion bird. Xiao Qing and the little turtle had merely missed the opportune moment to encounter Zhou Qi. They had evolved too early, lacking sufficient foundation to perfectly inherit the bloodline of the divine beast, thus only attaining the quasi-emperor state. However, through Zhou Qi's nurturing, their deficiencies had been addressed. To ensure a flawless evolution next time, they had continually suppressed themselves, accumulating their foundational strength. Becoming an emperor was not their ultimate goal. The highest biological race was the High Ruler. There was no creature born as a mythical species. To dominate a territory was to be a ruler, above which lay the totem, symbolizing a clan capable of drawing power from its related bloodlines, with strength boundless and overwhelming. Almost all who entered the realm of the totem could elevate themselves to a quasi-mythical race, signifying a glimpse into the mythical realm. Mythical creatures transcended species, roaming freely without constraint. Rulers began to touch upon laws and origins, while totems skillfully wielded the power of laws. As for mythology, one must discover their own path, elevating a particular ability to the level of a law, transforming it into a principle. With the law as the foundation, igniting divine fire, one merges with the law. Success is achieved in myth. 99% of people and creatures in the world are oblivious to how to ascend to the mythical realm. Only those with ancient legacies possess even scattered fragments of knowledge. Zhou Qi stumbled upon these revelations unintentionally over the past 3 months through the system. As he enriched the content of the Spirit Beast catalog, the system unveiled numerous new insights, broadening Zhou Qi's horizons. Notably, it proclaimed that mythology is not the end. Beyond it lies eternity. Upon glimpsing that eternal moment, Zhou Qi's hair stood on end, and an indescribable shock coursed through him. After a long while, he regained his composure. However, what eternity is and how to attain it remained unspoken by the system. Yet, this did not deter Zhou Qi from invigorating his cherished beasts with fervor, delivering rousing speeches and grandiose proclamations. Mythology is merely your initial target. Eternity is the direction you ought to pursue. Although not all the beasts believed or comprehended this. The little turtle was too rational, Fat Tiger was mindlessly hungry, and the young hawk was too pragmatic. Zhou Qi's formerly cherished young hawk had a clear objective. The monarch realm sufficed, as long as it surpassed its father. Observing the flames enveloping Nanli, Zhou Qi silently urged, "Do not disappoint my expectations." Once Nanli commenced its evolution, the young hawk and Fat Tiger returned to normalcy. Suddenly, a resounding cry of the phoenix echoed, and from within the 3 zhang of violet-black flames emerged a crimson firebird, its form rapidly enlarging until it reached 10 zhang in mere moments. The vibrant red flames draped over it like a feathered garment, its eyes brimming with vitality. As if it were a living being. It lacked the grandeur of a phoenix, the elegance of a qilin, or the agility of a xian bird. Instead, it exuded an undeniable dominance. It is said that one's appearance is born from the heart, yet the vermilion bird possesses a guardian spirit, standing among the 4 divine beasts, embodying the great virtue of safeguarding the cosmos. As the vermilion bird manifested, a crimson haze enveloped 300 miles in celebration. The skies above QH City were awash in fiery hues, and many gazed skyward, entranced. This was the will of the mythical creature contained within the essence. Upon its emergence, the young hawk and Fat Tiger prostrated themselves, trembling in awe. Roar! Zhou Qi and the little turtle found themselves compelled, simultaneously roaring at the vermilion bird in the sky. As heirs to the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise, the mythical will entrenched within them forbade submission. The vermilion bird merely cast a glance their way before returning its focus. Subsequently, it turned its gaze to Zhou Qi. For reasons unknown, Zhou Qi felt no overwhelming pressure. The majesty of the myth seemed ineffective against him. The vermilion bird slightly nodded, as if expressing gratitude towards Zhou Qi. Then, it directed its gaze back to Nanli. Clang. The vermilion bird soared straight upward, piercing the heavens, then executed a graceful arc, tracing a circular trajectory back to its origin, before diving downward, directly merging into Nanli within the 3 zhang of violet-black flames. In an instant, crimson and violet-black flames surged skyward. Chapter 42. Perfect Inheritance, Soul-Devouring Vermilion Bird. The crimson flames gradually fused into the violet-black, inching ever closer to pure black. It appears that the will of the vermilion bird is quite satisfied with Nanli, as it seems to be facilitating its transformation. This is in stark contrast to the instances when Zhou Qi and Zhao Gui consumed blood. Zhou Qi nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a favorable development. Every creature has its own path to tread, and it is unnecessary to rigidly follow the footsteps of predecessors, as that would be rather uninspiring. It remains uncertain to what extent Nanli will evolve. Attaining the status of a lower dominator should be unproblematic. But for a higher dominator, it will ultimately depend on Nanli's own fortitude. Let us summon a few more rays of evolutionary light. The rays of evolution act as catalysts, hastening the metamorphosis of the black flames. Zhou Qi, aware of his own exhaustion, ceased his actions and promptly replenished his life energy. Within the flames, Nanli's aura grew increasingly potent. Zhou Qi and the others watched silently, filled with envy, curiosity, and a touch of unwillingness to be overshadowed. As the deep purple hue transformed entirely into pure black flames, Nanli appeared to be engulfed in an endless abyss. Within that pitch-black void, a purple figure was undergoing a transition to crimson. Bloodlines, bones, feathers. Nanli was enduring an unimaginably profound metamorphosis. The remaining scarlet flames merged into Nanli's body. But in mere moments, a vivid red flame suddenly ignited around it once more. This flame bore a distinct nature, imbued with an exceptionally enigmatic power. Life creation and rebirth. Under the influence of this force, its body was being singed inch by inch, ultimately reduced to ashes. Zhou Qi's expression changed drastically, and Zhao Qi and the others exhibited similar terror. Was this a failure? Yet even as Nanli was reduced to ashes, the scarlet and black flames did not dissipate. In the blink of an eye, the ashes coalesced into a colossal bird's egg, into which the black and scarlet flames began to burrow, causing intricate patterns of red and black flames to appear on the pristine eggshell. It was as if the art of red and black was being vividly recreated. Rebirth through nirvana? Zhou Qi instantly recalled the unique, divine ability of the Phoenix lineage. The vermilion bird is said to be a mutated branch of the Phoenix clan, thus possessing such a divine ability is entirely understandable. Each instance of nirvana teeters precariously on the edge of life and death. Between life and death lies great terror, yet also immense fortune. Once nirvana is successfully achieved, it invariably leads to a significant transformation and elevation in the level of existence. Nanli is indeed fortunate to receive such assistance from the vermilion bird for its rebirth. It seems assured. As the terrifying flames subsided, Zhou Qi and the others approached the bird's egg. Standing 3 meters tall, Zhou Qi placed his palm upon it. Eager to sense the vibrations within, Xiao Qing followed suit, placing its claws on the egg, and Xiao Gui did likewise. However, when it came to Fat Tiger, it behaved unusually, extending its tongue to lick the egg, displaying a hint of excitement. This creature, when roused, shows no mercy even to its allies. Xiao Qing was left dumbfounded, while Xiao Gui rolled its eyes. Zhou Qi, concerned about potentially instilling a psychological shadow in Nanli, quickly pulled Fat Tiger away, ready to admonish it. Meanwhile, the little eagle circled around before landing steadily atop the egg, stretching its wings as if brooding over it. Xiao Qing and Xiao Gui exchanged bewildered glances. What is this operation? Do you wish to become Nanli's father? You'd better check if the Beastmaster is amenable to that. Both of them were a source of concern. Zhou Qi felt a throbbing in his temples. His face darkening as he said, Xiao Gui, restrain both the little eagle and Fat Tiger. With that, Zhou Qi produced a bundle of silkworm threads and bound them beneath a tree. Until Nanli's nirvana concluded, none could be released. Ow, it's all your fault for angering Zhou Qi's mother. Chirp, clearly, it was you, the oblivious Fat Tiger, who dared to lick the eggshell. Were you hoping to devour it? Fat Tiger, it's you. Aren't you afraid of crushing the egg with your weight? Little eagle, huh? This is how we birds incubate eggs. I see you're just greedy, craving a taste of Nanli's eggshell. Observing Fat Tiger and Little Eagle bickering incessantly, Zhou Qi held his head in despair, knowing his headache would soon return. What to do? Come noon the following day, as the sun shone brightly and the yang energy peaked, a sudden cracking noise emanated from the enormous bird's egg. At last, is it about to hatch? Zhou Qi gazed at the egg with anticipation. Beside him were several little companions. Xiao Qing remarked, is Nanli about to successfully evolve? Will my position in the team be preserved? Throughout Zhou Qi's menagerie, Xiao Qing had always been the strongest, its reverse scale undoubtedly an exceptionally rare skill. The first extraordinary creature was on the verge of being born. Xiao Gui, calm and wise, served as the strategist among the beasts, demonstrating the most rational perspective regarding Nanli's transformation. Fat Tiger's eyes darted about, wondering if it might soon sample the flavor of the eggshell, which emitted a tantalizing aroma. Little Eagle mused, if only I could draw closer to Nanli. He. The cracking sounds continued, shards falling to the ground. Fat Tiger's eyes sparkled as it glanced at Zhou Qi, scratching at the ground, yet it dared not approach. Clang, clang, clang. A resonant sound arose, reminiscent of a phoenix's cry, yet distinct in its own right. Shortly thereafter, a red beam of light erupted from the egg, shattering the hard shell. And a red figure followed, soaring into the sky. It was a colossal red bird, 10 zhang in size, its shrill cry capable of piercing gold and shattering stone. Penetrating the clouds above, a wave of phoenix majesty emanated from its form, and the terrifying power generated friction with the air, producing countless sparks. Xiao Qing suddenly expanded, soaring into the air with a 10 zhang frame, its gray-white mane billowing in the wind, while its azure scales glimmered in the sunlight. Unwilling to be outdone, it unleashed a series of dragon roars, imbued with draconic might, challenging Nanli. Xiao Gui did the same, as did the little eagle. They surrounded Nanli, showcasing their prowess. However, while Fat Tiger also grew in size, it could not fly, staring blankly at Xiao Qing and the others in the sky. A group of insufferable creatures, always isolating me. Do they think I cannot fly? It looked at Zhou Qi, its eyes filled with a yearning for flight, second only to its obsession with food. Zhou Qi broke into a cold sweat, thinking, Fat Tiger, do not look at me like that. I simply have not encountered a suitable skill for you yet. Once I do, I will teach you immediately, guiding you to fly swiftly and steadily. Nanli, Zhou Qi shouted, and Nanli promptly abandoned the other beasts, darting towards Zhou Qi's embrace, its form shrinking dramatically. At that moment, its entire body was engulfed in scarlet flames, strikingly reminiscent of the vermilion bird that had appeared the previous day. Zhou Qi reached out to touch the flames, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. He speculated that Nanli, having recently undergone transformation, had yet to fully acclimate to its new form, which explained the flames enveloping its surface. With the protagonist reverting to a miniaturized state, the others naturally cease their ostentation. Thank you for your hard work, Nanli. Clang. Not at all. Zhou Qi responded with a smile, gently preening its feathers, while Nanli basked in the attention. Subsequently, Zhou Qi began to examine its details. Name, Devouring Spirit Vermilion Bird. Attribute, Fire Phoenix Life. Racial rank, High Ruler. Growth rank, High Commander. Racial skills, Fire Control, Initiate. Devouring Fire Realm, Initiate. Flame of Life, Initiate. 9 Strikes of the Vermilion Bird, Initiate. Nanmingli Fire, Initiate. Domination, Initiate. True Form of the Vermilion Bird, Initiate. Common skills, Phoenix Might, Transformation. Fire Feather, Transformation. Immortal, Initiate. Purple Flame Star River, Initiate. Vermilion Bird's Flowing Light, Initiate. Meteor Fire Rain, Transformation. Burn Heaven Boil Sea, Initiate. Starfire Scorching Land, Initiate. Scaling, Transformation. Taunt, Initiate. Law Skill, Nirvana, Initiate. Will High. Comprehension. Possesses the ability to quickly grasp any fire-related skill. Energy Value, 857, 843. Description, a being that perfectly inherits the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird, truly unique. Chapter 43. Silly Tiger, your fortune awaits you ahead. High Commander. Nearing 900,000 in energy value. At least, Zhou Qi had never heard of such a thing. 1 million is the minimum threshold for a monarch. However, if this continues, Nanli may accumulate more than 1 million at the quasi-monarch stage. Even the offspring of demigods are not this formidable. Generally speaking, in the commander rank, 500,000 in energy value is a significant barrier. Only the offspring of racial rulers could potentially break through. Below the ruler rank, unless there are extraordinary opportunities, it's nearly impossible. The young eagle, having now matured into a high commander, barely exceeds 220,000, and upon reaching quasi-monarch, it is expected to approach 300,000. Yet, if Zhou Qi were to fully enhance all of the young eagle's skills that fall below the super rank, it could easily surpass 300,000, potentially reaching 400,000. This is a level typically only achievable by high-ranking emperors. Zhou Qi wore a beaming smile as he meticulously reviewed Nanli's information. This recent Nirvana evolution had improved several skills and introduced some new abilities specific to the Vermilion Bird. Notably, the Law skill, inherited from the Vermilion Bird, can only be possessed by those of racial rulers and above. Rulers have begun to communicate with the laws of the universe, and Law skills symbolize this connection. However, while he was pleased, there was also concern. Given Zhou Qi's current abilities, there were few skills among Nanli's that he could enhance. 7 super rank skills meant that for quite some time, Nanli would have to rely solely on its own strength to advance. Zhou Qi carefully examined these super rank skills. The Devouring Fire Realm and Flame of Life had evolved from the original Devouring Fire and Spirit Bestowal, making them extraordinarily powerful. Once the Devouring Fire Realm is activated, it creates an all-encompassing sealed space, diminishing the strength of non-fire attribute beings by 30%, while life energy gradually gets consumed over time. As for the Flame of Life, it allows resources of at least equal growth rank to awaken into a transcendent race, with a probability of 1 in 3, usable up to 3 times a day. The 9 strikes of the Vermilion Bird, Nanmingli Fire, and True Form of the Vermilion Bird are all legacy techniques of the Vermilion Bird, each representing the pinnacle of super rank skills. The remaining 2 are super rank skills of the Purple Flame Demon Bird, which, although slightly less potent in characteristics and power compared to the others, still serve as extensive area attack skills, providing a degree of compensation. As for the Law skill Nirvana, it should not be used lightly, with a minimum requirement of being a monarch. The higher the growth rank, the greater the probability of successfully utilizing Nirvana. With Nanli as a formidable guarantee, Zhou Qi felt immensely confident about venturing into the secret realm beyond human territories. The rookie competition, following traditional rules, was hosted by the city of QH, the runner-up of the national competition. Consequently, the Beast Tamer Pavilion in QH had dominated the trending searches for 2 consecutive weeks. Many were questioning whether they had the capability to successfully organize this event. The online discussions were tumultuous. Zhou Qi only occasionally glanced at these comments, remarking that it was only natural for the national first-place winner to emerge from Qinghai. Perhaps the rookie champion would continue this trend. After this, he ceased his interest, focusing entirely on nurturing his beasts. Following Nanli's advancement, the chubby tiger began to eye its eggshells. What could they possibly taste like? Seizing the moment when they were inattentive, the chubby tiger stealthily bit into a piece, discovering it to be crunchy, slightly warm, yet devoid of flavor. However, it was brimming with energy, comparable to 4th-tier fire attribute resources, imbued with a unique power. Its eyes gleamed with mischief as it carried a piece over to Zhou Qi, letting out a few calls. Zhou Qi glanced down, seeing the chubby tiger with the eggshell, feeling utterly helpless. The chubby tiger's temperament seemed unlikely to change throughout its life. Mom, this is a good thing. We can make something delicious with it. Zhou Qi's mouth twitched, but he reconsidered. With Nanli's nirvana evolution and ascension to High Ruler, the eggshell might possess some residual transformative power of nirvana. It truly was a valuable item, potentially augmenting the potential and foundation of other beasts. Chubby tiger, gather all the eggshells. While they're still warm, I'll prepare a delicacy for you all. The chubby tiger grinned widely. Woof. I promised to complete the task without missing a single fragment of eggshell. While the chubby tiger was busy collecting, Zhou Qi was assigned to undertake greening work. Once the chubby tiger finished, it promptly began processing the eggshells. It divided the shells into 5 portions, pairing them with the corresponding attribute resources for each beast. Zhou Qi's food comprised the wood, water, and dragon attributes, abundant and colorful. The little turtle primarily focused on water, the young eagle on gold and wind. While the chubby tiger had ample portions to satisfy its appetite, and as for Nanli, it was served in its purest form. Zhou Qi had invested considerable effort into nurturing them. His spirits were high, with Nanli's evolution and promotion. The strength derived from his beasts was reciprocating back to him as a beast tamer. Just 3 months prior, Zhou Qi had just entered the rank of a level 3 beast tamer, and now, all his beasts had made significant progress. Before Nanli's evolution, he had already risen to the mid-level of a level 3 beast tamer. Now, he was merely a step away from level 4. As long as his beasts grew rapidly, even if Zhou Qi did not cultivate himself, this chariot would be propelled forward at an unimaginable speed by their strength. After a feast of nirvana eggshell delicacies, the young eagle, perhaps due to its avian lineage, absorbed the nourishment most thoroughly. That very day, its bloodline was purified, and its race ascended to High Monarch. However, it was not solely the influence of the nirvana eggshells. The food Zhou Qi had previously prepared, along with the occasional doses of evolution light he provided, had all contributed to the young eagle's foundation. Now, catalyzed by this force of nirvana, everything erupted in an instant. The young eagle's energy surged, now exceeding 270,000. Caw! The young eagle, exhilarated to the point of forgetting itself, soared into the sky, returning to its normal form and calling out joyfully. Performing acrobatic flights. Observing the eagle in the heavens, Zhou Qi could not help but ponder that the transaction with the king's heavenly eagle was already halfway complete. What remained was nurturing it to the level of a monarch. Time was still ample, there was no rush. While keeping one's promises was crucial, Zhou Qi's primary focus remained on his own beasts. Nanli had already reached its ultimate form, allowing it to develop naturally. But the foremost priority was now Fat Tiger. The 3 divine bloodlines had found their heirs, though 2 of them were somewhat imperfect and required further development. The potential was evident. What remained was the need for accumulation, and further accumulation, hoping that the next endeavor would yield immediate success. Zhou Qi did not expect Xiao Qing and Xiao Gui to reach the level of Nanli. Nanli was merely an exception. It possessed an unfathomable innate talent. Had it undergone complete mutation back then, it might have belonged to a higher imperial race. The bloodline of the vermilion bird was merely the catalyst, combined with Zhou Qi's external assistance and the will of the vermilion bird. Moreover, the nirvana skill excelled in transformation. All these factors ultimately contributed to Nanli's elevation to the status of a high-level sovereign race. As for Xiao Qing and Xiao Gui, Zhou Qi would be satisfied if they could achieve at least a low-level sovereign status. Among the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger was the only one missing. In truth, Fat Tiger and the bloodline of the white tiger did not quite align. While both were felines, one belonged to the metal element and the other to the fire element. According to the theory of the 5 elements, fire overcomes metal, and there could be potential conflicts between the two. Zhou Qi had contemplated finding another feline of the metal attribute to inherit the legacy of the white tiger. However, he soon realized that the white tiger had already perished. And even if he found a similarly attributed creature, it would merely follow the path of the white tiger. Xiao Qing was of the wood element. Xiao Gui possessed unparalleled spiritual talent and excelled in the divination of the 8 trigrams, and Nanli had the talent of soul devouring and spirit bestowing. Each of them had forged their own path. Thus, there was no need for other beings to tread the old road of the white tiger. Zhou Qi shared a special bond with Fat Tiger, having witnessed its birth and nurtured it by his side. Its gluttonous nature endeared it to Zhou Qi. It is often said that being able to eat is a blessing. Since it is a blessing, what harm could there be in passing the legacy of the white tiger to it? Even if its accomplishments were not lofty, Zhou Qi believed that with his guidance, he could cultivate Fat Tiger into a top-tier companion beast. Watching Fat Tiger devour its food ravenously, with grains of golden rice stuck to its whiskers, Zhou Qi could not help but smile. Fat Tiger looked up, meeting Zhou Qi's gaze. Woo-woo. Zhou Qi, your fried rice is delicious. Another bucket, please. Hee. Zhou Qi's lips twitched. Silly tiger, your fortune is yet to come. Chapter 44. Xiao Gui's promotion, the rookie tournament. The next day, as the first rays of morning light illuminated Xiao Gui's white-backed shell, its body began to emit a faint white glow. It had advanced, transitioning from a quasi-leader to a low-level leader. Xiao Qing sensed the change immediately and flew before Xiao Gui, its large dragon eyes filled with confusion. Why do you always get ahead of me? Xiao Qing found it utterly unbelievable. This had been the case at the battle general level, and now at the leader level as well. Was the Beastmaster giving it special treatment? That shouldn't be the case. Or perhaps it was simply eating more than I do. Roar. Xiao Qing let out a frustrated and furious roar, rousing Zhou Qi, who was still asleep. An enemy invasion? He sprang up suddenly, glancing around, and upon seeing nothing amiss, he leaned out the window to look outside. There he found Xiao Qing hovering above Xiao Gui, wailing. Zhou Qi's expression darkened. Xiao Qing, what on earth are you yelling about so early in the morning? Are you intentionally seeking revenge on me? With that much energy, you need to eat breakfast. Xiao Qing's voice abruptly halted, and with a look of despair, it plummeted to the ground. Xiao Gui rolled its eyes in exasperation and muttered softly, silly dragon, you're already slower than Xiao Gui. If you skip a few more meals, won't you be even slower? It hurriedly got up and flew towards Zhou Qi, chattering incessantly. You mean Xiao Gui has leveled up? Zhou Qi said, somewhat excitedly, then brushed past Xiao Qing and dashed downstairs to Xiao Gui's side. Upon checking the system information, it indeed confirmed that Xiao Gui had reached a low-level leader-s growth level. Big Brother truly lives up to the title. No wonder Xiao Qing was infuriated. Zhou Qi had always known that Xiao Qing regarded Xiao Gui as its greatest rival, and now that Xiao Gui had taken the lead, it was no surprise that such a scene had unfolded. Xiao Qing, while your feelings are understandable, a mistake is still a mistake. You want to be having breakfast. Roar. Xiao Qing let out a low growl, visibly dejected. Subsequently, Zhou Qi began to examine Xiao Gui closely and discovered that it had awakened the Earth attribute this time, as well as acquired the skills of Earth evasion, land control, and the unique 7 Apertures skill. 7 Apertures skill, a special mental skill that significantly enhances the ability to maintain focus and control. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up. Originally, Xiao Gui could multitask somewhat, though 3 tasks were a stretch, but now, it was invincible. Well, now there is more work to be done, since it has awakened the Earth attribute. Let us also teach it the gravity skill. Xiao Gui had already mastered most of its previous skills to perfection, with water control even reaching the realm of return to simplicity. Thus, the newly acquired skills should not be neglected. Zhou Qi planned to work overtime to ensure that everything was perfected within a few days. Nanli flew out and landed on Zhou Qi's shoulder. Congratulations, Brother Turtle. Xiao Gui nodded, embodying the demeanor of a true elder brother. Fat Tiger came bounding over, urging Zhou Qi to prepare breakfast while also congratulating Xiao Gui. In its eyes and heart, leveling up was nothing compared to having a meal. Chirp chirp. The young eagle also arrived, its eyes filled with envy towards Xiao Gui. At this moment, Xiao Gui had not yet restrained its energy, and the overwhelming aura left the young eagle in awe. Although it had known this day would come, in just 3 months, Xiao Gui had already surpassed it. It seemed unlikely that it would ever catch up, even if it reached the quasi-monarch level. Amidst envy, there was also a hint of despondency, and Zhou Qi gently stroked it in comfort. Today's sun is splendid. Let us have fried dough sticks and nutritious porridge for breakfast. On March 9th, the rookie tournament commenced. Zhou Qi, brimming with confidence, flew towards the Qinghai Grand Arena with his companions. It was the emblem of QH City, akin to the Colosseum of ancient Rome, magnificent and glorious, capable of accommodating 1,000,000 spectators simultaneously. Above the arena, a transparent glass dome could be opened or closed. The rookie tournament was broadcast live. Even those who did not procure tickets could watch via the league's official app. The Grand Arena had an expansive space that could be divided into 4 combat areas or merged into one. The segmented areas were primarily designed for competitions with elimination rounds, allowing for swift progression and determination of finalists. Although the rookie competition does not follow an elimination format, the large number of participants means that the matches unfold simultaneously across 4 arenas until the top 16 are determined. The 16 finalists of the rookie contest represent some of the most formidable emerging talents in the Gulong Kingdom, and they are poised to become superlative powerhouses in the future. Thus, the entire venue and the skies above serve as their battlegrounds, allowing them to exert their utmost efforts. Concerning safety, the venue is protected by a robust barrier, and there have been no reports of any safety incidents in such competitive arenas. While Zhou Qi was en route, Lao Xia made 2 phone calls urging him to hurry. Just minutes after the second call ended, Zhou Qi arrived at the entrance of the grand arena. Lao Xia's face darkened. You are exceedingly late. If you delay for another 10 minutes, the competition will commence. Zhou Qi chuckled, but there are still 10 minutes left. Enough of the banter, let us go inside. The matchups will be announced shortly. Lao Xia escorted Zhou Qi to the contestant lounge, which was bustling with over 1,000 individuals. Only those who had passed the professional assessment and ranked among the top 1,200 were eligible to participate in the rookie contest. Zhou Ge. Zhou Qi turned upon hearing his name. It was Zhu Ge. He was surprised to see him participating. I thought you and Han Yue would only be spectators, he remarked. Zhu Ge smiled wryly. Han Yue indeed fell outside the top 1,000, but I am ranked over 200. Zhou Qi laughed, haha. I didn't bother looking beyond the top 10 on the leaderboard. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ge was momentarily dumbfounded, rolling his eyes in disbelief. You only glanced at the beginning of a list with 300 names per page? You must be at the very top, then, number 1 in the nation. Zhu Ge's comment drew the attention of those nearby, who began to scrutinize Zhou Qi. So, he is the renowned number 1. Zhou Qi? Not bad looking. My goodness. Does he really have 5 pets with him? Is he a level 5 Beastmaster? The crowd was visibly astonished. Zhou Qi. At that moment, another voice called out to him. It was Gu Ming, who was ranked 3rd in the National Professional Assessment. Gu Xiaodi, you arrived quite early. Are you here to gather intelligence? Planning to secure 3rd place in the rookie contest? Gu Ming had initially been all smiles, but his expression soured upon hearing Zhou Qi's words. The list of participants is public. Do I really need to come here to scout? Clearly, it's you who arrived too late. Gu Ming retorted. Look at the time. There are less than 5 minutes left before they announce the matchups. Zhou Qi smiled. It's been a few months since we last met, Gu Xiaodi. You seem to have become quite chatty. Have you made significant progress in your abilities? Gu Ming scoffed. Don't call me Gu Xiaodi. At least I haven't wasted these past few months. Quite confident, I see. But you better hope you don't run into me too soon. Why is that? Gu Ming shot back. Encountering me, the preordained champion, too early would only mean your swift exit. Humph. Gu Ming dismissed Zhou Qi's bravado with a roll of his eyes and a rude gesture. Anyone can talk big. This rookie contest is no small feat. There are 24 seasoned contestants from last year, each possessing at least 1 leader-level pet. And they are not weak. From that perspective, your Earth Bear hasn't reached leader level yet. It's a bit underwhelming. Has your emu Qingjiao achieved that status? Gu Ming's skepticism was palpable. Not yet, Zhou Qi replied, momentarily taken aback, before flashing a mysterious smile. But I never claimed it was my strongest pet. Chapter 45. Where is the cosmic chaos? Gu Ming's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he turned to Zhu Ge. You've known Zhou Qi for a while, right? What is his strongest pet? Zhu Ge, with a forlorn expression, replied, If I tell you, you won't believe me. Although I have a decent relationship with Zhou Ge, we haven't known each other for long, barely 6 months. Gu Ming was left questioning his existence. From your tone, one would think you two were childhood friends. Calling each other so affectionately might lead to misunderstandings. But Zhou Ji's strongest should be the emu Jiao Long, and he also has a white-backed turtle, which should be of comparable strength. This information had come from Chu Chu, who was a hidden powerhouse not to be trifled with. That makes sense, Gu Ming chuckled. See, even your little brother agrees with me. Fine, there's no point in discussing this with you. I'll leave it at that. Hee, you've been exposed. And now you're being evasive. Being number 1 must be quite easy. Zhou Qi chuckled inwardly, eager to witness their reactions during the competition. It promised to be quite the spectacle. Before long, the grand list of the rookie contest was unveiled, featuring 512 matches in the first round. As they scanned the densely packed names, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, with everyone intently searching for their names and respective opponents. Ding, ding, ding. A series of notifications chimed as Zhou Qi checked his phone. It was a message from the organizers of the QH City Rookie Contest, detailing his opponent and relevant information. How thoughtful. At that moment, an announcement echoed throughout the hall. Contestants Zhou Qi and Wu Zhe, please proceed to the Tian Group Arena within 10 minutes. Contestants Tan Xin and He Weisheng, please head to the D Group Arena. The broadcast repeated the message 5 times before finally ceasing. Where's the cosmic chaos? Zhou Qi murmured. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ge curiously inquired, Zhou Ge, what cosmic chaos? Oh, it's nothing. I must take my leave now. Zhou Ge, good luck. Luck? Do I seem like someone who needs luck? Zhou Qi playfully patted Zhu Ge's shoulder. Zhu Ge shouted, all you need to do is quietly witness how I claim victory. Zhu Ge was momentarily taken aback, while Gu Ming muttered, let us hope you don't trip up along the way. Hee, Gu Ming. You better put in some serious effort. If you fail to make it into the top 10, don't blame me for looking down on you for a month. Why a month? Guess. Zhou Qi chuckled as he departed the hall towards the arena. Gu Ming racked his brain, utterly puzzled over the significance of a month. He felt an urge to chase after Zhou Qi for an explanation. Upon reaching the entrance of the Tian Group arena, the staff, noticing the multitude of pet accessories adorning Zhou Qi, halted him. In the rookie contest, each match can only utilize one pet, you. They simply prefer to stay outside. They want to all join me, and if they did, wouldn't that mean my loss? The staff member, recognizing Zhou Qi's understanding, ceased to impede him. The consequences of his choices would rest solely on Zhou Qi. He had fulfilled his duty to warn him. Zhou Qi entered first, followed shortly by another contestant, Wu Zhe. He looks quite young. Am I considered a late bloomer at 18? Zhou Qi pondered. As he entered the Tian Group arena, a mechanical voice announced, "Contestants, please summon your pets." Zhou Qi gently patted the chubby tiger nestled in his embrace. The tiger looked up, its eyes seemingly questioning. "May I take the stage? Is there a benefit? Has it learned to negotiate?" Zhou Qi scoffed. "If you lose, a day's rations will be deducted. If you refuse, 3 days' worth will be taken away. The choice is yours." The chubby tiger's eyes widened in realization, and it promptly leapt from his arms, letting out a whimper. "I promise to complete the task." Wu Zhe, on high alert, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him as Zhou Qi summoned an adorable little kitten. He was well aware of Zhou Qi's reputation as the best in the nation. To procure a level 7 resource from a king-class spirit beast, regardless of how he accomplished it, was a testament to his skill. King-class spirit beasts do not easily reveal themselves, and the multitude of followers they command suggests that Zhou Qi possesses the ability to compel a king spirit beast to appear. Among all the candidates, few could achieve such a feat, however. The creature Zhou Qi was testing with was a quasi-imperial breed, a potential war general known as the Imu Qingjiao. It might already be at the war general level. Wu Zhe had initially expected Zhou Qi to summon it, yet he instead brought forth a creature capable of thriving through its cuteness. However, considering that his opponent's summoned beast was so diminutive, it must possess the skill of size reduction. He could not afford to underestimate it. Moreover, the absence of the Imu Qingjiao presented an opportunity for Wu Zhe. Dragon-type spirit beasts are renowned for their formidable combat prowess, ranking among the strongest of all breeds. Since the nation's top contender is so arrogant, he should not be surprised when I counter him decisively. "Come forth, Moon Demon Tree," Wu Zhe bellowed, the incantation seemingly imbued with a sense of ritual, perhaps influenced by some overzealous viewing. Upon witnessing the opponent's spirit beast, Zhou Qi's eyes gleamed with interest as he began his appraisal. Name, Moon Demon Tree. Attribute, Wood. Racial rank, Quasi-King. Growth level, high-level war general. Energy value, 38, 457. What attribute? Could this youth be attempting to curry favor with me? Zhou Qi hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you certain you do not wish to exchange your spirit beast? Are you afraid?" He shrugged dismissively. "Never mind. Let's pretend I didn't say anything." Both parties are prepared. The match will officially commence in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The competition begins. In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped the chubby tiger, and numerous fireballs began to coalesce above it, numbering in the hundreds. The chubby tiger raised its paw and swiped downward, sending the fireballs cascading down like shooting stars towards the Moon Demon Tree. This was a fire-type skill, Fire Meteor. Wu Zhe was momentarily stunned. Fire-type? What bad luck. This would be challenging. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Moon Demon Tree, use would escape to block those fireballs." Tree-type spirit beasts are typically slow-moving. Their strength lies in their vitality, recovery, and energy reserves. Besides, they possess only a few specialized attack skills. The Moon Demon Tree had a move called Mental Poison Spike, which, upon hitting, would disorient the opponent's spirit beast, clouding its consciousness. However, since the opponent had taken the initiative, he could only focus on defending against this barrage of attacks. Fire-type attacks inflict extraordinary damage on wood-type creatures, and if the fireball struck true, the consequences could be dire. Wooden shields materialized one after another, forming a massive wooden wall in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fireballs collided with the wooden wall. Many areas ignited into fierce flames, and thick smoke billowed, creating a spectacular sight. It is said that the longer a spirit beast cohabitates with its master, the more it begins to mirror the master's personality and behavior. The chubby tiger was no longer the naive cub it once was. After enduring a series of beatings, it had grown increasingly cunning. It knew when to negotiate and when to take it easy and sleep. As for battles, it had been heavily influenced by Shao Qing. To it, combat meant giving it everything. There was no room for leniency on the battlefield. After the Fire Meteor, the chubby tiger unleashed its sole super-tier fire skill, Fire Li Ri. At that moment, it was no longer merely an awakened cub. Being a war general meant it had the qualifications and capability to fight. With over 50,000 energy points, It could unleash the formidable power of Fire Li Ri. Of course, this was not its full strength. Thanks to its insatiable appetite, it had stored over 80,000 energy points for a potential explosive burst. A blazing, miniature sun coalesced instantaneously. The space around this small sun began to warp under the intense heat. Following the conclusion of the fire meteor, it descended from the heavens. For my rations, you shall willingly accept my righteous retribution. Chapter 46. Internal competition. Wu Zhe stood frozen in disbelief. What is this? This little kitten has conjured a fireball as large as a miniature sun. Is this even scientific? Though it claimed to be the chubby tiger's full power, it hadn't even revealed its true form. It was only tapping into a fraction of its potential. However, super-tier skills are not a given even for quasi-king races. Much like intimidation, possessing such skills is a hallmark of king races. With the right talent, they typically have at least one super-tier skill. With the same amount of energy, the impact of a super-tier skill far surpasses that of a high-tier skill. This is over, Wu Zhe murmured softly, his demeanor appearing utterly despondent. The Fire Li Ri collided with the Moon Demon Tree's full defensive capabilities. Boom! The force of the super-tier skill erupted, shaking the entire arena thrice. While the Moon Demon Tree was left severely injured. First match, Zhou Qi wins. The chubby tiger scampered back to Zhou Qi's side, whimpering triumphantly. Zhou Qi nodded in approval. Well done, you've safeguarded your rations. Hooray! The chubby tiger exclaimed, executing a backflip out of sheer excitement as they exited the arena. The next match would likely be tomorrow. With 512 matches and 4 arenas, there were a staggering 128 teams, indicating that it would take approximately 10 hours to complete. Once the first round concluded, competitors could technically leave, but Zhou Qi returned to the hall to chat with Zhu Qi and Gu Ming. Brother Zhou, that was impressive. You annihilated them. Zhu Qi complimented. Why didn't you summon your Imu Qingjiao? Afraid of a mishap? Zhou Qi smirked, feigning a sigh. I'm not like you. I had no other options but to send out the Earth Bear. But I can't do that. Each of these little fellows is too formidable. I had no idea who to send out, so I had no choice but to deploy the Team's underdog, the chubby tiger. Isn't that right, chubby tiger? Zhou Qi ruffled the tiger's head, which whimpered, seemingly struggling. That's not how it is. I was forced. Ancient Ming was infuriated, turning on his heel to leave. While Zhou Qi continued, Ancient Ming, give it your all. Are you implying that I underestimate you, believing I would be eliminated in the first round? Ancient Ming halted, casting a fierce glare back at Zhou Qi, his eyes ablaze with a spirit of defiance, as if a roaring fire burned within him. Zhou Qi grinned broadly, provoking a desire in Ancient Ming to deliver him a sound thrashing. Zhu Qi sighed. Brother Zhou, your demeanor is truly detestable. Haven't you heard that those who are not despised are merely mediocre? Rest assured, I am merely jesting with him. Zhuge, when do you take the stage? It's still quite early. Is that so? What a pity. I was eager to witness your progress. Since it is still early, I shall take my leave. Zhu Qi was taken aback. You're leaving already? Brother Zhou, you've only been here a few minutes. Aren't you going to watch the key competitors' matches? What is there to see? A bunch of misfits. Shoo, Brother Zhou, keep your voice down. Zhu Qi glanced around anxiously, noting the hostile glares from those nearby. All right. I won't say another word. I'm off. Zhou Qi departed with nonchalance, leaving Zhu Qi to become the target of collective ire. Zhuge, do your best. Zhou Qi silently wished him well. Zhu Qi surveyed his surroundings, his thoughts filled with curses. Brother Zhou, you are truly a burden. Upon returning home, Zhou Qi gazed at several of his pet beasts, a thought crossing his mind as he spoke. You all have shown growth. It is time for me to witness your achievements. Roar. Little Qing suddenly became animated. Is it time to determine the internal hierarchy? How shall we compete? Zhou Qi chuckled. This time, it is merely to assess your growth. You shall collectively besiege Nanli. Little Qing, you may use your reverse scales. The rest may unleash their full strength, but Nanli, you are forbidden from utilizing enhancement skills. Clang clang. Nanli nodded. Roar. As a beast tamer, I demand one-on-one combat. I, Little Qing, disdain the notion of a group assault. Little Turtle rolled its eyes at Little Qing, thinking it overreaching. Enough, protests are futile. Once you achieve perfect evolution, I shall allow you to challenge Nanli one-on-one. Currently, not only is your growth level significantly inferior to Nanli's, but even at the same tier, you would not stand a chance against him. Wouldn't you agree, Nanli? Nanli chirped joyfully, flapping its wings. All right, prepare yourselves. We shall commence in 5 minutes, and I shall serve as the referee. The victors may request one condition from me. It could be a lavish feast, Zhou Qi said, glancing at Fat Tiger, who began to drool uncontrollably, or the teaching of any skill. He then looked at Little Qing, whose eyes sparkled with ambition. Or the opportunity to enhance your skill proficiency to its utmost limit, he added, focusing on Little Eagle. Each of these three had their desires laid bare, allowing Zhou Qi to strike at their vulnerabilities. However, Little Turtle and Nan Li remained enigmatic. One was inscrutable, while the other had already surpassed all beasts. Save for those of higher totem ranks, their skill attributes were nearly perfect, leaving little for them to desire. Yet, upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, their eyes brightened with contemplation. Every creature possesses its own preferences and needs, though Zhou Qi could not yet fathom theirs. Stimulated by Zhou Qi's challenge, they finally exhibited a fighting spirit. If they had remained disinterested, it would have severely detracted from Zhou Qi's viewing experience. He recognized their strength, but the extent of it remained uncertain, leaving him to speculate. They chose a secluded area, taking their positions. To the left stood Nan Li, and to the right were Little Qing, Little Turtle, Fat Tiger, and Little Eagle. They remained in their miniature forms, as Zhou Qi did not permit their transformation into their true sizes, for doing so would result in immense beasts that would be cumbersome to observe. Begin. With Zhou Qi's voice amplified, Nan Li soared into the sky, emitting a resounding cry. Commanding presence? Nan Li was indeed clever, with its dominion. Any avian creature of lesser willpower would be cowed into submission, hesitant to engage. Should it manage to sway Little Eagle's spirit, it might even turn Little Eagle against its allies. Unfortunately, Little Eagle was swiftly eliminated from the competition. Zhou Qi shook his head with a sigh, while Little Qing and Little Turtle ascended, unleashing a series of roars. Fat Tiger, unable to fly, watched longingly from below. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, it conjured a massive flaming frying pan and hurled it towards Nan Li. Roar. Dare to ignore me? Witness the might of Fat Tiger. Nan Li merely shot a disdainful glance at the fiery pan, activating its phoenix might, which caused the pan to explode upon impact. Goodness, what a deadly glare. Zhou Qi commented lightly, munching on sunflower seeds. Fat Tiger was left dumbfounded. How could this happen? In response, Nan Li summoned its own flaming frying pan, its solidity far surpassing that of Fat Tiger's. Unable to evade, Fat Tiger was sent tumbling, swiftly eliminated from the match. Zhou Qi covered his face, lamenting how Fat Tiger was utterly outmatched by Nan Li. In a contest of flames, few spirit beasts could rival it. The initial exchanges felt playful, but surely the remaining participants would not disappoint. Suddenly, a powerful dragon's might mingled with the phoenixes, accompanied by the roars of turtles erupting in the sky. A dramatic transformation unfolded, the winds howled, and the clouds parted, creating a terrifying rift as if cleaved by a blade. Chapter 47. The Cunning Little Turtle and Nan Li's Conditions. An even match? Not quite. Nan Li's phoenix might held the upper hand. Indeed, the power of dominion is intrinsically linked to lineage and growth. Although both possessed full mastery of their dominion, the disparity remained stark. It was likely that Nan Li had not even unleashed its full strength. Little Turtle roared at Little Qing, commanding it to use rain skills to counter the fire. Little Qing nodded, unleashing a beam of azure light towards the clouds, causing the sky to darken ominously as thick rain began to pour down. The torrential downpour ensued. Not only that, but Little Turtle also invoked gravity, intensifying the weight of each raindrop, each one striking like a bullet. Both Little Turtle and Little Qing, with their mastery of water manipulation, remained unscathed. But Nan Li found itself at a disadvantage, struggling against the relentless rain. While water and fire are indeed opposites, the effectiveness of their clash depends on the nature and magnitude of each element. The torrential rain battered down on Nan Li, its flames flickering erratically, surrounded by a cacophony of sizzling sounds. Clang clang. Nan Li emitted a long, resonant cry towards the heavens, and his entire being erupted in a blaze of resplendent golden flames. The flames radiated an aura of sanctity, their undulating energy inducing a sense of trepidation. This was one of the techniques inherited from the vermilion bird, known as the Southern Brightly Fire, or the vermilion divine flame, which ignited upon contact and could not be extinguished by mere mundane forces. Zhou Qi observed intently, even slowing his pace of snacking on sunflower seeds. He beheld Nan Li surging into the obsidian clouds, which were instantly transformed into a brilliant golden hue as the Southern Brightly Fire spread, turning the sky into a conflagration of fiery clouds. What fell from the sky was no ordinary rain, but rather a rain of flames imbued with a trace of the Southern Brightly Fire. Seeing this, the Little Turtle immediately reversed the gravitational pull, creating a repulsive force. The fiery rain fell and then ascended, eventually returning to the clouds. As the clouds were incinerated, the Southern Brightly Fire also vanished. The sky remained clear, devoid of clouds, as if nothing had transpired. Roaring, the Little Turtle exclaimed, "I shall use all my psychic power and gravitational force to restrain Nan Li's movements. You must unleash your full strength with the reverse scale." Victory hinged upon this moment. Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. "I understand." Despite their occasional friction, Zhou Qi retained faith in the little turtle's judgment. Both psychic and repulsive forces were intangible, rendering their effects imperceptible. Yet Zhou Qi could discern from Neily's actions that the little turtle had intervened. Simultaneously, a thunderous dragon's roar resounded once more. A blood-red aura illuminated Zhou Qi's body, manifesting as the light of the reverse scale. A dragon's reverse scale, when touched, heralds certain doom. Zhou Qi charged toward Neily, who was previously in the clouds, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of Azure Dragon breath. As it drew near, the dragon breath erupted forth, causing the air to convulse violently, distorting in its wake. Neily did not evade. Instead, it opened its mouth to emit a beam of crimson light. Vermilion flare. The dragon breath collided with the radiant beam, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds, while fierce winds lashed out in all directions. The three combatants remained as steadfast as mountains, unyielding against the oncoming tempest. Zhou Qi, emboldened by its current dragon form, initiated close-quarters combat. During these 3 minutes, it possessed nearly 600,000 units of energy at its disposal, though still 200,000 less than Neily. The latter was constrained by the little turtle's full exertion and could no longer evade with agility. It could only engage Zhou Qi directly. Within a few exchanges, Neily found itself at a disadvantage. In terms of physical combat, the Dragon Clan indeed held the upper hand. Had Neily not been restrained, it would not have been so passive. The clash of dragon claws and wings resonated with a metallic clang, showering sparks in all directions. Realizing the risk of defeat if it continued, Neily erupted in a fierce blaze, temporarily pushing Zhou Qi back. Purple flames swirled around Neily like a galaxy. Unfazed, Zhou Qi wielded its formidable physique as its ultimate combat technique, striking with its claws to tear through the purple stellar flames. Though this moment was but a fleeting instant, it afforded Neily the opportunity to summon forth black flames, which rapidly spread to envelop both Zhou Qi and the little turtle. Black, the devouring soul fire? It appeared to be the devouring soul fire realm. As the black flames swiftly coalesced into a spherical barrier, Zhou Qi could no longer perceive the battle within. Damn, Neily. This is excessive. What is there that your Beastmaster cannot witness? Consequently, Zhou Qi began to channel his connection with the little turtle, utilizing its eyes to observe the unfolding conflict. Once the devouring soul fire realm was activated, any life form within would be suppressed to 30% of its strength, with their life energy being devoured by the realm. Zhou Qi, empowered by the reverse scale, was formidable, yet with its current strength, it could not breach the fully unleashed devouring soul fire realm of Neily. If even creatures of lesser strength could break through, then this realm, regardless of its overwhelming efficacy, would be rendered futile. In an instant, the tide turned dramatically. This skill was indeed powerful. Once the devouring soul fire realm was established, Neily's movements became significantly more fluid, engaging Zhou Qi in close combat with reciprocity. It seemed the time was drawing near, and Zhou Qi was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, the disparity was extraordinary. Were Neily to unleash the 9 strikes of the vermilion bird to amplify its strength, Zhou Qi would likely fall in an instant. The 9 strikes of the vermilion bird required Neily to comprehend them individually. Each strike learned would amplify its power exponentially. Mastering all 9 would yield a 9-fold increase, making it a premier augmentation technique. As Zhou Qi appeared on the brink of defeat, the little turtle unexpectedly moved closer, without warning unleashing an icy breath of profound cold. The chill simultaneously struck both Zhou Qi and Neily, instantly encasing them in ice. What a cunning little turtle! What a terrifying legacy of the Xuanwu! It seemed it had been supporting Zhou Qi from the sidelines, allowing it to lead the charge, all for this pivotal moment. Poor Zhou Qi. It was indeed no match for the little turtle. How ruthless, demonstrating no hesitation, seizing the moment with impeccable timing. Could it be that the ultimate victor would be this scheming turtle? The profound cold froze all, reaching its zenith, capable of immobilizing time, space, and even the soul. Just as the battle seemed poised to conclude, a layer of resplendent golden light enveloped Neily, as its searing flames began to melt the profound cold ice. In the instant of the little turtle's ambush, Neily activated the southern bright leaf fire to protect itself. Otherwise, this chilling energy could freeze thoughts themselves, if struck completely. It would likely be incapable of unleashing any skills, much like the unfortunate Zhou Qi. The southern bright leaf fire and the profound cold ice clashed incessantly, making it difficult to ascertain which was superior. However, one thing was crystal clear. Neily was currently stronger than the little turtle, and thus the southern bright leaf fire it unleashed was undoubtedly more formidable than the little turtle's profound cold energy. The little turtle freed Zhou Qi from its icy prison. Shortly thereafter, Neily emerged from the melting ice. Having suffered from the surprise attack, Nayli was engulfed in fury, flames surging as it prepared to unleash the transcendent skill. Heaven's incineration. Yet, the little turtle bellowed twice. We concede. The 3 minutes are up. Zhou Qi, too, exited the reverse scale state, appearing quite weakened. Upon witnessing its victory, Nayli promptly dispelled the devouring soul realm. Given Zhou Qi's current state, it could not withstand a significant loss of life energy. With a joyous clang, Nayli soared toward Zhou Qi, eager to flaunt its triumph. Zhou Qi affectionately stroked its head, smiling as he remarked, "My dear Nayli, you truly are remarkable. Speak now, what is your wish?" With a triumphant clang, Nayli declared, "For the next 3 days, no other beast shall enter your room." Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback. Every night, the other beasts slept alongside him. Could it be that Nayli was feeling jealous? Zhou Qi chuckled wryly. "Oh, my little Nayli, they are all male. Wait, no. They are beasts." Chapter 48, The Little Eagle in the Spotlight. Although Zhou Qi found this peculiar, he felt compelled to honor his word. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. At noon, Zhou Qi prepared a grand feast to reward Zhou Qi, the little turtle, and Nanli. As for Xiao Ying and Pang Hu, the two unfortunate ones who had been eliminated early, they were relegated to consuming mere leftovers. Pang Hu was quite dissatisfied and vowed to rid himself of his inferior status within the team. Thus, a sumptuous meal was on the horizon. Nurturing pet beasts was immensely resource-intensive. The fire-type resources he had initially acquired from the depths of the Yinyang Mountain had already dwindled significantly. Since they were not of the spiritual plant variety, Zhou Qi could not facilitate their regeneration. Although Zhou Qi now enjoyed a degree of affluence, the cultivation of pet beasts was an insatiable pit. Its demands only grew with time. The secret realm housing 3 spiritual veins was a coveted prize for Zhou Qi. Once secured, it would become his logistical stronghold. The various resources of spiritual beasts could serve dual purposes, for personal use and for trade, yielding a multitude of benefits. Truly perfect. The following day, after preparing breakfast, Zhou Qi hurriedly set off with his pet beasts towards the QH City Grand Arena. He was slated to compete in the first match of the second round, commencing at 9 o'clock. His opponent was Tan Xin, the victorious contestant from the previous day's second match, a female competitor. Before the match began, Zhou Qi engaged in light banter with Zhou Qi. "Zhuge, it's a delight to see you today." Zhou Qi, wearing a stern expression, retorted, "Zhou Gu, are you hoping I'd be eliminated in the first round yesterday?" Zhou Qi chuckled. "Why would you think that? It pains my heart." Zhou Qi recognized Zhou Qi's jest. Despite the irritation it invoked, she did not take it to heart. "I feel you've changed, Zhou Gu." "Oh really? Have I grown increasingly handsome, or perhaps just more charmingly vexatious?" "It's definitely the latter." Zhou Qi shot back. "I wonder if you've awakened some sort of taunting skill these past few months?" "How did you know?" Zhou Qi laughed. "But it's not me. It's my new pet beast." With a triumphant chirp, Nanli greeted them. "Enough of this chit-chat. Let us discuss something serious. Are you aware of your opponent today?" Zhou Qi asked with a serious demeanor. Zhou Qi smiled. "Of course, her name is Tan Xin. What of it? I only learned that she is one of the 24 veterans from the last competition and ranked 28th nationally." "Oh, she sounds formidable," Zhou Qi mused. "Don't underestimate her. While the 28th rank may seem distant from your top position, there's a year's worth of experience between you two. A national rank of 28 undoubtedly indicates she possesses a beast of royal lineage, and with a year of nurturing, it may very well have reached the commanding level." "Be cautious, Zhou Gu," Zhou Qi warned. Zhou Qi nodded, addressing Xiao Ying. "Did you hear that? A royal lineage beast at the commanding level. Make sure you give it a proper lesson." "Caw." Xiao Ying flapped her wings confidently. "Leave it to me, Zhuge. The time is almost upon us. I must take my leave." Zhou Qi nodded, and as Zhou Qi departed, Gu Ming approached. "So did you speak with him?" "I did. But you know how Zhou Gu is, somewhat arrogant, though he has the merit to back it up. Let him be. We've already given our warning. I'm curious to see how he will fare against Tan Xin." Zhou Qi thought of her own pet, and added, "I believe Zhou Gu stands a good chance. I've never seen him fight without confidence. However, that's all contingent on his nurturing methods." These were thoughts she kept to herself. Both watched intently as the match was broadcast on the arena screens. Besides them, Gao Bin and Cheng Yu were also covertly keeping an eye on Zhou Qi's competition. Undoubtedly, the most scrutinized participants in this rookie tournament were this year's top 10 and the previous year's veterans. The second round commenced with a face-off between the current champion and the 28th from last year. Impossible for anyone not to take notice. In the arena, Zhou Qi faced a striking woman clad in athletic attire, her beauty complemented by an air of formidable prowess. "You must be Zhou Qi," she remarked. "I've heard your achievements are unparalleled in history. However, I must caution you, national rankings don't reflect true prowess. This rookie tournament is the genuine measure of your capabilities, and we veterans serve as your testing stone." Zhou Qi playfully ruffled his hair, replying, "Is that so? But dear sister, may I inquire your age? You seem quite youthful. I believe I may be your senior, so be careful with your titles. Otherwise, I might have to impose a punishment later." "You silver-tongued rogue." Tan Xian blushed with indignation. "Let us see how you intend to defeat me. Arise, Black Flood Dragon." A colossal black serpent, approximately 9 to 10 meters long, materialized in the arena, roaring and emitting a powerful dragon's cry. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. Finally, a thrilling spectacle, a battle of dragons, where the victor reigned supreme. Tan Xian commanded, "Zhou Qi, unleash your Mu Qingjiao. I'm eager to witness the prowess of your imperial dragon." Zhou Qi smirked. "I fear you may not withstand the might of my Shao Qing. Perhaps it's best we forego that." With a flick of his wrist, Shaoing soared from Zhou Qi's head and hovered before the Black Flood Dragon. Tan Xian, seeing the diminutive creature, scoffed. "So this is the national champion? Quite underwhelming. Little sister, you shouldn't misjudge. Perhaps you should take a closer look?" In an instant, a thunderous eagle cry resonated, and Shaoing's form expanded dramatically to 10 meters, effortlessly overshadowing the Black Flood Dragon. This was still not its limit. Adorned in shimmering silver feathers, Shaoing glistened under the light, her majestic posture complemented by piercing eyes that instilled fear. "So, how does my eagle compare, brother? You're courting death, you insolent wretch. Black Flood Dragon, don't hold back. Teach it a harsh lesson." Zhou Qi chuckled, reveling in the playful banter with the female beast tamer. Among the audience, many recognized the identity of this silver giant eagle, erupting in astonished exclamations. A high-tier monarch. The silver-winged heavenly eagle. With such a physique, has it already ascended to the commanding level? Not necessarily. Perhaps it merely mastered a size-enhancing skill when it transformed. Those observing the match in the competitors' lounge furrowed their brows, having never heard of Zhou Qi possessing such a formidable beast. Zhou Qi, aside from the Mu Qingjiao, how did he acquire such a powerful pet? I'm not quite sure. I only recall that this eagle seemed to have joined Zhou Gu during the incident on Miluo Island. Gu Ming couldn't restrain his frustration. This is utterly absurd. Not only did he obtain 7th-level resources, but he also inadvertently acquired a descendant of a royal spirit beast. His luck is beyond comprehension. Could he truly be the chosen one? The fearsome Black Flood Dragon roared menacingly at Shaoing, while Zhou Qi assessed its capabilities. This Black Flood Dragon belonged to a mid-tier royal lineage and was currently at a low commanding level, boasting an energy value exceeding 160,000. It appears that the moment has not lingered for long. The Black Dragon surged towards the young eagle, which ascended rapidly into the sky, spreading its wings under the sunlight, shimmering with a radiant glow that coalesced into countless silver feathers. With a cry, the silver feathers cascaded like a torrential downpour. The Black Dragon bore the brunt of the assault, as the feathers struck its formidable black scales, creating a cacophony reminiscent of metal clashing, with sparks flying like vibrant fireworks. The remnants fell to the ground, which trembled as if struck by a powerful blow, producing a resounding roar and a swirling cloud of dust. One could almost envision the ferocity of the silver feathers' attack by merely listening to the sounds. As the dust settled, the ground lay in disarray, pockmarked as if it had been ravaged by artillery fire. Just from the young eagle's initial onslaught, the Black Dragon was left wounded, with several large black scales and crimson blood scattered about. Witnessing this spectacle, all were utterly astonished. Subsequently, the authorities assessed the energy levels of both the Black Dragon and the young eagle, announcing their findings. Black Dragon, energy level 163, 767. Silver-winged eagle, energy level 275, 770. Chapter 49. For the sake of sustenance, the fat tiger decides to remain forever alone. Hiss. In an instant, the audience erupted with gasps of astonishment, their murmurs incessant. An energy level exceeding 270,000. Could this silver-winged eagle be but a step away from royal status? Is this truly a beast belonging to a newly initiated beastmaster? Many extolled Zhou Qi's extraordinary talent, while others accused him of cheating, asserting that this could not possibly be his own beast. A tumult of opinions ensued. In the contestant hall, many widened their eyes in disbelief. Gu Ming muttered under his breath, "This is ridiculous. That silver-winged eagle is excessively powerful. What is the point of this rookie competition? The championship should be willingly surrendered to him." Zhou Qi was also taken aback, exclaiming, "How formidable! But is this truly the pinnacle of Zhou Qi's combat prowess?" Gu Ming's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. "Don't scare me. When I last encountered Zhou Gu, the silver-winged eagle was hardly noticeable, seemingly undervalued within the team, utterly devoid of the commanding presence it now exhibited." Not far away, Gao Bin murmured in a daze. "A monster. Is this truly the caliber expected from their cohort? Was the previous champion this formidable? At this moment, the young eagle captured everyone's attention, while the black dragon lay prostrate on the ground, and it reveled in showcasing its magnificent form in the air. Behold my feathers, admire my muscular chest. Gaze into my eyes. The young eagle struck a pose while casting a glance towards Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi. The fat tiger appeared restless, waving its paws in response to the young eagle while nestled in Zhou Qi's embrace. Zhou Qi, perplexed, pondered whether it was indeed true that like attracts like. Did these two top teammates share a mutual admiration? Were they cheering each other on? Zhou Qi contemplated, then listened closely through their bond. Young eagle, fat tiger. Look at my agile form, my well-developed chest, this unparalleled gaze. Countless female birds have succumbed to my allure in the past. Take note. Fat tiger, eagle brother, how majestic. Zhou Qi was left speechless, a dark cloud hanging over his expression. Could the young eagle be attempting to disrupt the team's harmony? This influence must be curtailed. It cannot be allowed to spread. While I trust Xiao Qing, Xiao Gui, and Nanli, the fat tiger is still quite young, merely half a year old, with a fragile mind, making it the most susceptible to the young eagle's temptations. No, preparations must be made to isolate that amorous eagle. Zhou Qi smiled as he ruffled the fat tiger's fur, speaking softly. Fat tiger, you are still young. The complexities of adulthood are beyond your understanding. Do not be deceived by the young eagle. Fat tiger. Woo, have I been deceived? Indeed, the young eagle harbors ulterior motives. Allow me to present an example to illuminate the matter. I am but a person, not a beast of burden, and the food I can provide is limited, correct? If you were to find a mate early on, I would inevitably have to allocate provisions for your partner, which would be deducted from your own rations. Should you and your partner accidentally have a little one, the cub would require sustenance too. With one offspring, you would lose one portion of your provisions. With two portions. What if, by chance, your partner gave birth to triplets? Then you would be down 3 portions of food. In essence, no matter how many partners you take or how many cubs you have, it all comes from your own supplies. Now, do you find yourself adequately fed? Woo, it's manageable. Just barely. Indeed, it is merely sufficient for now, but what about in the future? The fat tiger's countenance shifted dramatically, anxiety flooding its eyes as it began to roar repeatedly. Zhou Qi, fear not. I, fat tiger, swear I shall never seek a mate or bear a single cub. Observing the fat tiger's earnest declaration, Zhou Qi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Fat tiger, you are destined for a life of solitude. What if your parents come looking for you? Once you become a master chef, you can pursue as many partners and offspring as you desire. The young eagle continued to greet the fat tiger, but at this moment, having been swayed by Zhou Qi's words, the fat tiger turned away, its expression one of indignation. The young eagle, perplexed, wondered what had come over its little comrade. Hadn't their conversation gone splendidly the day before? At that moment, the black dragon regained its composure and charged once more. You foul creature, do not presume that just because you bear a slight resemblance to Xiao Qing, I shall hold back. The young eagle's sharp talons, capable of piercing stone, struck through the black dragon's scales, causing dragon blood to flow in torrents as the black dragon writhed in agony. The young eagle clung tightly, landing with a resounding thud. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, sending a cloud of dust into the air, which swept Tenxian off her feet. Dazed and covered in dirt, she rose and gritted her teeth. Just how powerful is this silver-winged eagle? The black dragon cannot even contend with it in close combat. The silver-winged eagle's feathers are incredibly resilient, and its physique is formidable, rivaling that of dragons of comparable lineage. If the black dragon were of the same tier and possessed a similar energy level, it would not be so utterly outmatched. Black dragon, dragon breath. As the searing breath surged towards it, the young eagle sneered, effortlessly cleaving it apart with a single wing. It pales in comparison to Xiao Qing's. Black dragon ascending. Tenxian called out again. This is the black dragon's advanced skill. If it were to evolve, it would assume the form of a true dragon. The black dragon is a genuine dragon, a mid-tier emperor species, powerful and proud, seldom submitting to humans. This move is indeed impressive. The energy of the black dragon surged forth, vividly alive and menacing, flying towards the young eagle. Only advanced skills can typically contend with such a level. Perfect timing to test my newly awakened advanced skill. After purifying its bloodline, the young eagle awakened the most potent skill of the silver-winged eagle clan. Silver-Wind Sky, Cleaving Slash. Its single-target lethality is exceptionally potent, capable of rending through space itself. Even lower-tier emperor creatures must tread carefully. The energy black dragon was severed directly by the Silver-Wind Sky, Cleaving Slash, and the residual energy surged onto the black serpent's body, nearly cleaving it in two. A gruesome and terrifying wound gushed with dragon blood, revealing fractured bones beneath. The black serpent let out mournful howls, thrashing in agony, its life force flickering precariously. 10xin. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, rushed forward to offer comfort, tears streaming down her face. Little black. Her eyes, red with rage, bore into Zhou Qi with a look of intense hatred, as if she wished to rend him to pieces. Zhou Qi was momentarily dumbfounded, his gaze faltering before the menacing glare directed at him. It was clear he could not provoke her further. However, he was taken aback by the fierce tenacity of the usually docile little eagle, who had nearly cleaved the opponent in half. The small eagle shrank its form and approached Zhou Qi, appearing to seek praise. Zhou Qi smiled and remarked, "Well done, little eagle. But lunch is cancelled today." The eagle, bewildered, thought, "Did I miss here? Why is my ration being deducted despite winning the match?" With a sorrowful cry, it flew back to Zhou Qi's head, seeking comfort from Nan Li, who, however, offered no solace. The black serpent, gravely wounded and gasping for breath, was not to be killed by Zhou Qi's strongest beast. Little Qing summoned a drop of ethereal wood essence, skillfully guiding it into the black serpent's mouth. "What are you doing?" Tan Xian exclaimed, infuriated, suspecting Zhou Qi intended to harm the black serpent further. The eagle's strike was a bit excessive. This is an apology. The outcome had long been determined, and after speaking, Zhou Qi departed from the arena. Meanwhile, the black serpent was enveloped in a faint green glow, its breath and wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, it was restored to its former state. Tan Xian, overwhelmed with joy, gazed at Zhou Qi's retreating figure, a flicker of a different emotion crossing her eyes. "Zhou Qi, I will remember you." Chapter 50. The moment to strike must be timed perfectly. The breathtaking slash delivered by the little eagle left a profound impression on the audience and fellow competitors. If even the dragonborn black serpent could be so severely affected, one can only imagine the fate of other beasts. Those not of the quasi-king rank would likely not survive a single blow. Even Lu Huangxing, the strongest among the senior students present, wore an expression of deep concern. Previously ranked third, he possessed a mid-tier royal beast, now elevated to a high-tier commander level with energy values exceeding 220,000. His innate talent for nurturing beasts had consumed vast amounts of his time and resources over the year, elevating it to this level. He had believed that by participating in the newcomer competition, he would be assured victory, only to encounter a monstrous rival. Not only was he unable to win, but he also risked becoming a stepping stone for the opponent. Truly, he had lost both his dignity and his forces. What a detestable individual. Where did this monster emerge from? The quasi-king silver-winged eagle is an abomination in our midst. Just like that scoundrel Zhou Qi, he thought, feeling the weight of the situation. The professional beast-taming assessments within the Alliance are designed for the general populace, yet an internal trial exists, known as the Hellish Assessment, or the Legendary Trial. Those who pass may directly join the inner workings of the Alliance, becoming elite members worthy of special cultivation. To put it plainly, this is a test of legendary caliber. Those who succeed have a significant chance of becoming legends themselves, and most likely powerful ones at that. Unfortunately, such information is never made public, and Zhou Qi's sources are widely known. Should he be aware, he might indeed pursue this path. Zhou Qi understood he was on the verge of becoming the center of attention. Thus, upon the competition's conclusion, he returned home. However, he took a moment to send a text message to Zhuge Qing and the others. In a conference room within the Grand Arena, a long table seated numerous individuals, all esteemed figures within the Alliance, some dispatched from headquarters, others local to QH City, including the original evaluators, Lao Xia and Lao Long. At the center sat Tan Xinghua, president of the QH City branch of the Beast-Taming Alliance, a one-star legendary beast master. "Let us hear your thoughts on the recent battle," Tan Xinghua prompted. Lao Xia spoke first. "A new generation emerges, and Zhou Qi possesses terrifying potential, deserving of focused cultivation. Master Xia, do not let your bias cloud your judgment. Zhou Qi is your protege. He has 5 beasts, yet I do not believe he has achieved the rank of a level 5 beast master. The data from the professional assessment indicated he was a level 2 beast master. It is implausible for one to advance a rank in just a month," another voice interjected. This statement garnered agreement from many present, as it was indeed a perplexing matter. Numerous complaints had arisen, alleging that Zhou Qi was not utilizing his own beasts, suggesting he should be summoned for questioning. Lao Xia retorted angrily, "I can attest, as can the staff from Moluo Island, that the silver-winged eagle was brought out by him from Tian's Hushan. If it is not his beast, why has it remained at his side? Even if Zhou Qi is not a level 5 beast master, the silver-winged eagle is undoubtedly a product of his training, thus qualifying as his beast." Opposing him was a figure named Lung Feng, who had come to oversee from the Alliance headquarters. Upon hearing Lao Xia's words, he could not help but sneer. Only contracted beasts count as one's own. Mere companions do not qualify. That silver-winged eagle likely emerged from Tian's Hushin as a high-tier commander. Of course, it is a testament to his capability to have such a beast, but showcasing it in this competition is somewhat excessive. As their dispute escalated, the president of the Qinghai branch suddenly turned towards a young beast master seated quietly, eyes closed in meditation. Although referred to as young, he appeared to be in his 30s. However, in the realm of beast taming, anyone under 30 is considered part of the younger generation. Yuan Shan, did your teacher send you here? Tan Xinghua inquired. Chairman Tan, did you call for me? I merely came to observe the new generation of professional beast masters. It is best not to involve me in discussions, he replied casually. By status, it seemed that the most formidable individual in the room, aside from the Qinghai president, was this Yuan Shan. Tan Xinghua furrowed his brow, deep in thought, then declared, Xia Guang, you will need to notify Zhou Qi that in the next competition, he must only use his contracted beasts, otherwise, it will be considered cheating and his qualification will be revoked. Chairman, Xia Guang began. But Tan Xinghua raised his hand to halt him. That will be the final decision. Subsequently, the attendees began to disperse, and Xia Guang approached Yuan Shan with a smile. Master Yuan Shan, you are here for Zhou Qi, aren't you? Yuan Shan's expression remained unchanged, betraying no emotion. Your teacher, the legendary Tian Xing, visited us here. I arranged for him to meet Zhou Qi. Far Mountain raised his brow and then chuckled. I merely came to take a look. Curious about what kind of little fellow piques my master's interest. Perhaps I might even gain another little junior brother. Zhao Yuan Shan, the sole disciple of the legendary Tianxing, was 30 years old, a 3-star master, wielding a moderately ranked emperor-tier pet beast. Unfortunately, that pet had yet to ascend to the emperor level. Otherwise, he would have qualified for promotion to a legendary beastmaster. In the ancient Dragon Kingdom, a legendary beastmaster under 30 was truly a prodigious talent. Zhao Yuanshan lacked only a bit of luck. Born to commoners, his ascent was slightly delayed. Otherwise, he would surely have secured a place on the prodigy list. However, in a year or two, he would undoubtedly be counted among the legendary beastmasters. Zhou Qi returned home and commenced the trial assembly. The judge was Zhou Qi himself. The accused was Little Eagle, while Little Green, Little Tortoise, Fat Tiger, and Nanli observed. Do you realize your mistake, Little Eagle? I fought valiantly. What fault is there in that? Little Eagle obstinately refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Zhou Qi replied, you may have fought fiercely, but consider your strength in comparison to your opponent's. Had you been cautious, that black serpent would not have even managed to injure you. This is not the wilderness. This is a competition where only victory or defeat matters, not life or death. Since your father entrusted you to my tutelage, you must heed my words. I don't care how others behave, but I will not resort to indiscriminate violence. We are cultured individuals. We must strike when necessary and hold back when appropriate. So, Little Eagle, do you now recognize your fault? I have done nothing wrong. I steadfastly refuse to concede. Zhou Qi glared. In that case, not only will you forfeit your noon rations, but your dinner as well. Fat Tiger exclaimed, what a harsh punishment. Little Eagle flapped its wings, squawking, I was wrong. I was wrong. You can't starve me for an entire day? Zhou Qi chuckled inwardly. In truth, Little Eagle had not erred gravely. In the arena, skills are blind. And it was only fitting that the opponent, overestimating their own abilities, chose to brawl. Nevertheless, Little Eagle had not been raised under Zhou Qi's guidance from a young age. It was merely enamored with his culinary delights, still possessing a somewhat wild temperament. In need of refinement. You think you can contend with me? You're still too green. The talent of a divine chef is indeed formidable. Little Green and the others had grown accustomed to Zhou Qi's 3 meals a day. A single meal missed left them feeling famished. This was, of course, a misconception. The more powerful the beast, the longer it could sustain itself without nourishment. For those of their commanding level, going without food for 10 days or even half a month was hardly a problem. Thus concluded a farcical trial, and shortly thereafter, Xia Guang arrived. Old Xia, what brings you here? Chapter 51, Little Eagle's Suspension. Xia Guang appeared somewhat hesitant, and after a moment, stated, is there something official regarding the rookie tournament to inform you? Inform me? Could it be that my pet beast is so formidable that they have decided to grant me the champion's reward in advance? Old Xia, that wouldn't be appropriate. Xia Guang's expression darkened. This fellow truly seemed devoid of any sense of seriousness. Let me ask you first, what level are you at now? I'm a 3-star beastmaster, soon to be at 4-star. Xia Guang was taken aback. So soon? What can I say? My beasts are exceptionally strong. They are dragging me along, alas. Zhou Qi shrugged, feigning a lament that almost provoked a desire to smack him. Are you not afraid of someone taking you down with such arrogance? They would need to be capable of doing so. He laughed heartily. Xia Guang sighed deeply. I won't waste time with you. I am here to inform you of the league's decision. You have been reported for not using your contracted beast. Hence from the next match onward, Your silver-winged eagle may no longer enter the arena. Zhou Qi was momentarily stunned, reported. Although little eagle isn't my formally contracted beast. Isn't a pseudo-contract still a contract? This is unjust. How could I knowingly commit an infraction? Little eagle is indeed my beast. Ask it if you don't believe me. Little eagle approached Xiaoguang and squawked. Zhou Qi is my beast master, old man. Are you trying to chase me away and deny me my meals? Xiaoguang's expression darkened to a coal-like hue. Zhou Qi exclaimed, Old Xia, you actually understood that? That shouldn't be possible. Xiaoguang snorted. Living long teaches one many things. Are you unaware of the subject of beast language? Zhou Qi. What level are you at, then? Level 10. Xiaoguang declared proudly. You've mastered beast language to the max? Impressive, old Xia. Xiaoguang replied nonchalantly. You're thinking too highly of it. I estimate it requires hundreds of levels to reach max proficiency. Zhou Qi. What foreign language is that? Is it even possible for a human to learn it? I believe you are mistaken. Beast language is categorized by species. Mastering one species' language counts as one level. Currently, I have grasped the languages of 10 kinds of spirit beasts, including dragons, eagles, tigers, wolves, and elves. Zhou Qi rolled his eyes in disbelief. This was utterly absurd. Couldn't a universal beast language be created? There is one, which I have also studied, but the knowledge it encompasses is too vast, without mastery. I can only engage in simple exchanges with spirit beasts. What a hassle. I'll leave the translations to Little Tortoise. Zhou Qi pondered briefly before resolutely giving up. At worst, when he wished to communicate, he could simply resort to pseudo-contracting, which was quite convenient. After all, for spirit beasts of lower levels, he could forcibly establish a pseudo-contract successfully. Although he could not command them, at least communication would not be an issue. Little Eagle, did you hear? You were suspended. This is what happens when you act so boastfully and disregard my words. Little Eagle felt somewhat dejected. It had only participated in one match before facing suspension. What a ridiculous human competition. However, old Xia, I must clarify that Little Eagle is indeed my contracted beast, albeit under special circumstances. This is my talent. And I will not elaborate further. Little Eagle need not participate. I had no intention of sending it into the next match anyway. It lacked discretion in its actions and is currently reflecting on its behavior. Xiaoguang. Reflecting? It is perfectly normal for competition beasts to sustain injuries. Even a beast master can become gravely wounded. If that were the case, I could certainly argue your case before the president. Zhou Qi waved his hand. No need for that. Let it reflect on its own. After all, it is not my strongest beast. Xiaoguang. The silver-winged eagle, a near-king level beast, is not your strongest? You must be joking. Could it be that your strongest beast rivals that of a king? His gaze began to scan the other beasts nearby. Is it that azure serpent? Or perhaps that mysterious tortoise? Surely it cannot be that silly tiger. Its capabilities were evident in the first match. While it is decent, it is still far from the mark. Zhou Qi, do you perhaps harbor a secret sixth beast? Hehe, what are you thinking, old Xia? You will find out soon enough. After a while, Xiaoguang took his leave, though he was quite curious about which beast Zhou Qi would deploy in the third round. Once he departed, Little Green fluttered over. Roar. Beastmaster, let me participate in the next match. You? Gazing into the fervent eyes of Xiao Qing, Zhou Qi pondered for a moment. It seemed reasonable, with the little eagle facing suspension and the rotund tiger being rather weak. Allowing the little turtle and Nan Li to take the stage would indeed be an egregious display of bullying. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Xiao Qing suddenly felt that the prospect of entering the battle was not as enticing as before. It was only when no one else was available that it found itself pushed forward. Cursed be the little turtle for advancing before me. Otherwise, it would be the one suffering this humiliation. Never mind. I shall not stoop to the level of squabbling with you, Beastmaster. The following day, the third round of the rookie competition commenced, with 256 participants remaining. As for tomorrow, the intensity of the contest would escalate. After each round, there would be a 1-hour respite before the next would begin, continuing until the top 16 were determined. Many were eagerly anticipating the first match of the Celestial Group. The previous day's overwhelming display by the silver-winged eagle had ignited a fervor among the spectators. Zhou Qi, I heard your silver-winged eagle has been suspended? Ancient Ming inquired. His gaze incredulous. How did you come by that information? Zhou Qi replied, surprised. I have my sources, Ancient Ming stated confidently. I knew the silver-winged eagle could not possibly be your contracted beast. Haha, the suspension of the little eagle was my own decision. It is indeed my contracted beast. Without a shadow of a doubt, I simply could not be bothered to argue with the officials, Zhou Qi remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Ancient Ming's expression was one of disbelief. If that were true, why would you relinquish such a powerful beast? With its presence, victory would be within your grasp. Caw caw. The little eagle chirped twice, acknowledging the compliment. Of course, Zhou Qi smiled. Oh, dear ancient Ming, whoever said the little eagle is my strongest beast? You are thinking far too simplistically. Ancient Ming stood there, stupefied, as if struck by lightning. There's something even stronger? A monarch-level beast? All right. I shall refrain from further discussion, lest I dampen your spirits. I must take my leave to the arena, Zhou Qi declared, departing. While Ancient Ming's gaze remained fixated on the screen, I refused to believe it. It must be a ruse. How could he possibly possess a monarch-level beast? If he did, why would he bother with this professional assessment? Surely, he would be here merely for sightseeing. Zhou Qi, standing nearby, offered consolation. Ancient Ming, I think it would be wise not to take Zhou Qi seriously. The one who suffers in the end will be you. As Zhou Qi stepped onto the stage, a roar erupted from the audience. Following his remarkable performance yesterday, he had become the most sought-after champion seed. Everyone was eager to witness his prowess. The opponent's gaze flickered with uncertainty, revealing a hint of trepidation. Both parties, please summon your beasts to the arena. Come forth, the awakening battle beast. Zhou Qi commanded. Oh, a beast I have never encountered before. Zhou Qi's eyes sparkled as he immediately assessed it. Name, awakening battle beast. Attribute, insect poison. Race level, near monarch. Growth level, high-level warrior. Energy value, 38, 348. Clearly, this beast belonged to the same cohort. Would deploying Xiao Qing be too much of an unfair advantage? Zhou Qi glanced at Xiao Qing, who merely turned its head away, showing disinterest. Too weak. I lack the motivation. Beastmaster, switch it out. A mid-battle substitution would leave Zhou Qi with little option. He looked at the rotund tiger, who was also gazing back at him. Woo-woo. Zhou Qi, leave that little insect to me. I shall crush it. Chapter 52. The tragic fat tiger. Xiao Qing takes the stage. Such confidence? Very well. I shall trust you this once. Go and gain some experience. Oh, all right. The rotund tiger exclaimed, bounding eagerly into the arena with its short legs. Before it stood the imposing and fearsome awakening battle beast, towering over a meter high, with 8 short legs and a hard, glistening exoskeleton covered in deep grooves. A true insect, vibrant with life, it possessed a skill for regrowing severed limbs. Remarkable. It also had battle intent. The higher its battle spirit, the greater its power amplification, potentially reaching double its strength. A splendid skill, perfectly fitting for Xiao Qing. Unbeknownst to others, Zhou Qi discreetly recorded 2 skills he deemed quite impressive. At that moment, the rotund tiger approached the menacing awakening battle beast, gazing up at it with curiosity rather than fear. This creature is quite ugly. It is fortunate to have a beastmaster to care for it. However, it appears to be poorly nourished. The awakening battle beast perceived the insult in the tiger's eyes. Roaring in response, its foul breath and saliva spraying across the rotund tiger's face. How foul! Does its beastmaster not brush its teeth? The rotund tiger scratched its head as the awakening battle beast swung its claws down. With agile movements, the rotund tiger deftly evaded the strike. Woo-woo. It reeks. You oversized insect. I shall smash you. Fury etched on its face. The rotund tiger roared, its roar resonating like thunder. As it did, its body rapidly expanded, reaching 3 meters in height in the blink of an eye. Oh, overgrown insect. I shall crush you. The rotund tiger raised its paw, striking down with unparalleled speed. A thunderous boom echoed as the ground shook, dust swirling into the air. The awakening battle beast, brimming with battle intent, appeared somewhat uncoordinated. However, that was an illusion. Boom. Boom boom. The rotund tiger launched a flurry of attacks, yet all were deftly dodged by the awakening battle beast, which circled around the rotund tiger, causing it to spin in confusion, its head spinning. Zhou Qi buried his face in his hands, unable to bear watching. Fat tiger, are you playing whack-a-mole? Where are your skills? Have you consumed them all? The audience, too, was bewildered. The chaotic display resembled childish play. Wait, that opponent seems to share the surname Zhou. What is his name? Zhou Chong. Surely there is no connection between him and Zhou Qi? Don't be absurd. Zhou Chong is from Qinghai, and the Zhou family in QH City holds some power. However, Zhou Qi is said to hail from a small third-tier city. What on earth is happening here? It's utterly perplexing. Zhou Chong, on the other hand, wore a delighted expression, instructing the awakening battle beast to exhaust the rotund tiger's stamina and focus before striking amidst the chaos. In a moment of carelessness, the rotund tiger was struck by the awakening battle beast's poisonous stinger in its rear. The impacted area quickly turned an ominous shade of purple, then black. It is often said that one should never touch a tiger's rear. After being stung, the rotund tiger grew increasingly agitated, its movements becoming erratic. Zhou Chong was overjoyed. Awakening poisonous stinger. The rotund tiger roared in anguish, its skills nearly maxed out, its physical prowess unmatched. Although high-speed regeneration could not negate the poison, it still provided some suppression. Fat Tiger, maintain your composure. Should you lose, decide how many days of rations you wish to forfeit. Zhou Qi's voice boomed in the tiger's mind, resonating within its very soul. It shuddered. The flames of fury that had surged within it began to dissipate, replaced by a chilling realization. Rations, my rations. No, I cannot lose. Whoever causes me to forfeit my rations shall be my eternal nemesis. The loathsome giant insect. Fat Tiger began to regain its composure, forcibly suppressing the gradually manifesting toxins as its form shrank to about 10 feet in length. Observing Fat Tiger's somewhat unsteady gait, Zhou Qi assumed it was on the verge of collapse. Jingzhe, deliver the final blow. Jingzhe roared and leapt into the air, its dark, formidable pincers descending towards Fat Tiger's head. Should the strike land, Fat Tiger would not only be left bloodied but would surely be incapacitated for a time. With victory seemingly within grasp, Zhou Qi couldn't help but strike a victorious pose. This was the most favored seed for the rookie championship. Even a fortuitous win would catapult him to fame. Zhou Qi's lips curled into a smirk as he observed a cunning glint in Fat Tiger's eyes. With a fierce roar, it executed a dual assault of intimidation and a tiger's roar. The agonizing combination of physical and spiritual torment sent Jingzhe's battle beast hurtling through the air, its lament echoing as it crashed to the ground, blood streaming from its ears, displaying unmistakable suffering, rendered incapable of action for the foreseeable future. A decisive victory. In this battle, Zhou Qi emerges victorious. Zhou Qi smiled slightly. It would have been better had this been the case from the outset, with energy levels and skill proficiency trailing behind. It was foolish of you to engage in a game of cat and mouse. Fat Tiger, now resembling a diminutive kitten, limped towards Zhou Qi. Once the mental toxins fully took effect, its gait was erratic, akin to one intoxicated. Look at you, so pitiful. Did you revel too much and now face the consequences? Woe is me. Fat Tiger's eyes brimmed with tears. Stop your lamenting, it's futile. Though victorious, the win was too unseemly, and you must face punishment. You are to rest alone this noon. Wailing, Fat Tiger burst into tears, its large eyes resembling glistening pearls as they cascaded down. Let us return home. En route, Zhou Qi procured a detoxifying potion. Xiaoqing was adept in life energy, but lacked proficiency in purification and detoxification. How troublesome. It seems this type of creature is also a staple in the household. Both the little eagle and Fat Tiger, having lost a meal due to their participation, now shared a common grievance. This infernal human competition deducts rations with each entry. From now on, let whoever wishes to participate do so. Zhou Qi glanced at Xiaoqing, who trembled, sensing impending danger. Xiaoqing, tomorrow it will be your turn. Is it my turn to face a deduction? Xiaoqing appeared bewildered. Can I not participate? Zhou Qi shot her a glare. If you don't step up, am I to take the field myself, a mere beast master incapable of defending myself? Xiaoqing felt distressed. Memories of past experiences flooded back. The little eagle and Fat Tiger were not far off, lamenting their fates and offering each other consolation. Would she too descend to their level? Fat Tiger and the little eagle, with their keen ears, immediately scampered over. Woe is me. They both welcomed Xiaoqing into the ranks of the ration-deducted alliance. Xiaoqing, exasperated, wished she could unleash a powerful tail swipe to send them flying far away. Preferring not to see them at all, silently, she flew to the pond's edge and with a splash, plunged into the water. Zhou Qi sighed, wondering why none of them understood his intentions. He was merely looking out for their well-being. Isn't that right, Nanli? Indeed, the Beastmaster's words ring true. Zhou Qi smiled as he stroked Nanli's soft feathers, reassured that Nanli was the most obedient of all. Meanwhile, a nearby little turtle silently rolled its eyes. As long as you're happy. On the fourth day of the rookie competition, the remaining 128 contestants would compete to determine the top 16 within a single day. Zhu Qi had faced formidable opponents yesterday and was unfortunately eliminated. However, to support Zhou Qi and Gu Ming, he attended the event. The Yimu Qingjiao was the beast that brought Zhou Qi fame. Today's first match featured Zhou Qi's Xiaoqing, with the appearance reminiscent of a dragon. Possessing features akin to a deer's antlers, a camel's eyes, a rabbit's neck, a serpent's belly, clam scales, fish claws, eagle talons, tiger ears, and oxen horns. It bore whiskers and a jewel beneath its chin, with reverse scales adorning its throat. The 10-foot-long Azure Dragon hovered in the air, its form sleek and majestic, exuding the awe-inspiring presence of a true dragon. The overwhelming aura of the dragon left the audience in stunned silence. Roar! Xiaoqing finally made its official debut in public. Chapter 53, The Battle of Xiaoqing. That is the Yimu Qingjiao, truly impressive, indistinguishable from a real dragon. Indeed, it was a dragon of imperial lineage, exuding charisma. Dad, I want to become a dragon knight. Scram. I want that too, it's exhilarating. Dad, Mom's right beside us. Finally, Zhou Qi had sent forth the Yimu Qingjiao, eliciting much anticipation. Whispers filled the audience, with everyone eagerly awaiting the performance of the Yimu Qingjiao. Zhou Qi chuckled, Xiaoqing, it seems you have quite the reputation. Perform well, and there will be rewards. Roar. A lack of punishment is already a reward. You've never offered anyone a reward before. Xiaoqing, they cannot compare to you. You are my first contracted beast. The first is always imbued with special significance. Really? Fat Tiger and the Little Eagle chimed in. The Beast Master is biased. Nanli added, I'm so envious. I want to take the stage too. The Little Turtle remarked, a bunch of simpletons. Do you really take the Beast Master's words at face value? Xiaoqing, perform well. Showcase your true self, your skills, your style, and your spectacle. Roar. Leave it to me. Zhou Qi nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the other beasts. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? They all shook their heads in unison. No, the Beast Master is always right. Zhou Qi felt elated. His efforts in education were finally bearing fruit. After the initial roar, Xiaoqing reigned in its aura, preparing to unleash a powerful move at the onset of the match. The opposing Beast Master, upon seeing the 10-foot Xiaoqing, felt a surge of trepidation but reassured himself that, despite its might, it likely wouldn't be overwhelmingly strong. After all, 3 months ago, it had been merely a quasi-warrior and now was at best a mid-tier warrior, perhaps high-tier at most. While dragon-type beasts were formidable, their training was considerably more challenging than that of ordinary beasts. The resources for dragons were exceedingly expensive in the market, with demand far exceeding supply. With this thought, his confidence grew slightly. After all, he had managed to reach the top 128. Even if he lost, he wouldn't suffer too much disgrace. Yes, indeed. He must showcase his combat prowess and let everyone see his fighting style. Come forth, Qinggang's sword beast. It was yet another rare spirit beast. And Zhou Qi felt a surge of joy, beginning to assess his opponent's information for skills he could potentially acquire. A high-tier warrior with over 60,000 energy points was quite commendable. Sword mastery. Zhou Qi felt a rush of excitement, nearly gasping aloud. But the next moment, he shrugged. Oh well. It's not like I wield the sword, so there's nothing particularly noteworthy. The Thousand Winds sword, the Four Directions sword formation. This is indeed intriguing. The more swords that are gathered, the more potent the amplification of the formation becomes. However, it appears I lack a suitable beast companion to harness this skill. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qi decided to record it nonetheless. The competition begins. As the mechanical voice echoed across the arena, an even more formidable dragon's might erupted from Xiaoqing. The dragon's power coalesced around the steel sword beast, and with the accompanying dragon's roar, its intimidating prowess intensified. The air crackled with fierce friction, the space trembled, arcs of electricity flashed, and a tempest arose. The combination of the dragon's might and roar was nearly comparable to an ultra-tier skill, overwhelming the steel sword beast and forcing it to tremble helplessly against the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were struck with astonishment. Such a formidable dragon's might was a rarity in the arena. Few had ever encountered its like. The intimidation that came from a being above the divine transformation level was typically only cultivated by legendary beast tamers. Even master-level beast tamers would require an innate talent to elevate their beasts to such heights of intimidation. The steel sword beast unleashed a strike. Boom. As the opposing beast tamer's voice fell, Xiaoqing's claw descended from the heavens, sharp and unparalleled, exuding an indomitable force that pinned the recovering steel sword beast back to the ground, rendering it utterly immobile. Roar. The dragon's song reverberated once more. The opposing beast tamer felt a wave of despondency. Despite being of the same generation, his beast could not withstand a single strike from the opponent. Let alone the fact that Zhou Qi possessed a high-ranking royal species, the silver-winged skyhawk. There are always one or two individuals in a generation who stand out, like towering peaks surveying the world below. Is their heart laden with solitude? I long to know. The opposing beast tamer murmured to himself. The spirit of battle within him extinguished. He then declared loudly, I concede. Xiaoqing promptly retracted its claw, swirling gracefully in the air as the dragon's melody continued to resonate. Zhou Qi remarked, Xiaoqing, is your style always this swift? What about the promised elegance? Elegance 3. Xiaoqing shrank down, returning to rest on Zhou Qi's left shoulder, emitting a couple of low growls. Beast tamer, what are your thoughts? Zhou Qi pondered for 2 seconds before responding. I shall reserve my judgment until I observe your subsequent matches. Rest assured, I shall continue to carry on as before. Zhou Qi's expression darkened slightly. He truly wished to refrain from further deductions. Xiaoqing, do not compel me. The opposing beast tamer recalled the steel sword beast to the beast space and approached Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi, your dragon is truly formidable, leaving others in its dust. Keep up the good work. Zhou Qi replied earnestly. Your steel sword beast also performed admirably. The individual was taken aback, his mouth twitching slightly, managing an awkward smile. It felt heavily laced with sarcasm. The first match of the heavenly group ignited the entire venue like a detonator. The subsequent matches were equally thrilling, with both sides exchanging blows, dazzling skills, and furious roars, all battling for glory and renown until the very end. Yet, few could dispatch their opponents as swiftly as Zhou Qi. This required not only robust strength, but also a degree of fortune. As the numbers dwindled, the likelihood of encounters among the strong grew increasingly likely. Some who could secure a place in the top 32, or even the top 16 based on sheer strength, might find themselves prematurely eliminated due to ill fortune. Take 10xin, for instance. The previous year's student, a mid-level king with a low-tier commander Black Flood Dragon, would likely have faced little challenge in the rookie competition had she not encountered Zhou Qi's Silver-Winged Skyhawk. Although she was eliminated early, she had attended the matches over the past few days, keenly observing Zhou Qi's performances. Her interest in him only deepened. She felt Zhou Qi was shrouded in a veil of mystery. In modern society, while some information is readily available, much lies hidden beneath the surface, obscured from public view. Just like Zhou Qi, whose background seemed unremarkable, never having made a name for himself in the beast-taming realm, yet suddenly achieving fame. Born in a small third-tier city, from an ordinary family, yet possessing a quasi-emperor species beast, Zhou Qi had yet to return to Siping City and remained unaware that he had already become a local celebrity, an idol among the younger generation. In the past, after completing a match, Zhou Qi would typically engage in casual conversation with acquaintances, attracting a wave of envy before departing. However, today was a round-robin match, and with time constraints, he opted to rest in the players' lounge. While Tan Xin wandered the lounge, she spotted Zhou Qi alone in the resting area, her eyes lighting up. She approached him, tapping him on the back with a smile. Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi turned to see her, the very girl who had been brought to tears by the little hawk. Was she here to pick a fight? Is anyone with you? He said, glaring. Can't you see I'm alone? No one. Is there something you need? I just wanted to chat since I saw you by yourself. Sorry, I'm quite busy. After saying this, Zhou Qi's fingers flew across his phone screen. Tan Xin leaned in closer, realizing he was on the Spirit Beast Alliance app. Mind if I join you? Zhou Qi glanced up. You're pretty bad. Don't blame me if I'm irritable. I have high standards for my partners. Let's give it a try. A few minutes later, 666. Girl, you're my kill. Zhou Qi was engrossed, a broad smile adorning his face. Tan Xin watched him with a bemused expression, her face twitching. With that skill level, you dare say you're irritable? Well, if my standards weren't high, I wouldn't be able to carry you. Chapter 54, Food Ration Warning on the Way. Comfortable. You're doing well. Girl, although your skills are decent, they still pale in comparison to mine. Just look at these stats. Zhou Qi spoke confidently, while Tan Xin rolled her eyes. This is all due to my self-sacrifice, and with your level, you'd barely manage. We need to recruit another person next time. Otherwise, no one would disagree with calling you the enemy's spy. I'm not, girl. My name is Tan Xin. Remember it. How about we add each other as friends? Zhou Qi considered it for a moment. All right. After adding her, he queried, by the way, weren't you eliminated? Why are you still wandering around here? I can come and go as I please. I still have some clout. Is that so? Do you have connections? Tan Xinghua is my grandfather. Tan Xinghua? Who's that? A bigwig in the Alliance? Is there really someone in QH City who hasn't heard of my grandfather? Zhou Qi looked perplexed. I'm not from QH City. Tan Xin sighed. My grandfather is the president of the Siping branch of the Beast-Tamer Alliance, a one-star legendary beast-tamer. Zhou Qi's eyes sparkled with realization. It turned out to be a third-generation royal beast. No wonder you possess such an extraordinary companion like the Black Serpent. Should it evolve, it would undoubtedly become a black dragon of at least intermediate emperor rank. However, evolution is no trivial matter, achievable only by those beast-tamers endowed with supreme evolutionary talents. Zhou Qi nodded, choosing to remain silent. By the way, Zhou Qi, you must be determined to secure victory in this newcomer tournament, right? Curious about intelligence? Yet, considering this is the truth, there's nothing to conceal. It's merely a newcomer tournament. I've heard whispers of a youth competition and a national university competition, both of which are bound to be quite intriguing. Tan Xin was momentarily taken aback. The youth competition is the pinnacle event for those under 30 nationwide, held once every 5 years, with the minimum qualification being a master-level beast-tamer. As for the university competition, while it occurs annually, not just any freshman can participate, let alone the main contenders. Tan Xin chuckled awkwardly, opting not to comment. I've heard you currently reside in Qinghai. May I pay you a visit sometime? Are you suggesting a gaming session? Tan Xin was momentarily bewildered by Zhou Qi's seemingly nonsensical inquiry. A gaming session sounds like a form of torture, doesn't it? Yet, Seeing Zhou Qi's eager expression, she dazedly nodded. It wouldn't hurt to indulge in a couple of matches if the mood struck her. The two engaged in a casual conversation. The little tiger is so adorable. May I pet it? Its temperament is rather fierce. Be cautious, or it may bite you. The plump tiger chimed in, baring its teeth and striking a fearsome pose. If you come closer, I'll bite you. Truly adorable. Tan Xian chuckled at the plump tiger's mock ferocity. Plump tiger, am I not fierce enough? Plump tiger turned to Zhou Qi, who wore a helpless expression. What a disappointment. Shortly thereafter, Gu Ming approached, having just finished a match himself. Upon seeing Zhou Qi and Tan Xian laughing together, a sense of resentment welled up within him. The top contender truly lives up to their title, and with 2 rounds remaining, they're already engaged in flirtation. Oh, isn't this the female beast tamer you defeated? Tan Xian's expression darkened as she shot him a fierce glare. Gu Ming was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly chuckling. I was merely passing by. Don't just pass by. Come sit down and play a couple of matches. My luck is quite good right now. Let me carry you to victory. Gu Ming glanced at Tan Xian, sensing her weariness, but Zhou Qi insisted he stay. With no alternative, they reluctantly joined Zhou Qi. In the second round, Zhou Qi once again sent Little Qing into battle. The opponent was an upperclassman from the previous year named Qian Guang, who Tan Xian claimed was formidable and wouldn't be much inferior to her black serpent. The low-tier king species, the Iron Armored Dragon, boasted high defense with over 130,000 energy. That's passable, as long as we don't become overly ambitious. It should last several rounds against Little Qing. This time, Little Qing did not employ the Dragon's might combination skill, but recklessly charged forward. Zhou Qi exclaimed, "What is this tactic? Close quarters combat." Qian Guang shouted, "Iron Armored Dragon, do not fear. You are of a higher level. Engage it." Roar. The Iron Armored Dragon let out a fierce roar, its feet pounding the ground as it charged forward, causing the earth to tremble beneath it. Little Qing ensnared it with a skillful rap, striking with precision, clutching the Iron Armored Dragon tightly. It seemed to have a premonition, silently activating its true dragon body and hardening its defenses. Under Little Qing's masterful control, its surface remained deceptively calm. What a cunning move from Little Qing. Zhou Qi remarked casually, while the little turtle looked on in astonishment. Are you not its beast tamer? At that moment, Qian Guang shouted, Iron Armored Dragon, crush it. The Iron Armored Dragon struggled more fiercely, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Upon hearing its tamer's command, it opened its mouth, roaring before biting down ferociously. Its sharp, sturdy teeth combined with a bite force capable of shattering rock. It was confident it could inflict damage and draw blood. However, the moment it bit down, an ear-piercing screech of friction erupted. The Iron Armored Dragon's bite force was indeed formidable, and its teeth were its most powerful weapon, with maximum level hardening rivaling steel hardness. But it was all for naught. Beneath the transparent hardening lay the terrifying true dragon body. The Iron Armored Dragon could not breach Little Qing's dual-layered defense. The Iron Armored Dragon wore an expression of disbelief, and Qian Guang shouted, "How is this possible?" At that moment, Little Qing lifted the massive Iron Armored Dragon into the air, and fear finally flickered in the dragon's eyes. With a whoosh, Little Qing swung the Iron Armored Dragon, producing a sound akin to a raging wind, then slammed it down towards the ground. Boom! The accelerated descent, coupled with the Iron Armored Dragon's weight, created a massive crater in the earth, surrounded by a web-like pattern of cracks. Not only that, but Little Qing also harnessed the momentum to unleash a fiery breath with 50% of its power. Another resounding boom echoed, the force equivalent to a full-powered strike from a low-tier king species. What a ruthless display from Little Qing. Zhou Qi assessed once more, silently rating the spectacle of this battle. Spectacle rating 2. It was already failing. All that remained was to see if the final match could redeem it. Little Qing gracefully maneuvered in the air, its form agile, releasing a series of dragon roars. The audience erupted in applause and cheers. Little Qing shrank down to Zhou Qi's side, excitedly roaring twice. Beast Tamer, how was my performance? Zhou Qi remained expressionless, stating, I will make a summary after the third match. The little turtle seemed to understand Little Qing's fate, wearing an expression of sympathy, as if to say, a beast tamer must be frugal with resources. No matter how hard you strive to please, it's all in vain. Then it pondered. Could it be that the recent intensive training has caused some financial strain, prompting the beast tamer to find ways to conserve resources? This is a dangerous signal. Am I next in line? The little turtle felt a warning in its heart, watching Zhou Qi closely, trying to decipher his intentions from his expression. However, Zhou Qi had no intention of deliberately withholding resources. It was partly to intimidate, and also because Little Eagle had been overly aggressive while Plump Tiger had grown too complacent, which left Zhou Qi displeased. When he was in a bad mood, he naturally would make things easy for the pets that contributed to his displeasure. One of the best methods of punishment was to withhold resources. Little Qing, oh little Qing, if your battle in the third match exceeds 3 minutes, you may still have a chance to pass. Little Qing flaunted its prowess before Plump Tiger and the others. Plump Tiger, Leader Qing, so mighty. Little Eagle, Leader Qing, so imposing. Unbeknownst to it, the warning of resource withholding was already on its way. Chapter 55, The Enraged Little Qing. With 2 rounds completed, only 32 participants remained in the newcomer tournament. All of them, along with their main battle companions, were showing signs of fatigue to varying degrees. Guxiaodi. Making it to the top 32 is no small feat. Now, as you advance to the top 16, do not falter here. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Gu Ming snorted coldly, his demeanor far from amiable, retorting, "You need not worry. Gu Ming's Earth Bear, a pinnacle monarch-level creature, boasts an energy value approaching 90,000. Once it breaks through, it is likely to rival the current Xiao Qing. This difference in foundation is evident. As for Xiao Qing, its breakthrough would see it at a minimum of 400,000, and when employing the reverse scale, it could potentially engage in a full-scale battle against Nan Li without the enhancement of the Zhou Qi 9 strikes. The prowess of the beasts continues to grow, and Zhou Qi's confidence in the impending expedition to the secret realm swells. Among the remaining individuals he recognizes, only Cheng Yu stands out. This fellow has proven quite unexpectedly formidable. Not long ago, his Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle was merely a quasi-monarch. Today, it has astonishingly advanced to a low-level monarch. Eliminating an upperclassman from the previous year, Zhou Qi surmised that Cheng Yu must possess considerable latent talent, coupled with a willingness to invest resources, hence his remarkable progress. Reviewing the match schedule, Zhou Qi realized he would not face either of them today. However, should both emerge unscathed from this round, a duel between Gu Ming and Cheng Yu awaits tomorrow, likely to be quite the spectacle. What piqued Zhou Qi's curiosity was the absence of this year's national runner-up, Jiang Wangyue. He was eager to see what this individual looked like. Abundant resources are indeed a blessing. Zhou Qi had inquired about Jiang Wangyue's details from Gu Ming. The Jiang family of Kyoto boasts an ancestral legendary beast master, ensuring an ample supply of secret realm resources. Jiang Wangyue is the 4th son of the current head of the Jiang family, age 16. As for his beasts and talents, Gu Ming was uncertain but knew that his tested beast this year was a heavenly monarch butterfly, a high-level monarch species, with a growth level of high-ranking general. In the competitive realm of Kyoto, he stands unrivaled among his peers, a true prodigy. Rumors suggest that the heavenly monarch butterfly is not his strongest beast. Some even proclaim Jiang Wangyue to be the uncrowned king of the national competition. After an hour's respite, the 3rd round of the top 16 contest commenced. Zhou Qi's opponent this time was yet another upperclassman from the previous year, named Zhao Qi. Among the returning students, his strength ranks either 2nd or 3rd. His beast, a low-level monarch species known as the Qingyan Fire Fox, ranks as a mid-level monarch. Zhou Qi gazed at the red fire fox, its head and limbs ablaze with azure flames, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. What a splendid fox! It would make a delightful fur collar. Go forth, Xiao Qing, perform splendidly. This is your final opportunity. Xiao Qing tilted its head, confusion evident in its eyes. What do you mean by final opportunity? Hurry up and compete. I'll explain afterward. With a determined roar, Xiao Qing took flight, its body gradually enlarging until it reached a size of 10 zhang, hovering in the air before the fire fox. The 5 zhang fire fox faced off against the 10 zhang Azure Dragon, their energies clashing and colliding. However, in terms of energy reserves, the mid-level monarch fire fox was nearly on par with Xiao Qing at that moment. As the match commenced, Zhao Qi called out loudly, "Qingyan, use flame doppelganger." The Qingyan fire fox howled, and 2 identical azure fire foxes appeared on either side. It resembles the fire puppets of Fat Tiger. I hope they one explode. Zhou Qi murmured, "Nevertheless, water counters fire. I shall support my Xiao Qing." Under Zhao Qi's command, the fire foxes swooped in from both sides towards Xiao Qing. The fire manipulation exhibited a commendable level of skill, yet Xiao Qing merely displayed a mocking expression. A contest of attribute control? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the water manipulation technique enhanced to the return to truth realm by a beast master. With a mighty roar, Xiao Qing ascended rapidly, evading the encirclement of the fire foxes, and unleashed its rain-summoning skill. The entire battlefield was shrouded in dark clouds, and soon, a light rain began to fall. Above Zhou Qi, Nan Li summoned a fiery canopy, evaporating every raindrop upon contact. Zhou Qi chuckled, giving Nan Li a gentle tap on the head. Nan Li chirped joyfully. Fat Tiger, disliking the rain, approached Zhou Qi and lay down, its large eyes fixed on the airborne Xiao Qing, a glint of envy shining within. "Brother Qing, how majestic! When will I be able to soar like that? Perhaps once Zhou Qi's mother allows me to inherit that white tiger bloodline? Contemplating this, it glanced back at Zhou Qi. Letting out a sigh, it seems my mother no longer loves me. As for Xiao Qing, invigorated and spirited in the arena, even the little eagle felt a pang of envy, thinking, it should have been me there. This wretched human competition has unjustly barred me from participating. How infuriating. Meanwhile, the little turtle, drenched in rain, closed its eyes and rested, exuding an air of tranquility. Zhao Kun was taken aback by Xiao Qing's ability to alter the environment. However, since the rainfall was minimal, it did not significantly impact the Qingyan fire fox, so he paid it little heed. The Qingyan fire fox let out a series of howls, its flames surging dramatically, and once again, it conjured two fire foxes to charge at Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing could have easily dispatched them with a flick of its tail, but it was in a playful mood, manipulating the rainwater to form two water dragons, confronting the fire foxes. Water and fire clashed, sizzling sounds resonating through the air, as a delicate mist began to rise. With the advantage of elemental affinity, Xiao Qing was ultimately dominant. However, the Qingyan fire fox was not to be underestimated. Sensing the unfavorable situation, it commanded the fire foxes to explode, resulting in a mutual destruction with the water dragons. Qingyan unleashed the Azure illusory flame. Ethereal azure flames erupted from the Qingyan fire fox, igniting upon contact with water, transforming the arena into a sea of blue flames in an instant. Xiao Qing found itself engulfed in the inferno, releasing jets of water from its mouth. Wherever the water struck, the flames would extinguish momentarily, only to reignite shortly thereafter. Was this flame as formidable as the Nanmingli fire unleashed by Nanli? Xiao Qing felt a surge of dread. Its body became engulfed in flames. And within the sea of fire, it sensed the searing heat, twisting and writhing in discomfort. Illusion? Is this the illusory flame? Xiao Qing mused, surprised to discover that it had quite the flair for theatrics. After a while, witnessing Xiao Qing's anguished cries, Zhou Qi's expression shifted. No way, it truly fell victim. The illusory flame, subtle and insidious, once ensnared, gradually erodes one's spirit, becoming increasingly difficult to escape as time passes. Zhou Qi immediately called out to Xiao Qing through their bond. Xiao Qing, wake up! What you see before you is an illusion. Snap out of it. If you don't recover, I'll deduct your rations for 3 days. Hearing the warning of ration deduction, Xiao Qing jolted awake, instantly regaining composure. No way. I refuse to join the ranks of the ration-deprived trio. I can't bear the thought of being laughed at by that little turtle. Illusory flame? The audacious fox dared to deceive me. Roar. Little Qing was utterly provoked, emitting a series of dragon roars, its formidable dragon might unleashed with full force. The entire arena was instantly stirred, as if tumultuous waves had been unleashed. The ethereal flames of the Qing Huan fox were swiftly extinguished upon encountering the psychological onslaught of the dragon's roar and might. The Qing Mian fire fox shrieked in agony, its head pounding as it shook its head incessantly. This was far more overwhelming than the spiritual assault of its ethereal flames. Qing Mian, activate your ultimate skill, true form of the Qing fox. A resounding cry echoed. The Qing Mian fire fox erupted in a frenzy of azure flames enveloping it, eventually transforming into a massive azure fire fox towering over 10 feet, exuding an air of dominance. Zhou Qi was engulfed in confusion. True form of the Qing fox? He glanced at Nanli, who, after flawlessly inheriting the bloodline of the vermilion bird, possessed a skill called true form of the vermilion bird. Could this azure fox be the evolutionary form of the Qing Mian fire fox, the source of its lineage? In this moment of fury, little Qing fully displayed what it meant to be overwhelmingly dominant. With a thunderous roar, its body continued to swell, reaching a staggering 30 feet in mere moments. The audience gazed in awe at the sight of little Qing, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, fearful of missing a single moment. At that instant, it could be said that 99% of the crowd was fixated on the arena of the heavenly group. The 100-meter-long dragon was undeniably impressive, exuding an extraordinary majesty. With a roar, little Qing unleashed its true dragon form, executing a sweeping tail strike that directly struck the Qing Mian fire fox. Boom! A forceful blow shattered its true form, revealing the original Qing Mian fire fox beneath. It coughed up a stream of azure blood, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. One attack? Zhao Kun stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation. Was that dragon merely toying with him? One strike and I lost. Chapter 56, An Inescapable Fate. In this match, Zhou Qi emerges victorious. The mechanical voice echoed, and Zhao Kun finally felt the weight of defeat. He approached the Qing Mian fire fox, gently stroking its head, and offered a wry smile. Qing Mian, we have lost, and it's a fair loss. It's not that we are too weak. It's that our opponent is simply too strong. Even with the true form of the Qing Fox unleashed, Zhou Qi believed he could hold his ground against beasts of high-ranking commanders like Lu Huangsheng. Yet, against that Azure Dragon, the Qing Mian Fire Fox had faltered in a single round. Zhou Qi couldn't help but ponder. Could this really be the power of a low-tier Emperor-level Commander-S beast? If evaluated by energy levels, Little Qing could indeed be mistaken for a low-tier commander. After all, below the Monarch level, energy is gaseous and cannot be assessed by its quality. In contrast, at the Monarch and Emperor levels, the energy of beasts is liquefied, while above the Dominator level, it begins to manifest in solid form. Thus, the disparity between monarchs and those below is vast. While the Dominator level marks another significant leap in power. Zhou Qi, congratulations on your victory. Zhou Qi withdrew the Qing Mian Fire Fox into the beast-keeping space for recovery, then exited the Heavenly Group arena. Zhou Qi watched Little Qing, who had displayed such might, shaking his head with a sigh. Why must I be pushed so? Although Little Qing's battle time exceeded 3 minutes, its performance was disappointing, nearly succumbing to an illusionary flame that invaded its psyche. Upon returning to Zhou Qi, Little Qing appeared somewhat guilty. Despite the earlier setbacks, I should have redeemed myself in the end. Surely, I want to be penalized for this. Zhou Qi's expression remained impassive. In the first match, your combat was too swift, lacking in visual appeal. You lose 3 points. In the second match, while you demonstrated some combat intelligence, the lack of spectacle cost you 2 points. As for the third match, Little Qing gulped, a sense of foreboding washing over it. The earlier segments had been somewhat appealing, but the latter half was too careless, almost leading to defeat. You lose 5 points. In summary, due to the poor level of spectacle, you have lost a total of 10 points across 3 matches. Are you convinced? Roar. Little Qing protested feebly. But I redeemed my face in the final moments, didn't I? Merit and fault do not cancel each other out. A mistake is still a mistake. Roar. What is the total then? A total of 10 points. Given that you scored a 0, you will forfeit a day's worth of rations. No meals for you today. Go reflect on yourself. Little Qing felt as if struck by lightning. Ultimately, it had joined the ranks of the food forfeit trio. Xiao Ying and Fat Tiger reveled in glee, welcoming Little Qing to their little squad. Xiao Gui sighed heavily, realizing it was still unable to escape its fate. Wait, if this continues, I want to be called up for tomorrow's match, will I? Xiao Gui seemed to hear the ominous sound of a food forfeiture warning approaching. No, I must counsel the Beast Master. Raising a group of little creatures is truly a challenge, aiming for their holistic development in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics. And labor is a long and arduous journey. Zhou Qi sighed as he led his pets back to the hall, sitting for a while. The 4 arenas of the Celestial Realm were simultaneously underway, with the top 16 matches comprising 4 groups. Before long, he witnessed the match between Gu Ming and Cheng Yu. Gu Ming was fortunate to face this year's professional examinee. Though formidable, after a fierce struggle, he emerged victorious. As for Cheng Yu, luck was not on her side, but her strength prevailed. After a fierce exchange with the Tsang Feng Lei Ying and its beast, she claimed victory. Cheng Yu is impressive. In just 3 months, she has matched the training pace of us veteran students. Her rank seems somewhat low. Zhou Qi glanced at her. Tenxian. Who do you think will win tomorrow between them? Tenxian pondered. Isn't it obvious? Let us make a bet then. I wager Gu Ming will win. With the stake being a level 4 resource, how about it? A level 4 resource? You are indeed generous. But if it's free, I want to pass it up. Tenxian's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhou Qi chuckled. Then we shall see tomorrow. Come on, Fat Tiger, stop gnawing on the table. Fat Tiger immediately followed suit, wagging its little tail behind Zhou Qi. Let us head back for a meal. Today, I'm not the one being penalized. The Yimu Qing Jiao harbors great potential. When it fully unleashes its power, it should be the top contender in this new talent competition. Zhao Yuanshan praised Zhou Qi's performance, truly deserving of the teacher's attention for the expedition to that secret realm. Yet, strength alone should not be the primary reason for the teacher's interest. The ability to foster friendships with beasts of the Monarch level and secure level 7 resources indicates Zhou Qi's exceptional skill in managing relationships with unfamiliar beasts. That secret realm is not something that can simply be traversed with mere strength. Zhao Yuanshan had already been a master-level beast master when he was accepted as a disciple of the Heavenly Star legend. Thus, he had never entered the secret realm. However, he had witnessed the tragic fate of those who narrowly escaped its depths. 4 high-ranking beasts, with only one emerging, deeply wounded, safeguarding its master. Moreover, this prodigy possessed an exceptional enhancement talent, enabling his beast companions to nearly double their strength in combat. His formidable prowess was indeed unmatched. However, following that expedition into the secret realm, he became utterly incapacitated. The demise of his beast and the backlash of the contract significantly diminished his innate gifts, rendering him now indistinguishable from the masses. Oh, Minter, what could possibly reside within that secret realm that drives you to pursue it with such relentless fervor? Refusing to relinquish your quest? Zhao Yuanshan speculated that there must be resources capable of aiding his Minter's beasts in their ascension. As a top-tier legendary beast master, known as the Celestial Star, should he advance further, he would transcend into the realm of legends. If the Celestial Star were to achieve legendary status, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary legend. Zhou Qi, I wonder if you possess the fortune to emerge from the secret realm. Should the Celestial Star indeed step into legend, it would naturally elevate Zhao Yuanshan's standing within the alliance as his direct disciple. With 3 matches scheduled for tomorrow and another the following day, it truly is a bit exhausting. Zhou Qi, brimming with confidence, had already envisioned the championship of the rookie competition as firmly within his grasp. Reclining upon a bamboo chair, he gazed at the azure sky, his thoughts adrift. Oh, the Celestial Star mentioned that he would contact his disciple once ready. If his disciple is at a considerable distance from me, will I not have to wait an eternity? Pondering this, Zhou Qi retrieved a business card from his spatial ring, picked up his phone, and began dialing. Is this Master Zhao? Who is this? Zhou Qi. The realization that Master Zhao was aware of his identity filled Zhou Qi with immense honor. He chuckled lightly. Zhao Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. It was intriguing that Zhou Qi had just departed, yet he was already on the line. My mentor spoke of you, mentioning that you would reach out after the rookie competition. Master Zhao, I have a request. The rookie competition concludes the day after tomorrow, and I would appreciate it if you could pick me up at the entrance of the QH City Grand Arena around 10 in the morning, if that is agreeable. The semifinals are at 9:30. You want me to collect you at 10? The youth was indeed quite self-assured. Zhao Yuanshan contemplated, imagining the amusing expression on Zhou Qi's face upon seeing him emerge from the grand arena. No problem, I will be there on time. After hanging up, Zhou Qi's face radiated joy as he turned to a gathering of beast companions. Which of you shall compete in the matches tomorrow and the day after? Chapter 57. The Spiritual Enlightenment Stone Monkey? Zhou Qi's gaze fell upon Fat Tiger, who glanced around nervously before pointing a claw at himself. Me? Fat Tiger immediately shook his head vigorously, emitting a whimpering sound that clearly conveyed his protest. No, the others are too formidable. I cannot possibly win. If you cannot win, your rations will be deducted. I refuse to participate. Zhou Qi pondered for a moment, realizing that indeed, the remaining contenders all possessed low-ranked leader-level beasts. Even if Fat Tiger were to unleash his full potential, his chances of victory would merely hover around 40%. Zhou Qi nodded, indicating that perhaps he could spare Fat Tiger from this round. Fat Tiger exhaled a sigh of relief, having narrowly evaded the predicament. Zhou Qi's gaze then shifted to the little eagle, but after merely 3 seconds, it moved on. The little eagle had initially felt a spark of excitement, only to be swiftly met with disappointment. Noticing the little eagle's demeanor, Zhou Qi chuckled. I almost forgot about your suspension. Although he could approach the rookie competition officials to negotiate the lifting of the ban, it would require a personal visit, wasting time and effort, a rather impractical endeavor. The little eagle retorted, Am I truly so unworthy of your effort? Indeed, you are not my flesh and blood. The little turtle chimed in, It's not just you. Our beast master is simply too lazy. He wouldn't bother explaining to anyone. The little eagle regarded Zhou Qi with a penetrating gaze, subconsciously nodding in agreement. Little turtle, you seem quite talkative today. Why don't you take charge of the matches tomorrow and the day after? The other beasts turned to the little turtle, who remained composed, responding in an orderly manner. While I would love to take action, I consulted my fortune and determined that tomorrow is not a favorable time for me to intervene, lest it disrupt your upcoming fortunes. However, I foresee no issues for the finals the day after tomorrow. Zhou Qi, half convinced, stroked his chin, contemplating the words. It is better to trust than to doubt. Since the little turtle has spoken, then for tomorrow, little Qing, you shall take the stage. Nanli was completely overlooked by Zhou Qi. He understood that he was currently Zhou Qi's trump card and could not easily reveal his true strength to the public. Little Qing appeared somewhat reluctant. Why must I be the one to compete in the finals? Does that not imply that all my efforts are merely to pave the way for you? Zhou Qi replied, Little Qing, as a noble dragon. How can you be so petty? A true dragon soars through the heavens and traverses the seas, embodying great aspirations. I am merely a flood dragon, Little Qing retorted. Zhou Qi, feeling exasperated, offered, If you compete tomorrow, I will allow you to dine today. What do you say? Little Qing perked up, hesitating momentarily before agreeing, as it was indeed mealtime soon. Observing Little Qing's reaction, Zhou Qi couldn't help but chuckle. It was not a matter of if, but rather when. Today I shall not withhold your rations. Tomorrow, however, will be a different story. He laughed heartily. In this household, I, Zhou Qi, hold the reins. They cannot possibly escape my grasp. It's about time, mealtime approaches. Zhou Qi rose, instantly capturing the attention of the other beasts. After taking a few steps, he turned back, flashing a devilish grin. Fat Tiger, we have yet to complete today's special training. 20 potatoes, consume them all. Or do not blame me for cutting your rations. Fat Tiger's face turned pale with fright. Meow? Then let us just have half today. Zhou Qi stood there in stunned silence. Is peeling a potato truly that difficult? Though you possess powerful tiger claws, you are still capable of wielding tools. Are your claws not sharper than a peeler? After casting a few more glances at Fat Tiger's innocent expression, Zhou Qi felt a sense of helplessness. He suspected that Fat Tiger had indeed become clever. Once genuinely innocent, he now seemed to be feigning ignorance. Shaking his head, Zhou Qi added, Little Qing, go to your vegetable garden and fetch me some spiritual materials. Remember to return them. Little Qing lamented, why must I endure such misfortune? Fat Tiger approached to offer comfort. Big brother Qing, shall we swap tasks? Little Qing shot him a sidelong glance. If you go to the vegetable garden, who will end up exhausted? Fat Tiger protested. Am I the sort of tiger to shy away from work? The following day marked the semi-finals of the rookie competition. Zhou Qi sent out Little Qing, who, having absorbed the lessons from the previous day's final match, was no longer careless. In less than 10 rounds, he claimed victory over another veteran student. It felt as though he was swiftly becoming a harvester of veterans. Little Qing had indeed shown some progress, at least no longer concluding battles in mere 3 rounds. Evidently, Zhou Qi's teaching had yielded results. He basked in self-satisfaction, attributing all the glory to himself. Upon returning to the hall, he was greeted by Tan Xin, who approached him with a charming smile and sparkling eyes. Congratulations. You are one step closer to the championship. Zhou Qi replied cheerfully, my accomplishments are trivial. What truly matters is our wager. Tan Xin listened in a state of bewilderment, finding him a peculiar individual. Isn't it typical for most to be solely concerned with their own affairs? Yet, here was someone who claimed that his own matters held little significance. How absurd. Perhaps he felt assured of his victory, hence his nonchalance. If he were to deploy the silver-winged eagle, defeating Lu Huangxing in the finals would indeed pose little challenge. However, with the silver-winged eagle suspended from competition, and while the Emu Qingjiao was formidable, it still paled in comparison to Lu Huangxing's beast in terms of energy levels. Did he possess a trump card, or perhaps an even more powerful beast? Tan Xin pondered extensively until Zhou Qi called her name several times, snapping her back to reality. What is the matter? She inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. I asked why you were daydreaming. Want to join me for a few rounds? I can take you flying. Tan Xion's lips twitched. Not today, perhaps another time. What a pity. I just acquired a new spirit beast. And I thought you'd be keen to see it. A new spirit beast? That sounds quite intriguing, she replied, wary yet curious. By the way, Zhou Qi, once they determine the victor, your next match will be against me. Any thoughts? Thoughts? Zhou Qi extended his hand, fingers splayed, slowly approaching Tan Xion's face. What are you doing? Tan Xion asked, bewildered by this unexpected gesture. What do you think my hand resembles? What does it resemble? Tan Xion grimaced, pushing Zhou Qi's hand away. Does it resemble Wuzhishin? What on earth is that? You needn't concern yourself with that. Not even Sun Wukong could escape my Wuzhishin. Do you think those two can? Confused, Tan Xion rolled her eyes, dismissing Zhou Qi's eccentricity. Sun Wukong? A monkey-like beast? I don't believe I've ever heard of such a creature. It's called a monkey, but in truth, it merely shares a resemblance. Its lineage is akin to that of a stone man. You wouldn't comprehend. Tan Xion fell into contemplation, suddenly exclaiming, you must be referring to the Lingming stone monkey. At the mention of this name, it was Zhou Qi's turn to be taken aback. Sister, you two have traversed here? Your expression suggests you truly have. It's astonishing that you've heard of such a spirit beast. I only learned of it long ago from my grandfather. It appears you are not the great sage after all. You nearly scared me to death. Oh, please, enlighten me. The Lingming stone monkey is not a spirit beast found within the boundaries of our ancient Long Kingdom. It is unique, existing only once per era. It resides in a place called Divine Monkey Mountain, a domain of immensely powerful spirit beasts that are relatively friendly towards humans. However, it is said to be quite distant from our territory and perilous, accessible only to those of the pinnacle legendary rank or above. Legendary? Zhou Qi inquired, curiosity piqued. Has your grandfather ever been there? Not quite. He learned of it from a travelogue left by a previous adventurer in the Alliance's headquarters library. It is said that the travelogue was penned by a legendary beast master who even encountered the contemporary Lingming stone monkey. Zhou Qi was greatly astonished. The great sage indeed lived up to his reputation. Even as a spirit beast, he was unparalleled. Once I attain legendary status, I shall venture to Divine Monkey Mountain. As these thoughts lingered, The grand screen displayed Chengyu and Gu Ming entering the arena. Chapter 58. The Earth Bear Advances. The Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle versus the Earth Bear. One a low-tier commander, the other a quasi-commander. Everyone favored Chengyu, who was hailed as one of the top 3 contenders in this tournament, while Gu Ming was deemed fortunate to have reached this stage. As the match commenced, the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle's wings flickered with arcs of electricity, soaring into the air, its piercing cry resonating throughout the grand arena. The Earth Bear stood firmly on the ground, baring its teeth and roaring defiantly at the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle. In the face of the low-tier commander, the Earth Bear exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, it radiated fierce fighting spirit. Gu Ming had not reached this point by mere chance. He possessed a reinforcement talent that augmented the Earth Bear's power by 50%. Against the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle, it still held the potential to contend, not easily succumbing to defeat. Earth Bear, exert gravitational force. The Earth Bear radiated a yellow-brown glow, unleashing a tremendous gravitational force that caused the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle to wobble and descend. It flapped its wings vigorously, striving to ascend, yet the earth seemed like an abyss, with countless hands reaching up from below, attempting to pull the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle down. The Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle was compelled to allocate some of its focus to counter this omnipresent Earth's gravity. Crack! A blue lightning bolt erupted from the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle's beak, striking towards the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear raised its hefty paw, conjuring a massive chunk of earth and stone to hurl at the lightning bolt. Boom! The collision between the stones and the lightning resulted in a violent explosion, debris scattering like meteors in all directions. In their initial confrontation, the two beasts appeared evenly matched. However, the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle, being a flying spirit beast, naturally held the upper hand, coupled with its superior strength. How long the Earth Bear could endure remained uncertain. Countless sharp stones were hurled into the air, and the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle flapped its wings, summoning a tempest that sent the stones tumbling down. Subsequently, a barrage of wind blades rained down upon the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear boasted high defense and formidable attack, yet its only shortcoming was its lack of speed. Thus, under Chengyu's guidance, the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle continued its long-range assault, wearing down the Earth Bear's patience and energy, exploiting one's strengths while targeting the opponent's weaknesses. The Earth Bear possessed might, but found itself nearly impotent. Even should it unleash its ultimate move, the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle, with its rare and terrifying speed, would almost certainly evade capture. Zhou Qi, do you believe this gamble will still favor you? Tan Xian inquired, her smile radiant. Until the final moment. One should not be too complacent. Besides, even if I were to lose, my family's garden still has some level 4 resources. Tan Xian paused, taken aback. What garden? Do you mean it's filled with level 4 resources? Then I must visit your home next time. Sure, if you come, I'll treat your spirit beast to a meal. My spirit beast? Zhou Qi replied with a mysterious smile. You'll find out when you arrive. Meanwhile, the situation in the arena abruptly shifted. The Earth Bear's aura plummeted, while Gu Ming's face turned pale, kneeling on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Tan Xian remarked with a chuckle. Gu Ming's enhancement talent sustaining for half an hour is quite impressive. Both of them were prodigies, evenly matched. If the Earth Bear were to evolve to the commander level, it would indeed be a fiercely contested battle. As the Earth Bear weakened, Chengyu immediately commanded, Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle. Blue wind and lightning intertwined around the Tsongfeng Thunder Eagle's wings as it surged towards the Earth Bear with immense speed. The sound of its rapid flight sliced through the air, akin to a tempest brushing against one's face. Boom! The wind and lightning wings struck the defensive shield raised by the Earth Bear, which shattered in an instant. The remnants of the wind and thunder wings struck the robust chest of the Earth Bear, propelling it backwards several meters. A massive scar emerged, blood gushing forth. Yet, it ultimately did not succumb. The fire of battle in its eyes remained unextinguished. Gu Ming exhibited an indomitable spirit, even in the face of Jiang Wangyue and Zhou Qi. His competitive spirit would not be shattered, let alone before others. Great Bear, fight, fight, fight! Gu Ming shouted thrice, with each utterance growing louder, his resolve soaring ever higher. The Earth Bear gasped heavily, roaring incessantly at the Sky Wind Thunder Eagle above, responding to its Beast Master. The Beast Master and his beast, two distinct entities. Yet their hearts resonated in harmony. Gu Ming's unwavering will transmitted to the Earth Bear's heart, igniting a fierce flame that awakened its royal spirit. Roar, roar, roar. The Earth Bear seemed to experience a moment of revival, unleashing its kingly aura, radiating outward. The Sky Wind Thunder Eagle, in a moment of resurgence, delivered a final strike. With a shriek, the wings of the Thunder Eagle surged forth once more, the wind and thunder slash, utterly irresistible. However, as the thunder slash met the Earth Bear's form, it erupted in a blinding white light. That was the radiance of evolution, sacred and boundless. The Earth Bear was sent hurtling backward, yet its evolution was instantaneously completed. This spectacle left all onlookers in stunned silence. When the white light dissipated, a new scar adorned the Earth Bear's chest, intersecting with the previous one to form a cross. Post-evolution, the Earth Bear's aura was significantly strengthened. However, it had endured 2 severe blows and was grievously injured. Gu Ming gazed at the Earth Bear, still eager to continue the fight, and suddenly broke into laughter. Great Bear, that's enough. A moment's victory or defeat signifies little. Next time, we shall certainly triumph. Upon hearing this, the Earth Bear plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. The crowd was left bewildered, as Gu Ming declared, "I concede." A ripple of astonishment cascaded through the venue. To concede at such a moment, when the real spectacle was only just beginning. Indeed, after its evolution, the Earth Bear should be even stronger than the Sky Wind Thunder Eagle. Perhaps its injuries were too severe to continue. In the hall, "It has evolved," Zhou Qi remarked. "But you still lost, Chengyu." Tan Xian smiled at Zhou Qi, who shrugged, "A loss is a loss. Here, take this, it's a level 4 Dragon Breath Herb." Dragon Breath Herb? Tan Xian raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. This was no ordinary level 4 resource. However, my Black Flood Dragon can make use of it. I shall accept it. Zhou Qi had anticipated that the Earth Bear would soon evolve, hence betting on Gu Ming's victory. Yet, while evolution had indeed occurred, he had not foreseen the final outcome. The Earth Bear was gravely injured, and Zhou Qi understood Gu Ming's choice. A single match could not define everything, having successfully evolved. Who could say that the Earth Bear would be weaker than the Sky Wind Thunder Eagle after recovering? However, a bit of teasing was still in order. "You fool. You caused me to lose." Zhou Qi jested at the returning Gu Ming. "Little Gu, I didn't expect you to fall in the top 16. You truly disappointed my expectations. Don't you feel any pain?" Gu Ming rolled his eyes. "Pain? Spare me the theatrics." Tan Xian stifled a laugh. "He just bet on your victory and lost me a level 4 dragon resource." Gu Ming paused, then turned with a smirk. "Serves him right." Yet, a smile crept onto his lips. Chengyu approached Zhou Qi, saying, "In the next match, we shall battle once more." Zhou Qi suddenly recalled their encounter at the Lingyun Cup, smiling. "Oh right, you still owe Xiaoqing a match." "I will give it my all," Chengyu replied solemnly. "Fear not, I will let you witness Xiaoqing's full potential." Chengyu suddenly smiled, nodded, and then walked away. Chapter 59, Preparations for Departure. "You once fought with Chengyu?" Gu Ming's curiosity piqued, prompting him to ask, "How did that turn out?" "Naturally, I emerged victorious. Though it can be said that we haven't finished the bout," Zhou Qi replied with a grin. "His strongest beast did not participate, claiming it was of a higher level than Xiaoqing and unworthy of taking advantage of me. Of course, I didn't mind. TCH, I might as well stick around a bit longer to see your match," Gu Ming thought, intrigued by how Zhou Qi would perform against Chengyu. Gu Ming held great respect for Chengyu's strength. Even the fully evolved Earth Bear's chances against him were merely 50-50. This was a matter of racial advantages, inherent from birth. Just as water-type spirit beasts could excel in lakes and seas, aerial combat favored flying spirit beasts, while few could rival the Earth Bear when standing grounded. Among all the beasts competing in the rookie tournament, only Lu Huangxing's primary beast surpassed Xiaoqing's energy value. The main rock beast, a mid-tier king species, boasted an energy value exceeding 220,000. In the quarterfinals, Xiaoqing triumphed effortlessly, while Chengyu faced a fierce battle to secure victory against a senior student of considerable strength. An hour's rest preceded the semifinals, allowing everyone ample preparation, ensuring no impact on the upcoming matches. This, too, reflected their own capabilities. An hour later, the semifinals commenced. The first match pitted Zhou Qi against Chengyu, while the second featured Lu Huangxing against Sun Wu. The grand arena, filled to the brim with 1 million spectators, attracted not only locals from QH City, but also many from other cities eager to witness the spectacle in person. "Chengyu, how confident are you in your chances of victory?" "I would say my chances are 0, Chengyu replied, his demeanor calm and composed. "Perhaps when we first met, I had some hope of winning, but now, I've seen your matches. Your beasts are exceptionally cultivated, and I cannot compare." Zhou Qi was taken aback, surprised by Chengyu's candid admission of inferiority. This honesty was rather refreshing. "Let's go all out. I wish to see your full strength." Zhou Qi considered this, then nodded. "All right, Sky Wind Thunder Eagle, go, Xiaoqing, and fight with all your might." The 7-meter-tall Sky Wind Thunder Eagle faced off against the 10-meter-long Azure Flood Dragon in midair. The cries of the eagle and the roars of the dragon resonated simultaneously, shaking the heavens, the sound waves reverberating. Yet, it was evident that the dragon's roar was far more powerful, even overwhelming. A fierce wind arose, sharp as a blade. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, and torrential rain began to pour. The downpour severely hindered the flight of the Sky Wind Thunder Eagle, yet it invigorated Zhou Qi, who masterfully manipulated the rain. Under its control, the torrential downpour shifted direction, forming a colossal dragon of rainwater that surged toward the Sky Wind Thunder Eagle. The entire arena seemed to transform into the domain of Zhou Qi, where the Azure Wind Thunder Eagle found itself with no avenue for escape. Compelled to confront the challenge head-on, the clash of Azure Lightning and the vastness of the storm unleashed a torrent of rainwater dragons. The Azure Wind, sharp as a blade, sliced through the rainwater dragons, segmenting them into fragments. Yet, the rainwater dragons, ever elusive and capricious, despite being shattered, swiftly reformed under Zhou Qi's control. The art of water manipulation at the Return to Truth realm proved invincible wherever water was present. Merely commanding the water left the Azure Wind Thunder Eagle in a state of perpetual disadvantage. Even when exerting its utmost effort, it never drew closer to Zhou Qi. The rain summoning skill was not everlasting. Once the rain ceased, clear skies would follow, yet it had already drained a significant portion of the Azure Wind Thunder Eagle's energy. Subsequently, Zhou Qi activated the hardening and true dragon form, rapidly closing the distance to engage in close combat with the eagle. In the previous battle against the Earth Bear, the initiative had lay with the Azure Wind Thunder Eagle, which had taken advantage of the Earth Bear's inability to fly. However, the true dragon was also a sovereign of the skies. Moreover, its formidable physique was rare in the world. Chengyu recognized that there was no escaping this fate. Even if he darted about the arena, he would ultimately be cornered. A hasty retreat was not an option for Chengyu. Azure Wind, let us battle. With a cry, the clash of thunderous wings and dragon claws erupted, arcs of lightning striking against the dragoness body, yet causing no harm whatsoever. Instead, the Azure Wind Thunder Eagle's wings were left tattered, feathers scattered. The sounds of clashing echoed like a symphony, each impact igniting fierce sparks. In merely a dozen exchanges, the Azure Wind Thunder Eagle was already battered and bruised. Zhou Qi, deliver the final blow. With a roar, Zhou Qi nodded, showing the respect due to a spirit beast with such indomitable fighting spirit. The reverse scale, instantaneous activation. Zhou Qi had now mastered the control over the reverse scale, capable of unleashing thrice the combat power without a hitch. In an instant, Zhou Qi doubled in strength, the divine dragon's tail sweeping down. An unmatched force descending from the heavens, striking the Azure Wind Thunder Eagle down to the ground. The earth reverberated with a thunderous sound as the eagle was rendered unconscious by the sheer might of the blow. I concede. Chengyu gracefully acknowledged his defeat, turning to Zhou Qi, wishing him success in claiming the championship the following day. No need to say that. Upon witnessing the battle between Zhou Qi and Chengyu, Gu Ming was also struck with astonishment at Zhou Qi's lingering strength. Truly a monster. It seems winning the championship is not mere idle talk. As Zhou Qi approached, Tan Xin and Gu Ming both offered their congratulations, yet Zhou Qi appeared hurried. I need to go home and pack. We can chat next time. Tan Xin and Gu Ming. Packing. Are you fleeing? Has the plot been uncovered? In the blink of an eye, Zhou Qi had vanished from sight. The subsequent battle saw Lu Huangxing emerge victorious. Upon returning home, Zhou Qi began to organize his belongings. This would take some time. He needed to pack a sleeping bag, toiletries, and a change of clothes. Zhou Qi, please harvest the vegetables from the garden to take with us tomorrow. Roar. Understood. And all of you, make sure to see if there's anything else to bring. We're heading out on a journey tomorrow. Fat Tiger pondered for a moment, then scampered off, returning with a stone bowl in his mouth. Grr. Let us bring this. Isn't this what you brought from your hometown? I remember when you were just born. So adorable and innocent. Fat Tiger, I'm still quite adorable now. Fat Tiger, you've made a wise choice. Fat Tiger, of course, I'm very clever. The others had little of substance to carry, appearing quite plain. They quietly observed Zhou Qi bustling about. Right, we also need food. These little ones have me to provide for them, but I have no way to meet my own needs. Cursed divine chef, when will this side effect disappear? Venturing beyond the confines of human territory, I can't even order takeout. It's truly a vexing predicament. Clang clang. Zhou Qi, I'll cook for you. Oh. Zhou Qi looked at Nanli, smiling. Little Nanli wants to cook for me? Nanli nodded. Ah, that's right. Nanli's fire control is at the Return to Truth realm, far superior to mine. I'll instruct it on when to use what intensity of flame. And let Fat Tiger handle the food preparation. It's quite adept at controlling things with its telekinesis. As for Zhou Qi, you can wash the dishes. Previously, I cooked for them. Now it's their turn to cook for me. Haha. Indeed, the cycle of nature. Little Turtle, Fat Tiger, Zhou Qi, come here. Today I'll conduct special training for you. Chapter 60, The Dark Secrets of the Finals. On the day of the finals for the rookie competition, a throng of spectators surged into the grand arena, all eagerly anticipating a spectacular match. Had Zhou Qi's silver-winged eagle not been disqualified, I believe the championship would have been his without contest. Indeed, that silver-winged eagle was exceptionally powerful, not far from reaching the king level. Therefore, I bet on Lu Huangxing to win. The curious were engaged in discussions about the outcomes of the finals, many expressing regret for Zhou Qi. They believed that without the silver-winged eagle, Zhou Qi's chances of victory were slim. Lu Huangxing, full of confidence, recalled his initial encounter with the silver-winged eagle, thinking he would merely serve as a stepping stone for a newly minted Beastmaster. However, with the disqualification of the silver-winged eagle, he felt a resurgence of hope. The championship title was still within reach. At 9:30, Zhou Qi hurried into the grand arena, only to be reprimanded by Xia Guang for his lack of punctuality. Old Xia, what is the rush? The championship won't disappear. The outcome of this battle is still uncertain. Have you forgotten your silver-winged eagle is disqualified? So what if the little eagle is disqualified? It doesn't matter. Zhou Qi replied, enough of this chit-chat. I need to enter the arena now. After taking a few steps, Zhou Qi recalled something and spoke again. By the way, old Xia, please collect my prize for winning. I'll retrieve it from you once I return. What do you mean by that? Xia Guang wanted clarification, but Zhou Qi had already departed. He could only chuckle wryly and shake his head, thinking this kid had perhaps grown overly confident. I'm curious to see how this final match will unfold. The moment Zhou Qi stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, the sound reverberating like a tidal wave, each wave higher than the last. Lu Huangxing smiled and said, Zhou Qi, I thought you wouldn't come. How could I miss it? Zhou Qi chuckled. A champion is still a champion. I wouldn't pass up something for free. Do you really think you're the champion? Come forth, majestic rock behemoth. A towering beast, 7 zhang tall and composed entirely of bluish-gray steel rock, appeared on the stage, roaring fiercely, sending shockwaves through the arena. Zhou Qi furrowed his brow, his tone audacious. Little turtle, hasten and return swiftly. With a swift motion, the small turtle darted into action, and the crowd erupted in murmurs upon witnessing Zhou Qi's choice of a new beast companion. A white-backed turtle was indeed a rarity. Its performance remained to be seen. The competition commences. As the mechanical voice faded, Lu Huangxing commanded his rocky beast to charge at the little turtle with full force. The turtle, suspended in midair, appeared remarkably diminutive and endearing. Thud, thud, thud. The rocky beast's strides resonated like war drums, shaking the very earth. In mere moments, it stood before the little turtle, raising its stone-like massive paw, a single slap capable of encompassing 10 of the tiny creature. The onlookers, witnessing the little turtle's steadfastness, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yet, in the next instant, the spectacle left them agape. With a thunderous crash, the rocky beast suddenly knelt before the little turtle, its limbs crashing to the ground, sinking several inches into the earth. Lu Huangxing himself was dumbfounded. How could this be? He pondered deeply. The Beastmaster wielded psychic powers and gravitational force, 2 exceedingly potent skills. This turtle was undeniably formidable. Its strength far exceeded his expectations. It was certainly much more powerful than that silver-winged eagle. Lu Huangxing stood there, bewildered, muttering, a monster. It is simply a monster. Apart from a quasi-king level silver-winged eagle, there was also this quasi-king turtle capable of wielding psychic powers. At that moment, his competitive spirit evaporated entirely. With Zhou Qi's prowess, applying for the title of Master Beastmaster would be a piece of cake. The minimum standard for master level requires possessing a quasi-king beast, and a Beastmaster space at level 5. With 5 beasts, he might already be a 5th level Beastmaster. Do you not find it laughable to participate in the rookie competition with such power? The more Lu Huangxing contemplated, the more enraged and aggrieved he became. Why was it so difficult to make a name for himself? Continuing on this path would only bring humiliation. Lu Huangxing reluctantly conceded, I admit defeat. The crowd erupted in unrest. We traveled all this way, and you present us with this? This is definitely a conspiracy. Perhaps the turtle's strength was simply overwhelming. Officials, provide us with an explanation. After securing victory, Zhou Qi paid no heed to the agitated crowd, striding directly out. Xia Guang stood in shock, exclaiming, this is rather absurd. Could there truly be a conspiracy? No, I must find that lad. Otherwise, this could turn disastrous. Xia Guang hurried off. Zhou Qi moved swiftly, leaving the officials momentarily stunned. Even if they wished to gauge their respective strengths, it was now beyond their capacity. A staff member approached Lu Huangxing for discussion. Lu Huangxing chuckled. If it truly is a conspiracy, I find that somewhat easier to accept. Zhou Qi is simply a monster. I wonder if he has long awaited this moment to participate in the Beastmaster assessment. His strength could likely qualify him as a master. The staff member was equally astonished. That turtle, despite its lack of overt actions, was indeed utilizing psychic powers, an invisible force that suppressed others. It could only be said that it was undeniably a quasi-king level beast, and its lineage was likely impressive. I can only divulge this much. For further details, you must inquire directly with him. The staff member promptly disseminated Lu Huangxing's insights. Ah, its psychic power. No wonder that white-backed turtle is so formidable. It must be of quasi-king caliber. Zhou Qi, previously inconspicuous, had suddenly emerged as a remarkable talent. Two quasi-king beasts. Was this truly the level of a rookie? As the competition concluded, there remained the award ceremony. The Beast Master Pavilion staff sought out Zhou Qi, who by then had arrived at the entrance, phone in hand. Glancing periodically at the horizon. 3 minutes left. Where is everyone? He pondered whether to call Zhao Yuanshan again. Just as he was about to do so, a voice called from behind. Old Xiao, what brings you here? Are you waiting for someone? Indeed, I am awaiting someone before embarking on a journey. Well, even if you're leaving, you must at least attend the award ceremony. It's dreadfully dull. Why not let old Xia collect it for me? Zhou Qi. Suddenly, someone emerged from the grand arena, an individual of average appearance yet erect stature. Xia Guang turned in surprise. Master Zhao Yuanshan, are you leaving? Zhao Yuanshan glanced at Zhou Qi. A subtle smile gracing his lips, indeed. Zhou Qi, momentarily stunned, replied, so you have been here all along. Haha, Zhou Qi, we finally meet formally. Xia Guang instantly understood. Zhao Yuanshan had come expressly to meet Zhou Qi, and they must have arranged this encounter. Perfectly timed. Zhou Qi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Then let us depart. Zhao Yuanshan nodded, summoning a sky hawk, and together they mounted its back. Old Xia, please ensure the prizes are kept safe for me. I shall return after a while. Old Xiao wore a wry expression as several staff members emerged, watching Zhou Qi and Zhao Yuanshan depart. Chapter 61. Farewell, Celestial Legend. On the back of the sky hawk, Zhou Qi gazed out over the expansive sea of clouds, its waves majestic, and in the distance, the sun blazed brilliantly, casting a radiant glow. Zhao Yuanshan, a smile playing on his lips, suddenly remarked, Zhou Qi, you are relinquishing the spotlight of the Rookie Champions Award. An event of great significance. Are you truly prepared to let it slip away? The first place is already secured. Do you believe the rewards will simply vanish? I find the rookie competition's duration excessively long. Limiting the number of participants and concluding within a day or two would be ideal, don't you think? Perhaps. It seems you are a person of modest ambition. Zhou Qi chuckled. As for fame, I shall pass. I prefer to keep a low profile. As for fortune, the more, the better. I welcome it all. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. Zhao Yuanshan was amused by this candid declaration. Do not jest, as beast masters. The resources we require to nurture our beasts are never sufficient. Having support is indeed advantageous. Zhao Yuanshan paused, contemplating. You make a valid point. By the way, Master Zhao, are you familiar with Master Pang Fei? Zhou Qi inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Do you refer to the illustrious Pang Fei, who has cultivated the dragon koi into a low-tier emperor species beast? He was quite the sensation recently. What prompts you to mention him all of a sudden? Zhao Yuanshan found this rather peculiar. What if I were to claim that I assisted in the cultivation and evolution of that dragon koi? Would you believe me, Master Zhao? Zhao Yuanshan's eyes widened in surprise. You were involved in its cultivation and evolution? Indeed. Therefore, Master Zhao, should you have any beasts in need of my care for a spell, I would be more than willing to assist, provided you offer sufficient compensation. Of course, if you have any old friends or relatives, feel free to introduce them as well. I can offer you a generous discount of 9.5. Zhao Yuanshan was taken aback, both astonished and speechless, yet he remained somewhat skeptical, deciding to postpone the matter for another time. All right then, Zhou Qi nodded, I won't press the issue. But where are we headed now? To the south of the ancient dragon, to Tiannan City. Tiannan City lies at the southernmost edge of the ancient dragon territory. Beyond its walls, you step out of the realm of the ancient dragon kingdom. It serves as a crucial stronghold, the first line of defense against external foes. Consequently, Tiannan City thrives with bustling activity, becoming a hub for the trade of various resources and juvenile beasts. Numerous powerful beast masters reside here year-round. The Qing Tianpeng descended on an open space outside Tiannan City, its status as a quasi-emperor species beast garnering many curious glances from the onlookers. Zhou Qi gazed at the majestic city ahead, its towering walls soaring to great heights, marred by colossal claw marks that exuded a chilling aura. As Zhao Yuanshan stowed away his beast, he noticed Zhou Qi entranced by the city walls and approached him with a smile. Are you not utterly astonished? Zhou Qi nodded. Indeed, it is fitting for a border stronghold. Such towering walls are unseen in the interior. Xiao Qing and Xiao Gui were equally intrigued. Xiao Qing measured the height, contemplating that when fully expanded, he might just match it. On one hand, yes, but on the other, do you not feel a shiver at the sight of those claw marks? as if a great terror has descended. What are those claw marks? They were left by a peak dominator-level spirit beast, retaining the resonance of its laws. The resonance of laws. How long has it existed? Why do you inquire? Can you comprehend it? Certainly not. I merely feel it is not as terrifying as it appears. Perhaps it was overwhelming when first made, but with the passage of time, even the vast ocean can turn to mulberry fields. This residual resonance of laws is no exception, eventually reducing to nothing more than ordinary claw marks. Zhao Yuanshan understood Zhou Qi's words, yet he was exceptionally astounded to hear such insights from one who had just become a professional beastmaster. You are correct. Those claw marks were left a century ago. My master mentioned that within 50 years at most, the resonance of the laws will completely fade. A dominator. Zhou Qi murmured softly. Zhao Yuanshan patted him on the back. Do not dwell on it. Dominators are still far beyond our reach. Come. My master should be awaiting us in the city. The city gates were grand and spacious, equipped with a lift mechanism as they entered and proceeded eastward. The streets were alive with throngs of people, bustling with life, flanked by shops, eateries, beast-rearing establishments, and various enterprises. After traversing several streets, they arrived at the residential district in the eastern area. Zhao Yuanshan led Zhou Qi into a modest courtyard. Is this where the old man resides? This is merely one of my master's residences. He roams extensively and spends most of his time abroad. Besides, this courtyard is quite delightful, wouldn't you agree? I find it refreshingly charming. The three-story building of over 100 square meters, paired with a 30-square-meter courtyard, was painted in a simple, unadorned hue. The courtyard sported numerous flower pots, adding a vibrant touch to the scenery. Zhou Qi recalled the small restaurant back in his hometown, realizing that there are merits to both small abodes and expansive villas. Master, we have arrived, Zhao Yuanshan called out cheerfully upon entering. Come in. As they stepped into the building, Zhou Qi noticed not only the renowned Tianqing legend, but also a young woman. She possessed mesmerizing eyes, clear and bright like autumn waters, while her flowing hair exuded a faint, captivating fragrance. Her face resembled a sculpture of jade and ice, ethereal and dreamlike, with a gentle smile gracing her lips. Reminiscent of a crescent moon, she radiated innocence. Clad in a white dress cinched with a black belt, her tall and slender figure was evident even while seated. Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback. Such genes could undoubtedly enhance the next generation. Welcome, Zhou Qi, Tianqing legend greeted. This is Bai Xing, who will accompany you into the secret realm. Only 3 beings may enter the secret realm at a time, and this time, it will be just the 2 of you. Observing Zhou Qi's array of adorable beasts, Tianqing legend added, you must store all your beasts in the beast space before entering. Zhou Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Xinger regarded Zhou Qi with curiosity, her lively eyes darting to the 5 beasts perched on his shoulders and head, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Zhou Qi, how did the novice competition go? Tianqing legend inquired. Naturally, it was a resounding triumph, a solitary pursuit of victory. The novice competition is but a minor affair. Do not let it inflate your ego. The value of this championship is rather mundane, Zhao Yuanshan interjected. Master, Zhou Qi scarcely regarded the novice competition, dominating with flair. Especially in the final match, the audience nearly suspected foul play. How was it contested? It sounds quite intriguing, Bai Xinger asked with a sudden smile. Zhao Yuanshan animatedly illustrated the event. Zhou Qi rolled his eyes, realizing that Zhao Yuanshan was far from the composed individual he had initially perceived. He was quite the jester. Well then, from now on, you shall not be referred to as Master Zhao. Old Zhao, it is settled. The Bai Beiwu Gui is quite impressive, exhibiting commendable control over its aura. Had I not scrutinized closely, I would have overlooked it. Wait, all your little companions are rather exceptional. Upon glancing at Nanli, Tianqing legend's expression shifted slightly, her brows arching in surprise. It seems you are well prepared for this journey into the secret realm. You should have a fair chance of success. Upon hearing such high praise from Tianqing legend, Bai Xinger cast Zhou Qi a few more curious glances. All right, you both should take the remainder of the day to rest. We shall depart tomorrow. Yuanshan, you are welcome to join us. Chapter 62. Is it truly fragrant? Just a whiff will suffice. Tianqing legend and Zhao Yuanshan departed for business, leaving Zhou Qi and Bai Xinger alone in the small living room. Finding himself bored, Zhou Qi turned on the television, which was broadcasting news about the novice competition. The host lavished praise, calling him a heavenly talent, indifferent to fame, which made Zhou Qi feel quite embarrassed. That seems a bit exaggerated, but one can understand such embellishments in a public setting. Bai Xinger chuckled lightly, her laughter ringing like silver bells, melodious and pleasing to the ear. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Bai Xinger, hailing from Tiandu. Tiandu, one of the 4 capitals, is the most enigmatic, reputed to possess strength comparable to that of Jingdu, harboring myriad hidden talents. It is often shrouded in myth, and generally, access is quite restricted for outsiders. With stringent control measures in place, numerous factions operate independently, having not aligned themselves with the Beastmaster Alliance. Zhou Qi felt a surge of astonishment. Could there truly exist forces beyond the purview of the Beastmaster Alliance? Was the Alliance willing to allow this? Bai Xinger chuckled softly. They are merely a collection of old stubborns. Yet, despite their obstinacy, their combined strength should not be underestimated. Ultimately, the world speaks the language of power. Zhou Qi understood this well and found no inclination to meddle in such matters. Let us not dwell on these topics. The Tianqing legend warns that this journey is fraught with peril and may even pose a threat to life. Are you not afraid of danger? Bai Xinger replied. I merely wish to see for myself. The Tianqing legend states that this secret realm has existed for over 100,000 years, housing many exceedingly rare beasts. Is that all? Zhou Qi laughed. I was jesting. Who wouldn't covet a resource-rich secret realm? What if we succeed? Zhou Qi posed. And if we do not? Then naturally, I shall not gamble with my life. I presume you are prepared as well. Zhou Qi paused momentarily and then, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer. Do you happen to have any spare escape treasures? Perhaps you could sell me one? Bai Xinger responded with disbelief. Are you unaware that this secret realm has already claimed several top-tier geniuses? Without proper preparation, hardly any prodigy dares to enter. For those below 5th-level Beastmasters, this realm is virtually a death trap. Is it that dire? Then I must succeed at all costs. Zhou Qi chuckled lightly. Bai Xinger raised an eyebrow and then smiled slightly. You are indeed an intriguing individual. However, I was only granted one such item by my family, so I have no extras. Oh, then how about you sell me that one? If I succeed, I shall grant you the opportunity to explore it as well. Zhou Qi suggested. Bai Xinger stared at him, perplexed. Are you out of your mind? Just joking. It's nearly mealtime. I must prepare lunch for my beasts, Zhou Qi stated. Bai Xinger felt her initial favorable impression of him dissipate instantly. Moments later, in the kitchen, a symphony of clattering echoed. A rhythmic sound that suggested a skilled hand at work. It was rather uncommon for a beastmaster to indulge in culinary pursuits. Even breeders rarely took to the kitchen themselves. Soon after, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. It smelled delightful, hinting at a potentially exquisite flavor. Bai Xinger speculated that Zhou Qi might be attempting to capture her attention with this display. She had seen many attempts at flattery, but this was uniquely peculiar. If the taste proved satisfactory, it might just absolve him of his earlier rudeness. Before long, Xiao Qing and the others emerged, joyfully carrying their meals, each on large plates. While Fat Tiger was served from a substantial wooden tub, it was evident that a peculiar master begets peculiar pets, leaving Bai Xinger momentarily dumbfounded. Watching them devour their meals with such gusto ignited Bai Xinger's appetite. However, noticing Zhou Qi emerge empty-handed, she inquired, Is that all? Zhou Qi grinned. Isn't it fragrant? Bai Xinger nodded slightly. Just take a whiff. There's no need to dwell on it. What did you say? Bai Xinger inquired, her voice rising in confusion. Haha, nothing significant. If you find yourself hungry, once these little ones finish, I can treat you to a meal. Dining out? Given how they are relishing their food, your culinary skills must be commendable. Why not prepare it yourself? Curious? Sell me your treasure, and I shall divulge my secret. You won't be at a loss. Bai Xinger blinked, incredulous. You still cling to that notion? I thought you had given up. Don't even think about it. Selling it to you is out of the question. Really? Not even a chance to divulge what it is? Bai Xinger hesitated before responding. This item is called the Void Pearl, crafted solely by masters well-versed in the art of space. While rare, many families possess one or two. Then it must be quite valuable, Zhou Qi mused. Each pearl is worth as much as a 7th-level resource. Zhou Qi's eyes sparkled at the revelation. It was indeed a remarkable item, though the mastery of spatial arts seemed daunting, especially since he currently lacked a beast adept in that domain. After a while, Zhou Qi asked Xiao Qing and the others, Are you all full? At that moment, their plates in the tub were thoroughly emptied. Fat Tiger raised a paw, requesting another tub full. If you haven't eaten enough, then we'll save dinner for later, Zhou Qi remarked. Fat Tiger appeared somewhat aggrieved. Why does it feel like you have a tendency to neglect your beasts? Bai Xinger commented. Do not be deceived by its appearance. It is quite astute, a clever little tiger. Zhou Qi replied. Fat Tiger approached Zhou Qi, affectionately nudging his foot in a display of flattery. See, this is a little glutton, Zhou Qi said, lifting it up and stroking its fur before presenting it to Bai Xinger. Isn't it adorable? Care to give it a pet? Bai Xinger's eyes lit up. Fat Tiger, fearing Zhou Qi intended to gift it to Bai Xinger, immediately began to struggle. It seems it doesn't particularly like me, Bai Xinger observed. Fat Tiger is simply greedy. If you offer it something to eat, it might just follow you, Zhou Qi quipped. Fat Tiger raised its paw, pleading Mom. I'm not that type of tiger. Being a lady, Bai Xinger found herself charmed by the adorable creature. After some contemplation, She produced a fire-type crystal, a second-level resource. Upon seeing it, Fat Tiger's mouth watered, but it hesitated, wary of Zhou Qi testing its resolve. It couldn't forsake Zhou Qi for a mere treat. Zhou Qi reached out through their bond. Bai Xing'er is quite affluent. Seize this opportunity, Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger instantly understood, grinning widely and extending its front paws towards Bai Xing'er, seeking a hug. After receiving the embrace, Fat Tiger gleefully licked the crystal. When Tianqing Legend and Zhao Yuanshan returned, they found Zhou Qi and Bai Xing'er in harmonious interaction, both wearing smiles. Are you not going to take a stroll? Zhao Yuanshan asked with a grin. Zhou Qi replied, we shall depart tomorrow. For now, I prefer to rest. Once we return from the secret realm, I will thoroughly explore Tiannan City. Zhao Yuanshan nodded, as you wish. Zhou Qi, your beasts are all quite charming. Have they all mastered the skill of scaling? Zhou Qi chuckled. Scaling is indeed a divine skill. Wouldn't you agree? Bai Xing'er wholeheartedly concurred, noting that many beasts, while endearingly cute in their youth, transformed entirely as they matured. Zhou Qi added, if your beasts wish to learn, I can teach them, but it must be a fair exchange. You're a skill master? Zhao Yuanshan inquired, astonished. The skill masters and beast tamers are among the rarest professions, endowed with a unique talent that enables them to facilitate the rapid acquisition of specific skills by their pets. In Chapter 63, titled The Enigmatic Realm, we encounter the celestial demon eagle. As a skill master, if you assert that I can impart skills to pets, then I suppose I could be classified as one. Beyond merely teaching skills, I also possess the ability to enhance their proficiency. I wonder how this ability is categorized? Bai Xing'er, stroking the plump tiger, glanced at the beast accompanying Zhou Qi, her autumnal eyes sparkling with intrigue. Zhou Qi turned to Zhao Yuanshan and inquired, Old Zhao, do you have a particular skill in mind for your pet? If you seek my assistance, I can offer you a 10% discount off the market price. Zhao Yuanshan stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, I have heard that skill masters not only teach skills, but can also elevate a pet's comprehension to a certain extent. The prowess of your pet, especially its deterrent dragon might and other skills, must surely be attributed to your guidance. Zhou Qi was taken aback. This sounded remarkably akin to a lesser version of the teaching skill. It dawned on him that his own teaching ability was not as singular as he had believed. So, Old Zhao, are you tempted? Listening to Zhou Qi repeatedly address him as Old Zhao, Zhao Yuanshan chuckled wryly and replied, could you refrain from calling me Old Zhao? I am only 30. Is 30 still considered old? Zhou Qi interjected. What say you, Bai Xing? With a playful smile, Bai Xing'er replied, not at all. Though you do appear rather mature. Zhou Qi quickly added, anyone older than me can rightfully be called old. Very well, as you wish, Zhao Yuanshan conceded. Zhou Qi, what level are you currently at? I am nearing the 4th level of beast taming, Zhou Qi responded. Then you likely cannot teach any high-tier skills yet. I've heard that skill masters incur a cost when teaching skills to pets, facing backlash as the tier of the skill increases, leading to diminished success rates and heightened repercussions. This resonated with his own circumstances, confirming his identity as a skill master. However, with his evolutionary talent, perhaps he could also be considered an evolution master. Additionally, with my divine chef talent, I might even be deemed a growth master or breeder, Zhou Qi mused, nodding in agreement. When you attain the 5th level of beast taming, we shall engage in trade, Zhao Yuanshan suggested. Bai Xing'er chimed in, I am particularly intrigued by the scaling skill. If you manage to survive, we can discuss it further. Indeed, opportunities must be seized proactively. Just like that, 2 lucrative deals emerged. Absolutely, I am at your service, Zhou Qi replied with a beaming smile. By the way, how shall we proceed tomorrow? Will your pet escort us to the Celestial Star Legend? What is your pet, by the way? Is that radiant creature I glimpsed last time your primary pet? Bai Xing'er chuckled and explained, Celestial Star is a title. My senior's name is Xianyuan Chun, and his primary pet is an exceedingly rare celestial attribute beast. Xianyuan, now that's a name that exudes grandeur, Zhou Qi complimented. How do you know so much? My grandfather informed me. Xianyuan is a dear friend of his. He mentioned that my senior's pet, named Star Sovereign, is a rare low-tier sovereign species with celestial space talents and boundless potential. Xianyuan Chun stroked his beard, remarking, little girl, you have unwittingly revealed all my secrets. Haha. Forgive me, Senior Xianyuan, Bai Xing'er replied, though Xianyuan Chun appeared to be in his 40s. Given that beast tamers tend to have longer lifespans than ordinary humans, many appear youthful despite being considerably older. With celestial space talents, it is no wonder it can teleport. That is a remarkable skill for everyday travel, Zhou Qi mused, contemplating the prospect of teleportation. Senior, could you allow your Star Sovereign to appear, so I might see it? I believe I am the only one here who has yet to encounter such a low-tier sovereign beast. Best not. Star Sovereign is not fond of strangers. However, it will surely provide protection during our journey tomorrow, and you will have the chance to see it. Zhou Qi felt a tinge of disappointment, but accepted the delay. Xian Yuanshan then turned to Zhao Yuanshan, saying, "Tomorrow, let your celestial rock guide us." "Yes, master," Zhao Yuanshan affirmed. The following morning, outside Tiannan City, the group boarded the celestial rock. With a powerful flap of its wings, the celestial rock soared into the sky, ascending towards the clouds. Upon crossing the borders of Tiannan City, they journeyed southward, a myriad of breathtaking landscapes flashing by behind them. Zhou Qi gazed below in awe, exclaiming, "So this is the scenery beyond the ancient dragon country. Everywhere, there are towering ancient trees whose names elude me." From the depths of the jungle came roars echoing through the air, each sound resonating with the might of a king, a palpable aura of power piercing the heavens. "Survival of the fittest, the laws of nature," Zhao Yuanshan remarked with a smile. "This stretch is manageable. My celestial rock belongs to a semi-imperial lineage and is now an esteemed king. I can still intimidate ordinary king-tier spirit beasts, but beyond 1,000 miles, I might struggle. Old Zhao, how can a man claim he cannot manage? You are merely 30. Zhao Yuanshan's expression darkened, prompting laughter from Bai Xing'er and Xian Yuanshan. "What nonsense! When you experience the intimidation of an imperial or even sovereign spirit beast, we shall see if you still jest. The intimidation of an emperor, particularly at a perfect proficiency level, is capable of obliterating any spirit beast below the king tier. In the realm of spirit beasts, hierarchy is strictly enforced." The celestial rock's speed was astonishing, covering a distance of 1,000 miles in less than an hour, as Zhao Yuanshan had indicated. Despite the numerous powerful spirit beasts roaring in threat along the way, none dared to impede their passage. 1,500 miles from Tiannan City marks the true frontier, the territory of spirit beasts. "We now stand in the realm known as the Enigmatic Realm," Zhao Yuanshan stated. "Here, king-tier spirit beasts serve merely as local commanders, while emperors govern their respective territories. Deeper within lies the domain of the sovereigns, where the truly bountiful lands are predominantly claimed by formidable spirit beasts." Zhou Qi's eyes sparkled with wonder, filled with curiosity about this vast and extraordinary world. If he did not venture out to explore, it would indeed be a missed opportunity. Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry resonated ahead, sharp enough to shatter the clouds above. A massive dark blue eagle, nearly 30 zhang in wingspan, ascended from below, accompanied by a flock of smaller avian spirit beasts. Zhou Qi's instincts kicked in as he assessed the creature. Name: Celestial Demon Eagle. Attribute: Wind. Species level: Medium Imperial. Growth level: Low Imperial. Energy value: 18 million. Zhou Qi inhaled sharply, recognizing the might of an imperial beast. Even a mere sneeze from it could spell doom for his pet. Another eagle cry rang out, and Zhou Qi felt an overwhelming pressure of wind assaulting him, potent enough to threaten to rend his very form. Bai Xing'er's complexion paled slightly, and in the next moment, a faint white light enveloped her, forming a protective barrier around her. The little turtle raised its paw, summoning all its psychic strength in defense. Zhou Qi's expression visibly brightened as he regained composure. The eagle continued to cry out. The celestial demon eagle across the way appeared to be quite displeased. After emitting a shrill cry, it unleashed an aura of intimidation, bearing down on the azure sky rock. Zhou Qi felt the pressure of its mental influence before it even reached him, a force compelling his very spirit. "Please, master, intervene," Zhao Yuanshan urged, his expression grave. Xian Yuanshan opened his eyes, which sparkled like stars, radiant and boundless. He gazed directly at the celestial demon eagle, as though confronting it in person. "Begone," he commanded, his voice resonating powerfully. Zhou Qi and the others perceived it as a mere shout, yet the celestial demon eagle's expression shifted to one of terror, as it flapped its wings and shielded its chest. Around them, various avian spirit beasts began to plummet from the sky, stiff as they fell. Chapter 64. The Emergence of the Star Sovereign. How formidable! One word, one glance, wielding such immense power. What realm has Xian Yuanshan ascended to? Can a human truly contend against spirit beasts? The scene before Zhou Qi seemed to unlock a new realm of possibilities. The celestial demon eagle's keen gaze fixed upon the azure sky rock, its wariness palpable in response to the overwhelming mental pressure exerted by Xian Yuanshan. After a moment's hesitation, it let out a cry and led the other spirit beasts back down. "Is it really retreating? Such cowardice," Zhou Qi remarked, a hint of disappointment in his tone at the lack of battle. Zhao Yuanshan smiled wryly. "My dear ancestor, what realm does the master occupy? And what about it? Besides, it's not foolish. It recognizes that those who can shake an emperor-level spirit beast with mere human thought are extraordinary powers. Naturally, they wouldn't dare provoke them lightly." Zhou Qi pressed further. "Old Zhao, what realm does the esteemed Xian Yuan occupy? Level 8? Or perhaps 9? Could it be? Stop guessing. Your conjectures grow more absurd. Level 9. My master is a level 9 beast tamer, Zhou Yuanshan stated plainly. A level 9 beast tamer can withstand an emperor-level spirit beast in human form? Zhou Qi asked, curiosity piqued. Zhou Yuanshan regarded him with a puzzled expression. You seem remarkably naive about beast tamers. Old Zhao, it's a rather tragic tale. Are you sure you want me to elaborate? Bai Xing'er chimed in with a silvery laugh. Zhou Qi, your words are quite amusing. Though a beast tamer cannot wholly confront spirit beasts alone, some possess extraordinary gifts. Nurturers often delve into research. Many endowed with growth-enhancing talents. Skill masters can elevate a pet's comprehension and teach them skills. Evolutionists can augment a pet's potential, enabling autonomous evolution. Other talents include spatial abilities, enhancement skills, fusion talents, and mental capabilities. Some beast tamers may awaken latent bloodlines due to ancestral blood cleansing, endowing them with physical prowess that rivals equivalent spirit beasts. Zhou Qi interjected, special bloodlines might also stem from human-beast fusion. Bai Xing'er's lips twitched slightly, perhaps. Zhao Yuanshan's expression darkened. You certainly have a vivid imagination. After reaching level 5, beast tamers can generally match servant-level pets. Now, let us proceed, Xian Yuanshan declared, prompting silence among the others. The azure sky rock soared into the distance once more. 2 hours later, another emperor-level aura surged skyward, far more potent than the previous celestial demon eagle. Yet Zhou Qi was not on that level, rendering him unable to ascertain its nature. As for identification, he was still far from achieving it. At that moment, brilliant starlight suddenly illuminated the area behind Xian Yuanshan, dazzling and infinite. A mysterious spirit beast, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters tall, seemingly cloaked in a garment of stars, made its appearance. It was encircled by a river of stars, as if containing myriad celestial bodies. Zhou Qi struggled to discern its form, only catching a glimpse as it uttered a soft murmur, its sound radiating outward. The previously arrogant emperor-level aura dissipated abruptly, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, vanishing in an instant. The mysterious emperor below hastily concealed its presence, fearing discovery. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qi began his identification process. Name, Star Sovereign. Attribute, Spatial Star. Racial level, High Ruler. Growth level, Quasi-Totem. Racial skills. Common skills. Law skill. Will, Earth level. Energy value. Description, born from a rare celestial meteorite, exceedingly uncommon. Zhou Qi. What is this? Where is the crucial information? Where's my teleportation? Could it be that the entity is too powerful, rendering the current flawed system incapable of identification? The laws represent a higher form of power. Perhaps it has been interfered with. Zhou Qi felt both disappointed and unwilling to concede. How vexing. Why conceal it so thoroughly? A mere sampling wouldn't cause any harm. Could it be due to unfamiliarity, with the will tightly guarded, thus offering no opportunity? He decided to test this notion. Let me see if I can conquer you with my divine chef talent. Zhou Qi retrieved a bag of specially crafted beast food from his spatial ring and approached the Star Sovereign with utmost reverence. Great one, I appreciate your efforts. Please enjoy a small treat and take a moment to rest. Zhao Yuanshan regarded Zhou Qi as though he were a fool. The Star Sovereign was a spirit beast of great stature, far beyond lowly amusements, subsisting on the energies of heaven and earth. Bai Xing'er also thought Zhou Qi exceedingly audacious for daring to provoke the Star Sovereign. While she, too, found it intriguing, she lacked his boldness. A spirit beast as near to perfection as the Star Sovereign, possessing a high racial standing and formidable talents, could easily stand among the ranks of the most powerful beast tamers, even if only one were cultivated. Bai Xing'er yearned for such a spirit beast. Yet the Star Sovereign was exceedingly rare. It was possible only one existed in the world. Her purpose for entering the secret realm was to assist Xian Yuanshan in acquiring a mysterious item, which she hoped to exchange for a Star Sovereign spirit beast. Of course, the original version of the Star Sovereign was no longer available, but the Star Sovereign possessed the ability to split. It could produce offspring, becoming independent, referred to as Star Emperors. However, the racial level of a Star Emperor could not be lower than a High Emperor, depending on the strength of the original during the splitting process. Since the Star Sovereign had not split since Xian Yuanshan formed a contract with it, doing so would greatly impact its own strength, leading to a period of weakness, similar to childbirth. Presently, the Star Sovereign's quasi-totem strength would allow for rapid recovery post-splitting. Yet the Star Sovereign itself was unwilling, and Xian Yuanshan would not compel it. However, if Bai Xing'er were to provide resources to help it advance to totem level, then splitting an offspring would be entirely feasible. Many eyes were fixed intently upon Zhou Qi and the Star Sovereign. At that moment, Bai Xing'er's chubby tiger began to squirm in her arms. Curiosity piqued, she released it. The chubby tiger, abandoning its crystal fire, scampered eagerly towards Zhou Qi. The aroma of the food prepared by Zhou Qi's mother is unmatched by anything that the fire crystal has encountered. It approaches Zhou Qi, drooling with an expression reminiscent of a gluttonous cat, fixated on the bag of food in Zhou Qi's hand. Truly, it is a little foodie. Bai Xing'er assumes that the plump tiger simply has a penchant for eating. Upon spotting the chubby tiger, Zhou Qi immediately engages in a silent exchange. Fat tiger, I bestow upon you a formidable task. Persuade the esteemed Star Lord to partake of my food, and I shall reward you with a bag as a snack. With a whimper, Fat Tiger obliges, calling out to the Star Lord, esteemed one. Zhou Qi's mother's creations are utterly delectable. Will you not indulge? If not, might you allow me to savor them? With that, a few more drops of saliva drip from Fat Tiger's mouth. Enveloped in starlight, the Star Lord's true visage remains obscured. It remains motionless, yet beneath the celestial glow, there appears to be a flicker of curiosity. Is it truly that delicious? Star Lord, would you not consider a taste? Although, given your stature, it may serve no purpose for your growth. Exquisite delicacies are still worthy pursuits for both humans and spirit beasts alike. Fat Tiger fervently nods in agreement. While it may not aid the Star Lord's growth, Zhou Qi's mother possesses remarkable talent. Her creations are known to have growth-enhancing properties. Not only are they delicious, but their effects are also profound, at least for us. If I consume this bag, I could experience significant growth. Fat Tiger implores, its eagerness evident. The curiosity in the Star Lord's eyes intensifies. This little tiger seems to speak the truth. In the realms above and below, such a unique specimen is rare indeed. Fat Tiger's gluttonous demeanor is truly one of a kind. Xiao Qing, Xiao Gui, and Nanli silently turn their heads away, as if to say, we are not acquainted with it. Zhou Qi remarks, Fat Tiger is certainly playing its part with utmost sincerity. It's so genuine. There will be rewards later. Chapter 65, Humanity and Spirit Beasts, a study in contrasts. Curiosity is a trait inherent to all. Were it any other time, the Star Lord would not readily entertain such distractions. However, in this moment, the individuals upon the back of the Azure Sky Rock are descendants of Xianyuan Chun, and none would dare show disrespect. Yet, this audacious little creature has captured its attention. But how exquisite could mortal fare truly be? The little tiger, in its naivete, believes it has concealed its intentions from me. Such charming foolishness. The banter between master and servant has indeed piqued its interest. Many years have passed since the Star Lord has eaten anything ordinary. The least it would consume would be resources of the 5th or 6th level from the celestial star system, capable of sustaining it for months. It recalls the mundane celestial beast feed it consumed in its youth, which was merely of average taste. Noticing the Star Lord's prolonged silence, Zhou Qi's eyes glint with mischief as he declares, it seems the esteemed one is unimpressed. Fat Tiger, it appears this bounty is yours. Really? Fat Tiger's saliva flows forth uncontrollably, an unstoppable deluge. Are you trying to provoke me? This little creature has quite the clever schemes. Very well, the Star Lord muses. I shall indulge, but should it fail to satisfy, do not blame me for showing your master no mercy and sending you for a run. At that moment, a celestial beast pellet floated from the bag, soaring toward the Star Lord, vanishing into the starlight amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Zhao Yuanshan gapes in astonishment. Did it really eat it? Bai Xing'er inquires, was it tasty? The starlight obscures the Star Lord's expression, leaving all in suspense. Yet, Xian Yuanshan senses a peculiar emotion emanating from the Star Lord. Could it truly be that delectable? Doubt lingers in Xian Yuanshan's mind. The Star Lord is of a near totem realm, and mere delicacies cannot satiate such beings, unless they possess extraordinary qualities, such as the essence of laws. The talents of beast tamers, with their unique and extraordinary abilities, manifest as embodiments of these laws. Although they may seem minuscule in their youth, as their strength grows, so does their connection to the laws. As a 9th-level beast tamer, the powers of these laws nourish their body, making them formidable in both physique and mental acuity. Generally, beast tamers only perceive that as their realm ascends, so too does their combat prowess. However, they often fail to grasp the underlying reasons. The laws are the essence of all. Should one possess formidable laws and command them, they could indeed contend with spirit beasts of equal caliber without faltering. Could it be that Zhou Qi once enticed the silver-winged Sky Eagle King with such culinary delights to forge a pact? I am curious to sample this food infused with the essence of laws. Little Star, how does it taste? Xian Yuan inquires with anticipation. The Star Lord responds. In terms of energy, it is minimal, yet it carries a trace of law's power, which can indeed significantly enhance the growth of that foolish tiger. As for the flavor, I have never tasted such exquisite food. It is truly celestial, unparalleled in this world. If only the energy were higher and the flavor catered to my preferences, it would be perfect. Xian Yuan is filled with curiosity. Could it truly be that delightful? This celestial beast feed must be the reward for attaining first place in his professional assessment, corresponding to the level of a servant warrior. Therefore, its energy may not be high, yet he must have performed some special treatment. Little star, could you sneak me a piece without anyone noticing? Of course, with spatial affinity. It can teleport any object within a designated area. Zhou Qi remains oblivious to the fact that 2 of the celestial beast pellets have vanished from his bag. Eagerly anticipating the Star Lord to vocalize its appreciation for the food, subsequently providing him with resources to manage, allowing him to indulge without reservation. How strange. No reaction at all. With the divine chef talent, there should at least be some divine essence. Even if not mythic, it should be near mythic. Why is there no response? Could it be that the quantity consumed was insufficient? Meanwhile, the Star Lord swallows another pellet. Old Chun. This little creature's offerings make for delightful leisure. Xianyuan Chun clutches a celestial beast pellet, stating, "Little star, assist me in concealing my actions." Sneaking about, one grows more concerned with appearances as time goes on. The Star Lord, muttering to itself, suddenly radiates a burst of starlight. Seizing this moment, Xianyuan Chun promptly consumes a celestial beast pellet. At the moment of swallowing, Xianyuan Chun feels his stomach roiling tumultuously, as if he had ingested an entire vat of vinegar. What is this? Even the most common poisons should not affect my body to this extent. How can this be? If the energy were even slightly greater, I fear my physique would be overwhelmed. At this moment, Xianyuan Chin's complexion shifts from pale to green, a most unsightly sight. Little star, you are not deceiving me. Are you? This food is supposed to be delicious, celestial, and unparalleled. You have truly led me astray. It is indeed delightful, the Star Lord asserts, quickly snatching another pellet and consuming it without a trace. It even offers Xianyuan Chin another, believing that good fortune should be shared among friends. Never mind. I cannot endure this. Just one bite made me feel so sour that I could almost regurgitate my previous meal. I certainly do not wish to experience this sensation again. If it is not sour, I shall try another one. The Star Master remarked, there is not a hint of sourness. Instead, I am met with an unprecedented delight. Let me have another. Old Chin, you are missing out. Do have another. The allure of delectable treats is indeed addictive. No wonder so many humans relish snacks. As expected, it was delicious, and I shall have another. If I indulge further, I shall be exposed. Should it be discovered that I have been secretly snacking, I wonder how I would maintain my dignity in front of the younger generation. How could that be? I have only consumed a few. For spiritual beasts, this is akin to heaven on earth, an unparalleled delicacy. Yet for humans, it is an exquisite flavor, comparable to poison. Xianyuan Shun savored it carefully and could not help but acknowledge that this was an extraordinarily peculiar, yet immensely powerful talent. Even the Star Master could not resist its exquisite taste, unable to part with it. It was indeed formidable. It seems that this little fellow, Zhou Qi, is destined for greatness, becoming the coveted prize in the eyes of all spiritual beasts, even if he were captured outside human territory. If the spiritual beasts were aware of his talent, they would likely hesitate to harm him. What creature would refuse such delectable food? This talent is indeed an exceptional lifeline. By Xing this girl has a natural affinity for spiritual beasts. Ordinary ones will not harm her. However, when compared to Zhou Qi's talent, she pales in comparison. He glanced at his Star Master. It is far too easy to win their favor by appealing to their appetites. Xianyuan Shen felt that the Star Master was on the verge of capitulation. After all, he is a significant figure, yet behaves like a child with such an insatiable appetite. He could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Unbeknownst to him, the Star Master had already indulged quite a bit. Why has there been no reaction? Could it be that the Star Master's high rank causes the effects to manifest slowly? Just as he pondered this, Zhou Qi suddenly noticed that the bag in his hand felt somewhat lighter. Upon weighing it, it indeed seemed lighter. He opened the bag and examined it closely. It was certainly missing several pieces, around 10. Zhou Qi chuckled inwardly, a clever plan indeed. Fat Tiger, how could you steal a snack? This is meant as a tribute for the Great One. Fat Tiger. Chapter 66, Arrival at the Destination. Fat Tiger felt quite wronged. Although I longed to pilfer a snack, how could I manage to do so with you holding it so high? How unfair. You have wronged me. I shall no longer heed you, Beastmaster. Tearfully, Fat Tiger burrowed into Bai Xing's embrace. Seeing it so aggrieved, she genuinely offered a third-level fire-type resource. And Fat Tiger instantly cheered up, happily licking it. Having a backup plan does not seem so bad after all. The Star Master was quite astonished, but quickly understood. Zhou Qi had discovered its pilfering, but did not wish to lose face in front of others, so he allowed the foolish tiger to bear the blame. Poor foolish tiger, having to endure torment from the Beast Master at such a tender age. However, Zhou Qi, this little fellow, demonstrates considerable perceptiveness. A promising future indeed. The Star Master's fondness for Zhou Qi increased by 1 point. Such a small body with a sharp mind. Xianyuan Chun mused silently. Little star, keep your distance, otherwise you will inevitably fall into his clutches. How could that be? I have consumed resources far more than it has rice. At this moment, Zhou Qi smiled and said, "Oh, great Star Master, please accept this modest food. The journey ahead is long, and it can serve as a diversion." Noticing that the Star Master remained unresponsive, he added, "If it does not meet your approval, I shall simply store it in my spatial ring." The Star Master's eyes brightened. How clever. This method is quite ingenious. Unbeknownst to others, Zhou Qi's bag suddenly vanished, and Zhao Yuanshan and Bai Xing assumed Zhou Qi had failed and put it away. Zhou Qi, the Star Master does not regard your offerings. Even if it were to eat, it would prefer 6th or 7th level spatial celestial resources, which are its true favorites. Zhao Yuanshan chuckled. Indeed, thank you for the reminder. Zhou Qi smirked. Ah, if only I possessed 6th or 7th level resources. I could surely create dishes that would better suit the Star Master's palate. Alas, what a pity. Zhou Qi shook his head, though he lamented openly. He subtly reminded the Star Master. If there were a little treasury of resources, he could prepare both delicious and nutritious food. The Star Master's eyes flickered. Indeed. What a good idea. Xianyuan could not help but discern Zhou Qi's intentions, his expression darkening. How can one claim to have consumed more resources than others when it has nothing to do with intelligence? This clearly falls into the little fellow's trap. From the moment the first bite was taken, finding it a culinary delight, the Star Master had completely succumbed to the exquisite dream of gourmet food that Zhou Qi had woven. However, Xianyuan could not help but marvel at Zhou Qi's extraordinary talent, which had caused Little Star to capitulate so rapidly. Even when confronting hostile spiritual beasts, the first bite may keep one vigilant, but after the second and third, it is likely that their fondness for Zhou Qi would shift from negative to positive. Well then, it is merely food, let it indulge as it pleases. After all, Little Star is now an independent and self-sufficient pet beast, capable of seeking out high-level resources. With every piece of Zhou Qi's jade beast morsel consumed, the Star Master's fondness for him would increase by 1 point, and in due time. It would not be surprising if it reached its maximum. With the scheme successful, Zhou Qi was in high spirits. He had latched onto a top-tier ally, ensuring that high-level resources would not be scarce in the future. Divine chef, talent, terrifying indeed. Fat Tiger, come here, it's time to eat. Fat Tiger, happily licking, perked up its ears upon hearing Zhou Qi's voice and turned to look. Zhou Qi produced another bag of jade beast food and 5 plates, brazenly commencing a picnic atop the azure sky rock. Woo-woo, mother, I'm coming. Fat Tiger immediately wriggled free from Bai Xing's embrace, tongue out, and dashed over. Bai Xing wore a bittersweet smile. It seemed this little Fat Tiger was not going anywhere. Zhou Qi ruffled Fat Tiger's head and whispered, Fat Tiger, I apologize for making you bear the blame earlier. Eat your fill. Woo-woo. Fat Tiger beamed, feeling no grievance. As long as there was delicious food, it was content. A black pot in exchange for a bag of rations. The bigger the pot, the better. The more, the merrier. Watching Zhou Qi's pets all excited and happily feasting, Zhao Yuanshan and Bai Xing couldn't help but wonder, is it truly that delicious? They hope to have a taste someday. Humans and spiritual beasts are quite similar. What humans can eat, spiritual beasts can consume as well. And what spiritual beasts consider ordinary food, humans can naturally eat too. With the Star Master in their midst, Zhou Qi and his companions felt no trace of overwhelming pressure. Yet for the spiritual beasts blocking their path, the presence that passed by was utterly terrifying, capable of annihilating even an emperor-level entity with a mere gesture. Even the sovereign-level beings, upon sensing its might from afar, chose to endure in silence. In the realm of spiritual beasts, strength reigns supreme. The Star Sovereign is already a semi-totemic existence. Should it ally with Xianyuan, even an ordinary totem would find it impossible to contend with their combined prowess. Among all the legendary beast masters in the ancient Dragon Kingdom, Xianyuan stands out as one of the very best. The threshold to legend is tantalizingly close. After finishing dessert, Fat Tiger scampered back into Bai Xing's embrace. This woman exuded a delightful fragrance that made the beast yearn for closeness. How I long to taste her sweetness. The flavor remains a mystery. Bai Xing absent-mindedly stroked Fat Tiger, blissfully unaware of the creature's current thoughts, which might have prompted her to cast it aside in indignation. The Qing Tian Peng had flown an indeterminate distance when a massive structure abruptly came into view, pyramid-shaped and somewhat dilapidated. It was evident that a dreadful battle had once transpired here. Is this the entrance to the secret realm? Zhou Qi inquired curiously. Zhao Yuanshan nodded, affirming, indeed. This was once the territory of a formidable totem. Regrettably, a great war ensued, resulting in the demise of that totem. Presently, It is governed by a mid-tier sovereign. Xianyuan Chun interjected, "You all wait here for a moment. I shall engage in a cordial exchange with the sovereign of this place." With that, Xianyuan Chun leaped down, closely followed by the Star Sovereign. At that moment, Zhou Qi remarked, "I believe the sovereign here must have been subdued by Elder Xianyuan. He visits periodically, and if the sovereign were not an ally, the secret realm would likely have been obliterated long ago." Zhao Yuanshan chuckled heartily. "You are only partially correct. The master does indeed intimidate the sovereign each time he visits, but the secret realm is not so easily destroyed. The construction of a secret realm is typically based on a specific object, which serves as its core. Mastering that object allows one to control the secret realm. Only by destroying it can the secret realm be entirely obliterated. Otherwise, common forces cannot hope to dismantle it." Zhou Qi added, "This is akin to a space possessing self-repair capabilities. As long as the core remains intact, the space will eventually restore itself over time." Zhao Yuanshan nodded in agreement. "So, the core of this secret realm lies within it. That is indeed the crux of the strategy to conquer this secret realm." Zhao Yuanshan sighed. "The creator of the secret realm can come and go freely, unbound by its rules. In situations where the core is left in its lair and stringent rules are established. If the creator dies outside, they must adhere to the rules and navigate to the core area to obtain the secret core. Otherwise, it becomes an unsolvable conundrum." Zhou Qi queried, "Is it true that if beings or beasts not adhering to the rules force their way in, the secret realm will self-destruct? What do you think?" Zhao Yuanshan responded, "If it were merely punitive rules akin to heavenly retribution, the master would have long since summoned a legend to breach it. This secret realm can be deemed nearly unsolvable. Within the realm, one is responsible for their own life and death. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, it is not too late. The master will not hold it against you." "I have no objections," Bai Xing'er smiled. "Fear not, old Zhao. I am well aware that risking it all could yield great rewards. If I seize this secret realm, I shall prosper immensely. Life and death are trivial matters." Zhao Yuanshan remained skeptical of Zhou Qi's proclamations. "By the way, Xing-er, what do you hope to gain from the secret realm? Hee, such a close address. Do you harbor intentions towards me?" Zhao Yuanshan teased, a mischievous grin on his face. "None of your business." Chapter 67, Supreme Resources, Core of the Stars. "You haven't mentioned it either," Bai Xing'er remarked. "The strategy for the secret realm involves refining the core to master it. That is the most fundamental aspect. According to the Alliance's regulations, an unclaimed secret realm belongs to whoever conquers it first." Zhou Qi felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. "What? Isn't it the case that whoever discovers it first claims it? Did Elder Xianyuan deceive me? Ignorance is truly terrifying. I almost fell for it. Nonetheless, discovering it but failing to conquer it is of no consequence." The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. To think he had been promised ownership of the secret realm, only to find it was a ruse. How naive to assume that empty words would suffice. "No, if I cannot secure sufficient benefits for myself, even if I obtain something, I shall withhold it from him. That will infuriate him." "I certainly desire resources," Zhou Qi asserted. "You must have no shortage of ordinary resources, right?" Bai Xing'er hesitated before responding. "I wish to obtain a splitting offspring of the Star Sovereign, the Star Emperor. Grandpa Xianyuan has already promised me that once I acquire the item, when the Star Sovereign advances to totem status, it will split off an independent offspring to gift to me. Is that possible? Remarkable. Then I need not replicate the Star Sovereign's abilities. Since the Star Emperor is a splitting offspring of the Star Sovereign, it must also possess spatial and stellar talents. As for the reduction in race and skills, those are trivial matters for Zhou Qi. Moreover, having already latched onto the Star Sovereign's influence, he might even utilize the resources provided by the Star Sovereign to nurture his own little Star Emperor. After all, spatial and stellar resources are even more precious than those of the dragon lineage. If I can acquire them for free, I shall seize that opportunity. I have made my decision. I no longer wish for resources. I too desire the Star Emperor." Bai Xing'er looked at him with suspicion. "I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to swindle me. How could that be?" Zhou Qi raised his tone, adamantly denying it. "Xing'er, you see, I want the Star Emperor, and so do you. Why don't we become friends?" Zhao Yuanshan chimed in cheerfully from the side. "That works." Zhou Qi mused while stroking his chin, speaking nonchalantly. "If you don't say anything, then so be it." Bai Xing'er, noticing the two teasing her, puffed up in indignation. Normally composed, she appeared quite charming in her feigned annoyance. "I propose we establish an oath. Regardless of who succeeds in this secret realm, we shall both request 2 Star Emperor offspring from Elder Xianyuan. One for you and one for me. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xing'er felt a stir in her heart, her eyes sparkling with sudden light. She merely wished to test her luck, to see if she possessed the fortune to succeed. However, she remained uncertain. Since Xianyuan Shun had chosen Zhou Qi, It indicated that Zhou Qi also had a fair chance of success. If 1's odds were slim, then 2 individuals would surely have a greater likelihood. Bai Xing'er nodded. All right, I accept this oath. Before long, Xianyuan returned. Zhou Qi immediately stated, Elder Xianyuan, Bai Xing'er and I have just established an oath. Regardless of who succeeds, we shall both request 2 splitting bodies of the Star Sovereign from you. What do you think? Xianyuan paused, stroking his beard, his gaze deep in thought, before silently consulting the Star Sovereign. Little Star, what are your thoughts? Ultimately, their success or failure hinges on your willingness. In an instant, splitting into 2 avatars, even upon entering the totemic realm, would significantly deplete one's vitality, necessitating a period of recuperation lasting at least 10 days to half a month. Rest and recuperation, after all, is akin to a vacation. The Star Sovereign glanced at Zhou Qi, a fleeting thought crossing its mind. It responded to Xianyuan, saying, if they succeed, I shall agree. Xianyuan nodded, finding this transaction quite feasible. Although the Star Sovereign now stood at the threshold of the totemic realm, mere steps away from it, that distance was akin to an insurmountable chasm, difficult to traverse without the corresponding 9th-level resources. After extensive investigation, Xianyuan confirmed that this secret realm concealed the 9th-level pinnacle resource he required, the core of the stars. This core, formed from the collapse and fusion of planetary space, absorbed the essence of celestial bodies, imbued with spatial power, and possessed an extraordinary weight, surpassing that of ordinary mythical resources in value. The reason this core remained classified as a 9th-level resource was primarily due to its lack of mythical characteristics. Were it to be refined by a corresponding mythic entity embodying the attributes of spatial celestial bodies, its transformation would render it a treasure among mythical resources. According to his research, this core was originally prepared by that totem for its own breakthrough to quasi-mythical or even mythical status. Regrettably, an unknown cataclysmic battle led to its downfall. 2 high-ranking Imperial beasts could not compare to the supreme 9th-level dual-attribute spatial resource. Young lad, you are rather ambitious. But I have consented. If you succeed, I shall grant you 2 Star Emperors. Thank you, esteemed elder. Bai Xing'er beamed with joy, expressing her gratitude to Xianyuan Grandpa. Very well, unless there are any further matters, let us proceed. Beneath the enormous pyramid, the surrounding area lay desolate, devoid of life. Zhou Qi surveyed his surroundings, failing to find any indication related to the entrance. Zhao Yuanshan, seemingly familiar with the locale, observed Zhou Qi's perplexed expression and explained, do not look further. The entrance is the pyramid itself. It serves as both a relic and the gateway to the secret realm. It opens once every 3 years, allowing entry but not exit. Should a master-level adept skilled in space manipulation intervene, they may facilitate entry for others. Now I understand. At that moment, Xianyuan gazed at the relic, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The desires he yearned for lay within, yet he found himself powerless, reliant on the strength of the younger generation. This sentiment felt akin to a bittersweet melange. Star Sovereign, unleash your power. The Star Sovereign ascended into the air, its form enveloped in dazzling starlight, rendering even the sun pale in comparison. Surrounded by a river of stars, they seemed to exist within a celestial domain. The sun and moon faded from sight, leaving only the eternal brilliance of the stars. The Star Sovereign emitted a resonant sound, causing the fabric of space to ripple violently. The waves visible to the naked eye. Fat Tiger, Little Green, Little Turtle, South Lee, and Little Eagle widened their eyes, fixated on the Star Sovereign's every move. Their gazes filled with envy. Fat Tiger, Little Eagle, so dashing. Little Green, so formidable. Little Turtle, the spatial aspect is impressive. South Lee, one day, I shall be like this too. Zhou Qi transmitted a message, do not envy. In the future, each of you will achieve this, perhaps even surpassing it. Now, all of you, enter my Beastmaster space. Prepare yourselves, an unprecedented battle is likely to commence soon. Zhou Qi summoned them into the Beastmaster space, then focused intently on the Star Sovereign's actions. The starlight veiled its face, exuding an undeniable allure. I desire that. The Star Sovereign manipulated space, confronting a powerful totemic realm, expending considerable effort even with each activation. Moments later, the pyramid began to distort, transforming into a flat, pliable screen, capable of being molded at will. Subsequently, it generated rippling waves, one layer after another. Finally, all returned to normalcy, revealing a vast passageway before Zhou Qi and the others. Shrouded in darkness with walls and floors adorned with starlight, Zhou Qi, Xing'er, you two may enter. Upon entry, you might not find yourselves in the same location, so exercise caution. Yes, Xianyuan Elder, Xianyuan Grandpa. Zhou Qi and Bai Xing'er exchanged glances, stepping together into the starry passage. Xian Yuanshan then addressed Zhao Yuanshan. You shall remain here to hone your skills and seek resources you require. Understood, teacher. After Zhao Yuanshan departed, Xian Yuanshan gazed at the two figures vanishing into the starry passage, murmuring, I wonder if they will succeed this time. Chapter 68. Entering the Secret Realm. Encountering the Azure Scale. Zhou Qi and Bai Xing'er traversed the starry passage until they arrived before a colossal luminous veil. Upon contact, it produced rippling waves reminiscent of water. We can pass through directly. Xing'er, do you think we will truly be separated? I do not know. Then let us give it a try. Zhou Qi chuckled, taking Bai Xing'er's delicate hand, and together they breached the veil. In that fleeting moment, a whirlwind of sensations engulfed them. Zhou Qi lost track of when Bai Xing'er separated from him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself beneath the shade of a tree. He coughed a couple of times, regaining his composure, and began to survey his surroundings. The air was fresh, the quality excellent. The vegetation was extraordinarily lush and towering, indicative of a splendid environment. Muttering to himself, Zhou Qi suddenly recalled something and promptly summoned his 5 beasts. Upon emerging, they too were filled with excitement, eagerly observing their surroundings. Roar! Little Green exclaimed, Beastmaster, where are the enemies? Zhou Qi playfully tapped its head, admonishing, why are you roaring? Is your voice not loud enough? Little Green, feeling aggrieved, obediently apologized. Regardless of who speaks, this place is perilous, and it is wise to heed my commands. Do you understand? The beasts nodded earnestly. For now, let us rest here. I need to contemplate a few matters. Little Green, Little Turtle, and Little Eagle, you 3 should scout the area. If you encounter spirit beasts, capture the weaker ones directly, while for the stronger ones. If victory is uncertain and it may cause a commotion, retreat and inform me. After Little Green and the others departed, Zhou Qi added, South Li, Fat Tiger, you shall remain by my side to protect me. Clang, clang, roar. South Li declared, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Zhou Qi, Fat Tiger boasted, I vow to fulfill this task. Fat Tiger began to strut around, patrolling the vicinity, while South Li perched high upon the ancient tree behind Zhou Qi, observing the surroundings. In this vast world, the safety of the Beast Master takes precedence. Once he had issued his orders, Zhou Qi began to ponder his circumstances. Within the confines of the secret realm, a vast expanse lay shrouded in uncertainty, rendering it impossible to discern the cardinal directions, let alone the geographical boundaries or the precise location of the realm's core. The multitude of races and the myriad of beasts that inhabited this place were unknown to Zhou Qi. While it was certain that there existed creatures of quasi-royal caliber, the exact number remained a mystery. Thus, the most pivotal aspect of conquering this enigmatic domain was the acquisition of information. But where would such intelligence be sourced? Zhou Qi resolved to take a brief respite here, awaiting the return of the little turtle and Xiaoqing before formulating a plan. Upon her arrival in the secret realm, Bai Xing'er promptly summoned her companions. She possessed but 2 beasts, one humanoid, with elongated ears, azure hair, adorned with a crown, and sporting 3 pairs of translucent azure wings. The other resembling a lion, cloaked in silvery white fur, soft and delicate, a sight to behold that would captivate any connoisseur of beauty. The azure sprite ascended gracefully into the air, arms crossed over its chest, emanating a gentle azure glow. A gust of wind surged forth from its being, radiating in all directions. After a brief interval, the azure sprite gestured, guiding Bai Xing'er to proceed northward. This skill, known as the Wind of Insight, is a rare ability within the wind-based repertoire, capable of detecting life energies within a 10-mile radius. It was precisely due to this wind-based detection skill, coupled with the dual safeguard of the Void Pearl, that Bai Xing'er dared to traverse this nearly unfathomable realm. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi waited for half an hour before the little turtle and its companions returned, bearing a token of their journey. It was a small azure-scaled creature, crowned with a nascent black horn, appearing to be a juvenile beast, no more than 50 to 60 centimeters in length. This young creature was ensnared by the little turtle's telekinetic grip, unable to move or vocalize, yet its eyes were wide and fierce, displaying an intimidating countenance. Zhou Qi assessed the creature. Name, Horned Azure Scale King. Attributes, Wood and Thunder. Race level, Quasi-Emperor. Growth level, Awakening level 10. Energy value, 123. Description, primarily inhabiting ancient environments. It cherishes peace and is quite rare. Cherishing peace? In such a tumultuous setting, the notion of peace seemed utterly impractical. Survival necessitated conflict. However, the classification of Quasi-Emperor was indeed formidable. Was it a product of evolution, or was it already a quasi-emperor upon capture? The abundance of such creatures remained an enigma to Zhou Qi. He mused aloud, a reflection of the realm's richness in resources. Little turtle, release it and create a closed telekinetic space. Ensure it is soundproof. I intend to interrogate it thoroughly. The little turtle nodded in agreement and complied. Zhou Qi, the little eagle, and Nanli stood guard outside, while within the telekinetic space, Zhou Qi, Fat Tiger, and the little turtle scrutinized the young horned azure scale. The creature clawed at the telekinetic barrier, and upon realizing its futility, retreated to a corner, baring its teeth and growling at Zhou Qi and his companions. As if to declare, "Stay away from me. I am fearsome." Zhou Qi received the little turtle's translation and could not suppress a smirk. Fearsome indeed, he mused. Clearing his throat, he fixed his gaze on the azure scale, then inquired, name, age, and preferences. The azure scale appeared bewildered, tilting its head in confusion. Never mind. Those details are of little consequence. Little one, tell me about the formidable beasts that inhabit this place. Speak well, and there shall be rewards. The azure scale growled, intruders. You must be the outsiders my father spoke of. I shall reveal nothing. I lack for nothing. My home is abundant. Is that so? Zhou Qi extended his voice playfully. I have yet to encounter a beast that does not submit beneath my blade. With one hand wielding a knife and the other clutching a bag of jade beast food, Fat Tiger's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Saliva beginning to drip at the sight of the food. I knew it. Zhou Qi's mother always uses treats as bait. I'm hungry. Zhou Qi shot a sideways glance at Fat Tiger, rolling his eyes at his gluttonous nature. Beyond cuteness, you seem to have little else to offer. Fat Tiger, you go. If you can persuade it to consume a morsel, you may have one for yourself. The little turtle perked up its tail, suggesting, why not simply feed it directly? Zhou Qi countered, as a person of refinement, how could I be so cruel? True treasures will shine, and food is a temptation no beast can resist. Let us see how long it can withstand the allure. Very well, as a beast master, your reasoning is sound. Fat Tiger, clutching the bag of jade beast food, tiptoed cautiously towards the azure scale. Zhou Qi's upbringing was strict, and Fat Tiger dared not steal a bite, obediently complying instead. You take half, and I take half. Fat Tiger introduced himself. I am Fat Tiger. What is your name? The azure scale retorted. What concern is it of yours? Do you wish to eat? It's quite delicious. The azure scale scoffed. How could I, Lord Azure Scale, be swayed by mere morsels? I have tasted all delicacies in my life. Have you ever tasted the delights of the heavens and earth? What is that? Fat Tiger pushed a jade beast pellet towards the azure scale, which rolled to its feet. Observing Fat Tiger's ravenous demeanor, the azure scale tilted its head, pondering the worth of such a small pellet. Will it fill me? The azure scale thought. You seek to tempt me with food? How naive. I am not a beast of weak will. I shall make you impoverished. Chapter 69, Zhou Qi's Culinary Pit. Deeper than the abyss. The azure scale, unfazed, extended its tongue and licked the pellet, swallowing it whole. Fat Tiger's eyes sparkled with glee as he produced another pellet, tossing it high before leaping to consume it. Zhou Qi chuckled softly. You truly know how to play, Fat Tiger. At the moment the azure scale ingested the jade pellet, its expression froze, a gurgling sound emanating from its throat. Suddenly, an unprecedented sensation surged from its stomach to its brain, leaving it feeling as though it were soaring through the skies. What was this feeling? Could it be what the little Fat Tiger referred to as the delights of the heavens and earth? As the azure scale sensed its stomach churning wildly, an involuntary excess of saliva began to flow. Why did such an inconceivable delicacy exist in this world? It was utterly divine. Its eyes fixated intently on the bag in Fat Tiger's possession. Did it contain more of the same? Roar, little Fat Tiger, hand over that bag. I promise not to harm you. In its excitement, the azure scale entirely forgot its predicament, displaying the fervor of a sibling rivalry over food. Fat Tiger cast a sidelong glance at it, his eyes shimmering with determination, and as he approached, he towered over the azure scale, nearly double its height. Qinglin gazed in awe at the imposing figure of the stout tiger, utterly astonished. Goodness! With a single swipe of its paw, the stout tiger sent Qinglin sprawling onto the ground. Roar! Who is the little stout tiger? I am your formidable leader. Behave yourself and allow me to quietly divide the spoils. You take half, and I take half. Upon hearing this, Qinglin, eager to claim his share, nodded fervently. All right, esteemed leader tiger. Subsequently, the stout tiger commenced its division of the loot. One for you, one for me, one for you, one for me, one for you, and two for me. The stout tiger slyly glanced back at Zhou Qi. One for you, one for me, one for you, and two for me again. The stout tiger turned around once more, feeling emboldened, convinced that Zhou Qi had not noticed. Qinglin, however, sensed something amiss. Had they not agreed on a fair division? At this rate, where would his share be? This stout tiger leader seemed rather unreliable. Perhaps its arithmetic skills were lacking? Roar! Leader tiger. Allow me to divide the spoils instead. Qinglin believed he was being kind, but to his dismay, the stout tiger swatted his hoof aside. Don't cause trouble. The glare it cast was laden with a blatant warning. Do you dare compete with me for food? Have you a death wish? Qinglin felt quite aggrieved. They had promised a fair division, and he glanced toward Zhou Qi, wishing to complain, yet pride held him back. After all, he was the son of a king. How could he bow before an outsider? As he watched the spoils diminish, the earlier sensations lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. His mouth watered increasingly. Oh, I can't hold back any longer. Qinglin began to eat, while the stout tiger grinned broadly, reveling in its cleverness. Indeed, I, stout tiger, am quite the genius. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Even I, accustomed to the culinary delights prepared by Zhou Qi's mother, could not help but salivate at the thought of such fare. You've only eaten one. How could that possibly satisfy you? Now, Zhou Qi's mother had no evidence to prove my gluttony. The stout tiger appeared as a cat that had successfully pilfered a treat, gleeful and cunning. Although Zhou Qi remained unaware, one mustn't forget that a scheming turtle lurked nearby. In this realm, nothing escaped the keen perception of the little turtle. Zhou Qi, upon realizing this, smiled faintly and shook his head in resignation. The stout tiger's temperament, he mused, resembled someone he knew not. Once the division concluded, the stout tiger had claimed a staggering 2/3 for itself, while Qinglin, munching as he divided, finished his share in no time. Gazing at the pile of jade beast pellets before the stout tiger, Qinglin, reminiscent of the earlier stout tiger, drooled uncontrollably. Roar! Don't look, even a glance is mine. The stout tiger opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply, devouring all the jade beast pellets in one fell swoop, wearing an expression of utter satisfaction. So swift. Not even allowing me a fleeting glance. I've never encountered such stinginess. Zhou Qi observed that Qinglin had been tamed to a significant extent and chuckled, calling out, "Stout tiger, come here." The stout tiger scampered over, relishing Zhou Qi's affectionate head pats. Qinglin, observing this, felt an inexplicable pang of envy. He had entirely forgotten his previous resistance to Zhou Qi, who he had regarded as an outsider. Zhou Qi approached Qinglin, wearing a benevolent expression. "Little one, do you have anything you wish to convey to me?" he inquired. "Speak well, and there shall be rewards." Upon hearing the mention of rewards, Qinglin's immediate thought was of the jade beast pellets. Being a child, his resolve was rather feeble, and his resistance waned easily. Zhou Qi's culinary delights were endless, and once one fell into his culinary snare, escape proved to be a formidable challenge. Unbeknownst to him, Qinglin had already begun to alter his perception of Zhou Qi. Once a detestable outsider, he now appeared as one capable of presenting the finest delicacies of the world. His father had warned him that outsiders sought to encroach upon forbidden realms, yet they were weak and lacked the means to breach such sanctuaries. They were the enemies of all beings within the secret realm, and if they were to seize control, it would spell disaster for those inhabiting the realm. His father was not mistaken. Zhou Qi was indeed an adversary, yet the offerings he provided were simply too delectable. "Father, I do not mean to disregard your teachings. The secret realm is vast, with countless races. A little leak poses no real harm, does it? After all, he cannot reach the forbidden realm." Following an internal struggle, Qinglin ultimately succumbed to Zhou Qi's culinary trap, willingly sinking into indulgence. Roar! My name is Qinglin. I am 2 years old today, and I adore delicious food. Awakening at level 10 at such a tender age of 2 is rather slow in development. It is no wonder that the profession of beast tamer flourishes. Much like the union of man and woman, the harmony of yin and yang embodies the essence of the universe. The bond between spirit beasts and their tamers is indeed a perfect partnership. Zhou Qi inquired, "Is there anything else?" Qinglin, not to be outdone, raised his forelimb and scratched at the ground, seeking further rewards. Zhou Qi, with a carefree smile, produced a pouch of jade beast food. He had ample supplies, with a year's worth of provisions on hand, even if the majority remained unprocessed. He retrieved 2 pellets and placed them before Qinglin, who joyfully consumed them before continuing. Within the secret realm, there exist 3 great royal families, 10 upper clans, and 36 lower clans. The royal families are composed of races ranked at least as low-level emperors, while the 10 upper clans consist of races that are at least low-level kings. As for the lower clans, they are ranked above high-level commanders. Zhou Qi was taken aback by the richness of the beast resources. What else? Little Qinglin blinked his large eyes, and Zhou Qi, noticing, smiled again and offered 2 more pellets. "My father has mentioned that the races within the secret realm are far more than merely these, but in the struggle for survival, many have perished from ancient times to the present." Ancient times? How is that determined, and by what standard? "I don't know. My father hasn't told me." Zhou Qi rolled his eyes. "Is there anything else you wish to add?" 2 more pellets were offered. Qinglin pondered for a moment and asked, "You are an outsider, right?" "My father says outsiders covet the treasures within the forbidden realm." "The forbidden realm? That must be it. Where is the forbidden realm?" It lies at the center of the secret realm. So, Qinglin, do you know what lies within the Forbidden Realm? The Forbidden Realm is the Forbidden Realm. All who have survived in the secret realm for more than a year cannot enter. What lies within is of no concern to us. Zhou Qi's eyes sparkled. He hadn't anticipated such a regulation. Qinglin waited for a moment, noticing that Zhou Qi had ceased feeding him, and let out a few roars. Why have you stopped? Zhou Qi replied with a smile. Here, we adhere to clear pricing, 1 penny, 1 portion. If you wish for more jade beast pellets, you must guide us to the Forbidden Realm. Qinglin was taken aback. Guide you? How could I possibly have been to the Forbidden Realm? Moreover, every race has its own territorial divisions. One cannot simply trespass, especially into the domain of higher races, where one might be killed on the spot. Thus it is, and there is no recourse. Qinglin, witnessing Zhou Qi begin to stow away the jade beast orb, felt an urgency ablaze within. Suddenly, a spark of insight ignited in its mind. Yes, my father has been here. He must surely know the way. Chapter 70. The Qinglin King. A pitiful situation? A filial father and a dutiful son? Zhou Qi mused to himself. Ah, Qinglin's father, it seems you have a fine son indeed. Yet, could this be the little creature's ruse? Luring him into a trap, only to have its father ambush him, robbing him, or perhaps imprisoning him to toil endlessly in culinary servitude. Zhou Qi scrutinized Qinglin with earnest consideration, concluding that such devious intentions were unlikely. Qinglin, you wouldn't be trying to deceive me before your father, would you? Impossible. I am not that kind of beast. Qinglin bellowed defiantly, a hint of indignation in its voice. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. Lead the way. Qinglin nodded eagerly, but as they progressed, a sudden realization struck it. True, I may not be able to defeat him, but my father is exceptionally powerful, fearsome even. He can surely vanquish him. At that moment, the thought of capturing him and indulging in endless feasts beckoned enticingly, causing Qinglin's spirits to lift as it hummed merrily along the way. After traversing for more than half an hour, they finally encountered other unicorn Qinglin. Some were mature, others juvenile, some basking in the sunlight, while others playfully nipped at one another. Their languid postures indeed suggested a fondness for tranquility. However, the instant they laid eyes on Zhou Qi and his companions, every one of them arched their backs, baring their teeth and claws, their eyes brimming with vigilance and ferocity. Intruders were their mortal enemies, an instinct passed down through generations. A towering Qinglin beast barred the path of the young Qinglin. Roar. Are they intruders? Young prince, what brings you here with them? They are the intruders I have captured, and I come to present them to my father, the king. Roar. Young prince, you are truly impressive. However, it suffices here. There is no need to proceed further. I shall inform the king. Qinglin pondered for a moment before nodding. The Qinglin beasts encircled Zhou Qi and his companions, denying them any chance of escape. Each one of them bore a fierce countenance. But was it truly necessary? Zhou Qi surveyed his surroundings, beginning to gauge the energy of the Qinglin beasts. By the standard of 150,000 to 300,000 for commanding levels and above, he could see at least 50. Among these, 5 possessed energies exceeding 250,000, qualifying as quasi-kings. The Qinglin beasts here were divided into those with horns and those without. The horned ones belonged to the high-ranking kingly race, while the hornless were of a lower royal lineage. Beasts like Qinglin, considered quasi-emperors, represented the royal lineage of their kind. Apart from Qinglin, not a single other was present. It appeared that royalty and commoners resided separately. Zhou Qi mused, hoping that this Qinglin king would be amiable. Otherwise, engaging in battle would certainly be troublesome. Little turtle, if the situation turns dire, strike first and seize Qinglin as a hostage. Though such an action may seem despicable, the allure of culinary delights would likely hold little sway in such circumstances. While the notion of hostage-taking was somewhat cliched, it might afford him an opportunity to avoid being overwhelmed. Should chaos ensue, it would be detrimental to navigate the secret realm thereafter. Before long, a colossal Qinglin beast, towering at 10 zhong, adorned with 1 prominent and 2 smaller black horns, approached. The central black horn bore intricate golden patterns, exuding understated luxury. Undoubtedly, this was the king of the Qinglin clan. Quite imposing. Upon sighting the Qinglin king, the surrounding beasts emitted low growls and bowed their heads. As the Qinglin king passed, the beasts parted to clear a path. With a commanding presence, its golden vertical pupils, the size of a football, fixed their gaze upon Zhou Qi, who reciprocated the scrutiny. An energy level exceeding 380,000, Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this figure. Such prowess was surely sufficient to elevate it to the kingly realm. The realm's regulations, imbued with the power of laws, tightly restrained the beings within, preventing them from breaking through. Thus, upon reaching the quasi-king stage, they found their paths obstructed. forced to continue accumulating and honing their skills. With ample resources, their accumulation surpassed that of ordinary spirit beasts in the outside world. However, such depth of reserves could not be infinitely augmented. One's energy capacity would not perpetually increase. In Zhou Qi's view, unless the adversary achieved a breakthrough in skills, it would likely reach a plateau. The vast majority of perfect-level skills and super-tier skills had been mastered. This configuration, aside from Zhou Qi's own beast, would be considered opulent for any beast contracted by a beastmaster. The creator of this secret realm was indeed cunning, establishing such regulations to ensure that the spirit beasts residing here would guard treasures for generations. However, these rules were presumably not arbitrary. Zhou Qi speculated that they might be linked to the creator's power and the scale of the secret realm. For instance, a top-tier secret realm opened by a totem-level being could impose multiple rules, while a dominion-level being could impose far fewer. After a moment of silence, the Qinglin king finally spoke. "Intruder, how long have you been here, and how many have come with you?" The young Qinglin, upon seeing its father, scampered joyfully towards him, exclaiming, "Father, quickly apprehend this intruder. He has delectable treats." At that instant, the little turtle exerted its telekinetic power. As the young Qinglin ran, it felt itself soaring into the air, distancing itself from its father. Its 4 short legs flailed in midair as if swimming through water. After a moment of struggle, Qinglin resigned, rolling its eyes in exasperation, adopting a look of utter despair. "Here we go again. You deceitful turtle. If you possess the prowess, do not resort to such bizarre skills. Let us fight fairly." The Qinglin king erupted into a furious roar, his voice resonating like a tidal wave surging towards Zhou Qi. In unison, the other Qinglin beasts revealed their menacing visages. One high-ranking commander Qinglin leaped forth, intending to rescue Qinglin. Yet, as it approached Zhou Qi, a blue whip-like shadow struck from the side, sending it flying away, none other than the little Qinglin's dragon tail. The Qinglin beast's flight did not instill fear. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. Zhou Qi remained composed and spoke. "Qinglin king, do you intend to engage in combat? Though we are few in number, I can assure you that you cannot slay us. While we may not be able to annihilate your clan, we can certainly inflict significant losses upon you." Zhou Qi's words thoroughly incensed them, and the roar reverberated with a deafening intensity, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The little tortoise, ever considerate, fashioned a soundproof shield to protect Zhou Qi's ears. At such a close proximity, the cacophony of ferocious roars from all directions would have undoubtedly induced a severe headache for Zhou Qi, were it not for the tortoise's assistance. The power of the sound waves should never be underestimated. With a snap of his fingers, Zhou Qi silently transmitted a message. In the next instant, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. 5 waves of overwhelming intimidation enveloped the area, and the atmosphere erupted with a violent frictional sound, accompanied by flickering arcs of electricity and a tempestuous wind. The ancient trees creaked ominously, developing fissures as their branches violently shook, seemingly on the verge of snapping. The turbulent air currents created chaos, resulting in a change in the celestial phenomena. The previous roars of the Azure-scaled beasts paled in comparison to this display of intimidation, rendering them trivial. Those beneath the commander level were soon overwhelmed, succumbing to unconsciousness in a matter of moments. The commanders and above contorted their faces in agony, desperately countering the intimidation with their own, yet it was evident that their endurance would not last long. The Azure-scaled king was profoundly shaken. This intimidation surpassed its own in strength, causing it considerable discomfort. The little azure-scaled creature ceased its struggles, rolling its eyes in complete unconsciousness. Snap! With another resounding snap of his fingers, the intimidation abruptly vanished without a trace. A subtle smile graced Zhou Qi's lips as he inquired, "So, do we now possess the privilege to converse?"